Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
There's Dream Demon, him.He. The two groups of people just stared at each other wide-eyed. The situation became quite awkward. I don't know when she appeared. Looking back, Chen Hui realized. It seems that I started smelling a very pleasant scent sometime during the day. It seemed to exude a faint, sweet fragrance. It's like a blend of soft floral scents and sweet, fruity aromas. Only now did he realize that this was the fragrance emanating from the Dream Demon. The phantom ghost he had been searching for was right behind him, and he had no idea how long it had been standing there. Grab her. Chen Hui hurriedly gave the order. He, come on, come on. The Dream Demon turned and ran. He clearly looks like a little child. However, once the Dream Demon started running, its speed was astonishing. Like a ghost. Forehead. This is not a metaphor. In short, the Dream Demon can display agility far beyond her physical appearance. To form a contract with the Dream Demon, you must first capture her. In physics, he grabbed her with his hands. That way she'll be willing to sign the contract. The characteristics of the Dream Ghost summarized by our predecessors. No one knows why the Dream Ghost always likes to play this kind of chase game with the people it encounters in the Ghost Realm. When Chen Hui first learned about the characteristics of the Dream Ghost, he had considered using the system to help bind the Dream Ghost as well. Gang Ying's third skill, the upgraded effect of interception. He remembers very clearly that it had a controlling effect. The upgrade effect is, every 10th attack, a summoned ghost truck is automatically released, stunning the Ghost Master for 3 seconds. Of course, just like the side effects of other female ghost skills. This 3-second dizziness can also be relieved by the side effect transfer system. With those 3 seconds of dizziness, you should have enough time to catch up with the Dream Demon. Although, the automatically released ghost truck rampaged through such narrow streets. This will most likely trigger a ghost tide. But Chen Hui has already caught the Dream Demon. After capturing them and completing the contract, retreat immediately. Who cares about the raging flood behind them? Unfortunately, after reviewing more information provided by Professor Baiyofeng, this idea was rejected. Because, during this chase, you cannot use any of the ghost's skills or attacks to harm the Dream Ghost. The only way is to follow her method and grab it with your bare hands. Even abnormal states that do not cause harm are not allowed. Otherwise, the Dream Demon will consider it a game-breaking act and will flee deeper into the Ghost Realm. Even if captured by force, they would rather die than surrender. Based on Baiyofeng's experience. Back then, when he came to the Ghost Realm to capture the Dream Ghost, they also tried setting traps. Set up capture nets in areas where the Dream Demon might pass by. That's not considered a foul, since I didn't attack her. Secondly, it's not a skill of the ghost. That's definitely a very clever idea. It's a pity. For some reason, she saw through all the traps. They dodged it all. To be honest, such a difficult ghost to contract with. Or perhaps it's a female ghost with terrifying side effects. No normal person would want to play along with her nonsense. If you encounter them in the Ghost Realm, just chase them away. But Chen Hui is different. To him, the female ghost was a tremendous treasure. Gang Ying and Shuel Yan rushed forward at the same time, trying to catch Huanming Gue while she was being overpowered. However, the Dream Demon is quite agile. Step, small jump, backward jump, plus a cute angle shuttle run. Like a character with incredible movement skills in a certain FPS game. Although they are very close, she managed to dodge them all. This feeling of being within reach yet elusive. This made Gang Ying completely lose her temper. I refuse to believe it. Seizing the opportunity, she pounced in the direction the Dream Ghost was hiding. This lunge was not ordered by Chen Hui. It was purely a judgment made by Gang Yinghong and Wensheng. Hee, big sister is so amazing. While running away, the Dream Demon didn't forget to turn around and make a face. However, when she turned around, she only then noticed that Gang Ying had already rushed towards her. It's done. Chen Hui felt a jolt in his heart. If Gang Ying goes just a little further, she'll successfully encounter the Dream Demon. Just a little bit more. Just then, The dream demon slid in with a tackle. From below ganging. It's been shoveled away. Didn't encounter it. Ouch! That was close, she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. Clang. The fragments of armor on Gang Ying's body struck the ground, making a metallic clanging sound. By the time she got up, the dream demon was already long gone. It's still not working quite right. Sun-E wasn't as easily swayed as Gang Ying. Let's analyze this calmly. Although they are very close. But, since the dream demon dared to stand so close, she must have been confident that she could escape from a regular manhunt. Luckily, I was prepared. Tangxi, thank you for your help. Although the scene was somewhat chaotic at one point. However, Tangxi did not immediately try to catch the dream ghost. Instead, he observed her movements from the sidelines. After receiving instructions from Sun-E, Tangxi strode confidently toward the dream ghost. From the perspective of the division of duties among ghosts, she could actually be considered an assassin, albeit in a lesser sense. After all, it's for practicing swordsmanship, agile movements, and swift steps. It's a pity there was no phase rush, otherwise it could have been even faster. However, although there was no phase surge, but she has magic boots. Of course, this is just a metaphor. The equipment she was wearing on her feet. Its real name is phase boots. It provides explosive movement speed, and during this time, it ignores collision volume. Sun-E was actually a little curious as well. What does ignoring collision volume mean? It's quite easy to understand in the game. It won't get blocked. But this is reality, isn't it? Positioning. How is this demonstrated? It's impossible for it to actually appear as if it can pass through walls, right? That's so supermodel worthy. Tangxi, activate the active effect of phase boots. Receive. Accompanied by the activation of inspiration. Tangxi's phase boots began to emit a faint, ethereal blue glow. In the blink of an eye, her running speed increased dramatically. At top speed, she was almost a blur. In addition, the extra sacrifice effect grants her the passive skill, Heart of the Sword. It can also provide her with an additional 15% movement speed bonus. Her graceful and light figure, like a shot-out arrow, chased straight after the dream demon. Tangxi possesses numerous speed bonuses. When combined, their speed far surpasses that of the dream demon. Wow, it's so scary, run. Seeing Tangxi rushing towards her, Huanming Guiyan sensed something was wrong and turned to run. It's a pity. Faced with absolute speed. Even if the dream demon possesses the most agile movements, it won't matter. If it's just a straight-line sprint competition, then the dream demon is doomed to defeat. That's without a doubt. Tangxi pursued relentlessly. The distance between the two ghosts continued to close. Tangxi extended her hand. Soon, it will be able to reach the dream demon. Right in front of you. And at this critical juncture, the dream demon still couldn't resist cracking jokes. My sister is so amazing. She must be great at tag. Although she said she was relaxed, her feet didn't slow down at all. Tangxi also responded. Come with us, Xiaoming, your big sister will play with you then. Similarly, she didn't slow down at all. Behind the two female ghosts who were chasing each other, it was Sun-E, running for his life. At this point, some very handsome and observant readers might have a question. It was clearly Tangxi who was in charge of chasing the dream ghost. Why is Sun-E running away? This is, of course, due to the area of activity. Tangxi's level of autonomy is only intermediate. She must not be more than 50 meters away from her ghost-controlling master, Sun-E. Once she exceeds this range, her body will gradually become uncontrollable, eventually leading to incapacitation and forcible recall. Because her true form, or rather her soul pearl, flows within Sun-Yi's body in the form of spiritual energy. Her roots lie with Sun-E. This is why the contracted ghosts released by the Demon Slayer are. Even if it gets torn to pieces in battle. Even after disengaging from combat, the Demon Slayer can slowly heal and restore the contracted demon using their spiritual power. It has a feeling of being a remote control signal. Therefore, while Tangxi was chasing the dream ghost, Sun-E is a human router. Naturally, we need to work hard to keep up. To prevent Tangxi from exceeding the maximum distance and becoming unable to continue the pursuit, Sun-E is still relentlessly pursuing them. Gang Ying and Shuel Yan, who were slower to run, had already been collected by him. If you encounter any danger, simply summon it from your body. Chen-He possesses the skills of a mid-stage 2-star ghost master. In addition, I already exercised regularly. Chen-He's physical fitness is not bad. However, this is only relative to other demon slayers. After all, the main job of a demon tamer is to control contracted demons in battle. Therefore, if a situation arises where the pursuit of extreme speed is pursued as it is now, he was out of options. Chen-He felt like his lungs were about to explode from running. But there's no way around it. Tang-Shi is about to catch the dream ghost. If I were to say, when they were just a hair's breadth away from the phantom demon, Tang-Shi was unable to reach out her hand because the distance was too great. If this happens, Chen-He felt he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The scene shifts to a corner. The narrow alleyway after the corner is filled with ruins and rubble. For a normal person to get through, there will inevitably be a lot of twists and turns. Hey! However, this was a significant disadvantage for the naturally petite body of the dream demon. In addition, there was her agile movement. We crawled through it. It was like walking on flat ground. The reason the dream demon can act this way is purely because of her figure. Tang-Shi is not good enough. Tang-Shi hesitated for a moment. Should we just ram into it? These obstacles did not appear to be particularly sturdy. But what if the sound of the collision attracts even more ghosts? That would be troublesome. Don't let Tang-Shi's appearance fool you. She's a graceful and delicate young woman. The physical strength of the female ghost in the late game of Samsung. Far beyond what most people can imagine. Try running normally through any gaps you can squeeze through. You're in phase mode now, Chen-He said remotely in his mind. Upon receiving the instructions, Tang-Shi did not hesitate any longer and decisively followed them. She ran through a narrow, but still passable, passage through the ruins. For a normal person to pass through here, they must bend over, lower their head, and walk slowly. As Tang-Shi ran past, she was astonished to discover. Did you go through it? Given her upright stance while sprinting, she's bound to hit her head if she goes like that. However, in the phase state, all these minor collisions at the edges and corners can be ignored. I see. Tang-Shi, a top student, immediately understood the principle of phase state. It differs from the ability to directly penetrate walls. This only covers minor bumps and knocks from the edges of obstacles. As long as it's an obstacle course that a normal person can pass through, it will definitely pass under phase conditions. Moreover, it allows the body to pass directly through the edge of obstacles, maintaining full speed without being affected. However, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to get past the obstacle. For example, dense iron railings. Although there are gaps, it is normally impossible to squeeze through them. Therefore, activating the phase state would also fail. That's roughly the principle. In summary, during this period when the phase boots are active, Tang-Shi can ignore any small obstacle that might hinder her movement. Huh? Sis, you cheated. The dream ghost noticed Tang-Shi's footsteps following behind. Upon discovering that she could ignore the numerous obstacles along the way, I couldn't help but shout. This doesn't seem to violate your rules, Xiaoming. Don't try to cheat. Tang-Shi replied with a smile. Wah, I don't care, you opened it first. The dream ghost suddenly turned around. Tang-Shi was startled. This is about to unleash the nightmare skill. Although this skill has no wind-up animation. However, any targeted skill requires the target to be visible before it can be cast. This shouldn't be too hard to understand, right? If you lose sight of someone, you won't be able to use targeted skills. Therefore, theoretically, there is no pre-animation. But in the extremely short time between when the dream demon turned its head and when its gaze was completely locked on, that was Tang-Shi's only opening. She immediately took out the potent energy booster that Chen-He had distributed from her waist bag. This is a small medicine similar to an oral liquid. But the situation is urgent now, and there's no time to look for a straw. She simply popped the small medicine bottle into her mouth and crushed it. Creak. The medicine broke. The warm liquid flowed into Tang-Shi's throat. Instantly, an extremely strong minty flavor exploded in her mouth. Tang-Shi's mind was clearer than ever before. It felt like someone had poured menthol bomb into my brain. The next moment, her eyes shone with a faint light, brimming with a dark purple inspiration. An extremely strong drowsiness began to overwhelm Tang-Shi. She suddenly felt her eyelids become as heavy as mountains. It's an instinctive urge to close my eyes. Forehead. Tang-Shi forced herself to keep chasing. This was even after taking energy-boosting drugs. Ultimately, the nightmare only slowed Tang-Shi down slightly. It then recovered. But it is precisely this slowdown that is the key. This caused the illusory ghost, which was originally so close, to become distant again. Tang-Shi wanted to continue chasing after them. However, the phase boots effect has ended. Tang-Shi gradually slowed down. Sister, can't run anymore? The dream ghost noticed that Tang-Shi had slowed down, so she slowed down as well. That's just the nature of the dream demon. I always like to stay in that position, just barely making it. But it's that elusive feeling of being so close yet so far, so impossible to truly touch. Oh dear, another trap. A clump of sticky mud fell from the roof beam onto the head of one of the Suicide Squad members. Ugh. I can't breathe. Those around quickly asked the contract ghost to help tear apart the mud ghost and rescue their teammate. Lucien's Suicide Squad was very frustrated. For some reason, there are far fewer evil spirits in the ghost realm of Shadow Castle, especially those 3-star and 4-star evil spirits. Instead, there's a whole host of insidious traps, quad of suicide soldiers from the mainland. Since entering the ghost realm, Sun-E was nowhere to be seen. However, they were inexplicably harmed by traps and mechanisms, resulting in many injuries and deaths. You could be walking down the street when suddenly a demon wielding a dagger jumps out from the side and slits your throat. After chasing the evil spirit into the room, small monsters immediately fell from the ceiling. At the same time, the ground began to collapse, and when they fell down, they found a basement filled with enormous slugs and spiders. Although they are not strong individually. But it's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. We finally found the door to the basement. As a result, the door cannot be opened from this side. When you want to forcibly remove the door, they discovered that the door seemed to be fixed to the space itself, completely immovable. They practically force people to jump up the basement walls, little by little, along the narrow, protruding bricks. No, this is too frustrating. Lucien was so angry he wanted to punch the wall. Although these suicide soldiers were not afraid of death. But to say that you'd be killed by some inexplicable trap or mechanism is absurd. Nobody wants that. We finally managed to escape this trap house. Opening the door revealed a somewhat spacious area. In the center of the street stands a towering clock tower. Captain, Sun-E has been here before. The team member in charge of tracking sensed the anomaly here through the contracted spirit and reported it. What? Lucien was overjoyed. Surprisingly, after all the stumbling and falling, he actually managed to find Sun-Yi's whereabouts. Based on the lingering inspiration here, he must be chasing a ghost here. Should we chase after them now? The team member continued his report. Lucien pondered for a moment. No rush. Lucien smelled the scent of profit. His ultimate goal was to kill Sun-E. In this process, everything he acquired became his property. If the ghost Sun-E is chasing is of what rare type? It would be better to follow slowly from behind and wait for Sun-E to catch the ghost before making a move. This way you can earn an extra profit. Anyway, the skill level of this team is at least 3 stars. Sun-E is just a mid-stage 2-star ghost master. There is absolutely no room for resistance. Captain, it seems Sun-E stopped at the clock tower for a while before setting off. Should we investigate the clock tower? The team member continued his report. Lucien then reconsidered. This might give us a better understanding of the situation. At least we can figure out what Sun-E is chasing. He wasn't afraid of losing track of them. The team members' tracking abilities were sufficient to uncover Sun-Yi's detailed movements over the past 10 days. The chances of losing track of them are extremely low. In that case, let's inspect this clock tower first. Lucien gave the order. Wang Gang is also facing considerable trouble. A trusted squad dispatched by Gao Ba. It is currently making difficult progress. Damn it, how did these disgusting things get into Shadow Castle? Wang Gang cursed. Not everyone is familiar with these treacherous terrains. At this moment, his squad was wading through a mud pit that was deep enough to submerge their waists. This is the sewer system in the outer city area. This was originally a little-known shortcut that would have provided a faster route to the city center, making it easier for them to find Sun-E. However, nowadays, this shortcut, it reeked of a foul stench. It causes physical discomfort. The mud pit is still hindering the team's progress. Meanwhile, there are also many evil spirits hiding in the mud. This made Wang Gang's head spin. There weren't so many obstacles here when I came before. What exactly is wrong with this ghostly realm? Captain, is it really possible that Sunny would come to a place like this? One of the team members asked, puzzled. Wang Gang ignored the team members' questions. Let's go, he commanded. There's one more thing. Based on previous survey data from Baiwu Town, Sun-E probably won't be operating alone in the ghost realm. He might be accompanied by a team responsible for protecting him. If you encounter them, kill them all. Wang Gang added. Not long after Sun-E entered White Mist Town, a squad from another battle group entered. Furthermore, this small team returned together with Sun-E. This is sufficient to prove Wang Gang's conjecture, since that was the case last time. Reasonable inference. This time, it's in Shadow Castle. There's a high probability that Sun-E will have a small team protecting him. Wang Gang's team advanced for another 10 minutes or so. We've arrived. Climb the stairs ahead, and you'll reach the center of the outer city. Wang Gang's team opened the manhole cover and climbed out. Holy crap, finally out of that awful place. It stinks. Leaving the sewers, the team members all expressed their feelings. Look around. This is a relatively open space. In the center stands a towering clock tower. What happened? Why is there a strange, spiritual aura emanating from the top of the clock tower? Wang Gang also has a sniffing ghost. Sensing the scent of a special ghost-attracting bait emanating from the top of the clock tower, the ghost smeller alerted Wang Gang in his mind. Get ready for battle, let's go check out the bell tower. Wang Gang gave the order. A group of people covered in sewer mud crept silently to the entrance of the clock tower. At this time, the Lucien team was still searching for clues on the first floor of the clock tower. Damn it, there's nothing there? Sun-E probably just rested here for a while. It's time to go, I don't want to fall too far behind him. Lucien called to his companions to prepare to leave. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Sun-E. Wang Gang, who was hiding at the entrance of the clock tower, frowned upon hearing the keyword. How could this name just randomly appear in the conversations of passers-by? The other team members, listening intently, naturally understood what was going on. Just as I expected. The group of people inside the clock tower. They're most likely the team that came to protect Sun-E. Just like back in White Mist Town. It can't be such a coincidence that the people inside also have a grudge against Sun-E and are here to kill him. Wang Gang gestured to his teammates, making a throat-slitting motion. They all nodded silently, although their only target was Sun-E. But Commander Gao's order was to leave no trace. With these guards present, it would be impossible to do so otherwise. Therefore, there is only one answer. Needless to say, kill. Sun-E rushed to Tang Shi's side. Needless to say, the dream demon was not caught. But she didn't get very far. For some reason, she seemed quite interested in Sun-E. They were secretly watching from dozens of meters away. It still doesn't work. Sun-E shook his head. Just now, we were so close to succeeding. Wait for the phase boots to cool down completely. I think there's a chance of success. Tang Shi gave a forced smile. She felt somewhat guilty for not being able to complete the task Sun-E had given her. No, it's probably impossible to catch her now. No matter how close she gets, it's not allowed. Sun-E calmly made an analysis. The dream demon can now use two skills. One is exile, the other is a nightmare. The nightmare effect can be forcibly endured with the help of potions. But exile is not an option. If only Tang Shi were to pursue it alone. Just as they were about to catch the dream demon, she banished Tang Shi and imprisoned her. There's simply no way to counter it. What should we do then? To send two highly agile contracted ghosts to chase them simultaneously to guarantee a victory against the dream ghost. Sun-E made a judgment. Tang Shi can definitely catch up. However, we discovered this during the experiment just now. The dream demon will use its skills on the demons that are chasing her. Nightmares can be blocked. Exile is not an option. In other words, no matter how fast Tang Shi is, even the dream demon couldn't be caught. Ignore the dream ghost that's peeking out from not far away. Sun-E took out a map of the outer city area. The church district is not far away. If nothing unexpected happens, Sister Wu will be there. Don't just look at the nun in her name. The martial part at the beginning wasn't given lightly. Explosive physical abilities. Moreover, the nun has a skill that is particularly suitable for pursuit. That's her first skill. Instant Step allows you to quickly dash to the target unit while simultaneously granting yourself and nearby teammates a cleanse effect. Don't ask why a support-type female ghost would have this skill. Tell me if it fits the current situation. Moreover, this skill does not cause damage, nor does it inflict any abnormal status effects on the Dream Demon. It's merely a type of amplification. It doesn't count as violating her rules. Just like when Tang-Shi activated her phase boots. Since that's the case, why don't we go and form a contract with the martial arts nun first? Then, Wu Ziyunu and Tang-Shi were sent to capture the illusionary dream ghost at the same time. In this way, no matter who the dream demon vanishes, the other one could catch up with and catch her. As for the dream ghost, I don't know why, but I've been staying near Sun-Yi. The bait to lure the ghost was clearly placed in the location of the clock tower. But she seemed more interested in Sun-Yi. Sun-Yi didn't want to figure out her thoughts for the time being. If you have any questions, ask her in person after you've signed the contract with her. That would be more convenient. Let's go. There are 2 roads leading to the church district. It's a short distance, but it's riddled with all sorts of soul-like traps. The other route is much longer and requires a long detour. Actually, there's a third point. It goes through the sewers. This one is closer. However, when Sun-Yi opened the sewer manhole, he was immediately overwhelmed by the stench. This is not a path that a person with a sound mind would take. Moreover, although the spatial distance is closer, but the sewers are full of sludge and there might even be evil spirits lurking in them. Walking doesn't necessarily mean you'll be faster. Sun-Yi chose to take the shortcut that was full of traps. Although there are many traps. However, given Sun-Yi's years of experience as a veteran Dark Souls player before his transmigration, it shouldn't be a problem. To get to the church district, you have to go back and pass by the old bell tower again. Sun-Yi plans a route on the map. Xiao Xiyu led her cleanup team, following the trail of spiritual energy left by Sun-Yi to a spacious area. In the very center of the street, a towering clock tower stands. Let's double-check the direction Sun-Yi is heading, she said. The cleanup crew behind him handed over his contracted ghost. That was a blood-hunting demon. It is a tracking-type ghost on par with the sniffing ghost. The father of all demons has granted me vision. As he spoke, a scanning net composed of inspiration shot out. It quickly found the direction Sun-Yi had left in. What's that fighting sounding from inside the clock tower? Xiao Xiyu frowned. In the ghost realm, 2 teams of ghost masters meet and engage in a fierce battle over soul orbs or ghost realm equipment. This is not uncommon. It could even be described as commonplace. Therefore, adhering to the principle of not meddling in other people's business. Xiao Xiyu ignored the 2 groups fighting to the death inside the clock tower. They didn't even consider waiting for both sides to be severely injured and then picking up the pieces. This amount of resources is insignificant to her. The key is to kill Sun-Yi. Therefore, she ordered the group to continue moving forward. Just as her team was about to leave the area, a boy emerged from the alley. He was accompanied by 3 female ghosts. One of the female ghosts was wearing a blue and white Lolita dress and had a tall and slender figure. When Xiao Xiyu saw her, her eyes changed completely. Miss Xiao, is this the Sun-Yi you mentioned? The cleanup team leader next to him asked. That's right, it's him, Sun-Yi. Seeing her enemy, Xiao Xiyu couldn't help but shout excitedly. Although Sun-Yi personally harbored no hatred towards her. But she doesn't think so. At the same time, inside the clock tower, the 2 groups unleashed evil spirits to fight. However, with the 2 sides evenly matched, they remained deadlocked. In addition, the space inside the clock tower was cramped, making the scene quite chaotic. Captain, look. Sun-Yi has appeared. What? Lu Xian turned his head. The discovery was made less than 100 meters from the clock tower. Sun-Yi was standing right there. Since they've already offered themselves up, there's no reason for them to let them off the hook. As for the group of people who inexplicably attacked them, let's leave that aside for now. Killing Sun-Yi is the priority. Let's go. These people aren't important. The focus is on Sun-Yi. Lu Xian shouted, then took the lead in recalling his contracted ghost and disengaging from the battle. Seeing this, the others also tried to fight off their opponents and followed their captain as they charged towards Sun-Yi. Wang Gang saw this. Huh. I knew it. Seeing Sun-Yi appear, they rushed over there. Isn't the point to go and protect their target? Brothers, let's go. Don't let these bodyguards get close to Sun-E. At his command, he immediately ordered his men to give chase. They saw these two groups of people rushing towards Sun-E from the clock tower. Xiao Xiu also became anxious. What are these people trying to do? They saw that our group had found Sun-E. Why are they in such a hurry? I knew it. That coward Sun-E wouldn't actually train alone in the ghost realm like he really is. This group must be Sun-Yi's guards. Eliminate them first. She snorted coldly. In her eyes, Sun-E is just a mid-stage 2-star trash. Even with the blessing of a slightly powerful female ghost, that's just an even more powerful piece of trash. Faced with a lineup of Onmyoji players, each with an average of 3 stars and a maximum of 4 stars, the team was a formidable opponent. Isn't it as simple as crushing a chick? Therefore, in her view, the only threat was Sun-E and his group of guards. Their combat capabilities are probably comparable to those of the cleanup team. But it's okay, they all seem a little tired. If they take advantage of the situation, we can win. At Xiao Xiu's urging, the cleanup team members summoned their contracted spirits and joined the battle. Lu Xian saw Wang Gang's group catching up and stopping them from advancing. I finally understand what's going on. So you guys are Sun-Yi's guards, right? Alright, then I'll kill you all first. After losing protection, kill Sun-E. Lu Xian's suicide squad then launched another attack on Wang Gang's battle group squad. After Xiao Xiu's cleanup team joined, I didn't even realize which side was guards. Let's just fight them all together. Then, 3 groups of people who originally had the same goal. They stood firmly in front of their target, Sun-E. They started fighting amongst themselves. Sun-E looked at the groups of people in front of him with a puzzled expression. First, 2 groups of people were fighting and charging towards him from inside the clock tower. Then another group joined the battle. The 3 sides were locked in a chaotic battle. Minutes as later, Sun-E checks the situation on the field. Few people were still able to stand. As for the dream ghost, Sun-E turned his head and looked around. They were even hiding nearby, stealing glances at me every now and then. Okay. As for the current 3-way battle, Sun-E estimates it will soon come to an end. If a contracted spirit is injured, it will also have a negative impact on the spirit master to some extent. Therefore, sometimes, even if the demon slayer's body is not directly attacked by the enemy, after the contracted demon accumulated experience in battle, the demon slayer may still collapse due to excessive backlash damage. Damn, they're actually pretty capable. Lu Xian swayed unsteadily, struggling to stand. You've really got some nerve, pushing me to this point, Wang Gang said, also panting heavily. Xiao Xiu, who had been lying on the ground for a long time. Her spiritual level isn't high, and her contracted ghost isn't particularly powerful either. Therefore, in the early stages of the chaotic war, Xiao Xiu had already been knocked down by an unknown attack in the midst of the melee. She had only intended to stay to the sidelines and watch the cleanup team fight. However, Lu Xian's suicide squad and Wang Gang's battle group squad would not let her off so easily. To catch the thief, you must first catch the king. Surprisingly, her own combat strength was so weak. Now, only Lu Xian and Wang Gang remain on the field. The two's contracted spirits had already been severely injured and withdrawn. But the fierce fighting has not yet stopped. Lu Xian seized the opportunity and unleashed all his strength. Wang Gang didn't back down either, using all his strength. Neither of the 2 players, nearing exhaustion, considered defense. Each of them unleashed a punch that concentrated all the power and inspiration they possessed. Bang! In the end, their fists struck each other's faces simultaneously. I don't know what they were thinking, but Sun-E felt. At this moment, it's about living in the best moments. After hitting each other, Lu Xianwang and the other man fell down at the same time. That's all. Originally, there were 3 groups of people who came to kill Sun-E. They all collapsed before Sun-E. Sun-E was completely dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? But Sun-E did not know Lu Xian or Wang Gang. But don't you recognize me, Xiao Xiu? She brought so many people into the ghost realm. And then it appeared right in front of me. Could it be that they've come to wish Sun-E a happy birthday? Joke. The process was quite funny. However, it's not hard to deduce that these 3 groups of people are probably all after him. Since that's the case. So don't blame Sun-E for eliminating them completely. They were about to take action. Suddenly, boom. An extremely powerful shockwave. It's coming from afar. The path of the shockwave. Buildings, rubble, and fragments were all shattered into dust. Such an attack, if it hits someone, their fate won't be much better than those houses. Master, be careful. Gang Ing immediately appeared, raised her avatar shield, and stood in front of Sun Yi. Fortunately, this impact does not seem to be directed at Sun Yi. They weren't originally there for the people on the ground. Unfortunately, they were lying right in the path of the shockwave. Therefore, bang! Puffs of bright red blood mist exploded. The three assassin teams were originally on the verge of collapse. Everything was shattered by this sudden shockwave. Lu Xian, Wang Gang, and Xiao Xiu died. When a demon slayer dies, their contracted spirit also perishes. At the same time, the soul orbs of the contracted ghosts began to explode. Dozens of people dropped a lot of soul orbs, which were scattered on the ground. But now, Sun Yi doesn't have the guts to pick it up. I don't know who is behind that shockwave. Who knows when the next attack will occur? Will they target Sun Yi? No, we need to hide first. Sun Yi quickly hid in an abandoned building nearby. Quickly let Gang Ing go in to check and confirm that there were no evil spirits hiding inside. Sun Yi hid himself well here, while also concealing his spiritual power to avoid being exposed. About a few minutes later, the direction from which the shockwave came, in the passageway that has been raised to the ground, a group of people walked over. A configuration of 4 or 5 people. One of the young men looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. In terms of inspiration level, it's about 3 stars. It was clear that the people around him were his entourage. Among the group, the strongest was. One of them was an elderly man who always followed behind the young man. I could feel the inspiration emanating from him. Sun Yi gasped. 6-star demon master. The shockwave just now was most likely released by him. Making such a commotion, aren't they afraid of triggering a ghost tide? Forehead. I'm really not afraid. Based on the destructive power of the shockwave just now, easily annihilate demons below 4 stars. With such strength, one would only be able to fight the Shadow Queen or her guard knights directly, unless they ventured deep into the royal city. Otherwise, you could practically roam freely throughout the rest of Shadow Keep. Congratulations to young Master Su Chengji on successfully forming a contract with the Ghost Chief Steward of the Royal City. The young man's attendant spoke with a fawning smile. Their purpose in venturing deep into the inner city was to capture a powerful demon for the young master to enhance his strength. As a result, they unexpectedly encountered the ghostly Chief Steward, a creature only found in the Royal City. The General Manager Ghost possesses the strength of a 4-star late-game character, although his inspiration level isn't particularly outstanding in Shadow Castle. But after all, these are evil spirits that only appear in the Royal City. Its combat power is unmatched by any other 4-star demon. This is a very powerful backline mage. Hee. With this managerial devil around, I'm going to take the top spot in this National League. Su Chengji looked determined to win. Now that the contract is complete, there's no need to linger in this place. I need to get back to Beijing as soon as possible. Old Wei, thank you for continuing to clear the way. Su Chengji was eager to return. In his own private ghost realm, which he had reserved for his family, he leveled up rapidly and strengthened his chief ghost. The man following behind Su Chengji, whom he called Elder Wei, continued to summon his contracted ghost. It was a humanoid demon, naked from the waist up, its body covered in explosive muscles. This ghost is called the War Soul Ghost. You can sense its strength just from its name. Its spiritual power has reached the level of a 6-star demon. Sun Yi could clearly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the 6-star evil spirit. But that's strange. It was clearly his own teacher, Professor Bayonfeng. Doesn't he also have a 6-star demon? She was even given the name Yaoer. Why haven't I ever felt any pressure from her before? This is something you might not understand right now. The War Soul Ghost faced the road ahead of Su Chengji and his group and made a gesture of clasping its hands together. A golden surge of spiritual energy, resembling battle aura, erupted from the War Soul Demon. Boom! He unleashed the exact same shockwave as before, shattering the house blocking Su Chengji's path. Sun Yi finally understood. Goodness. This group complained that walking through the winding streets of the outer city was too slow. Let's just use this method to clear the way. That's way too domineering. The group quickly walked away. As for the soul beads left on the ground, Su Qingji and the others didn't even glance at it twice. Perhaps this is the reserved nature of the wealthy? The emergency has ended. Sun Yi hadn't forgotten the group of assassins who were shattered to pieces by the shockwave. Let's loot their bags first and see what good stuff they've got. Why Castle, a realm of shadows? The church district. There are many churches here, as well as sanatorium-like buildings. A small team of social exorcists is wreaking havoc here. Gah! A giant axe demon is hacking and slashing everywhere. Another priest ghost has been killed. The soul orb fell and was picked up by a burly man. Haha, this really is a great place to farm soul orbs. The priest ghosts and nun ghosts here have virtually no combat abilities. They're all support characters. How could they possibly withstand the giant axe demon's slashes? At most, they'll heal each other when they're being attacked. But this can only delay their death. The giant axe demon swung its massive axe, unleashing a volley of outer circle slashes that killed several more priest demons. Several 3-star soul beads fell to the ground. We made a killing. After the battle, he and his teammates picked up the soul orbs from the ground. A single 3-star soul bead can fetch hundreds of thousands of yuan on the market. Just a few extra pills would be enough for an average person to live comfortably in a small county town for the rest of their life. These demon tamers had an intensely fervent glint in their eyes. Could this entire church district be filled with such frail, auxiliary evil spirits? If that's the case, if we kill them all, I wonder how many soul orbs we can get. Thinking about this, their greed grew even stronger. At their level as demon tamers, it's impossible for them to be satisfied with such meager gains. In this society where 100 demons roam at night and demon slayers reign supreme. Demon slayers who control numerous social resources. There are ways to enjoy life that normal people wouldn't even dare to dream of. For example, bang! Suddenly, a whooshing sound from behind shattered the big man's illusions. His skull was shattered along with it. Bang! The burly man's body flew straight forward and crashed into the wall. He possesses at least the strength of Samsung in its early stages. But a sudden attack took his life. What's going on? His teammates heard the commotion and looked over. She was a voluptuous woman with a curvaceous figure. The nun's habit she wore seemed designed for ease of movement, revealing her snow-white yet voluptuous legs. With bandages wrapped around his hands, one could faintly see a crimson, spiritual energy emanating from them. This is one of the very few demons in the Cathedral District who possesses combat abilities, the Martial Sister. I'm sorry to bother everyone. But if this continues, no one will be praying in our church. The nun didn't say anything too harsh, but the trembling corners of her mouth clearly showed that she was quite angry. However, their strength is undeniable. That short sentence still sent a chill down the spines of the demon slayers present. Da Zhuang has been killed. Everyone hurry. Avenge Da Zhuang. As if to bolster his courage, Da Zhuang's teammate shouted. The others realized what was happening and began to command the contracted spirits to launch an attack. A headless ghost with early-stage 3-star power and an electric ghost with late-stage 2-star power charged toward Nunwu. The headless demon's great sword and the electric shocks released by the electrocuted demon came at once. Faced with these attacks, Wu Xiaonu simply withstood them head-on. The broadsword slashed at her. The electric shock charred her originally fair skin and also gave her a paralysis debuff. Ha ha ha, it works. She's paralyzed, the exorcists laughed gleefully. However, in the next instant, the nun's fists rained down on the headless ghost. Thump 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 thump. The speed of the attack, like a raging storm, directly turned the headless ghost's burly body into a bloody, mangled mess. Pfft. The headless demon's demon tamer spat out a mouthful of blood. The headless ghost was severely injured, and he also suffered considerable backlash damage. And what about the Nun Wu? During the attack, a turquoise healing energy emerged. It actually healed all the injuries that the nun had just suffered. This is why the nun is called a support. This healing effect occurs when attacking enemies. The effect is quite good. They even helped sew up the clothes that had been torn by the knife. What a pity. Ahem, let's get back to the battle. Damn it, come back, electrocution ghost. Don't go near her. Another exorcist sensed something was wrong and tried to recall the electrocution ghost and escape. Brush. The nun's beautiful figure moved with the speed of a phantom, instantly rushing to the side of the electrocuted ghost. This is her first skill, instant step. The instant step was activated, a bright blue halo flashed around the nun's body. The purification effect activated, dispelling the paralysis effect on her. With an easy grappling move, Sister Wu pinned the electrocuted ghost to the ground. He then took a step forward to press down, followed by a series of consecutive punches. Thump, 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 thump. The nun's fists looked delicate, but when she started beating people, they were truly ruthless. The electrocuted ghost's head was quickly smashed to pieces. Kill him instantly. Similarly, this can backfire. The demon tamer who killed the electric ghost also felt a heavy blow to the head and immediately felt dizzy. The other demon tamers quickly summoned more contracted demons. They want to win by sheer numbers. However, due to the nun's unique passive ability, she can continuously heal herself as long as she continues to attack. Therefore, even though this team of ghost masters, a total of 10 contracted ghosts, stepped forward to surround the nun, it's unlikely that we'll be able to reduce her health by even a single ounce. Sister, I'm going to perform a ritual to help 10 people pass on to the afterlife today. The nun, a cold smile playing on her lips, charged into the horde of contracted ghosts. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew off. These social exorcists were all dumbfounded. They don't have as many channels for obtaining information. I just heard it from rumors. They said the church district is full of easy-to-kill support ghosts. Little did they know that such a terrifying female ghost existed in the church district of Shadow Castle. Damn it, the intelligence is fake. Didn't they say there were only support-type demons here? Run, everyone. It seemed to be the captain of this group of demon slayers who shouted. Do you even need to tell me? The other exorcists aren't stupid either. Their scattered teamwork lacks any sense of cohesion. Brothers are always on good terms. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for their lives. That's perfectly normal. In addition, actually, they weren't scammed. Who told you that support-type demons necessarily have no combat ability? The nun possesses healing abilities and the capacity for purification and dispelling. There are also protective measures. This means that if all enemies are killed, the teammates will be safe. How can this not be a support role? The contracted spirits were quickly eliminated. That's right, they were all killed by the female martial arts practitioner. Of course, she wouldn't let those exorcists who dared to disturb this church district get away with it. They quickly approached using the instant step technique. Pfft. A punch through the chest. The demon tamer's eyes widened, but he couldn't utter a word before collapsing to the ground dead. Next. Bang. Crush his skull. Next one. Click. He was thrown into the air and crashed through the wall. Soon, only one social exorcist remained, desperately trying to escape. Wait, he shouted, kneeling before the female martial artist charging at him. It's a bit too late to beg for mercy now. Sister Wu showed no sign of stopping. That's right, I've been single my whole life and have never been with a woman. If I have to die today, could I be crushed to death by a nun's thigh? That's a pretty good idea. Boom. A spinning kick landed on the head of the last demon slayer. He actually broke her neck with a kick, sending her flying like a soccer ball. The last person was also dealt with. As the saying goes, if you're going to help someone, help them all the way. If you're going to see someone through to the end, help them through to the end. After eliminating these uninvited guests, Sister Wu took out the scriptures she kept close to her body from the ditch and began to perform a ritual to help the deceased pass on. What a sin, what a sin. After saying that, she turned and went back into the depths of the church area. Chen Hui was walking towards the church district. The area gradually became more lively along the way. Forehead. This means there are more evil spirits encountered on the road. Moreover, the level of the demons gradually increases. The evil spirits from Samsung's early days are starting to appear. However, in front of Chen Hui's female ghost, Samsung's early game demons weren't powerful enough. They are unlikely to pose much of a threat to Chen Hui. The martial nun's inspiration level is 3-star late stage. She's on par with my current strongest fighter, Tang Shi. And besides, she was a female ghost. In terms of actual combat strength, compared to other evil spirits, their actual combat strength might reach the early stage of 4 stars. She's a female ghost that you'd have to fight with all your might to have a chance of defeating. The method of contracting her wasn't as troublesome as with the Dream Demon, which involved both a chase and restrictions on skill usage. There is only one way to contract a martial arts nun. Beat her. Speaking of which, I've been in the ghost realm for quite some time now. Many skills were also used. They must have accumulated quite a few pain points. Let's make some improvements now. Sun E opened his system panel. Sun E. Pain level, 13,500. Side effects, one time omitted. Side effect, persistent projectile damage reduced by 50%. The uncrowned champion's fury. He's bound to lose his temper when questioned. The projectile's flight speed is reduced by 50%. At a random time each day, a ghost truck will spawn nearby and crash into the bound person. Side effect transfer targets, Gaoba, Luo Yuan Liang, Xiao Jianren, maximum of 3. Increasing the limit requires 10,000 pain points. I've accumulated over 10,000 more pain points. It's pretty good. Sun Yi thought to himself. First, it serves as the main force to withstand attacks. Gang Ying, who was killed in a car accident, needs to be improved. Both your level and skills need to be upgraded. Furthermore, in order to ensure the defeat of Sister Wu, Ting Shi's level also needs to be raised to ensure she completely surpasses Wu Ziyunuan level. Let's proceed with the upgrades according to this plan. Raise Gang Ying's inspiration level from mid 2-star to mid 3-star. Sun Yi issued the order. Consumes 3,500 pain points. Reduced by 9 points of bond points, final consumption is 3,185 pain points. Confirm. Confirmed. Proceed with the upgrade. Master, why do I feel like my inspiration has become stronger? Gang Ying noticed something was wrong with her. Ignoring Gang Ying, Sun Yi continued operating the system. Then we need to improve Gang Ying's skills. Open Gang Ying's panel. The Hidden Killer, Tsuna and Hataru. Rank, 3-star mid-game demon. Sacrifice reward, Super 100-ton king. Ghost truck size increased by 50%. Impact force increased by 50%. Damage increased by 50%. Skill 1. Summons a ghost truck. A truck is summoned from a distance to ram into the ghost. Upon hitting the ghost truck's direction changes and its effects are enhanced. The truck can be switched to a tanker truck. 1 minute cooldown. 3 stars. Second skill, fragment armor. Truck wreckage forms armor protecting the victim, reducing physical and magical damage by a fixed amount. After receiving a certain amount of damage, a portion of the fragments is stripped away, further reducing defense. The blade armor effect can be actively activated, passively reflecting all damage. 50% of the damage received before defense reduction, plus a small amount of fixed damage, is reflected back to the attacker. Passive effect, 2 stars. Third skill, intercept. Directs any enemy attacks near the ghostly beast to redirect them towards it. The ghostly beast takes half damage from the interception. Every 10 successful interceptions automatically summons a ghost truck for free once, but each successful summon stuns the ghost master for 3 seconds, passive effect. 2 stars. After a skill star rating is increased, it becomes extremely difficult to increase its proficiency. Therefore, Sun Yi subsequently upgraded the female ghost skills. It basically relies on pain points. They were hoping Sun Yi would dive headfirst into the ghost realm and grind relentlessly. It's probably unlikely in the future. However, blindly diverting attention can have side effects. In short, let's upgrade our skills first. This is because it's the first time they've used pain points to level up. Therefore, it's very cheap to consume. 500 points each is enough. This includes the reduction in affinity points. You only need 455 points of pain to upgrade your skill. Use the pain points to upgrade Tsuna's second skill. Similarly, Sun Yi was presented with 3 options. Frost Enchantment. When enemies attack the shard armor, they gain a stacking attack speed reduction effect, up to a maximum of 70%. Fragment Burst. Every time the shard armor takes a certain amount of damage, it will launch fragments in all directions, causing stacking piercing damage. The fragments launched by Fragment Burst do not reduce the defensive effect of the shard armor. Damage taken is calculated before attacks. Flame Spikes. Upgrades blade armor effect. Enemies hit by blade armor's reflected damage will take additional fire damage. Sure. Sun Yi's eyes lit up. These are the 3 upgrade options. The quality is extremely high. Each of these was a huge improvement for Gang Ying. So, which one should you choose? The Frost Enchantment option can significantly improve Gang Ying's damage mitigation ability. After all, Reducing the enemy's damage output is essentially increasing your own tankiness, isn't it? However, this conflicts somewhat with the counter-damage effect of Gang Ying's blade armor. If you chose the Frost enchantment, the more the enemy attacks, the higher the blade mail's reflected damage becomes, but the attack speed will decrease. The lower the attack speed, the lower the total damage output if the attack power remains the same. The lower the damage dealt, the lower the blade mail's reflect damage. In summary, the higher the damage, the lower the damage. I wonder if anyone has gotten caught up in this. In short, while this option is strong, it doesn't suit Suna ending. Exclude. The next thing is a burst of debris. Forehead. Whose Stubak beast is that? Area of effect damage that can stack. Moreover, it's calculated based on pre-tax injuries. For example, the damage dealt by triggering fragment burst is once every 100 points of damage. The enemy dealt 100 damage, but this was reduced to 30 damage by the shard armor and interception. Although ganging only actually took 30 points of damage, it still triggered the shard burst effect. That's amazing! Moreover, it deals area of effect damage. In comparison, the third option's fire enchantment is not very appealing. It only increases the fixed damage of each reflected attack, compared to the second option. Its only advantage might be that it can inflict elemental damage. But fire damage, isn't that what happens when a tanker truck explodes? Therefore, Chen-Hui felt that it wouldn't work. He made his choice. I choose the second one. Complete. As for Gang Ying's third skill, Intercept, Chen-Hui felt there was no need to upgrade it for the time being. It works quite well. Then, Tang-Shi was promoted 1 level. Raise Tang-Shi's inspiration level from late stage 3 stars to early stage 4 stars. Consumes 500 pain points. Reduced by 10 bond points, final cost is 450 pain points. Confirm. Confirm. Tang-Shi also sensed the changes in her body. But she just looked at Chen-Hui with a puzzled expression, and then she roughly understood what had happened. Chen-Hui did not upgrade the blood sacrifice ghost blood lotus. Because I've already used pain points to level up several times before. The next time you use pain points to upgrade blood lotus, it will cost 4,000 pain points. Relatively speaking, the cost-effectiveness ratio is somewhat low, although there are still several thousand pain points left. But he plans to keep it for now, in case if they encounter the martial arts nun and something unexpected happens. For example, another 4-star demon might suddenly appear out of nowhere. Even a 5-star evil spirit inexplicably appeared from the inner city. Or perhaps, the Shadow Queen came out incognito and happened to run into Chen-Hui. And so on. When encountering this situation, all resources should be poured into Tang-Shi, who is currently at the highest level, according to the increasing pattern of pain value consumption, without considering the damage reduction from bond points. The second time 1,000, the third time 2,000, the third time 4,000. 8,000 won't be enough next time. In other words, if a real emergency occurs, Chen-Hui was able to instantly boost Tang-Shi's inspiration by 3 levels. That means you can instantly reach the early stage of 5 stars. Goodness gracious, a 5-star female ghost. But this is only one of the emergency plans. Having completed the upgrade, Chen-Hui continued on his journey. For some reason, it's not just that there are more evil spirits. Other demon-slaying teams gradually increased in number. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen-Hui instructed the female ghosts to suppress their spiritual powers. This makes them less easily recognizable as Chen-Hui's contracted ghosts and more like his companions. What? You said Shuelian's dark blue skin and the fragmented armor Ganging is wearing don't look like a normal person's? That's actually quite simple. The answer is aesthetic freedom. Believe it or not, I'll put you on my blacklist. What's going on? Why is the church area so lively? Chen-Hui was somewhat puzzled. There is no oversight in the ghost realm. It is a classic no man's land. Therefore, in such an environment, it would be quite unwise to form relationships with unfamiliar demon slayers whose backgrounds are unknown. Several teams of ghost masters were present, and seeing that Chen-Hui's group had fewer people, their gazes were not very friendly. Coupled with the female ghosts' beautiful faces, they were quite eye-catching for a time. It has a feeling of wolves stalking their prey. Chen-Hui glanced at them briefly. Forehead. Average strength between 1-star and 2-star. How dare they? How dare a 1-star ghost master enter Shadow Castle? Chen-Hui thought to himself. So, Master, should we just ram them into the air? The approaching demon tamers stirred a restless desire within the warlike Tsuna and Hyde. Sun-E had never felt this way before. Shuelian opened her mouth as if to respond, but her English was too poor, so she couldn't keep up. Anyway, if only those ill-intentioned demon tamers would glance at Sun-E even once more. His female ghosts are ready to blow them up. No, starting a conflict now would only waste our strength and hinder our challenge against Nunwu. Sun-E provided an analysis. Tangxi, scare them a little. Okay. Tangxi's sweet smile vanished, replaced by a cold and stern expression. At the same time, his inspiration shines through, and his strength in the early stages of the 4-star level is undeniable. These lowly demon tamers shivered as they sensed the powerful aura emanating from them. She's a 4-star demon. Never mind, never mind. The group hurriedly left without even stopping. With their strength, fighting a 4-star female ghost. No matter how many people there are, it's useless. Watching that group of bullies who preyed on the weak flee in a sorry state. Sun-E shook his head. Well, sure enough, as long as you are powerful, the troubles around you will automatically decrease. Tangxi looked somewhat troubled, stroking her cheek. I don't think I'm very good at pretending to be tough. That's unnecessary. With sufficient strength, one can naturally command respect without anger, Sun-E replied. The minor incident passed by. We've finally arrived at the area teeming with traps. Same as before. There are 3 roads leading to the church area. One of them is a shortcut in front of Sun-E. However, it is clearly marked that it is full of all sorts of insidious traps. The other route is the longer one. Although it's a longer route, it's safer. The other one is the sewer. Let's exclude that one. By the way, don't we have several days? Even if it's a longer route, it should still be possible, right? Tangxi suddenly asked a question. Although, to be absolutely sure, I'd like to take the longer route. But the main point is, I don't know how long she'll stay with me. As Sunny spoke, he walked to the edge of the street and peered into the even narrower alleyway next to it. Really? The dream ghost peeked out from behind a corner of the wall not far away, peeking at Sun-E. After being discovered by Sun-E, she quickly shrank back. The dream demon knew perfectly well that I had come to make a contract with her. But it manifested itself very subtly. If you chase her, she runs away. If you stop chasing, she keeps following you. That's strange. It's like a child who's had a lot of fun and still wants more. Sun-E couldn't understand the underlying principles. However, since the dream demon has given us the chance, he had no reason not to seize it. The special bait used to lure ghosts back then has long since lost its effectiveness. If the dream demon leaves, finding her again won't be so easy. While she's still interested in him, Sun-E planned to quickly form a contract with the martial arts nun and then try to capture the dream demon. If all goes well. Therefore, choosing the relatively fastest trap zone is a last resort. Fortunately, Sun-E was quite familiar with the nature of these soul-type traps. Same as always. Gang Ing was positioned to hold the avatar's shield in front of him. Tangxi was responsible for covering the rear and also for guarding against enemies that might appear from behind. Sun Yi's team advanced cautiously. Whenever they encountered a corner, Gang Ing would first hold up her shield and quickly peek out to check in case of a corner attack. Every closed door on the street she passed was a place Tangxi would stab with her sword. Pfft. The screams of a demon came from behind the door. There really is a ghost hiding in the back like this. Tangxi exclaimed in surprise. It's to prevent ghosts from hiding behind the door. They might hide behind closed doors beforehand. They'll wait until we pass by before opening the door and launching a sneak attack. As expected of the master, so experienced. Blood Lotus couldn't help but admire it. A long time ago, this was a common trick used in a series of games I played. To put it simply, someone who didn't have some childhood trauma couldn't create a level like this. Shadow is it? Blood Lotus expressed great curiosity. It's hard to say. Based on the different traps used, one can roughly deduce his past experiences. For example, I was often beaten from behind with a bag covering my face when I was a child, so I especially like adding elements of surprise attacks. Sun-E explained slowly. As the group chatted and moved forward, a series of footsteps sounded behind me. Sun-E turned around, and the other female ghosts also became alert at the same time. Sometimes, in the realm of ghosts, the most terrifying thing is not the ghosts themselves. Rather, if the ghost realm only contained ghosts, some things would be much simpler. People came from behind. And judging from the sounds, there are quite a few. It was a team of about 20 demon slayers. The level of inspiration varies, ranging from 1 to 3 stars. What's going on? Why has this area become so lively? Chen-Hui really didn't understand. The outer city of Shadow Castle has an average strength of 3 to 4 stars. Why do I see so many 1-star and 2-star people here? Although Chen-Hui himself is only at the mid-stage of the 2nd star level. However, Chen-Hui has a powerful, high-level female ghost. What do they have? Chen-Hui was truly puzzled. Keep your distance. The church district is just ahead of us. The guide says that it's full of support ghosts, with little combat power. Even the weakest demon slayer can defeat those ghosts and obtain the soul beads. The man who seemed to be the leader walked up the front, occasionally speaking to the people behind him. Another random team like this. Chen-Hui sighed as he saw them approaching. However, what the team leader said just now was quite interesting. The guide says the church area is full of support ghosts with no combat ability, combined with discoveries made during the exploration of Shadow Castle. Chen-Hui seemed to understand why so many people wanted to go to the church district. For reasons currently unknown. The high-level demons in the outer city of Shadow Castle have all moved to the inner city. Most of the evil spirits remaining in the outer city are between 1 and 2 stars. As soon as the news spread, many low-level demon slayers came in, hoping to try their luck. And the church district. That's where they try their luck. According to them, the evil spirits in the church district, although their spiritual power level is around 3 stars. But these are all support-type demons. They have no other abilities besides healing and control. For demon slayers, aren't they just a bunch of lambs to the slaughter? That's what they're planning, Chen-Hui realized. However, I wonder if these people simply haven't studied the illustrations thoroughly enough. They seemed unaware that nuns were still lurking in the church district. Perhaps they knew, but wanted to take a gamble. After all, while female martial arts practitioners are powerful, their numbers are extremely limited. The church district is so big, you might not even run into her. Anyway, Chen-Hui's journey from now on will at least not be boring. The group of demon tamers who followed later also spotted Chen-Hui. They were initially somewhat wary of this area, marked as a trap zone on the map. However, after a brief probe, they were pleasantly surprised to find. It's okay. What kind of trap zone is this? It's all a lie. It must have been the map's creator who deliberately marked the traps to prevent others from taking shortcuts. Seeing Chen-Hui's cautious demeanor, several of them couldn't help but laugh. Look at that kid, so nervous. It's like there's some danger here. Yes, we haven't encountered anything along the way, have we? What a coward. Hey, stop testing me. What's the point of playing mind games with thin air? Chen-Hui. Don't they know that their safe arrival here is entirely thanks to you, Master, clearing away the evil spirits that ambushed them along the way? Gang Ying felt her truck starting to stir again. She can't stand seeing idiots say stupid things. Back when I was still wandering in the ghost realm. She usually just runs into people like that and sends them flying. But now all I can do is listen to the inexplicable taunts from the other side. It's alright, since that's the case, let them wade through first. Rather, it would be more troublesome if they knew I was the one who deciphered the trap. Chen-Hui listened to their conversation and then stepped aside so as not to block their way. Haha, this kid's actually quite sensible, said the demon tamer who had laughed the loudest. The sooner we get to the church district, the more soul orbs we can get. He's not very capable, but his female companion is quite attractive. Amidst much gossip, this group of rogue demon tamers walked past Chen-Hui. Fortunately, despite their words, this group didn't have any ulterior motives. After all, in their eyes, Chen-Hui was just a mid-stage 2-star ghost master. Instead of robbing him, we'd be better off heading to the church district and killing one more 3-star demon. They envisioned the gains they would make from this trip. Little did they know what awaited them ahead. Just as they were walking down the street, a door that had been tightly closed suddenly opened. 2 thieves wielding daggers emerged from inside and silently crept up from behind. Chen-Hui saw it all. But they definitely won't give a heads up. Click. Forehead. The 2 evil spirits' inspiration level is around late 2 stars. In the blink of an eye, they slashed the necks of the 1-star demon tamer at the end of the line. Before they could even scream, They were decapitated. Blood gushed from the corpse. It was poured over the heads of the people in front. Hey, why is it raining? They felt water droplets falling on their heads. I only realized it when I touched it. Holy shit, this is blood. Behind us, behind us. A demon is attacking. Kill it. The two thief demons, after their ambush was discovered, did not fight the contracted demons summoned by the demon tamers. Instead, they slipped away. They ran into a small house by the street. Sun-E already knew what was going to happen next. Quick, chase after it. Don't let it get away. The team leader shouted. The soul orb of a late-stage 2-star evil spirit is not valuable. But evil spirits that attack from the shadows like this must be eliminated. Otherwise, if they find another opportunity to launch a sneak attack, wouldn't that mean losing manpower for nothing? Therefore, even if the returns are not very high, it is still necessary to eliminate such evil spirits. A 3-star Ghost Master in the team led several 2-star Ghost Masters in charging in. Where am I? It's so dark. Where's that ghost? Why is there something glowing on the second floor? What is that? Ha, look at this stupid devil. All he can do is attack us with firebombs. Hey, by the way, what's inside all those big wooden barrels over there? Boom. The violent explosion sent scorching flames shooting out of the cabin. Even the other demon slayers standing outside the door were almost burned. The person who chased after them hadn't finished speaking. He will never be able to speak again in this lifetime. TSK. Sun-E couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement when he encountered these combined traps. Thankfully, I stayed careful. Otherwise, such an explosion could befall him. Of this explosion, even Suna and Ing, who have the strongest defense in the team, they'd probably be instantly and severely injured. Even a tank-type female ghost specializing in defense is like this. Not to mention the demon slayers whose physical bodies are fragile. My cousin. My cousin is still inside. Among the group of demon slayers who hadn't entered the room, a man roared as he rushed forward to check the situation. Originally, I just wanted to make a good profit in the ghost realm. I never imagined that it would cost my cousin his life. He entered the room. I smelled a peculiar, burnt barbecue smell. Needless to say, some of them came from his cousin. The ghoul who started the explosion, wielding a fire pot, was still loitering on the second floor. Upon seeing it, the cousin was filled with rage. He wanted revenge for his cousin. Hey, something's not right in this room. You'd better not go in. UB*******************, prepare to die. The cousin summoned his contracted ghost and rushed into the room. As expected, for half-dead ghosts jumped down from the roof beam, delivering a divine retribution to him. It still feels a bit inappropriate. Let's call it evil descends from heaven. In short, these half-demon attacked as they fell. The slender, sharp claws instantly tore through my cousin's flesh. Of course, the half-demon's combat power is not strong, and this attack is not enough to kill a demon tamer immediately. But its appeal lies in its disgusting nature. Just as this cousin began to get entangled with the half-human ghosts, who was positioned on the second-floor railing, kept throwing firebombs during this break. Bang! Focused on fighting the half-demon, a fire pot landed right next to my cousin. A violent explosion occurred around him, making him feel a sense of danger. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the sound of armor clanging came from inside the room. A knight in armor emerged. 4-star evil spirit. How could there be such a powerful evil spirit here? At this moment, where was the impulsiveness he had just felt? All I could think about was turning back and leaving the room. Just then, the room door closed. He pounded on the door with all his might. But it was clearly perceptible. The door cannot be opened from this side. Help! Help me! A piercing scream came from inside the door. But the people outside remained unmoved. First, this person was not related to them. They were traveling together simply to make it easier to reach the church area. Secondly, they were also afraid that opening the door would release the night demon inside. Although there are many of us, as long as we're willing to fight desperately, we might not be able to defeat this night ghost. But who will risk their lives? Whose life are we risking? Nobody wants to do it. Hey, how could you treat me like this? Please open the door for me. Help me. Sensing the night ghost getting closer, the cousin's shouts grew more urgent. Hey! The sound of sword slashing. A painful scream. Then there was no further sound. Hurry up and leave. This door might open again at any time. It wouldn't be good if the night ghost chased after us. The team leader quickly led his team away. Chen Hui continued to follow them at a leisurely pace. The original plan was to pass through this area. Chen Hui's plan was to spend at least 7 or 8 hours slowly clearing away the traps and obstacles before getting through. Don't be fooled by how long it takes. But the detour is longer. It will take at least another day to travel. But now a group of hotheads are helping him clear the way. Why not? The speed of passage can be increased significantly. The demon slayers at the front continued to advance quickly. What bad luck! I actually got ambushed by an evil spirit. Those two who had their throats slit must have done it themselves by accident. Otherwise, why did those two thieving ghosts only slit their necks and not mine? One of the 2-star ghost masters said. It's like something your teachers told you when you were little. Why does he only bully you and not others? In any case, it reminded Chen Hui of some very bad memories. The scene has changed. At the end of the street was a dark cave. This is a small hill surrounded by the outer city area. Going through the cave will allow you to pass through more quickly and reach the church area on the other side. Light the lamps, let's go in, the team leader ordered. It can't really be considered an order. What kind of appeal could a hastily assembled, random team possibly have? However, everyone had some experience exploring the ghost realm. They were already preparing the lighting equipment on their own initiative. Chen Hui also took out his flashlight. However, unlike the previous random teams, Chen Hui's flashlight was mostly shown on his own ceiling. Inside the cave, the road is winding, and for some reason, it has faults with significant height differences inside. The group was walking along the edge of the fault line. The headstrong wild team continued their rapid advance, clearing a path for Chen Hui. A highly corrosive slime fell from above, unknowingly melting several people. They inexplicably stepped on a ground mechanism, causing a huge boulder to fall from the side, knocking several people down. The scattered bones on the ground suddenly reassembled, and 2 more people were killed from behind. The constant stream of traps and scams made this group of people very uncomfortable. Keep moving forward. I'm also afraid of the pitfalls ahead. Step back. But I was unwilling to give up. So many people had died along the way, and we were finally almost at the church district. Their greed prevented them from giving up. What else can we do? Let's go. In short, when we come out of the cave, the original random team of over 20 people has dwindled to just 5. The cave's exit is situated on high ground, with the church complex below. The unchanging sky above the shadow castle, the last rays of the setting sun reflected on the church before it. This made Chen Hui, who was following far behind, recall a saying. A breathtaking view lies ahead. Please witness it. Holy crap, it's finally out. It's F****************G tough. That's a church. I see a church. And lots of ghost priests and ghost nuns wandering around there. They're all 3-star soul beads. One of them exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The group of unlicensed exorcists, who felt like they had traveled 365 miles, had finally arrived at the church district they had been longing for. He could no longer contain the greed in his eyes. If only I could get that many 3-star soul orbs. We've struck it rich. For this money, and for the subsequent increase in strength brought by absorbing soul beads. As long as it's not me who dies. It doesn't matter to them how many people die along the way. They stared at the wandering demons as if they were looking at delicious pieces of meat. Go. Start the killing. At the captain's call, the group forgot their grief over their fallen comrade. There's really nothing to be sad about. In short, they hurried along the path to the main entrance of the church area below. Just as they approached the main entrance, bang! A heavily armored knight wielding a spear suddenly charged out from the side. With a single spear thrust, he sent the nearest demon slayer flying, killing him midair. The armored knight ghost's eerie voice emanated from within its armor. The main gate is a gate that will never be opened. Aiming demon tamers were dumbfounded when they saw the armored knight demons suddenly rush out. Why are you here again? Moreover, consider the strength of this ghost's spiritual power. It's also a 4-star rating. What happened? Didn't they say all the 4-star demons went to the inner city? How could such a powerful demon be guarding the main entrance of the church district? Judging by their strength, it's obvious we can't win. They scrambled and stumbled, hurriedly fleeing back up the mountain along the path. Fortunately, The armored knight on his warhorse did not continue the pursuit, but instead patrolled back and forth with his ghost horse. What should we do? The random team leader looked at the support ghosts wandering behind the church fence. I was so anxious. They couldn't win a fight. I'm unwilling to leave. Chen Hui observed this from afar. It's obvious these people haven't studied management. Sunk costs shouldn't be involved in major decisions. It looks like we're going to have to fight a boss. Master, shall we go? Gang was already itching to get started. The knight's warhorse is fast. No matter where he scales the wall, he'll spot him and arrive in no time. Tang Shi added. Right now, it seems that defeating this armored knight is the only way. Of course not. Shadow Castle isn't a linear level. It's an open world. Chen Hui glanced at the cliff beside him. The cliff extends inwards, making it almost impossible to climb down. Unless you specifically bring mountaineering equipment. But who would bring this thing into the ghost realm? Although I can't climb down. But you can jump. Below the cliff at the cave exit, there are many protruding rocks. One layer after another. The lowest rock extends right into the church area. If you can jump down these rocks one by one in order, that should allow us to bypass the armored knights and enter the cathedral district directly. Needless to say, that must be the classic part of the soul-wandering experience, the jumping puzzle. Jumping down little by little from an extremely high place. Choose a staggered landing point, or jump beyond the designated area. With their level of intuition, these people are just waiting to fall to their deaths. However, Chen Hui had no intention of leaving first. Aren't there still 4 cannon fodder left? Why not let them scout ahead first? Moreover, based on Chen Hui's experience, on the way to the bouncy playground, if there weren't any ranged archers to chase after jumping people and shoot them off the cliff, wouldn't that take away a lot of fun? But how should I deceive? No, how should I attract those people and let them know that there's another way? Chen Hui was somewhat troubled. Then he came up with a solution. Chen Hui arrived at the edge of the cliff and stared thoughtfully at the protruding rocks below. He looked like he wanted to jump but was too scared to. Far away, the rogue Oni masters, chased back to the mountain path by the armored knights, were making their way back in a sorry state. Suddenly, I saw Chen Hui standing on the edge of the cliff in the distance. Isn't that the kid we encountered back then? He actually followed behind us, taking advantage of us clearing the way. The captain realized he had been taken advantage of and felt quite angry. That's good, since we can't go into the church area right now. They now have 1 3-star Ghost Master, 2 2-star Ghost Masters, and 1 1-star Ghost Master left. In terms of combat strength, he would definitely crush this boy. Since we can't make a sale on evil spirits, let's use you as the starting point. They approached Chen Hui with sinister eyes. Hey, brat, did I give you permission to follow us around like that? The captain shouted without any politeness. At the same time, his contracted ghost was released. It was a 3-star shadow ghost. The shadow ghost was entirely black, with only its 2 white eyes allowing it to be identified as a ghost. Hey, Captain, he seems to be looking at something. A companion suddenly reminded him. Chen Hui turned his head and saw the group of people. It's you guys, and I'm really sorry for being behind you. However, I discovered a route that bypasses the main entrance and allows me to jump directly into the church area. Chen Hui pretended to be afraid of heights and peeked out at the protruding rock again. Never mind, let's not take this route. For your safety's sake, let's go back. After his obvious hint, even the most foolish person can see the secret behind this. Yes, Captain, we can jump down little by little from here. The random team members said excitedly. Moreover, the entire route is far from the main entrance and the ground. That armored knight can't do anything to us. Haha, this is a great discovery. Kid, if you're too scared to jump, then get out of the way and let us go first. You're lucky I'm in a rush to make money in the church district. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here with only your underwear. The captain made a harsh statement. Chen Hui also very considerately stepped aside. Blood Lotus, Master, may I shoot them with my soul arrow halfway through? Even the usually composed Shuel Yan found these people's words and actions somewhat unbearable. It's all right, let them go first. Chen Hui waved his hand. It's not that he was particularly kind. Chen Hui knew all too well the nature of this kind of trap. If nothing unexpected happens, unexpected events are highly likely to occur along the way. You agree, right, Xiaoming? Chen Hui said, turning back to look into the cave. Sure enough, When the dream ghost saw Sun-E turn around to look at her, it withdrew its head back behind the rock where it was hiding. Sun-E referred to her by the signature on the note that Huan Minghui had used to mock people at the time. Calling each other more affectionately will make it easier to sign the contract later. She really did follow behind me the whole time. What's the point? Could it be that she has a crush on her master? Gang Ing blurted out. She scratched her head, unable to understand why. Who would know? Nobody knows. Blood Lotus blurted out. Below, the random team seemed to be having an exceptionally smooth time with their jumping puzzles. It's very simple. It's just a few meters high, isn't it? That little brat is too scared to jump. They landed steadily on yet another rock, and the team member felt confident that they could do it again. Like flowers in a greenhouse. Without experiencing the harsh realities of society, one simply cannot endure any hardship. These kinds of people usually behave themselves after starving themselves for a couple of days. Another person, adopting a seasoned, worldly demeanor, said. However, he himself hadn't actually been involved in the underworld for many years. Ultimately, it's just because Sun-E is so young yet already possesses a 2-star level of inspiration. Compared to his teammates, it became clear that he was the one who hadn't worked hard in his training back then. Feeling unbalanced, they could only find some psychological comfort in so-called social experience. These people were chatting and dancing at the same time. At the same time, the armored knights on the ground seemed to have spotted them and rode over on their ghostly horses. The team leader immediately felt a great sense of relief. Looking at the armored knights who had been so arrogant just moments before, now they seemed helpless against them. Cool. Haha, you want to chop me up? Can't reach it, right? If you're not happy, fly up and chop me down. I crossed the line right in front of you, so what? The armored knight was at least several tens of meters away from the group. With just the spear in his hand, he certainly couldn't reach the people who jumped off the cliff. So he put the spear away. Then, he pulled out a huge bow and arrow from behind. What's that? Looking at it from a distance. The social exorcists discovered that the armored knight's weapon had been changed to a bow and arrow. Holy crap, they shouted in unison. The inspiration in the armored knight's hand condensed into a giant arrow as thick as an umbrella. This force also struck the person. Needless to say, it's guaranteed to leave people with pieces here and there. This ghost can shoot arrows. Jump quickly, we're almost at the ground. The team leader shouted in a panic. Where's that provocative face from just now? Bang! The armored knight drew his bow and released an arrow. The enormous iron arrow hurtled towards us with a terrifying impact. Boom! It missed the person and struck the cliff face instead. Rock fragments flew everywhere, making the entire cliff seem to tremble. Huh? We missed. The group of people who had hurriedly dropped to the ground realized as they stood up. The giant arrow fired by the armored knight seemed to have poor aim. The point of impact was at least 10 meters away from the 4 people. There's absolutely nothing to fear. Thinking about it this way, they suddenly felt like they could do it again. Sun-E then slowly and stealthily advanced along the path leading from the cliff to the main entrance of the church area. That's right. There is only one armored knight. You can manage one side, but not the other. Let the bouncy castle on the cliff be for these random teams to play with. Use the main entrance yourself. On the cliff, the rogue demon hunters, realizing that the armored knights couldn't hit them at all, leisurely began to jump down onto the rocks below. Boom! The arrow struck the cliff next to them again. Nothing happened except for a slight tremor in the ground stones. So that's all. I thought this thing's bow and arrows were pretty powerful. Realizing the arrows wouldn't hit them at all, the team members laughed. Boom! Continue shooting at the cliff. Those social exorcists no longer paid any attention to the armored knight's arrows. Anyway, I can't hit it. There are 3 left. If we jump over 3 more rocks, we can get into the church area. Damn it. That brat is stealing chickens. From afar, the captain saw Sun-E swaggering over to the gate where it used to be. The armored knight reacted, raising his spear to turn and attack Sun-E, but Sun-E had already entered the church area. Never mind, let's hurry. We can't let that kid get there first. The captain said, speeding up the jumping rhythm. Seeing that their pursuit of Sun-E had failed, the armored knights turned back to defend the random team side. It once again drew its giant bow and arrows. Seeing its movements, the captain couldn't help but laugh. A ghost is a ghost after all, It just loves doing these pointless things. Knowing full well that they would miss, they still shot. Boom. Another arrow struck the cliff. Click. What was that sound? The four of them suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Click, click, click. Cracks began to appear on the rock face that connected to the cliff. Every arrow the armored knight fired before deepened the crack. Final. Rumble. The outer rock of the entire cliff began to collapse. You can do that? Filled with immense fear, yet also with deep resentment. The last four members of the team, including the captain. Amidst the collapse, these people fell directly off the cliff. They all summoned their contracted spirits to cushion their fall. While fall damage cannot be completely avoided, at least he won't die instantly from the fall. Bang! The four landed in front of the iron fence in the church area. Less than 10 meters ahead is the church district. However, they were all crushed to death by the boulders that fell from the collapsed cliff. He recklessly forged ahead, only to die in front of the church district he had always longed to visit. It's truly remarkable. I heard a loud bang behind me. Chen-Hui turned his head to look. Good heavens, half of the cliff has collapsed. Unexpectedly, that armored knight was aiming at the cliff from the very beginning. Chen-Hui felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, I didn't rashly choose to jump off the cliff. Otherwise, they would be trapped under the boulder now. But it's myself. Chen-Hui walked along the streets of the church district. The ghosts here are mostly priest ghosts, nun ghosts, and so on. They are unique in that they do not attack on their own initiative. Even if Chen-Hui attacks them, it will only make them escape, and at most they will heal each other. Upon seeing Chen-Hui, they swayed away. Chen-Hui did not kill these ghosts. It wasn't out of kindness or anything like that. It's not that they're in a hurry, but rather that they're pressed for time. We found Sister Wu. Open the map. Above is a drawing by Yofeng for Chen-Hui, depicting the activity range of Wu Ziyunu. Sister Wu's area of activity should be in the central part of the church area. She would wander between several churches. However, one of these churches is located in the middle of the path. That's where you're most likely to meet her. Chen-Hui planned the route. Although the demons in the church district are mostly non-aggressive. But note this majority. As a supplement to the fighting force in this area. After removing most of these, the remaining evil spirits. Each one of them was terrifying. Take, for example, the armored knight who was guarding the main entrance just now. Take, for example, Nun Wu, etc. Although most of the evil spirits I encountered were harmless priest and nun ghosts. However, Chen-Hui still needs to remain cautious. Same as always. Chen-Hui's female ghosts continued to form a formation, protecting the important Chen-Hui. Speaking of which, the nun ghost, I think she was a female ghost too? Chen-Hui suddenly thought of this. However, compared to the martial nun, the nun ghost is the purest form of support. Their healing abilities are similar, but the nun ghost doesn't possess the formidable combat prowess of the martial nun. In addition, Chen-Hui came to find Sister Wu because he wanted her extremely agile movement ability. Used to catch dream demons. Speaking of the dream ghost, Chen-Hui glanced back again. The dream ghost followed behind, constantly greeting the priest ghosts and nun ghosts they encountered along the way. These ghosts know each other? In short, it is now confirmed that the dream ghost is still following Chen-Hui. That's enough to know. Shadowy Castle, Royal City, Queen's Bedchamber. The butler ghost, dressed in a butler's uniform and with an aged face, held a silver tray in both hands. Tears streamed down his face. Please, Your Majesty, have some. These are all top-quality human eyeballs and even human tenderloin. Some people even went into the water, and the chili sauce was specially added. It was all prepared for you by other imperial chefs. You've already lost 0.0003 grams. If you don't eat anything, it will harm your health. On the spacious bed, a girl dressed in white pajamas lay sprawled out. Her fair and delicate skin was like jade, and her long black hair cascaded down her back. She is none other than the strongest being in the entire ghost realm, the Shadow Queen, feared by all. I don't care. Before the only royal chef who knows how to cook human food returns to cook, I won't eat a single thing. Who would want to eat such tough and dry human flesh? The Shadow Queen rolled around on the bed. The ghostly butler had no choice but to slowly leave the room. I don't know when it started. Her Majesty the Queen has developed a particular fondness for human food. Therefore, they specifically searched for a cook throughout Shadow City. I finally found one that I could barely manage to do. It is said that its specialty dish is mooncake stir-fried with tomatoes. There's also the famous watermelon stir-fried with bananas. Since hiring this royal chef, the queen has eaten his cooking almost every day. But now, for some reason, that imperial chef has disappeared. They disappeared while on their way to collect ingredients in the inner city. How is it? The captain of the guards standing outside the room asked with concern. What else can we do? Just keep looking. Send out more ghost hands and bring back that royal chef ghost who went to the inner city to find ingredients. Wearing a full-body winter coat. We followed the long expedition team, walking through the icy and snowy landscape. This is the Ice Cave Ghost Realm. As a super-large ghost realm, the deepest part of the ice cave has never been reached by anyone. Their purpose in setting out this time was to reach the depths and find out the cause of the demonic rampage in this ghostly realm. After conducting a preliminary exploration using various methods, the authorities determined that it would take at least half a month to venture deeper into the area. What sins did I commit to deserve coming to this godforsaken place? The cold wind whipped at Gaoba's body, forcing him to activate his spiritual energy to keep warm. His close associates followed behind him. They were all shivering, their lips turning purple from the cold. Originally, Gaoba was doing quite well in Greentown. But I heard there's a mission in Shanghai. He figured he had a perfect excuse to bring his men to Shanghai and use that opportunity to kill Sun Yi. And the result? Gaoba couldn't take action himself. On the contrary, they participated in such a dangerous mission. It must be said that there were some miscalculations. At this moment, the team was passing a steep iceberg. The crowd could only move forward in a single file, hugging the mountainside. One wrong step, and you could fall into the canyon below. Who knows what lies in that bottomless canyon? How many evil spirits await them? Suddenly, amidst the swirling snow and ice, Gaoba heard a sound that shattered his defenses the most. Rumble, 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 rumble. That was the sound of an engine roaring. No way. Why is it crashing into us at this time? Gaoba really hated this ghost truck. Although it won't cause him much harm. But it's so annoying. It crashes into us at random times every day. Who could stand that? Moreover, this was under such dangerous circumstances. On such an extremely narrow road, with people in front and behind. Gaoba could only watch helplessly as the ghost truck, which drove through the mountainside, blasted him into the air. Commander! Commander! The confidants of Gaoba, who were traveling behind him, shouted. Someone has fallen off a cliff. Can this be saved? The other members of the expedition were also surprised. Most importantly, Gaoba is, after all, a 5-star ghost master. If he dies, it will affect the overall combat strength. Gaoba fell into the canyon, his fate unknown. On Sun Yi's side, gained 200 pain points from Gaoba. Why are there so many? Sun Yi was somewhat puzzled. Normally, being hit by a ghost truck would give you around 100 points of pain. How come its power has increased? Or perhaps the pain inflicted on Gaoba far exceeded anything he had experienced before. Anyway, it's a good thing. At this moment, he was walking on his way to the central church. According to the map markings by Yofeng gave to Sun Yi, that's the easiest place to find nuns, relatively speaking. Along the way, there were many signs of battle. The ground has collapsed and the walls are damaged. Of course, there was still a lot of human blood on the ground. I wonder if it was left behind by someone killed by Sister Wu. Those social exorcists couldn't possibly be so foolish as to get injured while dealing with other auxiliary exorcists, could they? Sun Yi continued forward. We continued towards the central church. The more destructive the surrounding scenes, the more likely it is to happen. There was even more blood on the ground, as well as fragments of human limbs. Are we going to fight a boss later? Gang Ying asked eagerly. Before Sun Yi could answer, Shui Lian began to deny it. No, in this ghost realm, the one who can be called the boss is the Shadow Queen in the royal city. If we translate this into a game, the next challenge would be at most against elite monsters. What she said makes a lot of sense. Tang Shi occasionally observed the ground beneath her feet. It seems like fierce battles frequently break out in this area. Up to now, the sense of pressure from the scene gradually increases. Sun Yi's expression also became increasingly serious. At the same time, he himself was also curious about the martial arts nun's combat strength. Is this female ghost really that powerful? Suddenly, He saw a person lying among the rubble of the broken wall ahead. Judging from the looks of it, he seems to have been seriously injured in the battle. Is he still breathing? Sun-E immediately went up to him. This person has a large, clearly visible dent in their chest. You can even make out the vague outline of the shoe. To be able to beat someone up like this in the church district. Perhaps only the martial nun could do that. Indiscriminately rescuing people in the ghost realm is not a wise choice. However, this person is useful to Sun-E. He had seen the nun with his own eyes. He even had a physical confrontation with her. Obtaining this information would be of considerable help to Sun-E. I came before this person. Forehead. The seriously injured man was already delirious and unable to speak. Tang-Shi used therapeutic aromatherapy. Tang-Shi's spiritual energy condensed and transformed into a delicate and exquisite incense burner. It exudes a gentle and relaxing aroma, nourished by such fragrance. The wounds of the seriously injured man are gradually healing. Even his chest, which had been dented from being kicked. With the help of therapeutic aromatherapy, it gradually swelled up. Hiss-Hu. This tastes really good. Ganging took a deep breath and felt very comfortable. The therapeutic effects of aromatherapy are effective on both humans and ghosts. But it doesn't mean it can't distinguish between friend and foe. If someone is considered an enemy, they will not receive any healing effects even if they smell the aromatherapy. How about I light some aromatherapy candles like this when I go back to my dorm in the future? I feel much more energized when reading, Blood Lotus suggested. You wish. Sun-E shattered the female ghost's illusions. With the help of aromatherapy, the seriously injured man quickly regained consciousness. Ahem, thank you very much. Wait. Seeing that the person could speak, he waved his hand, signaling Tang-Shi to cancel the skill. The treatment ends here. If you want me to completely cure you, please answer my questions next. What kind of ghost caused your injury? Sun-E said. The man nodded slowly. He had no objections. He was lying here, certain to die, but he received treatment from Sun-E. That's already a life saved. He had no reason to deceive Sun-E. He then told the truth about what he knew. Sun-E learned a lot of information. First, based on the description of the man on the ground in front of us. Indeed, a nun with her hands bound with bandages appeared. In terms of appearance and combat skills, she basically matches the image of the martial arts nun that Sun-E knew. It's certain that she is indeed active here. In addition, regarding the actual combat strength of the nun, the man felt a jolt in his heart. This exorcist was probably just following the trend in the church district. Inspiration level, late 2 stars. That's terrifying. Our group of over 10 people was scattered by that one ghost. Hey buddy, you really need to be careful. If you encounter a female ghost like this while farming soul orbs, just run. Don't look back. Herch District, the central church. Outside the church, many people were hanging on chains. Some are strong, some are weak. They are all at least 3-star demon slayers. Chu Xian was one of them. She has been chained here ever since her defeat. The nun would often come and cut off her flesh, then feed them food containing healing herbs. It's like raising some kind of livestock. To make it easier to cut the flesh, the people hanging in this row had all their clothes stripped off. Each person was left with only a large cloak, barely enough to keep their bodies intact. Today is the day Sister Wu collects her flesh. She pushed a cart out of the church, on which sat an exquisite silver basin and a rather sharp butcher's knife. Behind her followed several nun ghosts. Come on, everyone relax your muscles, otherwise it'll be very difficult to cut. It's Wu Xiaonu, she greeted. It's like milking cows on a pasture. Among this row of people who were tied up, the newcomer was still putting on a brave face, tensing his muscles to resist the flesh-cutting knife in the nun's hand. As for the elderly like Chu Xian, who had been captured for almost a year, they had already closed their eyes and given up. The sharp knife skillfully sliced through the skin, completely removing a large chunk of flesh from a person's thigh. The intense pain made the man howl in agony. The bleeding wouldn't stop. Just then, the nun ghost following behind Sister Wu used her healing skill. A flash of emerald green healing light appeared. The man's thigh had returned to normal. Unfortunately, this is how human tissue is restored using healing skills, although there will be no difference in functionality. But without the infusion of human inspiration. To a ghost, it doesn't matter if the taste is terrible. Consider the difference in taste between fast-growing chickens and free-range chickens from the countryside. The next one was a relatively young man. You could say he was full of youthful vigor and vitality. Relax, relax, otherwise it'll be hard to find the incision point. The nun stroked the arm of the next person. I will not yield. The man had just been captured and was clearly still very defiant and uncooperative. Muscles are tense. The knife couldn't penetrate. Sister Wu sighed softly. Put the knife away. Everyone else looked at it and exclaimed, holy crap. They're really not taking any meat? Then the only way to relax you is through physical methods. Boom. The nun punched him on the head. I controlled the force a little. It should be controlled to a level that causes dizziness, but is not fatal. Young people are great. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. He was completely relaxed. The nun continued taking the meat. It's about 100 meters outside the central church. Many exorcists gather here. One person used a long-range reconnaissance, contracted ghost, to carefully observe the movements of the nun. Did you see everything clearly? Someone asked from the side. That's right, the female ghost is right here. Very good. Those around them shouted from the bottom of their hearts. These social exorcists have no other skills. But when it comes to making money in the underworld, his skills are top-notch. Sister Wu's activities in the church district caused increasing unrest. And this group of people, they've come to rid her of this scourge. In the church district, there are so many 3-star demons that are practically given away for free. You can kill them at will and make contracts with them as you please. Such a vast treasure trove. How can they allow something like a martial arts nun, blocking their path to wealth, to exist? Therefore, many exorcists in society put their heads together. K her. I'm sure everyone understands. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Now, that female ghost is our common enemy who killed our family. One of them said with a greedy look in his eyes. Once he eliminates Sister Wu, he can more recklessly harvest evil spirits and collect soul beads in the church district. The group of people were gathered around a young man. Those surrounding you are of average strength, starting at 3 stars and reaching a maximum of 4 stars. There are 8 people in total. In addition, there were many other 1-star and 2-star ghost masters who came with them, at least 40 or 50 people. This setup is basically enough to let you roam freely throughout the outer city of the ghost realm of Shadow Castle. However, a shared goal brought them together here. Is everyone ready? A young man in the center of the crowd had a cold expression, revealing neither his joy nor anger. He kept waving the folding fan in his hand, displaying an elegant demeanor. His name is Yang Yu. He is the organizer of this group and also the strongest among them. At such a young age, he already possesses the inspiration level of a late-stage 4-star player. Add to that his strongest late-game 3-star contract ghost. They quickly assembled a formidable squad specifically to hunt down Nun Wu. This is different from those 1- or 2-star henchmen who come to the church district specifically to steal chickens for soul orbs. Their fighting strength is greater. In the church district, it's like a tiger among sheep, more efficient. Naturally, it's also easier to encounter martial arts nuns. Many of them were chased away in a sorry state and barely escaped with their lives. At Yang Yu's call, they also joined the campaign. Gentlemen, let's go. Kill Sister Wu, and then the entire cathedral district will be ours. Yang Yu gave the order, his brows exuding an aura of command. Kill. The others, their eyes filled with greed, echoed the call. After completing his treatment, Sun Yi bid farewell to the man. His injuries have mostly healed. Whether he can leave alive and safely depends entirely on his own abilities. The spiritual energy consumption for this therapeutic aromatherapy is a bit too high. Sun Yi, with several soul beads in his mouth, spoke indistinctly. I'm sorry. Tang Shi followed beside her with her head down, looking very remorseful. It looks like we won't be able to burn incense in the dorm often. Shui Lian said with a disappointed look. Therapeutic incense. The results were quite good. But it almost drained most of Sun Yi's inspiration. This skill consumes even more resources than Invincible Slash. When Sun Yi stood up, he immediately felt a little dizzy. This is a clear sign of a lack of inspiration. With no other option, I had to take out the 3-star soul orbs that had dropped from the monsters I'd fought along the way and put them in my mouth to absorb. Click. Damn it, I instinctively wanted to bite those soul beads again. Sun Yi swallowed a 3-star soul bead. A torrent of inspiration burst forth. Received 200 pain points from Luo Yuanliang. Received 50 points of pain from Xiao Qianzhen. Received 50 pain points from Gao Ba. The impact and damage to the meridians of the entire body from consuming the soul pearl were naturally transferred to these three people. At the same time, the pain points were also credited to my account. Based on Sun Yi's level, a single 3-star soul bead is enough for him to absorb for a long time. It's more than enough for him to replenish his inspiration power from 0 several times over. Swallow one whole. In addition, there's a continuous stream of inspiration from bursts of creative bursts. Sun Yi has successfully reached the late-stage 2-star level. Speaking of which, my current skill level is probably almost on par with the upperclassmen at Magic University. Sun Yi continued forward with the female ghosts. That tall, slender church in front of us is the central church. Holding a map, Sun Yi spotted the central church across several streets. I wonder if Sister Wu is there? They rushed over with the female ghosts. As I turned the corner, suddenly a person with a bruised and swollen face flew towards me. Holy crap! Sun Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. The man's body slammed heavily against the wall, becoming completely embedded in it. Upon closer inspection, this person is so young, yet their face is already so swollen that it's unrecognizable. A moment later, a paper fan was thrown over and pinned to his side. This man was none other than Yang Yu, who had gathered a group of people to kill Wu Xiaonu. He was the heroic spirit that had once filled Yang Yu when he led numerous ghost masters to besiege the martial nun. From a consequentialist perspective, if Yang Yu succeeds, he will be a spirited young hero. But it has failed. And it seems to have failed quite thoroughly. Then we can only say that the aura he projected before was purely a case of adolescent delusions of grandeur. Sun Yi was stunned. As you round the corner, the sounds of fierce fighting can be heard. The situation is quite dire, Sun Yi remarked. The demon tamers lay sprawled on the ground, beaten to the ground. Some people also folded their limbs in exaggerated ways, striking poses that normal people could never do. Needless to say, he must have suffered a broken bone. Bang! Ouch! Another ghost master appeared. All the contracted ghosts were defeated, and the original body was sent flying by the martial arts nun. His body was thrown into the air and crashed heavily onto the roof. Sun Yi's gaze followed. Forehead. Several people were already lying on the roof. They were probably all knocked up there by being punched. Yang Yu saw Sun Yi and several female ghosts following him. He reached out his hand. Run, faster. Before he could finish speaking, he was hit by another flying demon tamer. Pfft. Yang Yu coughed up blood and fainted. Master, it seems these people have challenged Nun Wu before us. What to do? Gang Ing glanced ahead slightly. It was found in the open space in front of the central church. The nun stood there like a war goddess. Surrounding those standing there were a group of demon slayers. Blood Lotus revealed her plan. Wait until they're both severely weakened before making a move. This is something that comes to mind easily. Sun Yi glanced at it from afar. Despite being surrounded by enemies, the nun's heroic demeanor remained impeccable. As expected of the female ghost recommended by the professor, a contract is indeed necessary. I originally thought that Nun Wu was just an alternative when she couldn't form a contract with the dream demon. But now it seems. The combat power boost she brings is probably no less than that of the illusionary dream ghost. Rather than just options, they are two equally important choices. Certainly. Who is Sunny? Of course I want both. After forming a contract with the martial arts nun, then capture the dream demon. This is Sun Yi's main mission in the ghost realm of Shadow Castle. Gang Ying's idea is correct, but for Wu Xiaonu, perhaps the term mutually assured destruction isn't quite appropriate. Sun Yi also analyzed it. The nun is able to heal herself during battle. As long as there are still opponents to fight. It's essentially a perpetual motion machine. Keep fighting, keep recovering. Theoretically, if 3-star demon slayers lined up and charged at her to fight her one-on-one, even if it's 100, 1,000. For Sister Wu, this is probably not a problem at all. Therefore, encountering such an opponent is. The best way is to completely shut her down, preventing her from recovering. While Sunny was pondering this, several more demon slayers were beaten to the ground. This was originally a fairly spacious small square. Several more people lay on the ground, some with broken bones, others with ruptured internal organs, screaming in pain. It was too tragic. Then what should we do? Tang Shi asked. Tang Shi couldn't bear to see so many people being beaten for no reason. She really wanted to go up and help. Wait. Sun-E simply found a broken brick, built a makeshift bench, and sat down. These ghost masters are just blood bags for the nun Wu. Even if our attack could hurt her, the nun can also recover by beating them up. Therefore, we should wait until all these people are defeated and have nothing left to fight before we make our move. As he spoke, Sun-E began to watch the show from his spot. Speaking of which, although Nun Wu is a support character, but during the battle, one could vaguely sense that she was using some kind of fighting technique. Finally, in the end, only one person remained on the field. He is a mid-stage 4-star Ghost Master, and his physical attributes are also quite good. And coincidentally, his contracted spirit is also a melee fighter that cannot stray too far from its main body. He was about to fight the nun to the death. Aya, he roared as he charged at the nun. However, the latter nimbly grabbed his arm and slammed him back and forth. It then swung twice in the air before being thrown out. Boom! It smashed against the wall. This last man was also defeated. The nun looked around. There were practically no people left who could still stand. Almost there, it's time to call the ghosts to deal with them. Some of them have good backgrounds and should be able to provide decent leads. The nun clapped her hands, intending to call it a day. Just then, the troublemakers are all gone. Now it's our turn. Sun-E greeted them. Then, from the far end of the square, a boy emerged, accompanied by 3 female ghosts. On both sides of the road, on the ground, on the walls, on the railings, and even on the rooftops. All of them were hanging there, their demon slayers barely clinging to life. I stepped over the blood-stained ground, ignoring the constant groans of pain emanating from those around them. Sun-E, along with the female ghosts, walked together toward the central church. Huh. Who is he? They don't seem to be one of ours. Are they other demon slayers passing by? Only a 2-star ghost master? He actually dares to challenge Nun Wu alone? He's courting death. They were severely injured, which significantly reduced their sensory abilities. Until Sun-E walked past them. They recognized him then. Several girls were following Sun-E. Not his companion. It was his contracted ghost. Female ghost. A contract with 3 female ghosts? This person must have sacrificed countless things. Given his disability, does he still want to challenge Sister Wu? Those around were astonished. Hey buddy, lust is a dangerous thing. That nun may be pretty, but she's a real fighter. Don't try to be a hero in a place like this. I had originally thought that the person who came to the rescue would be some kind of expert. So all you got was a 2-star ghost master? The last vestiges of hope in the hearts of those defeated demon tamers vanished. They all closed their eyes and waited to die. When Sister Wu saw that someone actually dared to challenge her, she began to size up Sun-E with great interest. Little brother, your contracted spirits are quite a sight to behold. She laughed happily. This was also the first time she had ever seen a procession entirely composed of female ghosts. But it was merely a sense of novelty. It didn't change her opinion of Sun-E in the slightest. The nun assumed a fighting stance. Gang Ing, who was walking at the front, remained silent, only gripping the handle of the avatar shield even tighter. The Blood Lotus was the same. It had already fully charged its soul arrows. Tang Shi placed her slender hand on the sword hilt, keeping a close eye on Wu Ziyunu's movements. And so they approached Sister Wu with bated breath, even without hope. But at this moment, everyone in the room who was still conscious was focused on Sun-E and his female ghosts. Can we really win? A young man at the late stage of the 2nd star level, facing off against a martial arts nun at the mid-stage of the 4th star level? Battle is about to break out. Wu Ziyunu exerted force with her feet, about to rush towards Sun-E. Ahem, wait a moment, I have something to say. Sun-E suddenly cleared his throat. It was unclear what he wanted to say. Hey, if you want to boost morale before the battle, you should have said so earlier. We're practically in front of the boss now and you're only just starting? Gang Ing couldn't help but complain. Sister Wu also stopped in her tracks, puzzled. Sun-E pointed at Sister Wu, exuding an air of superiority. It seems you've misunderstood something, so let me explain. You are the challenger. Sun-E felt a surge of secret satisfaction. He finally uttered one of the top 5 lines he listed as the lines I most want to say in real life. So cool. Clearly surprised by Sun Yi's statement, Sister Wu is stunned. Am I the challenger, sister? Then convince me with your abilities. Having said that, Wu Xiaonu stopped wasting words and charged forward. Sun Yi may be arrogant in words, but when it comes to a real fight, he certainly won't be so careless. Immediately, the highest level of treatment was arranged for Sister Wu. System: cancel Luo Yuanliang's binding and change the target of the side effect transfer to the Nun Wu in front of me. Binding complete. At the same time, the female ghosts around Sun Yi began to move according to their usual training. The nun naturally knew that the Ghost Master's true form was his greatest weakness. No matter how she tried to dodge, she seemed unable to escape Gang Ying's defense. Behind them, Blood Lotus's soul arrows continued to fire. Unfortunately, this time, it was almost impossible to hit the extremely agile nun. With her agility alone, the nun easily dodged the attack. You like to hide? Blood Lotus, apply bone spurs. Sun Yi ordered. Soul Arrow is a non-targeting skill, although the rate of fire is quite fast. However, as long as your positioning is good enough or your movement speed is fast enough, in theory, it is possible to avoid them all. But bone spurs are different. Bone spurs are targeted. Once you've got your sights set on it, you'll chase it no matter where it runs, unless special measures are used to avoid the damage. For example, it can become invisible, causing bone spurs to lose their target. Alternatively, one could become invincible and withstand the damage from the bone spurs. But Wu Xiaonu didn't have either of those things. Furthermore, after the upgrade, bone spikes deal additional true damage based on the distance traveled. The more the nun dodged, the farther the bone spikes flew. The greater the damage, the higher the consequences. No solution. Bone spikes imbued with crimson energy coalesced in front of the Blood Lotus before bursting forth. At the same time, due to the effects of the sacrifice, Wu Xiaonu's calf bone cracked with a snap. Blood Lotus is currently at the late stage of 2 stars. Therefore, the sacrificial effect is achieved through the use of bone spurs. When it was transferred to the mid-4-star martial arts nun, it resulted in shattered bones. Seemingly recognizing the additional effect, the nun didn't dodge but instead charged straight at it. Pfft. Bone spurs pierced deeply into the nun's shoulder, and dark black ghost blood flowed out, wetting her white skin. Haha, it worked. Sun Yi smiled. It actually managed to injure Nun Wu. With so many of us attacking her, Sister Wu seems to have remained completely unharmed until the very end. The demon tamers who were lying on the ground watching the show exclaimed in amazement. They were no longer pursued by the nun, and they were slowly recovering their strength. Once they had the strength, instead of thinking about running away, they started watching the show from the sidelines. One can only say that they have a strong sense of responsibility as supporting characters. On the other hand, if the boy in front loses, even if these wounded soldiers escaped, how far could they possibly run? She'll definitely be caught by Nun Wu, right? Rather than doing that, we might as well just watch the show. These social ghost masters were all temporarily gathered by Yang Yu in the ghost realm. There was basically no special preparation. Therefore, they did not have the kind of emergency, life-saving medicine. We can only watch and see. On the battlefield, the nun was at a stalemate. Bone spurs are a side effect of tracking. The more you dodge, the more damage you take. But if you don't dodge, they'll just have to wait to be slowly worn down and killed, even if she rushes up and fights. With ganging around, there's no need to worry about defense. Once the blade armor is activated, I don't care about anyone. Easy peasy. It seems my little brother does have some skill. The nun smiled and praised him. My goal is to form a contract with you. If you admit defeat, you can stop now. Sun Yi extended his hand, making a contract gesture. Make a contract with me? The nun was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained her composure. You're quite interesting, but I haven't lost yet. Having said that, the nun transformed her hands into palms, unleashing a burst of emerald green healing spiritual energy. This is her second skill, Reviving Wind. This was also the main reason why Bai Yovong, after much research, finally labeled Wu Ziyunu as a support-type female ghost in the encyclopedia. It can provide area of effect healing and increase speed. If there are teammates present, this effect will also heal the teammates nearby. Similar to Tang Shi's therapeutic aromatherapy. This is an area of effect healing skill. It will not heal enemies within the area of effect. Naturally, it won't have any effect on Sun Yi's current team. The wound on my shoulder is visibly healing. Her lower leg, which had been limited in movement due to a fractured bone, returned to normal instantly. It quickly returned to its original condition. Compared to therapeutic aromatherapy, the recovery speed is many times faster. Sister Wu launched another fierce attack. Gang Ing stepped forward, her full-body blade armor activating. Dream on. At the same time, her third skill, Intercept, was activated, and Wu Xiaonu found herself unable to charge towards Sun Yi anymore. Even the fist he threw was pulled toward Gang Ing by an invisible force. Since that's the case, the only option is to break through head-on. The nun's expression hardened, and she unleashed a barrage of punches at Gang Ing. Thump 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 thump. Fists rained down on Gang Ying's avatar shield. Huh, you idiot. Just wait to be killed by the blade armor. This was the first time Gang Ing had ever encountered such a stubborn opponent. They actually managed to attack me even with my blade armor activated. Sure enough, after the attack, fist marks also appeared on the nun's body. It's not over yet. Fragments burst forth. Iron shards shot out from the shield and pierced the nun's body. The nun's attacks were very powerful, resulting in a considerable number of shards being ejected. With the damage stacked up, it's clear she's taken a significant amount of damage. However, with the attack of the Nun Wu, Gang Ing discovered that the immense force emanating from the shield was making it impossible for her to hold on to it. Meanwhile, the nun received a healing effect with each attack, despite her constant injuries caused by the attacks. But it always manages to fully recover in the next moment. 10 attacks achieved. A ghost truck crashed through the wall and sped towards the distant plaza. This is a new and upgraded interception effect. At the same time, a side effect occurred. A strong feeling of dizziness rushed to Wu Xiaonu's head. But don't forget, she's a support character and she has crowd control immunity skills. Just before the dizziness struck, she activated him.He and teleported in front of Gang Ing. Immediately afterwards, the dizziness that had affected the nun was cured. As for the ghost truck, the martial arts nun, who could even dodge soul arrows, certainly couldn't be hit. Dodging the ghost truck, Sister Wu continued her attack on Gang Ing, who had not yet recovered her fighting stance. Before she could even firmly grasp the shield, in that instant, the fragmented armor on Gang Ying's body began to take damage. Click, click. Fragments burst forth, with layers of debris peeling off. In the distance, Yang Yu, who had regained consciousness, was also watching the situation on the field. Brother Yang Yu, what do you think? The other demon tamer lying next to me asked. Seeing that Sun Yi was alone, the female ghosts he sent out were enough to fight Wu Xiaonu to a standstill. Hope was rekindled in the hearts of many. Maybe we can win. However, Yang Yu shook his head with difficulty. This young man, although the female ghosts he possesses are all extremely powerful. In fact, every female ghost he currently possesses is probably incredibly powerful, something to be envied. However, he failed to decipher the martial arts nun's method of restoring herself. Even if he can still fight, in my opinion, the outcome has already been decided. You mean? The demon slayer was taken aback. That's right. In other words, this battle. The Nun Wu won. ELD. Sun Yi and his female ghosts were panting heavily. And lying in front of him was someone who had already. She's a martial arts nun who wasn't cut in half at the waist. But at this moment, her body was covered in sword wounds. That was truly enjoyable. I'll probably never forget you for the rest of my life. Sun Yi stood proudly in front and uttered the lines he had long wanted to say. Why insist on using memes at a time like this? Gang Ing complained. At this point, some very handsome readers might be wondering what happened. Let's rewind a few minutes. Realizing that things would continue like this, Sister Wu would simply strip all the fragments off Gang Ying's body. Sun Yi immediately had Blood Lotus activate the Void Skull uniform. With the added benefit of the side effect transfer, Sister Wu was immediately enveloped in a layer of emerald green light. This is the sign of entering a state of nothingness. In this state, unable to launch physical attacks. It also cannot be hit by physical attacks. However, this was transferred through a side effect transfer system. Therefore, the effect of being immune to physical attacks was naturally enjoyed by Blood Lotus, who was wearing the Void Skull uniform. The side effect of being unable to attack will be transferred to Nun Wu. Furthermore, the worst thing is, The inability to attack was transferred to another state. Simply dispelling your own afflictions won't work. With the skills that Sister Wu currently possesses, she is powerless to do anything. Furthermore, the skill damage absorbed is increased by 80%. Tangxi, make your move. Unleash the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Upon receiving the order, Tangxi took the initiative to attack. She is not very resilient to injuries, so she cannot attack rashly. Unlike Ganging, if it were Tangxi or Shuelian, they would be directly exposed to the martial arts nun's attack. I'm afraid he won't last 2 hits before he's seriously injured. Tangxi stepped forward and drew her sword, her fingers tracing the blade as she did so, a bloody spiritual energy swirling around it. Although Invincible Slash is a skill, the damage it deals is physical, so it cannot benefit from the 80% damage increase of the void state. However, the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood attack effect is acceptable. Realizing she couldn't attack, the nun immediately retreated to dodge, trying to survive the duration of the ethereal state. However, Invincible Slash is also a targeted skill. They're all locked. Do you even understand the true value of the Invincible Slash? Along with the blade, blood splattered out like sword energy. Tangxi transformed into a sharp streak of sword intent, rushing straight towards Wu Ziyunu. Swish, swish, swish. Because the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood had been unleashed, this stream of light changed from its original silvery white color. It turned into its current scarlet red color. Furthermore, during the slashing process, each attack is accompanied by a burst of blood-red sword energy. Also, don't forget, these blood-red sword energies all consumed the blood of the martial arts nun. Of course, there are also Kaoba and Xiaoqianzhen. But for now, we don't need to worry about them. The nun tried her best to dodge the attacks of the flowing light. It's not that easy to hide. Despite desperately trying to dodge, the soul-chasing sword in Tangxi's hand activated its effect. It ignores evasion 80% of the time and deals extra damage when attacking. In short, under Tangxi's Invincible Slash, wounds rapidly appeared on the nun's body. Ouch! She screamed. She has already moved at lightning speed, but there's no escaping it. This stream of sword intent kept chasing and slashing at the female martial artist. There's no way to avoid it. The nun's health is still dropping rapidly, but ultimately, the 3-second invincibility slash ended. Tangxi appeared beside Wu Ziyunu and attacked with her sword. Sister Martial is still not defeated. Yang Yu, watching from a distance, had a solemn expression. That's not enough. As long as we can't defeat her in one go, Nun Wu can recover quickly. If that was the boy's strongest attack. That's probably. Yang Yu didn't finish his sentence. This fact is quite disheartening. Sun Yi could only watch helplessly as the martial arts nun, who had been severely injured, healed all her wounds through continuous attacks. The void state still has more than half of its duration remaining. Upon realizing that the Invincible Slash had ended, the martial arts nun's smile returned. Finally. Next, all she has to do is hold out until this strange effect that prevents her from attacking ends, then she can counterattack. What a pity, they couldn't defeat me in this attack. Sister Wu seemed to have already foreseen her victory. Such an overpowered skill as Invincible Slash must have a long cooldown. She thought to herself. Let's delay a little longer, let's get through this period. Victory is mine. The nun was making plans. In her heart, she felt a surge of joy for this young demon tamer who had driven her to this state. After defeating this handsome young man, we should take it back and pamper it properly. Sun Yi used Tangxi's eyes to check on Wu Ziyunu's condition. It's not over yet, is it? Sun Yi took out an orange-yellow magic weapon from his spatial ring. Refresher orb. Refresh all of Tangxi's skills. After saying that, clock patterns made of inspiration appeared on Tangxi's body. The hands of the clock are moving rapidly. The next instant, Tangxi's Invincible Slash cooled down. Continue using Invincible Slash. Sun Yi ordered. Tangxi immediately set her sights on Wu Ziyunu. The second Invincible Slash is activated. What? How is this possible? Yang Yu was stunned as he watched Tangxi transform into a streak of sword intent once again. Didn't we just use this skill? How come it's usable again so quickly? The nun could hardly hide the shock in her eyes. What was initially thought to be a sure victory, but, because of this second Invincible Slash, vanished into thin air. Once the invincible slash is activated, there is absolutely no way to counter it. The nun could only watch helplessly as her body was attacked. In addition, the side effects of the refresh ball also began to take effect. Using the refresh ball will erase your memory of the most recent day. Forehead. Both their physical and mental health suffered damage. Ultimately, Sister Wu couldn't survive those 10 seconds of ethereal state. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Stop. Don't kill her. Sun-E hurriedly ordered. Tang-Shi, of course, also knows how to maintain appropriate boundaries. Sun-E kept saying he wanted to form a contract with the martial arts nun. She's not that rigid. Therefore, she voluntarily cancelled her invincible attack. Her light and graceful figure reappeared before the nun. Sun-E, Gang Ing, and Xue Lian arrived at the scene. We won. Gang Ing waved her arms and shouted excitedly. At the same time, the pain value calculation for this battle popped into Sun Yi's mind. Received a total of 1,300 pain points from Sister Wu, Gao Ba, and Xiao Jianren. The subsequent plot picks up where this chapter left off. What am I doing? The nun opened her eyes. Gang Ing and Tang Shi immediately stepped forward and held her down. We finally managed to reduce her to low health. We absolutely cannot let Nun Wu heal herself again. Where is this? I remember. I was just chatting with my best friend a moment ago. She had lost the memory of the battle. I have no idea who these people in front of me are. But can ghosts have best friends? Never mind, it's not important. Sun-E stepped forward and made a contract gesture. You have been defeated, Nun Wu. Make a pact with me, I need your power. Yu, who had been slammed into the wall by the nun and couldn't be pried out, was dumbfounded. Because he could see the gesture Sun-E made to Sister Wu. That gesture of his, was he planning to form a contract with the martial arts nun? Absolutely not. They finally managed to defeat the obstacle that was Sister Wu. Instead of going to other parts of the church district, I'm happily farming soul orbs. Instead, the contract with the martial arts nun had absurdly severe side effects. What on earth is this person thinking? Sun-E wouldn't care about any of that. He came to the church district specifically to see Sister Wu. The nun lay on the ground, her nun's robes already tattered from Tang Shi's 2 invincible slashes. Her voluptuous body was mostly exposed. Unfortunately, due to the limitations imposed by heaven, everything that shouldn't have been leaking was completely covered by the remaining pieces of cloth. At such a crucial moment, it's best not to say anything. The key point now is the contract. Sun-Yi's inspiration swirled around his palm. Although Sister Wu had lost her memory of the past day, but the wounds on his body and the traces of the battle around him were still there. Moreover, judging from the current situation, I'm afraid I have no choice but to agree. So she stretched out her hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and intertwined her fingers with Sun-Yi's. As for the feel, her hands are actually not very big. The straps were somewhat rough, and when they were fastened, Sun-E could still feel the heat emanating from the nun's hands. It's normal for it to get hot after all, since it's fought with fists. A burst of spiritual energy shot out from Sun-Yi's palm and penetrated the entire body of the martial arts nun. This inspirational power belonging to Sun-E eventually formed a thin film of inspirational power around Sister Wu. In that case, she's Sun-Yi's ghost. The moment the contract was completed, Sun-E felt all the muscles in his body suddenly contract. The side effects of the contract are coming. System: change Wu Ziyunu's name on the transfer list to Luo Yuanliang. Sun-E quickly modified the binding. Otherwise, the side effects of the transfer would harm his female ghost. The side effects of the nun's contract are related to her physical body. That's right, it's a muscle cramp. Extremely intense full body cramps. Moreover, this is a lasting effect. Due to this side effect, any overly strenuous activity can trigger muscle cramps. At the same time, Shanghai Ghost Drama Academy. Next, please welcome director Xiao Qianzhen to the stage to deliver a speech. Applause erupted from the audience. Xiao Jianren then opened his eyes. Holy crap? Where is this? Due to the effect of the refresh ball, Xiao Jianren has lost his memory of the past day. He looked at the teachers and students in the hall, all of whom were applauding him. Xiao Jianren began to speculate. Isn't this the event I'm attending tomorrow? I'm here at the academy to attend a performance by the drama school. As the director of the Bureau of Exorcism, he was invited to come here to observe. But it's supposed to start tomorrow. How could this be? Xiao Jianren glanced at his phone without making a sound. Is it the second day now? Looking around. I suppose I've just finished watching the student's performance? No wonder he became a bureau chief. He has a strong mental fortitude. Anyway, let's get on stage first. Xiao Qianzhen coughed twice to steady himself before walking onto the stage. All the students' performances were very good. Artistic work is also an important part of exorcism work and can be used too. As the bureau chief, to give such a long and tedious speech, so formulaic and tedious. For Xiao Qianzhen, it was naturally a piece of cake, nothing to worry about. The teachers and students in the audience were very cooperative, listening with a drowsy expression. Suddenly, Xiao Jianren felt something strange all over his body. He looked astonished. My whole body started cramping violently. Xiao Qianzhen's expression was solemn, and his spiritual energy was flowing frantically throughout his body as he tried to suppress the cramps. No, you absolutely must not show it. In this kind of situation. If he makes a fool of himself in public, his political career will be over. I felt the cramping signals constantly coming from my limbs. It's out of control. Oh, right. Xiao Jianren suddenly thought of a solution. Since that's the case, let's make a huge fuss to cover it up. Therefore, we need to pay attention to students' arts education. Focus on the key points. Find the right entry point. Unleash boundless power. Showcase the fruitful achievements in the field of drama. Xiao Qianzhen kept increasing his volume, shouting in an attempt to suppress the cramps. Director Xiao, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly making such a loud noise? The host next to him went over and whispered something to Xiao Jianren. Xiao Qianzhen struggled to stay calm and responded without even having time to remove the microphone. Nothing's wrong. That irresistible, intense cramping finally erupted in Xiao Jianren's body. The students below the stage, who had been dozing off, were now watching. The leader who was speaking suddenly let out that strange cry. They all woke up. His eyes were full of curiosity. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this in my life. How could I not be curious? The intense pain caused Xiao Jianren to convulse all over. There was absolutely no way to resist. He was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. This is street dance. Teacher, is Director Xiao having an epileptic seizure? Should we save them first? What is Director Xiao doing? The students in the audience were buzzing with discussion. The accompanying school leaders also stepped forward to inquire. Director Xiao, what's wrong? Should we call the doctor first? It's turned out like this. Xiao Jianren disregarded his authority as a bureau chief and quickly sought help. I can't save. Xiao Jianren was in so much pain that he could barely speak. I won't. The school leaders were dumbfounded. Isn't this clearly a medical emergency? Can you still say it's nothing? Just then, an old drama professor from an academic background slapped his forehead. I understand. Director Xiao is just putting on an act. He was personally acting for the students. It's a scene depicting a patient having an episode. After this reminder, the leaders suddenly realized their mistake. I see. It must be Director Xiao who noticed the students' lack of enthusiasm. So I'll show you all my skills. I must say, the acting was incredibly realistic. Yes, I almost got fooled by the bureau chief. Who would have thought that the director of the Ghost Control Bureau would possess acting skills comparable to a theatrical professional? The students in the audience watched with great interest. The intense pain prevented Xiao Jianren from hearing what the people around him were saying. He struggled to climb to the center of the stage, his face contorted in a grimace. He waved his hands, trying to call for help. But everyone interpreted it as a display of acting skills. Great. The director acted very well. I could learn to make that distorted face in a year and make it look exactly like the real thing. That's amazing. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the student leaders in the audience. Some people even recorded it and posted it online. The head of Shanghai's Ghost Control Bureau publicly performed as an epileptic patient. It went viral instantly. Ghost realm. Ayoa. Gaoba's whole body convulsed, trembling violently. The 3-star evil spirits and snow ghosts that had come close to check on him were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. Holy crap, is this guy poisonous? If we eat it, we might get poisoned, right? They decided to observe from the sidelines for a while. Gaoba convulsed while simultaneously summoning his contracted ghost in an attempt to protect himself. However, none of the exorcists are normal. And what about contracted ghosts? The summoned contracted spirit swung its greatsword back and forth. Completely haphazard. Bang, bang, bang. The snow demons looked at the haphazardly placed broadsword and exchanged a smile. It's riddled with flaws. Killing this fallen demon tamer would be a piece of cake. It can do it. Hee. Today I can finally taste the flesh and blood of a 5-star demon slayer. They grinned sinisterly and swarmed forward, attacking the contracted ghost wielding the giant sword. However, even a well-executed knife strike can be predicted. But such random, haphazard slashing makes it almost impossible to predict. Pfft. Inexplicably, the snow demon was cleaved in two from an impossible angle. What? How is this possible? Before the other snow demon could even express its surprise, its head was also grazed by the giant sword. The combat power of a 5-star contracted demon is no joke. Even a tiny scratch is enough to kill you instantly. Bang! Sure enough, the snow monster's head was smashed open. Just as the last snow demon tried to escape, it was cut in half at the waist. That's all. During a full-body convulsion, Gaoba pulled off a 1v3 comeback and killed 3 opponents. 3 against 1, and they still got killed. Do you know how to play? Just then, far away, the rescue team sent by the expedition finally found Gaoba. Found him. Commander Gao of the Greenleaf Squad. Shadow Castle, Cathedral District, Central Church. A message popped up in front of Sun-E. Received a total of 900 pain points from Xiao Jianren, Gaoba, and Luo Yuanliang. Gain additional sacrifice bonus. Swift Fist, for every 1% bonus speed gained. Increases own bonus attack damage by 1% and healing by 1%. This is the effect achieved by transferring the side effects to more people. Unique to Sun-E. Such passivity is entirely unique. Even if others are truly stubborn and make a contract with a female ghost like Sun-E, there will be no additional sacrifice rewards or exclusive passive effects. At the same time, Mushio Nu's stats also appeared in front of Sun-E. Martial Arts None. 4-star mid-game demon. Bonus sacrifice bonus. Swift Fist, for every 1% bonus speed gained. Increases own bonus attack damage by 1% and healing by 1%. Passive. Every third attack by the martial nun generates healing energy, restoring herself or nearby injured teammates. Exhaustion transfer. The physical fatigue of the martial arts nun during intense exercise is absorbed by the demon tamer. Skill 1. Blink quickly dashes to a nearby unit and dispels all negative status effects on yourself. If the unit is an ally, the dispel effect will also apply to the ally. 4-star, 5-second cooldown. Second skill. Rejuvenating Wind. Summons a rejuvenating wind within a small area around the user, healing teammates with a single, moderate heal. 4-star rating, 30-second cooldown. Third skill. Wrathful Strike. Unlocked. Unlocking requires 10 5-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. The contract is complete. Now it's time to clean up this mess. Sun-E was deep in thought. First, we need to help Sister Wu heal her wounds. She is currently unable to move at all, and even with Sun-E's spiritual assistance, it will probably take her quite some time to regain her mobility. Tang Shi activated the therapeutic aromatherapy. Wait. Young man, could you also treat us? Of course, you won't be asked to work for free. Whether it's soul beads, money, or equipment, you can have them. You don't need to cure us completely. According to the rules of the trade, curing half of it is enough. Yang Yu shouted at Sun-E with all his might. If Sun-E leaves like this, he'll be in danger. Tang Shi looked at Sun-E. On crucial issues like these, she can't make decisions on her own. Sun-E began to think. Should we save these so-called exorcists? Although the ghost realm follows the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. Even among humans, fights over treasures happen from time to time. But this doesn't mean that when two ghost masters meet in the ghost realm, it has to be a fight to the death. There are also instances of mutual assistance. According to the unwritten rules of the martial arts world that Yang Yu just mentioned, this is the established method for this purpose. Half of the serious injuries have been treated. Healing consumes the Oni master's spiritual energy. To prevent the healed from turning around and attacking the healer, treat only half of the wound, leaving the other half untreated. It was only enough for them to barely leave the ghost realm, and they no longer had the ability to fight. These are the traditional methods that social exorcists have summarized through years of practice. Of course, this is all based on the premise of leaving a way out for others so that you can meet again in the future. If Sun-E doesn't want to meet again someday, kill all of them and take all their belongings. That's also an option. So, here's the question. How to choose? Sun-E's gaze scrutinized this group of social exorcists. These ghost masters, fearing that Sun-E might change his mind, hurriedly took out their most valuable possessions. Please, please, just consider it an act of kindness and treat us. I'm willing to give up all my soul beads just to live. Sun-E remained silent for a moment. I have no grudge against them. However, they showed neither gratitude nor virtue. Since that's the case, we can just leave it alone. Sun-E was about to issue the order. Tisk, never mind. Sun-E scratched his head. This choice troubled him. As Sun-E spoke, he gave instructions to the female ghosts. Take away everything they brought out. Upon hearing this, the group of demon slayers were almost moved to tears. Willing to take things. That means they agreed to treat them. Those responsible for doing the work. Naturally, it's the two old Palu, Gang Ying and Shui Lian. In total, I obtained more than 10 3-star soul beads, dozens of 2-star soul beads, and several 1-star and quasi-evil ghost soul beads. A bunch of poor bastards. Judging from the combined wealth of this group of people, they might not even be as knowledgeable as Sun-E. Sun-E looked down on the 1-star or even near-evil spirit soul beads that came later. But after thinking about it, I decided to let it go. I ate them all as snacks later. It's not impossible. So, if the female ghost were to also swallow the soul pearl alive, what will happen? This thought suddenly popped into Sun-Yi's mind. Maybe we can give it a try later? Or perhaps you should consult Professor Bai Yongpeng first. Regardless, Sun-E decided to settle on this idea first. The key point is what Yang Yu handed over. Sun-E could actually sense it to some extent. This person is different. Just look at their speech and demeanor. They do have some basic skills, to say the least. Sure enough, the medical expenses he paid for Sun-E were also extraordinary. He took out a blazing elemental gem. This is a Samsung flame gem. Thank you for saving me. With that, Yang Yu handed the gemstone to Gang Ying. I brought the items back to Sun-E. This thing is interesting. He elemental gem and exclaimed in admiration. Elemental gems are a rather special type of equipment. It can imbue equipment with the attributes of contracted spirits. This elemental gem is of the fire attribute. After equipping this item, all of the contract ghost's attacks will have a fire effect. Such gems are only produced in a few ghost realms. They typically appear in special areas within the ghost realm. Or it may drop from special evil spirits with elemental attributes in the ghost realm. Moreover, the rating will not be lower than 3 stars. Its rarity is incomparable to that of soul beads of the same level. Soul beads can be obtained by killing ghosts. But gemstones won't work. The gems must be found in the ghost realm. Search carefully. Only then is it possible to discover it. Not bad. Sun-E put the items handed over by the ghost masters into his spatial ring. The incense burner held in Tang Shi's hands released a fragrant aroma. Soon, the wounds on everyone's bodies, including Sister Wu, began to heal slowly. The bruises gradually faded. Before long, the nun was able to move. Please let me join the treatment, Sister Wu pleaded. Sun-E nodded. The nun immediately stood up and unleashed a revival wind. It really is best to leave things to professionals. The therapeutic effect of the rejuvenating breeze is much stronger than Tang Shi's aromatherapy. In just one moment, it brought many people who were on the verge of death back to life. That's enough. The rest is none of Sun-Yi's business. Begin cleaning up the battlefield. Sun-E then realized. Not far away, outside the central church, there was also a row of people hanging by iron chains. One of the people's faces. Sun-E looked somewhat familiar. Senior Chu Xian? She hurriedly went to Chu Xian and unlocked her shackles. This is the mission objective that Sun-E received at Magic University. The missing senior Chu Xian. None of the tasks assigned required bringing Chu Xian back. Just say that you've found her whereabouts and given her family an explanation. To my utter surprise, she was actually still alive. As for the others, Sun-E unlocked their chains and let them leave with Yang Yu's group outside. Chu Xian weakly opened his eyes and saw someone he didn't recognize calling his name. She didn't recognize the boy in front of her. But Chu Xian knew all too well the martial arts nun standing beside him. Well, Chu Xian instinctively adopted a protective stance. "It's all right, Miss Chu Xian. I am no longer the manager of this area," Sister Wu explained with a kind smile. Chu Xian could clearly see the membrane of spiritual energy on Wu Xiaonu's body. "I was actually bound by a contract." Chu Xian was finally relieved. At the same time, an unparalleled sense of horror welled up in her heart. That's a female ghost who defeated 3 of her contracted ghosts in a row. How was it defeated? Moreover, after being defeated, they actually chose to form a contract? Wait, speaking of contracted female ghosts, you wouldn't happen to be Professor Bai Yongfeng's student, would you? Chu Xian suddenly asked. Sun Yi was shocked. How did you know? And then, you're planning to go find the dream demon, right? Chu Xian, as if reading minds, revealed Sun Yi's plan. Sun Yi nodded. That's absolutely true. But how did she know? That's what I thought back then too, Chu Xian said. As Bai Yongfeng's student. A year ago, she entered the ghost realm, made all sorts of preparations, and planned to form a contract with the dream ghost. She even had a plan to deal with the side effects of the dream demon. It's a special drug. After taking it, sleep is essentially equivalent to a coma. She was mentally prepared to rely on this drug to fall asleep for the rest of her life after contracting the dream demon. But I just couldn't catch it. While chasing the phantom ghost, she accidentally wandered into the church district. They encountered the nun Wu. And that's it. As for the past year. Although every so often, he would have his flesh cut off and be chained with iron chains that could block his inspiration. But at least I can survive. Chu Xian was already very satisfied. You've worked so hard, senior. Take a rest, I'll treat you, Sunny said. After receiving some treatment, Chu Xian regained his mobility. I'm going to catch the dream demon next, so it'll probably be inconvenient for me to go with you, senior. I understand, I can get out of there by myself. Chu Xian bid farewell to Sun Yi. She herself was a 3-star early-stage Oni master. Protecting yourself is not difficult. And so, Chu Xian left. Now, only Sun Yi and his female ghosts remain. How is the recovery going? Sun Yi asked the female ghosts around him. Especially the nun Wu. Yes, no problem. She clasped her hands together, cracking her knuckles, and answered. Sun Yi, are we going to catch the dream demon next? Tang Shi suddenly asked. But where is she now? Sun Yi remained silent, but flicked his finger, pointing to a spot not far away. There was a large wooden barrel by the roadside, and somehow 2 holes had been dug out of it. This is... Tang Shi came to the wooden barrel and examined it carefully. Suddenly, the lid on the wooden bucket was pushed open, startling Tang Shi. Haha, I've been found out. The mischievous dream ghost crawled out of the barrel and escaped. Sure enough, she had been secretly watching Sun Yi the whole time. This. Tang Shi looked at Sun Yi with a questioning gaze. Chase. Sun Yi quickly gave the order. He then looked at the nun beside him. Sun Yi handed her a bottle of energy-boosting medicine. You go too. Upon receiving the order, the nun immediately followed. With the instant step skill activated, the nun appeared beside the dream demon almost instantly. Huh? It's starting so soon. I'm not mentally prepared yet. The dream demon shouted as it ran. I just made a contract with a new demon. Shouldn't we introduce the skills first and let them work out together? Why is Sunny acting out of the ordinary? The dream demon's tiny legs moved incredibly fast. Sun Yi, as before, recalled Gang Ing and Shuel Yan, and then started running after them. I don't have the leisure to play games with you all at once. The debriefing meeting can wait until we catch you, Sun Yi complained. As he spoke, Sun Yi instructed Tang Shi to activate the phase boots. Instantly, her speed also began to increase dramatically. They soon caught up with Nun Wu. Now, 2 female ghosts are simultaneously chasing the dream ghost. The nun was already very fast. In addition, she also possesses the instant step skill. The CD is extremely short. Every 5 seconds, I can instantly dash to the side of the dream demon. Damn it, I won't lose, said the dream demon. Although she was very interested in Sun Yi. However, this applies to any game of chasing. Then she must give it her all. The dream ghost was about to turn around. Tang Shi immediately sensed something was wrong. Having learned from the previous experience, She had already put the bottle of energy drink in her mouth when the chase began. This also saves time from having to fetch the medicine bottle. If you sense something's wrong, just bite hard and you can break the bottle. The two female ghosts who were chasing each other finally came to within a meter of the dream ghost. Just one last step. It was as if they were telepathically connected. Tang-Shi and Sister Wu leaped forward simultaneously, reaching out their hands towards the dream ghost. Finally, I'm about to catch you. Mere skill of the dream demon was activated and affected Tang-Shi. However, she was already prepared, and the moment the dream demon looked at her, she crushed the potion in her mouth. As before, the cool medicinal liquid flowed into my mouth. This somewhat offset the effects of the nightmare. Wah, it's happening again. My sisters are cheating, the dream demon complained in a spoiled tone. A bet's a bet? Tang-Shi didn't stop. Fighting off sleepiness, she continued her chase. A flaw. The nun seized the opportunity and reached out to grab the dream demon. Just as I was about to touch her. Moment. The nun's body was enveloped by a black energy. Enveloped by this energy, her body remained frozen in midair, unable to move any further. This is another skill of the dream demon, banishment. The nun has been banished. Entering a state of exile is equivalent to being thrown into another dimension. She couldn't do anything to Sister Wu, nor could she influence this side. Theoretically speaking, even the strongest, most powerful evil spirit, unless one possesses the power to influence space. Alternatively, defeat the dream demon before she can unleash her skills. Otherwise, use banish if targeted by the dream demon. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, everyone has to stay obediently in another space for 5 seconds. This is exactly what Sunny had envisioned. If only one female ghost comes to chase the dream ghost. Therefore, it is impossible to catch up. It's all because of the banish skill. However, this time the situation is different. 2 female ghosts are also chasing after the dream demon. In the very end, it wasn't done with much force. Tang-Shi gently reached out and placed her hand on the dream ghost's shoulder. Got you. The dream demon slowly came to a stop. According to her rules, she lost. It was indeed touched. And it wasn't aggressive. He simply put his arm around her shoulder. I finally lost this game. For some reason, the dream demon's expression seemed a little strange. Sun-E arrived shortly after and found the dream ghost standing motionless in place. Upon seeing Sun-E approach, she proactively extended her hand, making a contractual gesture. Big brother, be gentle. Sun-E, what are they doing? It's just a contract. Why is it being made to seem like I'm about to lose my virginity? Forehead. Perhaps for a demon, being contracted by a demon slayer is equivalent to losing one's virginity? Never mind. In short, Sun-E extended his hand and intertwined his fingers with Huan Mengui's. A surge of inspiration belonging to Sun-E emerged from his palm and shot into the body of the dream demon. This inspiration eventually formed a thin film of inspiration around the dream demon. The contract is complete. Suddenly, Sun-E felt a little dizzy. But soon, the dizziness vanished. Needless to say, it has been moved. The sensation I just experienced was probably a side effect of the dream demon. Her side effects are not immediate. The effect is, from now on, you will definitely have nightmares when you sleep. Moreover, these nightmares will haunt the contractor forever, mentally tormenting them. After being transferred to those 3 lucky individuals by the system. Let's wait for the good news tonight. Gain bonus sacrifice reward. Enemies who are drowsy and affected by nightmares will have their intelligence temporarily reduced upon waking. Similarly, the contract was completed, and the panel information of the dream ghost popped up in front of Sun-E. Dream Demon. 4-star early game demon. Additional sacrifice reward. Those who are drowsy and affected by nightmares, including Onmyoji affected by the contract effect, will have their intelligence temporarily reduced upon waking. Skill 1, Banishment. Banishes a target to another dimension for 5 seconds, during which the target will be unaffected by any effects. If the target is an enemy, they will suffer mental damage upon leaving the other dimension. Each use will cause the Onmyoji to experience a splitting headache. For star, 15-second cooldown. Second skill, Nightmare, puts an enemy to sleep for 10 seconds. The enemy cannot act during sleep, but will awaken upon being attacked and suffer additional mental damage. If the unit that removes the nightmare effect is an enemy, then the enemy will also be affected by nightmare. Each use of nightmare makes the next dream the Onmyoji experiences while asleep more terrifying. 4-star, 45-second cooldown. Third skill, Ghostly Entanglement, unlocked. Unlocking requires 10 5-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. Haha, finally. Chen clenched his fist. The main purpose of this trip to Shadow Castle. It's finally done. Finally, I've made a contract with the Dream Demon. Chen was very excited. That's really not easy. Tang Shi, standing to the side, was also overjoyed. That's great, Xiaoming. From now on, we're family. Chen estimated the time. There is no day and night cycle in the Shadow Castle. The sky is always this dark. We can only rely on clocks to keep a rough estimate of time. We've now entered the Ghost Realm, and it's been almost a day. Let's find a place to rest for a bit and then head out. Chen was making plans. Chen wanted to get back to Magic University as soon as possible to submit the mission to rescue Chu Xian. In addition, a support-type female ghost has now been found. You can go back early to prepare for the training you'll receive after entering the Special Forces Academy. I heard the word, go out. The eyes of both the nun and the dream ghost lit up. If I go out, can I see the outside world? The little face of the dream demon was full of anticipation for the outside world. That's correct. They've been wandering in the ghost realm for so long. You can often hear all sorts of stories from the ghost masters who enter the ghost realm. This sparked curiosity about the outside world, the human world. That's perfectly reasonable. In that case, why don't we rest here in the central church? Sister Wu suggested. Aside from me and a few nun ghosts who are incapable of fighting, no other evil spirits will approach this church. In other words, this area is considered her territory. Although Sister Marshall is bound by a contract, this church will soon be taken over by other ghosts. But it will be a long time before the other evil spirits discover it. Let's do it this way. Chen made the decision. Shadowy Castle, Royal City. Your Majesty, please have some. The ghost steward was carrying a silver tray. Once again, she pushed open the door to the queen's bedroom, sobbing and crying. It was his duty to take care of the newly appointed Shadow Queen. The Shadow Queen, despite her title, possesses power befitting her status. However, in many places, it is not yet mature. Otherwise, how could I face the late king and give an account? Eh? Your Majesty? Your Majesty. Inside the room. It's completely empty. On the spacious silk bed, there was only a letter left for the butler. I picked it up and took a look. I've had enough of eating raw meat every day, according to human terms. I'm going out to find something to eat. See you later. The above is the signature of the Shadow Queen. Upon seeing this, even the butler's ghostly hands trembled. This is too outrageous. Captain of the guard, come quick. Something terrible has happened. He hurriedly ran to the barracks inside the royal city and told the captain of the guard about it. Soon, the news spread throughout Shadow City. It's in complete chaos. On the outskirts of the royal city, the edge of the moat, the Shadow Queen, appearing as a young girl, has appeared here. She was wearing sportswear that she had stolen from a human. In her opinion, these clothes were more comfortable to wear than the gorgeous gowns made by tailors in the royal city. She even has a special wardrobe for storing clothes worn by humans outside. At that moment, she looked exactly like an ordinary teenage girl going for a night run. Inspiration flows through slender, graceful hands. An invisible force lifted her body, allowing her to easily leap over the moat. Easy peasy. I never expected this prison break to be so easy. After that, there were no more annoying disciplines or various tedious etiquette requirements that needed to be maintained. The air of freedom. All right, where should I go next? She pondered, gazing at the vast shadow city before her. Ao Castle, Outer City, Church District, Central Church. Inside the church, a bonfire was lit. A small pot of water is boiling over the campfire. Chen is preparing food. In the ghost realm, getting a decent meal is quite a hassle. Although there are also things similar to soldier rations. Eat one and you won't be hungry all day. But it's okay. Chen currently possesses 2 spatial rings. Altogether, it's 8 cubic meters of space. It's perfectly adequate. The 4 female ghosts who had been contracted by Chen sat around him. There were also restless dream ghosts running back and forth in the spacious church. They were all looking forward to Sun Yi's masterpiece. That's right, the amount Sun Yi prepared wasn't just for himself. Ghosts that have been bound by a contract do not need to eat. The inspiration provided by the demon slayers is enough for them to survive. Of course, you can eat it if you want, and it can also slightly boost your inspiration. But it's mainly about indulging in some verbal sparring. Humans have 3 major desires: appetite, credibility, and even the desire to sleep. Ghosts, on the other hand, are born from intense desires. The female ghost was even worse. Therefore, their appetite will be evident from time to time. As for other desires, this will be revealed gradually in the subsequent story. In short, Sunny is cooking. It's called cooking, but it's really just a simple boiling in a big pot. Throw all the vegetables, meat, oil, salt, and seasonings into the boiling water. It won't taste too bad no matter how you cook it, unless something strange is added. Before the water boils, Sun Yi opened his system panel. Pain level, 10,550. Side effects, 1 time omitted. Side effect, persistent projectile damage reduced by 50%. The uncrowned champion's fury, he's bound to lose his temper when questioned. The projectile's flight speed is reduced by 50%. At a random time each day, a ghost truck will spawn nearby and strike the bound person. Every time I sleep, I inevitably have nightmares, and the severity depends on the number of times the nightmare ghost unleashes its abilities that day. Cramps are inevitable if you engage in strenuous activity. Side effect transfer targets, Gaoba, Luo Yuan Liang, Shao Jianren, maximum of 3. Increasing the limit requires 10,000 pain points. The pain points I spent upgrading Gang Ying and Tang Shi have now been earned back. Perfect. This will allow us to increase the autonomy of Nun Wu and the Dream Demon. A ghost has 5,000 pain points, 10,000 is enough. However, before the upgrade, there's a little trick that can slightly reduce the pain points. That's naming. Giving a name increases the female ghost's affinity, thereby reducing the pain value she consumes. Nun Wu, from now on your name will be Ji Wu. Martial arts cultivator Ji Wu's bond value increased by 3, currently at 3. Then thank you very much, Master, for bestowing upon me a name. Ji Wu bowed in greeting. And then, Sun Yi grabbed the collar of the running illusionary dream queen and pulled her in front of him. Big brother, what's wrong? Do you want to play with me? The dream ghost blinked its big eyes and looked at Sun Yi. Tang Shi, sitting next to him, patiently explained. We're thinking about what to name Xiaoming. Sun Yi was somewhat troubled. What name should we give her? Got it. Look at the color scheme of her little black dress, and then combine it with the encyclopedia named Dream Demon. I'll call you Meng. Okay, everyone can call me Shadow Dream from now on, said Shadow Dream, opening her arms. Dreamlike ghostly dreams bond value plus 3, currently 3. Alright, now it's time to increase our level of autonomy. After working together with 3 veterans at the university who were already at an intermediate level of autonomy, I was able to get to know them. Sun Yi was already used to commanding female ghosts like this. If we were to return to that highly centralized, controlled state now, I'm still getting used to it. Upgrade Ji Wu and Yingmeng's autonomy to intermediate level, costing 10,000 pain points, reduced to 9,700 after a 3-point bond point reduction. Confirm. Confirm. Upgrade complete. Finish. Sun Yi watched as the 2 female ghosts, Ji Wu and Yingmeng, became even more agile. Take a look at the pot. It's time to add the ingredients. Sun Yi took out the ingredients and seasonings from his spatial ring and added them one by one. Then, put the lid on the pot. There's still some time before it's finished. Why not chat with the female ghosts to pass the time? Once I get back to Magic University, things will probably get busy again. Sunny said. Do you have any ideas? I wonder how difficult the studies are at the Special Forces Academy? Tang Shi asked curiously. If it weren't for Shao Jianren, that devil, she would already be a student at Magic University. It's understandable that people are curious about Sun Yi's studies and life now. Can I attend the class with you then? Tang Shi asked. I wanted to. Blood Lotus raised her hand to sign up. The contracted spirit within the Demon Slayer's body voluntarily requests to attend the lecture. This request is probably unprecedented in the history of Magic University. I'll ask Professor Bai when I get back to school. After all, The school rules don't explicitly state that contracted ghosts are not allowed to attend classes, right? Sun-E thought it was worth a try. Based on Shui Lian's previous experience reading the world's history of ghosts, the contracted spirits read books, study, and exercise. Ultimately, all of these can bring improvements to the demon's lair, although the underlying principle is unclear. However, this is beneficial to Sun-E. Big brother, after we get out, can we go to the amusement park? I heard from other people that it's a really fun place. The ghostly figure tugged at Sun-Yi's sleeve and made a request. Amusement park? It seems like it's not entirely impossible. If I go, it should increase my bond level quite a bit, right? Just think of it as a team-building trip with the female ghosts. It's a good way to improve team cohesion. And you? Sun-E asked Jiwoo. She hasn't said much since then. Me. The martial arts nun Jiwoo realized what was happening. As long as there's time to attend mass, that's fine. No. Sun-E couldn't help but complain. You believe in quite a variety of things. The mention of faith immediately puts Jiwoo out of sleep. She pulled several books out of the ditch. No way, how did they even get it in there? Jiwoo stuck out his bright red tongue. Don't worry about such details. As she spoke, she laid out several books. Actually, I like anything that can give people a firm belief, including this book that guides the common people. Please, I'm begging you, stop talking. Sun-E quickly pressed Jiwoo's hand down. So the nun likes reading too. Tang-Shi quickly joined in, changing the subject. Religious books are so dry. I don't like reading them. Shui Lian also offered her opinion. So, you guys want to form a book club in the future? Just as Sun-E started chatting with the female ghosts. Main entrance to the church area. The armored night ghost was still patrolling back and forth. Like a gentle evening breeze, her light and graceful figure slowly descended. The armored knight on guard instantly looked over. Upon recognizing the newcomer, both it and the ghostly horse beneath it bowed in respect. From within the helmet, whose face was unseen, came a haunting, echoing voice. Welcome, Your Majesty. NCE must be coming from here. The Shadow Queen closed her eyes, savoring the subtle fragrance in the air. That's right. It's food for humans. Absolutely right. It's right here in this church district. She excitedly headed towards the church area. Sun-E scooped the food out of the pot and put it into 6 bowls. By the way, Jiwoo, you mentioned before that you're the administrator here? Sun-E suddenly asked. I'm only responsible for protecting this area. As you've seen, Master, without me, the ghosts in this place are practically powerless against me. That makes sense when you think about it. After a moment's thought. How much do you know about the Shadow Queen? Sun-E continued to ask. Jiwoo rubbed his forehead. I don't know. At my level, I wouldn't be able to see her. But she truly controls everything in this ghost realm. He is the king of the residents of Shadow City. I see. Sun-E felt somewhat regretful. The information is still insufficient. I had originally thought I could get some valuable information from Jiwoo to help me delve deeper into the Shadow Castle. But now it seems it's still a long way off. However, Sun-E had a premonition. He felt that one day he would have to delve deep into the interior of Shadow Castle. They might even venture deep into the royal city and confront the Shadow Queen directly. Haha, what a pointless delusion. Sun-E shook his head. I'm not even a 3-star ghost master yet. Are you already thinking about confronting the Shadow Queen? Please don't go too far. Even if there are cheat codes involved. Close to meeting the Shadow Queen. It should take at least a year or 2, right? Sun-E made his guess. Just then, the church door was pushed open. Who? Sun-E, along with all the female ghosts, simultaneously assumed a wary stance and looked in the direction from which the voice came. A girl wearing a red tracksuit jacket walked into the church. So that's where the fragrance is coming from. As she spoke, she slowly closed the door behind her. Closing the door behind you is a good habit. I glanced briefly ahead. Well, they pose almost no threat to me. The Shadow Queen slowly stepped forward. Her idea was simple. I'm getting a free meal. In addition, she also wanted to ask about things in the human world. She had been curious about the outside world for a very, very long time. Before this, all the humans she had encountered. The moment they saw her, they would attack her with all their might. There was simply no time to speak. This is a good opportunity. In addition, she had other plans. It's best to avoid conflict altogether. If a fight breaks out, although he was strong enough to kill the person in front of him with his eyes closed. But the broth cooking in the pot is innocent. What if it spills? The Shadow Queen desperately tried to recall. A way of communicating with humans that I've conceived countless times. Don't act like a queen. Don't use terms like this king, I, or this concubine when you speak. Those are words that sound completely out of place for a normal person. Behave yourself. Speak like a normal human being. Hello, may we eat together? The Shadow Queen tried her best to be friendly. Sun-E? Is this something a normal person would say? However, the Shadow Queen had completely suppressed her spiritual power. From Sun-Yi's perspective, the girl who walked in was a human being. Sometimes, to avoid trouble, demon slayers will suppress their spiritual power to prevent others from sensing one's spiritual aura and discovering it from a distance. Therefore, Sun-E was not surprised by this. But Sun-E sensed something was wrong. From the power of concentrated inspiration, it can also give a general idea of a person's social standing. The higher the level, the better the convergence, and the more like a normal person. Therefore, one might encounter someone in the ghost realm who doesn't emanate spiritual power. As long as someone is mentally sound, they generally won't genuinely believe the person opposite them is an ordinary person. Sun-E could vaguely sense it. The girl in front of him looked no older than himself. They must be very strong. Is there something you need? Sun-E remained extremely vigilant. The female ghosts began to disperse in battle formation at their feet. Gang-ing slowly stepped to the front. Don't be so wary, I mean no harm. I was just passing by and wanted to try your cooking. Just call me Yushika. The Shadow Queen, or rather, Yushka, waved her hand to reassure Sun-E. Sun-E. Master, what do we do now? Should we really let her sit down and eat? Gang-ing asked Sun-E the question directly in his mind. Something might need to be added here. Sun-E's interactions with the female ghosts can be divided into two types. One approach is direct dialogue. Another way is through internal dialogue. When you communicate from the heart, you can connect no matter how far apart you are. It's somewhat similar to sending text messages when chatting on WeChat. It's impossible to achieve a level of understanding akin to telepathy. I don't think she's a good person, Blood Lotus said, expressing her distrust. Sun-E said, I understand the reasons you're giving me. But what can we do now? Shall we start fighting right away? Or should I try to get rid of her? Neither of these approaches seems very wise. Besides, her inspiration is probably stronger than mine. It would be unwise to act rashly without fully understanding the situation. Since that's the case. Sun-E slowly opened his mouth, then please do as you wish. Yushika didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to sit down by the campfire. I picked up a bowl of hot meat soup. Then I won't be polite. Yushika took out a silver spoon and slowly began to savor the taste. As the broth entered her mouth, Yushika felt as if her body was melting. Fragrant. This tastes even better than the food prepared by that imperial chef. So delicious. Watching this girl named Yushika actually start eating. In Sun-Yi's mind, the female ghosts became lively. This woman is acting strangely. Master, shall we strike first? Gang-ing suggested. That's too reckless. Let things take their course. Blood Lotus was worried about upsetting the girl in front of her. Tang-Shi, however, preferred communication. Should we try talking to her? The newly joined Jiwuza said, retreat is not incompetence, but strategy. If things don't look good, maybe you should turn around and leave? Why can't we play together? Ingmang asked naively. In an instant, 5 different statements and 5 different viewpoints appeared in Sun-Yi's mind. Now it's his turn to make the decision. How should we deal with this uninvited girl who's just showing up for a free meal? Let's sit down and talk it over first, Sun-E decided. If she is hostile, just call directly. Why go through all this trouble, trying to get a free meal and strike up a conversation? What's she after? Is it to target my body? Let's try talking to them first. Thinking of this, Sun-E also stepped forward and sat down next to Yushika. Very good, this soup tastes excellent, Yushika exclaimed. Thank you for the compliment, Sun-E replied. A moment of silence followed. The Shadow Queen sensed something was wrong. This must be what people call an awkward silence, right? In such situations, people tend to have a reduced desire to engage in conversation. No, we need to find a way to break the awkward silence. But what should you do when there's an awkward silence? Use fire to heat it? Or head? No, that's not right. What am I thinking? By the way, those who come here are what humans call demon slayers. Perhaps it would be better to start a conversation about this? Are you new to this ghost town? Yushika asked Sun-E. Sun-E? Real. Why do I feel this girl in front of me? Something's just not right. Is she really a normal person? No. Is she really alive? What is a ghost server? Yushika knew she had messed up again when she saw Sun-Yi's strange expression. Talking to humans is really difficult. Inside the Su family's private training ground in the capital city, I heard that young Master Su successfully formed a contract with the chief steward ghost inside the Shadow Castle. The entrance to the training ground was pushed open. The Su family's personal training instructor walked in. If that's true, then it should be able to train their crowd control skills. But when the instructor took a closer look, sizzle! A large wok is being vigorously stir-fried. A peculiar aroma wafted from the large pot. Out of the pot. Then, the food in the iron pot was scraped onto the plate using a large iron ladle. Master, the banana and watermelon stir-fry is ready. A fat, wicked demon said respectfully. The one it called its master was Su Qingji, whose face was dark with anger. Su Qingji. Damn, I spent so much time, energy, and money. What I got after contracting it in the ghost realm was this thing. A ghost chef whose specialties include stir-fried watermelon with bananas and stir-fried mooncakes with tomatoes. Su Qingji was completely numb. Damn it. This isn't the head steward ghost at all. He started cursing angrily. After the slightly difficult initial attempt to strike up a conversation, the Shadow Queen finally managed to strike up a conversation with Sun-E. Sun-E, what brings you to this ghostly realm? Yushika sipped her soup and suddenly asked a question. Sun-E, on the other hand, remained vigilant for a long time. But as the conversation continued, he roughly understood. This girl is named Yushika. It was probably not malicious. Is he really just looking for someone to chat with? Or is he simply looking to freeload a meal? Otherwise, Sun-E genuinely couldn't think of anything about himself that would make her want to get close to him. Could it be that I actually possess some kind of incredibly powerful ancient bloodline? Sun-E, who frequently read online novels in his past life, couldn't help but let his mind wander. As for me, I guess I'm here to gain experience. The university needs ghosts to assist with classes and training. Come over here and sign the contract. University. Yushika caught the key word. This name seems to occasionally appear in the conversations of people in the ghost realm. It should be a human organization. Seeing Yushika's curious expression, Sun-E roughly understood her situation. Turn out to be. Yushika is someone trained within a large clan. University is not a necessary step for becoming an exorcist. Some families are rich in resources and have a long history. It can directly support the prodigies. The results are no worse than sending them to university, and may even be better. In addition, it can reduce opportunities for contact with the outside world. This saves us from spending so much on cultivating the new generation, only to have them spend a few days in school. Her heart was stolen by some wild boy outside. Where can these families go to cry? In Sun-Yi's view, the person in front of him, Yushika, was probably the same kind of person. In that case, she would probably be a well-bred young lady who was strictly disciplined. I probably rarely see people my age. Their presence here this time was probably due to sneaking out and avoiding surveillance. All I can say is that after becoming Bai Yongfeng's disciple, Sun-E also inherited his senior Yan Xuelin's ability to make guesses. The entire process was wrong, but the result was correct. The Yushika in front of me really is someone who escaped from discipline. She was indeed a lady from a prominent family. As for exactly how big it is, that's a different story. Sun-E briefly explained the situation at the university to satisfy Yushika's curiosity. As Yushika listened, her curiosity about the outside world only intensified. There are so many people who can train together. And after class, you can go wherever you want, however you like. In comparison, what kind of life do I lead every day in the royal city? When I opened my eyes, there was an old man with a white beard telling me to eat. She needs help changing clothes. If she tries to do it herself, she'll be criticized for being unladylike. Then came the lessons and training from the court tutors, and this process repeated endlessly. It's like a prison. As the conversation flowed more freely, Yushika felt quite pleased. In the royal city, there were only servants and teachers. There was no one like Chen Hui, someone with whom he had an equal relationship, someone he could confide in. There's no way I can relax even a little bit. Chen Hui is quite handsome, and he's the same age as Yushika. At least they look the same age. Therefore, Yushika unconsciously wanted to talk to him more. By the way, I wonder what people outside think of me? According to them, what's my name again? I think her name is Shadow Queen? Yushika suddenly realized this and asked Chen Hui. Shadow Queen, have you heard of her? What do you think of her? Chen Hui felt that the question was strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Shadow Queen? In Chen Hui's view, isn't it just the final boss in a dungeon? What kind of opinions can a boss have? But the Shadow Queen. Queen. Female. In other words, she was also a female ghost. Wait until you're strong enough. Perhaps we could give it a try. Contracting with these infamous and powerful female ghosts? Chen Hui was making plans. Since that's the case, the answer to this question is quite obvious. The Shadow Queen is quite attractive to me. Sooner or later, I should be able to go into the royal city to see her. Faced with such a direct statement, Yushika's delicate cheeks flushed red instantly. Although there may have been some misunderstandings, Chen Hui likely meant that one day he would enter the royal city and try to challenge the Shadow Queen. But to Yushika, what's this? Should I confess my feelings to him in person? Did something from a romance comic actually happen to me? No, he doesn't seem to know who I am. Wait, that means... Countless thoughts flashed through Yushika's mind. She was a queen. However, they are still not mature in terms of mindset. After Chen Hui said that, this threw her into a moment of confusion. My heart was pounding. I don't know what to do. Let me explain. The romance manga that Yushika is reading. It was naturally obtained from the Ghost Master who entered the Ghost Realm. As for why some weirdo would enter the Ghost Realm with this thing, all I can say is, the diversity of humankind is amazing, isn't it? Let's return to the present. Yushika blushed and said somewhat shyly, This is rather sudden. Chen Hui looked somewhat bewildered. Forehead. I'm talking about the Shadow Queen. Why are you blushing? Are you in a hurry? But what could Yushika be in such a hurry for? I see. She felt that the difficulty level she set was too high. So Chen Hui continued to explain. I think I'm fine. For me right now, the Shadow Queen is indeed unattainable. But one day it will happen. I've made up my mind. H stirred up huge waves in Yushika's heart once again. Although Chen Hui had no intention of doing so, yet every word she spoke resonated deeply with Yushika, the chief steward of the royal city. They never allowed Yushika to have any contact with the outside world. They also prevented her from interacting with other humans. This is precisely to prevent such things from happening. After all, the queen has not yet fully matured. If we use humans as an analogy, she is now roughly equivalent to a child holding a nuclear button. They have power but don't know how to use it. They also don't understand the responsibilities of being a queen. The chief steward ghost in the royal city. We must be extremely careful. This is to prevent wild boars from eating the cabbages. I never expected this. The cabbage went out to find wild boars by itself. In addition, Chen Hui made a serious and truthful statement. All I can say is, the most lethal way to flirt is without being overtly flirtatious. Then, when you were training in this ghost realm, what are your thoughts? To avoid being exposed, Yushika quickly straightened up, regained her composure, and changed the subject. After all, these are defensive designs. She arranged and personally oversaw the construction of everything. Its purpose is to defend against humans. Of course, this applies not only to the outer urban areas. In the inner city, and even in the royal city, there are many such traps. And this is mentioned. Chen Hui is no longer sleepy. Along the way, we encountered all sorts of strange and unusual traps. Although he didn't manage to screw over Chen Hui even once. Just looking at it makes me feel disgusted. That's an excellent question. You've also trained in this area, you should know that, right? That deadly design trap. I seriously doubt whether the person who designed these layouts had a dark childhood. Once these things were mentioned, Chen Hui began to talk at length. There weren't so many traps inside the Shadow Castle before. I don't know when it started, but it suddenly became like this. Take those cesspools in the sewers, for example. Not only is it disgusting, it's also troublesome. Most importantly, in some areas, you have to go through the sewers to get there. And every now and then there are cute little creatures like giant rats and giant slugs waiting inside to ambush people. The designer must have been stomped on the head and pushed into a latrine by a delinquent girl in a JK uniform when they were a child to come up with such a despicable idea. Yushika. There are also. If he likes to launch sneak attacks so much, he must have been beaten up with a sack over his head when he was a kid. They also frequently come up with outrageous designs that prevent doors from being opened from one side. I wish that every time he goes to the toilet, the door won't be able to be opened from this side. Sun-E is still contributing. Yushika's expression gradually turned awkward. After all, it was she who asked Sun-E to evaluate her design. This is nothing. Are you just asking for trouble? However, this design isn't entirely incomprehensible. Sun-E then changed the subject. After all, this isn't a game. There's no fairness involved. For those who want to defend this ghostly realm, such traps may be a way for them to protect their homes. As humans, we naturally prefer such pitfalls to be as simple as possible. But ghosts are not beasts to be slaughtered. Such a counterattack is to be expected. Afterwards, Sun-E talked with Yushika for a long time. About the outside world, about school, about life. Finally, after a pleasant conversation, Yushika downed 8 large bowls of meat soup and left satisfied. Where to? Of course, we should go back to the capital. Although she was rebellious, she wasn't so rebellious as to wander aimlessly. Besides, her purpose in escaping this time was to get a free meal. Since the goal has been achieved, why not go back? At most, the white-bearded butler will give him a good lecture. Yushika was already tired of hearing those words. Certainly. There was one more thing that made Yushika happy. She was holding a cell phone. This thing has finally come in handy. Now that I have Sun-Yi's contact information, I can chat with him even when I'm stuck in the capital. Yushika was secretly delighted. That's right, a mobile phone. Don't ask. The answer is that it was from the demon slayers when she was beating them up. These people enter the ghost realm to kill ghosts and obtain soul orbs. Yushika kills them to reveal the human products she desires. That makes perfect sense, right? For easy communication. An outpost inside Shadow Castle. There are signal base stations established there. A special telephone line was installed, passing through the portal to the outside. On Sun-Yi's side. Ding dong. I received the first message from Yushika on my phone. Sun-Yi, then I look forward to your guidance from now on. The message was very official. Maybe they're not used to the internet yet. Sun-Yi responded politely in return. Then, Sun-Yi took out new ingredients from his spatial ring. No way. The pot is almost empty. No way. Let's cook it again. This girl looks slim, but she has a huge appetite. Sun-Yi continued boiling water, still complaining. I still think that woman was strange. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person, Ganging said, popping up. Just now, when Sun-Yi was chatting with Yushika. To show respect, Sun-Yi put away all the female ghosts. For demon slayers. While talking to other people, release the contracted spirit. It's roughly equivalent to drawing your weapon and chatting with someone in a martial arts novel. That's very impolite. Therefore, the other female ghosts did not participate in the conversation just now. Do you even need to tell me? He's definitely not an ordinary person. The only unclear point is which reclusive clan nurtured her as a prodigy. Sunny said. But no matter what, the conversation just now went quite well. It seems that at least I didn't offend the other party. Not making any mistakes is enough. As for the potential benefits of building a good relationship with her. Forehead. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. We only met once. Do you really think reality is a novel? Even in novels. That's not a romance novel. Even romance novels. That's not a mindless romance novel. They instantly made a good impression on each other upon meeting. There's no such thing as a free lunch. After we finish eating and rest for a bit, we'll go out. Sun-E glanced at the time. Based on the spiritual power of a late-stage 2-star ghost master, Sun-E can go 2 or 3 days without sleep without any problems. However, this does not mean that rest is unnecessary. Physically, I might not be considered fatigued yet, but the heart can get tired. His female ghosts were the same. Take a short break during this ongoing operation. It helps to boost their motivation. Take advantage of this relaxing time. Blood Lotus took out the book she hadn't finished reading and continued reading. Gang Ing kept chasing away Ing Meng, who was trying to play with her shield. Tang Shi, holding the soul-chasing sword, began to practice her sword skills in the air. Jiwoo paced back and forth inside the church, about to leave, seemingly wanting to take a few more glances at the place. Sun-E stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong, Jiwoo? Are you bothered by this church?" "No, not really. I'm really looking forward to going out into the world. However, they've been guarding this place for quite some time now. There's a little bit of nostalgia involved." The martial arts practitioner, Jiwoo, smiled faintly. "By the way, you said you were here to protect this place, so what will happen after you leave?" Sun-E suddenly thought of this question. Without Sister Wu, wouldn't the demons in the cathedral district be at everyone's mercy? Moreover, there's the matter of him contracting a martial arts nun. It's estimated that those social exorcists will spread the word very quickly. Perhaps right now a large group of social exorcists, having heard their story, are frantically rushing this way. Well, actually, I was already about to be transferred away from here. I heard that this person was originally planned to replace me. He's a mid-stage 5-star holy ghost. Ave Ghost Realm. The blizzard was still raging outside, an endless storm. Inside a natural cave. The expedition team is resting here. A man dressed in camouflage with a serious and stern expression is speaking. His name is He-Chuan, a late-stage 6-star ghost master. He served as the leader and commander-in-chief of this expedition. Facing the various battle groups, their ranks were neatly arranged. Other awards. Gao Ba, the leader of the Greenleaf battle team in Guangxi province. He fell into the canyon and fought to the death against a horde of evil spirits. They also discovered a shortcut to Iceground Citadel deep within the canyon. Based on the above performance, Comrade Gao Ba is hereby awarded a Meritorious Service Award. Clap, 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 clap. The crowd in front immediately burst into applause. Gao Ba could hardly hide the smile on his face. I never expected that after being scammed, such a good thing would happen. At that time, Gao Ba was at the bottom of the canyon when he was found by the rescue team. He was actually still in a state of mental confusion. Even when the rescue team took her away, she was still sobbing. But it's precisely because of this kind of erratic movement. On the way back, Gao Ba kicked down a patch of snow. Then, in the snow, the entrance to a cave was revealed. I've hit the jackpot. Haha, actually it doesn't matter whether you make a contribution or not. It's mainly for our expedition mission. They're able to contribute to the Huxia nation and the entire human race. This is my greatest honor. Gao Ba habitually spoke modestly, but his hands were already rubbing together expectantly. It's like a fly rubbing its hands together. That's a commendable achievement. This expedition is a large-scale national event. To achieve meritorious service in such an important mission. I wonder what kind of reward I can get? The honors that can be obtained later. Putting aside other things. Just based on that kind of experience. That's enough for my Greenleaf battle group to become the strongest battle group in Guangxi province. It even broke out of Guangxi province and spread throughout the country. None of them are impossible. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. The more Gao Ba thought about it, the happier he became. It's really hot. Just then, Commander He-Chuan at the front was taken aback. Then the tone shifted. Comrade Gao Ba takes the fate of the human race as his own responsibility, which is commendable. In that case, Commander Gao, you and your battle group will be assigned to the vanguard and continue to contribute to the human race. The compensation will be paid to your family after the mission is completed. Gao Ba and all members of the Greenleaf battle group. The forward position. That's the position with the highest casualty rate. Let their Greenleaf squad go first. To put it nicely, they're pioneers. To put it bluntly, they're cannon fodder. Although this position comes with high rewards. However, He-Chuan directly used the words compensation to his face. Don't you understand what this means? Even if you get paid, you still need to be alive to spend it. Gao Ba's smiling face instantly froze on the spot. He felt as if a million alpacas on unicycles were twirling knives galloping through his mind. Spicy balls. Sun-E, having finished his rest, set off to leave the ghost realm. We encountered virtually no obstacles along the way. He returned the way he came. However, when passing through the main entrance of the church area, they spotted the armored night ghost patrolling back and forth. I don't know when they disappeared. I don't understand why. However, this was actually convenient for Sun-E. Return via the shortcut riddled with traps. After all, not too much time has passed. There are many dangerous traps here that haven't been removed yet. Therefore, compared to the time spent previously, Sun Yi's return journey was significantly shortened. Of course, the efforts of those random Ghost Master teams also played a part in this. Step out of the portal. It was already dusk on the second day outside. It took Sun Yi about a day and a half to enter Shadow Castle. I saw the sunset through Sun Yi's eyes. Both Ji Wu and Ying Meng within the body couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, is that the sun? The light is so blinding. So this is what sunset looks like, as humans describe it. Ying Meng was very excited. Ji Wu was also quite curious. What exactly does darkness look like? In the Shadow Castle, there is no sunrise or sunset. The sun in the sky is always the same, hanging there half dead. No matter how much time passes, it will always be this gray and gloomy. It's much darker than during the day, but it's slightly brighter than night. It made the place feel lifeless. The Tsuna within her body responded to the two newly joined female ghosts in the tone of a senior older sister. Haha, by following our master, we'll definitely see many more scenes like this in the future. Sun Yi smiled, but did not respond to the female ghost's insights. Sometimes they talk and chat with each other in Sun Yi's mind. This feeling. It seems to be some kind of group chat? Then Sun Yi became the group owner. If you find it annoying, just set up a group mute function. I took a taxi back to Magic University. Sun Yi went straight back to his dormitory. It got dark. I'll submit the mission to rescue Chu Xian to the mission hall tomorrow. It wasn't really a rescue operation. Senior Chu Xian has been missing for over a year. The mission's objective was simply to locate Sun Yi. Even just a few personal belongings would be helpful. That would be enough to give her family an explanation. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get for exceeding the task requirements like this? Sun Yi wondered. Then, go find Biofeng. Showing off his newly contracted female ghost to the old man, that's certainly not the main purpose. Instead, they consulted the professor about the coordinated combat tactics of the 5 female ghosts. Although the degree of autonomy has increased, some micromanagement actions no longer require Sun Yi to take the initiative. The female ghosts will adjust their movements autonomously based on the battlefield situation. However, on a macro level, Sun Yi still needs to practice how to coordinate battles involving more female ghosts. Wait until the coordination and communication are completed. Wouldn't that mean I could unleash 5 contracted ghosts into battle simultaneously? Wow, such real-time combat power. It's hard to find someone like that again, right? For other demon slayers, although it can hold many contracted spirits. But when it comes to actually going into battle, they were all sent out one by one. Because normal people can't do 2 things at once. The slightly more advanced ones can control 2 at the same time. The strongest, the absolute best, a person with talent that can be described as monstrous. Control 3 at the same time. No more. Sun Yi, on the other hand, can control 5 at the same time. This can be explained. The difference in control the female ghosts exhibit when their autonomy is low versus when it is high. The female ghosts are not puppets. They have their own thoughts and ideas. However, this applies to situations with a low degree of autonomy. Their logic for action is as follows. They want to take action, so they send a request to Sun Yi, who then actively controls their bodies to act according to the request. Sun Yi had complete control over his body. Their actions were all manually controlled by Sun Yi. But after the degree of autonomy increases, the logic changes. This meant that they were constantly sending requests for physical activity to Sun Yi. All Sun Yi needs to do is give his approval, and they can proceed with their activities as planned. In this way, the computational burden on Sun Yi's brain is greatly reduced when multiple female ghosts are on the move. After all, you don't need to control your body yourself. As long as it's approved. I'm just not sure what will happen after we achieve a higher level of autonomy. What kind of effects could it have? Sun Yi asked, somewhat curious. Wow, is this Big Brother's house? It's so spacious and beautiful. Ying Meng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In fact, from the moment Sun Yi left the ghost domain and returned to the Demon University, the sound of Shadow Dream never stopped. I saw the streets bustling with traffic. I saw the magnificent and imposing gate of the Magic University. I saw clouds floating in the sky that looked like lollipops. She always praised them. Like a little girl who never gets tired. Yes, although she does look like a little girl. Once you're back in the dorm, you're considered to be in your private area. Sun-E released the female ghosts from his body. In that case, let's wander around. Yay! Meng was the first to start running around the room. Xiaomeng, you can't run around in the room. Tang Shi quickly chased after her. The drunkard Gang skillfully went to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of ice-cold beer. Shuelian slowly walked upstairs and went to her study to read. Jiwoo stood beside Sun-E without taking any further action. What, aren't you going? Sun-E asked when he noticed that Jiwoo hadn't moved. Is this okay? I am merely your contracted ghost, master. May I use your house? Compared to other female ghosts, Jiwoo has experienced some things in the ghost realm, including those involving evil spirits. Relatively mature. It is also roughly clear what the relationship between ghosts and humans becomes after being bound by a contract. In her memory, choosing to be bound by a human contract is tantamount to becoming a slave. As for what kind of slavery? In every aspect. In conclusion, where would it make sense for slaves and masters to share the same area? She was a little reserved. Sun-E finally understood. Don't worry, you can see it as a blessing or as appropriate freedom. It's okay, as long as I allow it. You can do what you want. Your good form is to my advantage. The advantage is pointed out from two aspects. The state of the female ghosts themselves. There's also a bond value. Okay, I understand. Jiwoo bowed slightly and then began to wander around the villa. In an instant, Sun-E sat on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Sun-E's room became lively. The culprit, of course, is the illusionary dream. It's as if the chase in the ghost realm wasn't enough. She jumped and danced around the room like the Monkey King reincarnated. It's true that having a child makes things lively. This reminded him of something. My first night at Magic University. It was right here that the first Ghost Realm Summary Conference was held. Tournament. Oh right, the debriefing meeting after leaving the Ghost Realm hasn't been held yet. Sun-E slapped his thigh and suddenly sat up. Gang, who was showing off her beer at the small bar next to Sun-E, saw Sun-E's expression. His expression changed drastically. Broken. The master is about to start again. Thinking this, she sped up the process of displaying the bottle. I hope to get drunk quickly and pass out at the host's party in a daze. It's a pity. It's impossible to get drunk. The state of being drunk. They were all removed by the side effect transfer system. The main gate of Magic University. Several people gathered here. Although young, they already possess a mature demeanor. They have shed the naivete of the ivory tower. There was even one person wearing camouflage military uniform. How I miss those days. This is my first time back at Magic University, several years after graduation. They were all graduates of the University of Magic University. To be precise, he's a graduate of the Special Forces Academy of Magic University. I'm back this time because I was invited to attend the new freshman orientation of the Magic University's Special Forces Academy. They are graduates of a Special Forces Academy. Most of them received favor from various forces after graduation. I was invited to come this time. They also came from all over the country. Arrived in Shanghai a few days early. They came all this way just to visit their long-missed alma mater. The leader among them. His name is Wang Xingfeng. He can be considered one of the most outstanding graduates in the history of the Special Forces Academy of Magic University. After graduation, he became a renowned investigator of the Ghost Realm. That's right, this profession is the perfect match for the Special Forces Academy. Sometimes, a new ghost realm, or rather, a ghost realm that no one has ever ventured into before. We need to send ghost realm investigators to explore it. Based on their assessment, the government would take different measures regarding a ghost realm. If it's a ghost realm with very low utilization value, that would be simple. Just establish an outpost near the exit. Just like White Mist Town back then. If it is too dangerous. This time, troops were dispatched to guard the area and prevent the evil spirits from escaping and harming ordinary people. Just like Shadow Castle. Of course, no need to think about it. Ghost Domain Investigator. Nature is the most dangerous, but also the most rewarding profession. After all, the advantage is that they can be the first to enter the ghost realm. The disadvantage is that they have to be the first to enter the ghost realm. He gets a share of all the benefits within the ghost realm. But whatever crisis comes his way, he's the first to encounter it. Let's go in together and see what the instructors and the dean of our Special Forces Academy are like, Wang Xingfeng suggested. Everyone agreed. Inside Sun Yi's dormitory. It's the same conference room as before. I still couldn't escape it. Gang Ying sat at the conference table with a troubled look on her face. Similarly, Sun Yi stood at the front, operating something on his laptop. The other female ghosts were also sitting here. It was Yingming's first time participating in such an event, and she felt quite excited, constantly turning her head and looking around. Sigh, kids will be kids. They actually find meetings interesting. Gang Ying couldn't help but complain to herself. As for Shuelian, Tang Shi, and Jiwu, their emotions were relatively stable. Ahem. Sun Yi cleared his throat first. Now I will preside over the debriefing meeting for this exploration of the ghostly realm of Shadow Castle. Please give a round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. A fairly enthusiastic round of applause came from ahead from the female ghosts. Yingming was the one who clapped the most enthusiastically. First, there's the introduction of the new employees. Sun Yi took out the microphone and said, "Where did this thing come from? Is it customary to take out a microphone?" Gang Ying complained. Wait a minute. She suddenly thought of something else. Will my complaints become a regular occurrence? Realizing this, Gan Jing decided to say nothing. Now, please welcome our first newcomer, Sister Wu, Ji Wu, to the stage for her self-introduction. Let's give her a round of applause. Amidst enthusiastic applause from the female ghosts and Sun Yi, Ji Wu slowly walked forward and took the microphone from Sun Yi's hand. Thank you, everyone. I'm Ji Wu, a support character who can heal and protect everyone. Please give me your guidance. Jiwu bowed slightly in a gesture of respect. Just then, Tang Shi asked a question that everyone was probably most concerned about. May I ask? Why do you, Sister Jiwu, possess such great power despite being a nun? I remember the reason very clearly either. That was a long, long time ago. I only vaguely remember that there was some rioting in Shadow City. Then, Jiwu held his forehead, seemingly trying to recall a distant memory. However, it failed. The only thing I remember is one sentence. What did you say? Sun Yi, who was standing nearby, asked curiously. He wanted to know too. Why did Ji Wu choose to practice martial arts? In fact, we shouldn't make such preconceived judgments. Ji Wu's situation. It was the boxer who picked up the scriptures. The nun put on the boxing gloves. I'm not quite sure. That's what the saying goes. Studying medicine won't save Shadow City. Jiwu finally remembered the famous quote that led her to the path of martial arts. Sun Yi. Okay. Actually, looking at Jiwu's skill panel, Bai Yongfeng's positioning at the time was indeed correct. She's the kind of support player who can coordinate with her teammates' attacks. In the future, the female ghosts will need to fight in a team battle. Join Gang Ying in charging into battle, and then use passive effects to heal your teammates during combat. The first skill, Instant Step, is used for charging forward like this. Moreover, it's not just about being able to select the enemy as the target. They can also be selected as teammates and can also be given a cleanse and dispel effect. To be honest, Sun Yi's team really lacks this kind of purification. When fighting other demon slayers, sooner or later, Sun Yi will encounter a contracted ghost enemy with control effects. A series of negative status effects, such as silence, dizziness, imprisonment, disarming, destruction, and locking, are applied. No matter how powerful Sun Yi's female ghost is, there's nothing you can do if she can't move. Therefore, the importance of Jiwu's first skill's dispel effect is self-evident. In addition, there's the matter of her second skill, Revival of the Wind. It not only provides area of effect treatment, but also accelerates the healing process. How to use this skill? Sun Yi thought for a moment. Overall treatment is accelerated. It's definitely a very good support skill. The treatment goes without saying. After the contract with Princess Wu, I watched her use it to heal those social exorcist teams. The results are visible. It's pretty good. As long as it is touched by the winds of recovery. Most of the seriously injured people were able to sit up. The wound healed almost instantly upon being exposed to the wind. The immediate healing effect is undeniable. In addition, don't just focus on the therapeutic effects of the resuscitation method. The effect of group acceleration is quite significant. Whether attacking or retreating, it has proven very effective. Well, how should I put it? Based on this skill alone, Jiwoo's role as a support character is basically confirmed. Finally, let's talk about her third skill. It's not unlocked yet, right? Sun-E brought up the control panel. Consuming 500 pain points to unlock the third skill, Angry Face Break, for the martial arts Nun Jiwoo. Based on 3 points of bond points, the final cost is 485 pain points. Confirm. Confirm. Unlocked. As the female ghost's spiritual power level gradually increases, the contract becomes more powerful. Soul orbs required to unlock skills. That really is. It's getting more and more outrageous. Unlock the skills of the 4-star Oni Princess. 10 5-star soul beads are needed. 5 stars. Dude, you really have the nerve to say that. Therefore, whether the female ghost unlocks new skills, upgrades existing skills, or increases her level, it's all part of the story. You basically have to rely on pain points. Let's take a look at the effects of the new skill. Third skill, Rage Strike. Increases the nun's movement speed by 20% upon activation. The nun ignites her inner fire, transforming her normal attacks into a rapid 5-hit combo, dealing full damage, but the attack interval becomes 1.5 seconds. The 5th attack finishes the combo, dealing an area of effect pulse. Rage Strike lasts 15 seconds. 4-star, 1-minute cooldown. Goodness. It's also a powerful damage skill. Sun-E pondered. This skill also perfectly reflects Jiwoo's characteristics. The best defense is a good offense. Her innate 20% movement speed boost, combined with her passive ability, increases both attack power and healing output. Furthermore, her passive ability grants her healing to herself or nearby teammates every third attack. It can also change the attack pattern, allowing you to unleash a 5-hit combo in one go. Even the best fighter only managed 2 punches. You throw 5 punches at once. You're even better than Set. Let me give a brief evaluation. It heals incredibly well and deals high damage too. Finally, there's the pulse effect after the 5-hit combo ends. This is area of effect damage. Finally, the team has gained a new area of effect damage skill. Gang Ying's oil tanker exploded. It is indeed a very good area of effect damage skill. But the commotion was too great. Unless it's a life or death battle. Otherwise, it's generally not something people would want to use in the ghost realm. Using it is practically telling all the ghosts in the entire ghost realm, "Hey, there's a human here. Come and eat me." Although Sun-E currently possesses enough combat power to basically counterattack and kill a horde of evil spirits below 4 stars. But doing things this way is reckless. This will have a significant impact on your own exploration plans. In addition, the ghost tanker truck has significant terrain limitations. It's not universally applicable. In comparison, Jiwoo's Angry Face Break seems to be much more versatile. It's like a burst of energy when you're beating someone up. How simple. Alright, next one. Jiwoo handed the microphone back, bowed, and slowly stepped off the stage. My turn. Ingmeng skipped and hopped over to Sun-E. Come on, introduce yourself to everyone. Sun-E squatted down and handed the microphone to Huanmeng Ingmeng. He took the microphone. But then they discovered. Ingmeng is too short. Now standing next to Sun-E. Almost half of her body was blocked by the conference table in front of her. From the perspective of other female ghosts, only half of Ingmeng's head was visible. Sun-E. In that case, you may come to the table and speak. As he spoke, Sun-E bent down, embraced Ingmeng's petite and soft body, and gently placed her on the conference table. Throughout the process, Ingmeng remained still, behaving as docilely as a kitten. When I got close and hugged her, Sun-E smelled that sweet fragrance again, which seemed to be a mixture of fruit and flowers. Is that Ingmeng's unique body fragrance? Or something else? Sun-E is unaware of this at the moment. And so, Ingmeng was placed on the stage. We can begin. Hello, sisters. I'm Ingmeng. If bad guys show up, I can throw them into another dimension and even put them to sleep. Ingmeng stood with her hands on her hips, striking a confident and imposing pose. So cute. But who would have thought that this energetic little girl is actually a 4-star early-stage female ghost? Previously, this was a passive skill gain due to the additional sacrifice effect. I'm still half asleep. Simply put, it's an enemy that can disrupt the sleep of those affected by the dream demon. Upon waking, IQ is temporarily lowered. Sun-E has not yet tested this effect. I don't know the specific effects. To what extent can IQ be lowered? Will he become completely mentally disabled? Or perhaps it would be more in line with the skill description. In a state of just waking up, but not fully awake? My skills sometime in the future. Chen Hui was making plans. Next up are Shadow Dream skills. There is a very special place here. Previously, when deciding to set off for Shadow Castle to contract with Shadow Dream, that was already explained in advance. That is, none of Shadow Dream's skills required raising her hand. If you can see it, then you can activate the skill directly. Start at 0 frames. In addition, one will specifically note the existence of dream demons. Only a female ghost research expert like Biofone could do that. They are extremely rare, and there is very little information about them in the encyclopedia. Basically, that's what Chen Hui knows about her. They all came from the information provided by Biofone. Therefore, Shadow Dream's 2 powerful skills. Almost no one will deliberately try to defend against it, whether you go first or second. These are all guaranteed hit skills. The skill range is also quite simple. As long as Ingming can see it, it can be released. During combat, there are 2 skills. This directly shuts down the enemy's 2 core damage dealers. The rest can be played casually, right? In addition, the skill of banishment also has various clever uses. Besides being used to seal away enemies, it can also protect teammates. 2 uses. For example, Blood Lotus or myself. Exposed to enemy attacks. At this point, Shadow Dream can be banished directly. 5 seconds is enough time for the other female ghosts to return to their positions. The results were excellent. Furthermore, this skill is not simply a control skill. When the exiled enemy returns to reality, they will also suffer psychological harm. This is yet another new type of damage, not within the scope of physical and magical resistance reduction. Only enemies with high mental strength can defend against it. If a person is continuously subjected to psychological attacks, in mild cases, it can cause excruciating headaches. In severe cases, it can lead to mental breakdown and a vegetative state. Then came the nightmares. Nightmares can also cause psychological harm. However, it occurred while the person was awake. In addition, this skill has a very annoying aspect. If an enemy is put to sleep, his teammates can try to wake him. If you fall asleep, you'll be transferred to the teammate who woke you up and fall asleep again. Moreover, the duration of this slumber is the same. For example, nightmares last for 10 seconds. But even when the enemy had only 0.1 seconds left in their sleep state, he was woken up by his teammate. His teammates all have to stay asleep for another 10 seconds. They will also suffer psychological harm upon waking. Therefore, in Chen Hui's view, Shadow Dream's second skill, Nightmare. Disgusting, absolutely top-notch. During battle, unleash a nightmare on the enemy's key figures. Waking them up is one thing, not waking them up is another. The best way to counter this skill at present. It means taking strong stimulants by yourself. Dispel it yourself. That way it won't transfer. Similarly, let's unlock Shadow Dream's third skill now. Chen Hui brought up the system panel. Spend 500 pain points to unlock the third skill, Ghostly Entanglement, of the Dream of Illusions. Based on 3 bond points, the final cost is 485 pain points. Confirm. Confirm. Unlocked. Third skill, Ghostly Entanglement. Enemies hit by the Ghostly Entanglement skill will gain 1 stack of a negative status effect. Each stack reduces the enemy's attack range and casting range by 10%, and the negative status effect lasts for 30 seconds. The duration is refreshed when a new stack is gained. 4-star, passive skill. Holy crap. That's truly amazing. Reduce attack range and also reduce casting range. And they can be stacked. It's not as simple as just directly reducing attack power. However, attack range and casting range. Every tiny bit more. These are all significant improvements. For example, a certain 4-character 5v5 game. Even though you're both marksmen, if someone else's attack range is 50 yards longer than yours, you'll be constantly being pulled around and getting your scalp tingled up. Even if it's just 2 melee heroes battling it out. Even if someone's attack range is 25 yards greater than yours, they can still kite you. And the skills of the illusionary Dream Ghost. These values will be directly affected in the future. In theory, if you're using it based on the duration, it really can reduce everyone else's attack range and casting range by 100%. That is reset to 0. Whatever spells you cast, they all explode directly on your hand. I can't make the call. Just thinking about it makes me think how amazing it is. In conclusion, illusory dream ghost, shadow dream. She truly lives up to her title as a support demon. Skill set, regardless of whether it's used to hinder enemies. It's still used to protect teammates. They are all very good. Okay, that concludes the introduction. Thank you everyone. Yingming imitated Jiwoo's movements, bowing and thanking the other ghosts in a very proper manner. Then, he jumped off the conference table, climbed into his chair, and sat down. Sun-E saw it all. Yingming, that little devil, is just so adorable no matter how you look at her. After slightly adjusting the color, Sun-E picked up the microphone again. Now, let's take stock of what we've gained in this trip to the ghost realm. As he spoke, Sun-E infused his inspiration into the spatial ring. Various soul beads found in the ghost realm. This includes the soul orbs dropped by the 3 groups of assassins who fought each other. There were also items obtained from exorcists in the community at the time. Sun-E neatly packed everything into several bags, categorizing them accordingly. 3 big bags. If others saw this, Sun-E would be a late-stage, 2-star ghost master. So many soul beads. Moreover, many of them are 3-star or even 4-star soul orbs. Don't bulge your eyes out. I just don't know what I can do with so many soul beads. Sun-E was somewhat troubled. Wow, there are so many resources, I don't even know how to use them all. First, keep the high-star soul orbs. They can be used later to craft equipment. I still use it as my daily snack. Everything is fine. As for soul beads of 2 stars and below, sell it. With the money I earned, I'll go out and eat something nice. Or it can be used to buy gifts for the female ghosts to increase their bond level. Everything is fine. Otherwise, keeping it is just sitting there. It's useless. And this 3-star flame gem. Sun-E took out the warm, red, rhombus-shaped gemstone. This was the reward Sun-E received for treating that young ghost master. Elemental gems are equipment that can imbue contracted spirits with certain attributes. That's right. This is equipment. After equipping the item, the contract ghost's body, skills, and attacks will all be enhanced. These will all change depending on the characteristics of the gemstone. Some particularly compatible contracted spirits will even undergo a qualitative leap in their skills after equipping gems. The one I have in my hand now is the flame gem. This is a gem that deals damage. To put it another way, that means the female ghost's attacks will have special effects. As we all know, when going for an effects-based build, the higher the attack speed, the greater the benefit. So, among the many female ghosts that Sun-E has currently contracted with, who has the fastest attack speed? The answer is the martial arts nun Jiwoo. Actually, Tang-Shi is also an option. However, Tang-Shi already has special effects depicting mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Moreover, in terms of attack speed, she is slightly inferior to Jiwoo. Therefore, this gem should be equipped to Jiwoo. Jiwoo, come up here, Sun-E said, holding the gemstone. The martial arts practitioner, Jiwoo, rose again and approached Sun-E. The way this gem is equipped is also somewhat strange. The contracted ghost needs to swallow it. Therefore, Shuelian and Gang Ing both cast sympathetic glances at Jiwoo. Tang-Shi, however, had no idea what was about to happen. Come to think of it, she doesn't seem to have experienced Sun-E feeding her the soul bead. That feels quite a pity. Sun-E gave an order to Jiwoo, who had come before him. Close your eyes. Then open your mouth. Truck did. She was exercising, and her body temperature was quite high. Her red lips parted slightly, and a breath of hot air escaped from her mouth. Sun-E looked at those bright, clean silver teeth. Her tongue was slightly raised, as if waiting for Sun-E to insert something. Then, Sun-E took the flame gem and was about to feed it to her. However, by accident, my hand slipped. The flame gem fell from the corner of Jiwoo's mouth. It landed right in the ditch. Master, is there something warm that's comforting my chest? Jiwoo spoke, his words slurred and unclear. She was worried that if she suddenly shut her mouth, she might bite Sun-Yi's vulnerable spot. Therefore, he deliberately did not close his mouth when he spoke. This vulnerable area. It's obviously referring to the fingers. The female ghost was naturally physically strong. Moreover, Jiwoo is a melee fighter with strength. If we really bite down with all our might, most human structures should be able to be bitten through. Sun-E, why don't we let her take it out herself? Jiwoo, on the other hand, cooperated by putting his hands behind his back. It's obvious they don't want to do it themselves. I can't say who she's cooperating with. Sun-E felt somewhat helpless. Fine, just take it. Not far away. A phantom dream, a ghostly figure, blinking its eyes. She was curious. What would happen next? Why is the owner's face suddenly so red? All I could see was Sun-Yi's hand reaching out towards Jiwoo. Suddenly, Ingming's vision went black. Tang-Shi covered her from behind. Ugh, sister, what are you doing? Ingming struggled to break free. Good children shouldn't watch scenes like this. Tang-Shi didn't let go. In order to keep Ingming pure. Tang-Shi, you've done so many good deeds. Although I can't watch it, I can still hear the sounds in my dream world. Just listen. Isn't this space a bit too big? Where did you leave your things? Master, to the left, to the left. Moi. I don't know what this sound effect is. What is this? Diamond Sutra? Why would you hide a book like that in there? I must have been mistaken. Let me check the right side again. Jiwoo did not respond to Sun-Yi's complaint and continued speaking. Moi. Is this Kant's critique of pure reason? Isn't that a bit outrageous? How did you manage to fit a book the size of a brick inside? Don't worry about such details. A few minutes later, Sun-E finally found the flame gem and fed it to Jiwoo. Tang-Shi then released her hand from Ingming's eyes. Ingming glanced at the conference table next to Sun-E. Several books were scattered haphazardly there. What is this thing? Is that Doraemon's pocket? They're so good at hiding things. Jiwoo kept his eyes closed, seemingly sensing the flame gem that had been swallowed into his body. After consuming the flame gem, she could clearly feel the air around her become slightly hotter. It's definitely a great tool for warming the bed in winter. Unfortunately, it's summer now. Sun-E looked at Jiwoo in front of him. How about trying to activate the gem's power? Jiwoo nodded, then exerted all his strength. A wave of heat erupted from her body. Jiwoo's body began to change. The nun's robe she was wearing bore burn marks from flames. It emitted scattered light. It's like charcoal burning inside. Her body became even hotter as a result. As for body temperature, Sun-E tried touching Jiwoo's forearm. It's a bit hot for a normal body. It feels like it has a fever. But unlike having a fever, Jiwoo was filled with power. Even in the smallest gestures. You can see sparks popping out of Jiwoo's body. This is interesting. This fire gem. I've got something good. Jiwoo also bowed in thanks. Thank you for the reward, Master. Heim's bond level has increased by 3 points, currently at 6 points. Not bad, it also increased the bond level. Sun-E sighed. After finishing the most recent tasks, we absolutely must go to the training hall and find someone to test Jiwoo's current combat strength. After activating the flame gem, I wonder what level she can reach. Have Jiwoo turn off the flame gem effect and return to her original position. Finally, the first piece of equipment we obtained in the ghostly realm of Shadow Castle. Tang-Shi currently wields the soul-chasing sword. As Sun-E spoke, he asked Tang-Shi to come up on stage and display the long sword in her hand that gleamed with an eerie light. This sword has an 80% chance of ignoring evasion. Furthermore, when the special effect is triggered, it also deals additional magic damage. After equipping the sword, Tang-Shi's attacks will no longer be purely physical damage. It's a mixed injury now. That's about it. I've basically finished taking stock of everything I got from this trip to Shadow Castle. Master, does the contact information for that Yushika count as part of our gains? Just then, Ingming suddenly asked. Forehead. Well, Sun-E was stunned. Contact information for a mysterious, but clearly very capable girl. That's a gain, I guess? Sun-E glanced at his phone. Aside from that greeting, Yushika didn't say anything else. Perhaps it's worthwhile to maintain this network. Is it also in my own best interest? What if we need it someday? Sun-E thought to himself. Dean's office, Magic University's Special Forces Academy. The office lights were still on at night. Several cups of tea were placed on the coffee table in front of them. Jing'an, the dean of the Special Operations Academy, sat on the sofa in his office where guests were waiting. Sitting next to him were Wang Xingfeng and his group. As soon as they arrived in Shanghai, they rushed over to catch up with the old dean. I never thought you'd end up as a Ghost Realm investigator. How's your inspiration level now? When Zheng An's most outstanding student returned to school a few years ago, he was all smiles. Taking a small sip of tea, Wang Xingfeng replied with a smile. The investigation team is currently offering very good benefits. I'm already a late-game 4-star on my OG. 4-star late game. The other graduates who came along for the visit couldn't help but gasp. Forehead. Maybe it's because the air conditioner is on. It's quite normal to gasp for air. In short, they were quite shocked by Wang Xingfeng's improvement in strength. The higher you go in cultivating your inspiration, the more difficult it becomes. This is only natural. It's not like when it was 1 or 2 stars. Try harder and keep absorbing soul beads every day. It will take about 2 or 3 months. Take it slow, about 6 months. It can also improve. However, as the level of the Demon Slayer increases, the difficulty of cultivation has increased exponentially. It requires absorbing a large number of soul beads. Start by breaking through to 4 stars. Inspiration in a normal person's body gradually reaches saturation. If you want to continue improving, that's something that can't be achieved through hard work alone. 2 approaches. Alternatively, they may possess exceptionally high innate inspiration, compressing the concentration of inspiration within their body to absorb more. Alternatively, special breakthrough materials would be needed. Obtaining such materials is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Regardless of which breakthrough method is used, they're all pointing to the same thing. In the years since Wang Xingfeng graduated, they paid an unimaginable price. By the way, Xingfeng. A few days later, at the opening ceremony of our Special Forces Academy. Same old rules, understand? A meaningful smile appeared on Zheng En's face as he looked at Wang Xingfeng. Yes? Wang Xingfeng was a little confused. However, recalling his experience of entering the Special Forces Academy back then, suddenly I understood. Oh, I understand. Is this meant to give those freshmen who have just entered the Special Forces Academy a tough start? Wang Xingfeng laughed. Speaking of which, I really miss those days. A few years ago, when I first joined the Special Forces Academy, I went on stage to challenge a senior student who had returned to the school. They got a severe beating. That's when I realized that there are always higher levels to reach and more capable people to rely on. Now, the roles are reversed. It's my turn to give the new students a hard time. Wang Xingfeng sighed. Before I knew it, so many years had passed since I was admitted to university. Jing'an nodded. That's right, that's exactly it. Those who can enter the Special Forces Academy are naturally the elite of the elite. But in terms of mindset, some people might get carried away. You should be able to help with this small favor, right? Jing'an asked. Of course I'd love to, Wang Xingfeng replied. The dormitory area of Magic University. Alright, that concludes our review of our exploration of Shadow Castle. Thank you all for participating. Sunny summarized, holding the microphone. It's finally over. Gangying said, quickly taking out a beer and pouring it into her mouth. The other female ghosts also dispersed and went their separate ways. At this time, Jiwoo found Sun-E. Master, if possible. She seemed to have some request. It's all right, go ahead. Sun-E waved his hand, telling her not to hesitate too much. I've heard about the existence of facilities called gyms in the human world for a long time, and I'd like to try exercising in one. Jiwoo said. Gym? Sun-E was stunned for a moment. There should also be fitness equipment specifically for students inside the university. Being a demon slayer isn't just about meditation and cultivation. Having a healthy body is also very beneficial for absorbing inspiration. But you can't just summon Himiko directly in the gym, can you? That's a public area, after all. It wouldn't be good if it scared the other students. How about this? After all, fitness equipment is just a regular industrial product. Let's buy one and put it in the training room, Sunny said. Upon hearing that Sun-E had actually bought equipment to satisfy his own needs, I was shocked. Jiwoo was deeply moved. That's wonderful. Thank you again, Master. Her gratitude wasn't just lip service. A big hug came over to Sun-E. Just bury him. In an instant, a rich milky aroma filled Sun-Yi's nostrils. Forehead. That's enough, that's enough. Clearly feeling that he was having difficulty breathing, Sun-E quickly told Jiwoo to let go. I need to rest. Please keep your voices down. Sunny said this and went to wash up and rest. The rules he set for the female ghosts were as follows. As long as it's within your own dormitory, they will almost never be taken back into their bodies. Free time. Do whatever you want. This includes when Sun-E is sleeping at night. This will make many things easier. It's mainly for defense purposes. This allows them to act as mobile surveillance. Sun Yi's enemies are still keeping an eye on him. Who knows if they might bring people in the middle of the night to kill him. Therefore, as long as you don't make any noise that disturbs the neighbors, it's fine. These female ghosts exist. Sun Yi no longer needs to worry about being attacked from the outside while he sleeps. Then, I'm not sleepy. I don't want to rest. Meng lingered on the sofa, unwilling to leave. My first night here. She had been curious about the television in the living room for a long time. Since Sun Yi has given permission for them to act independently, Meng decided to stay up all night watching TV. However, Tang Shi came to persuade her to go to sleep. No, Xiaoming is still young. If she doesn't rest properly, it will affect her development. Tang Shi said she wanted to take Meng away. No, sister, you're the one who needs to sleep to develop. Look at you, you don't even have breasts as big as Jiwu's. Tang Shi. Those words just now seemed to have dealt Tang Shi a great blow. The next day, Sun Yi arrived at the Magic University Mission Center. This is where you accept and submit tasks. I want to graduate from Magic University. In addition to passing various compulsory courses, you still need to earn enough credits. The main way to earn academic credits, besides participating in major competitions, it means completing the tasks assigned by the task center. Front desk. The people in charge of submitting and distributing tasks are 2 female students. That's right, within the Magic University, there are certain positions. These roles were all filled by students. You can earn academic credits by completing these tasks. It's just that there aren't many missions, especially those that require entering the ghost realm, that pay more. But its advantage lies in its safety. When there's something to do, do it. When there's nothing to do, slack off and chat. The credits are now yours. At this moment, these 2 students are putting this principle into practice. They're gossiping. Hey, did you hear? A senior from our school has been missing in the ghost realm for over a year. What's so strange about that? Don't dozens of people disappear in the ghost realm every year? The other person was clearly uninterested. But she's still alive, and she even returned to school alive. The school forum is buzzing with the news. Oh my god, really? The other person was astonished upon hearing such a bizarre story. No supplies were provided. How do humans survive in the ghost realm? And it didn't just happen in a day or 2. It's been a year. They found themselves in a perilous realm filled with man-eating demons. To stay in that kind of place for 2 years. Alas. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Yes, her name is Chu Xian. I really don't know how she survived a year in the ghost realm. Just then, the automatic glass doors to the mission lobby opened. Sun Yi entered the mission hall. Arrive at the ticket machine, take a number, queue up, and submit your task. While sitting in the lobby waiting, a senior student sat down next to Sun Yi. Hey, junior, you look unfamiliar. You must be a freshman, right? Sun Yi looked over. He was a tall, thin boy. Judging from his age, he should be Sun Yi's senior. Yes. Sun Yi nodded. Nice to meet you. Just call me Chen Lai. Senior Chen Lai smiled. Now a junior at the university, he is known throughout the school for his warm-heartedness. I really enjoy helping new students. It is very popular among younger students. Is this your first time at this mission center? I've come to see it once before, Sun Yi said with a smile. Anyway, I'm just idling around now. Why not have a chat with this senior student, Chen Lai? Sun Yi was browsing the campus forum when he had nothing to do before. I've also heard of Chen Lai's reputation. Therefore, after learning that the person sitting next to him was him, Sun Yi wasn't particularly averse to this sudden conversation. Moreover, chat with people like that more often. It's like having another source of information. Chen Lai pointed to the large screen in the distance. Look, do you see that? This is the quest board, showing what quests are currently available in the game, which ones have been accepted, and which ones haven't been accepted yet. Some tasks are highly difficult and extremely dangerous, so please don't attempt them recklessly. If things go wrong, I might end up dying in the ghost realm. For example, finding a missing person. Person? Sun Yi was somewhat puzzled. Why? When he accepted the mission. Upon inspection, the target area matched the shadow castle I wanted to visit. And so it was accepted. I didn't think much of it. Is this kind of mission very dangerous? Sun Yi asked. Of course, Chen Lai said with a serious expression. After all, this concerns the lives of newborns. Chen Hui certainly didn't want the freshman who had once stood before him to suffer the same fate. A few days later, he died a tragic death in the ghost realm. He began to explain earnestly. Think about it, we are students at Magic University. In terms of individual strength, as long as the exploration is not too outrageous and involves a level difference, it is feasible. They can generally protect themselves in the ghost realm. A place where someone like that could disappear. Is it really safe? That makes a lot of sense. People who disappeared in the ghost realm. They almost all met with misfortune. Accepting the quest basically means going to collect the corpses. They salvaged some personal belongings to build a cenotaph for their family members. This is the final fate of almost all ghost masters who disappear in the ghost realm. Chen Hui continued his explanation. For freshmen like you, it's common to start with the simplest A-level or D-level missions. Let's familiarize ourselves with the task acceptance process first. This level of task is relatively much simpler. Their main responsibility is to clear out the evil spirits that wander out from the outer perimeter of the ghost realm. Or, in other words, assisting in the protection of outposts, etc. Once you're older and your skills have improved, then you can consider higher-level missions. While Chen was explaining, Sun-E glanced at the huge mission screen next to him. The mission to find clues about the missing person Chu Xian. Found it. It's in the A-level task list. Senior, what's the approximate difficulty level of an A-level mission? Sun-E suddenly asked a question. Don't even think about it. Sun-Yi's question made Chen Hui raise his voice 8 octaves in urgency. Don't even consider such a task. For freshmen, rashly choosing an A-level mission is practically suicide. The mission level is determined based on the risk assessment. Such a mission is basically guaranteed to encounter dangerous situations during its execution. Seeing how worried Chen Hui was about him, Sun-E gave an awkward laugh. You can tell. This senior student genuinely cares about me. Actually, Chen's words weren't wrong. On the way to Shadow Castle, indeed, we encountered many dangers. Forehead. It must have been very dangerous for others. Sun-E dares to speak his mind. Even the senior who challenged me back then. What's the rumor? It's about Jia Chengya, a senior who ranked in the top 10 of his class. Just having him walk the same path that Sun-E had walked is enough. That's probably quite unlikely. Not to mention, he also has to defeat Sister Marshall in the church district. It's reasonable that such a task would be classified as level A. No wonder Chen Hui was exaggerating. What's strange is Sun-E. For other normal college students studying magic, an A-level mission is indeed an extremely dangerous challenge. Sun-E was still chatting with senior Chen Hui. Just then, the sensor door to the mission center opened. A group of excited students walked in through the door. That's right. Many challenging tasks are completed by teams of several students working together. The credits awarded upon completion will be split equally. As for the group of people in front of them, needless to say, judging from this, the mission was a great success. The one leading them was a senior female student. She seemed very happy. Not bad, not bad. This B-level mission isn't that difficult after all. A piece of cake for the 4 of us 3-star demon slayers. Sun-E looked at Chen Hui beside him with a puzzled expression. Her name is Su Jiling, and she is a well-known expert at completing tasks. That means she is very diligent in accepting and completing tasks. The team she leads is frequently able to complete various high-level missions, with very few mission failures. I earned a ton of academic credits. It is said that her reputation has spread, and many warbands value her for that reason. They're all vying to invite Su Jiling to join them after graduation. Chen Hui said. The students waiting in the hall greeted Su Jiling as they saw her. Senior Su, you're having a lucky day today too. Wow, you're amazing. You solved a B-level mission in less than 5 days. This efficiency is probably unmatched by any other team at the Magic University. Huh? 5 days. Did it really only take 5 days? That's a record broken. Everyone couldn't help but admire it. For students at Magic University, the more credits, the better. It's not just for graduation. It can also be used to redeem various good things in the school's internal online store. Aside from various special and rare equipment, various elixirs, potions, or necessary materials for breaking through to higher levels. This is something that is almost priceless and unavailable in ordinary social markets. Inside the Magic University, all of these can be redeemed with academic credits. That's a fair statement. Credits are money. And it's a lot of money. Of course, graduation depends on the total number of credits earned at Magic University. Only the number of items retrieved is considered, not the number retained. There won't be a tragic situation where you run out of credits and can't graduate. As the team leader, Su Jiling took a number and waited in line. While waiting, she looked up and saw the information on the big screen. Finding clues about Chu Xian, this quest is still hanging here. Yes, it's been hanging there for a year now. Her teammates chimed in. She had a pretty deep impression of this task. To explain why it's so profound, because of this task, it was her team's only failed mission. That's right. Chu Xian disappeared a year ago. Su Jiling's team accepted the mission immediately and headed towards Shadow Castle. Result: their team repeatedly explored the outer city areas. All other places were ruled out. It was finally confirmed that Chu Xian was in the church district. However, when she led the group to the entrance of the church area. But then a demon in armor suddenly appeared. They beat him so badly he was crying for his parents. Left with no other option, they had to retreat. Such a crushing defeat. This could be considered the only dark chapter in Su Jiling's team's history. It's been dragging on for so long. This task is probably going to be delisted soon. It seems this girl named Chu Xian has already. Su Jiling didn't want to continue and simply shook her head. Even now, a year has passed. Let her lead the team into Shadow Castle once again. She couldn't even guarantee that she could defeat the armored night demon who blocked her way. Su Jiling led her team directly to the mission center after leaving the Ghost Realm. I didn't have time to check my phone or browse forums during the session. Therefore, she is currently unaware of Chu Xian's situation. Hey, Sister Su, this task is in the accepted state. Someone has taken on this task. Su Jiling's teammates suddenly noticed this detail. The task status can be checked on the task screen. This. Su Jiling frowned slightly. A-level high difficulty mission. It was actually accepted? My team is already considered one of the best in the entire university. All of these will result in mission failure. Who's so reckless? They actually chose to take on a task that even I wouldn't dare to accept? Just then, the announcement called out Sun Yi's name. Please ask Sun Yi to come to the front desk to handle your business. You going to pick up a mission now? Remember what I just said, don't aim too high. Start by mastering the basic tasks. Upon hearing Sun Yi's number called, Senior Chen Lai spoke last. Okay, thank you for the explanation, Senior. Sun Yi said goodbye. Although Chen said, this might not be of much help to Sun Yi. However, it is remarkable that he was able to show such concern for a complete stranger. For this reason alone, Sun Yi already highly approves of him. Chen Lai is a good person. Sun Yi went to the front desk. Hello, I'm here to submit a task. Upon seeing someone approaching, the two girls stopped gossiping and turned to Sun Yi. Okay, please provide the necessary materials and the quest number you accepted. Just as Sun Yi began processing his business. At the same time, a broadcast began. Task ID 2023-081-5006. Begin settlement. At the same time, on the big screen, the A-level mission to find clues about Chu Xian turned gray. When the receptionist saw the task number Sun Yi gave her, her expression changed drastically. Because this is precisely the mission number for an A-level mission, investigating the whereabouts of the missing person Chu Xian. He took the materials from Sun Yi and looked at them. An unparalleled shock surged through my heart. The receptionist looked on incredulously. After all, it's the hottest topic on the campus forum right now. The most debated point right now. It all comes down to the senior student, Chu Xian, who has been missing for a year. Did he escape on his own, or was he rescued? After struggling to get back to Magic University, she went straight to the medical department to recuperate. No one else felt comfortable going up to her and asking her questions. The people at the Task Management Center have discussed this at length. If Chu Xian came out on his own, then the tasks related to her on the task board can be removed from the list. But some people say, what if he really was rescued by someone? Wouldn't that be unfair to the students who are assigned the tasks? In short, this matter has caused quite a stir. And those at the center of such a debate. It was right in front of me. Inside the hall, Su Jiling looked puzzled upon seeing this change. It looks like that boy not far away. This is the person who took on this A-level mission. Is there only one person? That's incredibly bold. Judging from their appearance, They must have failed in their mission and returned to explain what happened. That's good, as long as no one was hurt. I just hope I won't be so reckless in the future. Accepting an A-level mission rashly leads to this consequence. Task ID 2023-081-5006. Task complete. The announcement came over the loudspeaker. At the same time, on the large screen, the mission to find Chu Xian's whereabouts disappeared from the A-level mission list. Su Jiling's eyes widened in surprise. Is it done? It's true, this person completed that mission, exclaimed her teammate next to her. Senior Chen Hui also looked utterly shocked. He was just now giving Sun-E a long, detailed explanation of the task's difficulty. That's all nonsense about not aiming too high and starting with low-level tasks. Then he turned around. You're telling me he completed an A-level mission? The noisy mission lobby, please quiet down immediately. Dozens of eyes turned to the front desk. Look at the boy standing at the front desk, submitting his task. Is that him? Those who completed the A-level mission. How is this possible? Su Jiling looked around at Sun-E. According to regulations, submitting a task requires the presence of all participating members to facilitate the allocation of academic credits. Even if a teammate is injured and unable to come, there must be corresponding supporting documentation. But Sun-E is alone. Furthermore, it doesn't seem like any teammates are involved in the mission. In other words, a conclusion that shattered her worldview popped into Su Jiling's mind. The boy in front of me is named Sun-E. One person. She accomplished a mission that even her 7-person team couldn't. This is absolutely incredible. Chu Xian's location was determined based on her previous exploration. It should be in the church district. But inside Shadow Castle now, various traps and mechanisms will appear along the way. They also had to pass through the main gate, which was blocked by the armored night demon. She even heard that there was an extremely ferocious female ghost, Sister Marshall, guarding the interior of the church district. He was alone. How did they overcome all these obstacles? Su Jiling was quite puzzled. Junior, excuse me. May I ask how you found the clues about Chu Xian? Driven by intense curiosity, she stepped forward and asked Sun-E. Sun-E looked at Su Jiling, who had come to chat him up. Walking past. Su Jiling. I see. A possibility suddenly occurred to her. He must have just managed to avoid the traps and armored knights on the road. A chosen one. What incredible luck. Thinking of this, Su Jiling couldn't help but feel regret. There were several of us on our side, and we put in so much effort. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as others. They didn't encounter any powerful evil spirits blocking their way when they went. At this moment, the girl at the front desk began entering Sun-Yi's task information into the computer. So, it was Sun-E who found clues about Chu Xian, reported them to the rescue team, and then found and rescued her, right? Such meritorious service can earn additional academic credits. However, Sun-E denied it. No. I'm the one who saved Chu Xian. This is a photo of her imprisoned in the realm of ghosts. As he said this, Sun-E took out his phone and pulled up the photo evidence he had left behind when he encountered Chu Xian in the ghost realm. This photo was taken by Sun-E just as he arrived in front of the central church. The roadsides were littered with the bodies of fallen exorcists. In the very center of the image is Sister Wu. Further away, at the edge of the photograph, you can find a row of people hanging. One of them was clearly Chu Xian. Was it you who rescued her? The two girls at the front desk were so surprised that their voices were a little hoarse. Holy crap! That's incredible! A solo rescue. There seems to be no precedent in the history of Magic University, right? That's right, never. At most, we'll hire a warband to rescue them after finding a clue. Who would single-handedly venture into the ghost realm to rescue someone? The students watching were discussing it. Find clues and rescue people. That's no easy feat. If we have to categorize them, then they would fall into the S rank, which is above the A rank. The female ghost in the photo. The legendary martial arts nun. Did you run into her? Curious, Chen Hui also leaned over to take a look at the photos on Sun-Yi's phone and exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I defeated her and then rescued Senior Chu Xian. Sun-Yi said calmly. He was simply stating a fact. Su Jiling remained silent for a moment. No, this photo only proves that you saw Sister Wu. The scene was horrific. It's really good that I was able to escape from her. But that's still not enough to prove you. Ji-woo, done. Sun-E was getting a little annoyed by the questions. He knew that facts speak louder than words. No matter how much explanation is given. Why not let them take a look at Ji-woo, who has already been contracted? Ji-woo stepped out of Sun-Yi's body with steady steps. The students watching were completely dumbfounded. Her figure was curvaceous with a prominent bust and wide hips. Many of the male students found themselves engrossed in watching. Good heavens, Sun-E actually made a contract with such a huge female ghost. Ji-woo was merely standing there. They felt as if they were in the middle of the ocean. Why the ocean? The waves are surging. Ji-woo waved and greeted the students around him enthusiastically. Hello everyone, please take good care of my owner. His hands are covered in blood and he looks fiercely determined to fight. They're like two completely different people. She exudes the inspiration of Sun-E. What happened after that photo was taken? Needless to say, it's obvious at a glance. Sun-E not only won. Moreover, she even formed a contract with one of the martial arts nuns. This is a female ghost. Some classmates secretly sighed at Sun-Yi's choice. He actually made a contract with a female ghost. You're really daring. It's unknown what was sacrificed to Sun-E. Sun, I'm sorry, but such a significant meritorious service is probably beyond the scope of our level to handle. Please wait a moment. I will notify the teacher to come over. Sun-Yi's case is a special one. The two girls who were just coasting through the credits here were naturally beyond our control. They quickly made phone calls to call for backup. During this waiting period, Sun-E took Ji-woo back and then found a chair to sit down. Chin came to see Sun-E. His feelings were complicated. I still feel that all my advice just now. It's useless. Because they are not ordinary people at all. That kind of general experience doesn't apply to Sun-E. After recovering from the shock, Su Jiling pondered for a moment. He approached Sun-E. Sun-E, would you like to join my team? Join us in carrying out missions from now on. How? Since Sun-E possesses the strength to defeat Wu Xiaonu. If only she could join her team and work for her. There's basically no need to worry about combat strength anymore. Although she was well aware that Sun-E was a very strong fighter. However, this invitation is not without hope. She has experience. Quite a wealth of experience. The team members also have various reconnaissance methods in the Ghost Realm. It is very helpful for exploring the Ghost Realm. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Senior Su is inviting people to join. Wow, that's impressive. You managed to get Su Jiling's approval. With her mentoring him, Sun-E has a bright future ahead of him. People around them cast envious glances. Everyone knows. Talented individuals like Su Jiling are constantly sought after by the most renowned factions in Shanghai. After graduation, you can directly join a major battle group and become a captain. He'll be promoted in the future. He was promoted to a higher position. The chances are extremely high. Now, by following Senior Su, we can not only earn academic credits from missions together. The key point is this relationship. Those are connections that money can't buy. And in response to Su Jiling's invitation, Sun-Yi's answer was, no need, thank you. I'm used to exploring on my own. I refused. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Sun-E dodged it. Su Jiling felt somewhat embarrassed. But then again, it makes sense. Sun-E is nothing compared to this. He's only a freshman. To have such ability in your freshman year. How long has it been since the college entrance exam? Their strength has improved so quickly. Future combat strength level. That's definitely beyond the reach of ordinary students at Magic University. For a moment, Su Jiling suddenly felt a little lost. What I am is. Were you looked down upon? Subsequently, this feeling was amplified. So that's how it is. My abilities are no longer taken seriously. She didn't turn to the dark side because of Sun-Yi's rejection. Or they might do something illogical. I just felt as if I was being blinded by the dazzling light of the boy in front of me. This is truly a prodigy. From childhood to adulthood, even after entering Magic University, she has been studying and living there ever since. This is the first time I've experienced this feeling. She knew very well that Sun-E meant no harm. The reason for the refusal was very, very simple. That's because she and Sun-E are no longer on the same level. That difference in talent and ability. It was laid bare before me. In that instant, she also experienced what it meant to be called a genius in the past. The feelings of other ordinary people. Thinking about this, Su Jiling felt relieved. In that case, I've gone to all this trouble. Junior, if you're completing the task alone, please be careful and return safely. She retreated to her teammates. A few minutes later, the automatic door opened. A teacher rushed in. Did someone exceed the A-level target? Who is it and where is it? He seemed very excited upon hearing the news and almost ran all the way over. In the entire hall, everyone's eyes were fixed on Sun-E. It's me. Sun-E stepped forward without hesitation. Okay, I'll now process the task settlement. The teacher sat down at the front desk and entered his administrator account on the computer. His authority was naturally higher than that of the two girls. Show me all the evidence and documents proving you completed the task. The teacher was speaking. Sun-E didn't find it cumbersome and did as instructed. A-level missions are inherently high-difficulty missions. The rewards are also very generous. Therefore, it is reasonable for the verification process to be more complicated and meticulous. During the task settlement process. Hey, you look unfamiliar. They don't look like those familiar faces. The teacher looked at Sun-Yi's face with some curiosity. He was a regular at the mission center in Magic University, so he could recognize them to some extent. For example, Su Jialing, who has the title of task expert. There are also other powerful and well-known students who frequently come here to accept missions. He knows almost everyone. But today's student is named Sun-E. This was the first time he had met him. Moreover, I've never seen anything like it before. That shouldn't be the case. There are people in the school who are capable of completing A-level tasks. It must be that group of people. How could this be? Teacher, I just came to Magic University, and I'm currently a freshman. This is only my second time at the mission center. Sun-E explained. The teacher was stunned. Forehead. Freshman year. Goodness. Is it possible to complete an A-level task in your first year of university? I don't even want to think about what I can do in my second year of college. I quickly searched for Sun-Yi's student ID in the system. It really is freshman year. I've really learned a lot today. Subsequently, the teacher carefully reviewed the evidence submitted by Sun-E, including the photograph and the martial arts nun Sun-E had a contract with. But there's a problem now, the teacher said, looking somewhat troubled. We cannot definitively prove that it was indeed you who rescued Chu Xian. Of course, discovering clues is beyond question. And the rewards for completing an A-level mission will be just as plentiful. But this. The teacher was also following the proper procedures. There is indeed no way to prove it. What if Sun-E only defeated the Nun Wu? But they failed to save Chu Xian and left? There are no surveillance cameras in the Ghost Realm. How can this be proven? This is actually very difficult. But Sun-E himself knows perfectly well what he has done. Therefore, he needs to find a way. What other options do I have left? Sun-E couldn't help but ponder. What else could I submit to prove my actions in the Ghost Realm? It's really troublesome. To prove what they did in the Ghost Realm. No wonder it was mentioned in the strategy guides on the school forum. When entering the Ghost Realm to complete the mission, it's best to bring some kind of portable camera. The entire process was recorded. If such a thing existed today, it doesn't need to be that complicated. One look and everything is clear. Next time I enter the Ghost Realm, I must bring something like this. Sun-E made a decision in secret. But then again. Now, how can I prove that I actually saved Chu Xian? I can prove it. Suddenly, a weak but resounding voice rang out at the gate. Everyone looked on in surprise. The target of the mission is none other than Chu Xian. Hu Xian? What brings you here? Aren't you still resting in the medical ward? Sun-E said with some surprise. He had considered directly calling Chu Xian over to prove himself. But this is ultimately the worst possible solution. It's not good to disturb the injured. Unexpectedly, she came over on her own. After my family heard that I was out, they specially brought me tonics and even invited a healing-type exorcist to come and find me. He's almost fully recovered now. I heard you were having trouble here, so I came here specifically to see you. Let's resolve this quickly, then go see the professor together. As Chu Xian spoke, he stepped forward. With her help, the teacher in charge of settlement verification quickly confirmed Sun-Yi's actions in the Ghost Realm. Well, the original reward for completing an A-level mission was 30 credits and 2 3-star item exchange coupons. As a reward for exceeding the task requirements, the reward has been increased to 60 credits and 2 4-star item exchange coupons. The voucher will be sent to your mailbox outside your dorm room later. The matter has been completed. Sun-E followed Chu Xian toward Bai Yongfeng's villa. Along the way, Chu Xian kept looking around at the campus. At that moment, I truly thought I would never see such scenery again. Chu Xian suddenly spoke. It's understandable that she would think that way. I was imprisoned in the ghost realm for a year. The torment was both mental and physical. Almost no ordinary person could tolerate it. Chu Xian expressed his gratitude to Sun-E once again. Without you, I'm afraid I would have been trapped in the ghost realm forever until I died. Thank you, Junior Sun-E. Sun-E waved his hand. I just happened to be passing by and noticed it. Don't worry about it. It was actually just a coincidence that it was discovered. When Sun-E accepted the task, all he thought about was what if they ran into each other on the way. Result. Hey, you know what? What if Sun-E really did get involved? The two arrived at Bai Yongfeng's villa. By the way, Junior Sun, I'm going to prepare some things. Why don't you go and talk to the professor first? Chu Xian suddenly spoke mysteriously and left. In the villa area, there is a noticeable increase in the number of students coming and going. The official start of the school year is approaching. More new students carrying large and small bags arrive to register. Forehead. That's right. Despite what Sun-E has already gone through. However, for freshmen at Magic University, school hasn't started yet. The door opened and Xiaoqian welcomed Sun-E into the room. At the same time, Bai Yofeng was talking with another person in the study on the second floor. It was Zheng'an, the dean of the Special Forces Academy. Zheng'an is the dean of the Special Forces Academy. But at the same time, he also mentors students. Unlike Bai Yongfeng's laissez-faire approach to student recruitment, he is a popular choice among many students. Many people were eager to become his disciples. It is said that he has recruited many promising new students this year. For a professor, producing a highly capable student also has many benefits. This is one of the most important qualifications for professors at the University of Magic. In addition, if students achieve good grades or accomplish some significant task, the University of Magic also awards professors who mentor these students. The two have a very good relationship. You could even say they were very close. After all, they were comrades who had risked their lives together. They can even make slightly excessive jokes with each other. In addition, the two also enjoy competing with each other in student training in private. It gives off a strong sense of love-hate relationship. Before Sun-E arrived, Bai Yongfeng's side only has Yan Xuelin as his sole heir. Fortunately, Senior Yan lived up to expectations. I was recently promoted to late-stage 3-star. Unfortunately, because of the contracted female ghost, this resulted in a disability in his left leg, forcing him to walk with crutches every day. On Zheng En's side, his most prized disciple was. He is a male player in the early stages of a 4-star level. His name is Nong Jingfu, a powerful demon with a contract, a swordsman demon in the early 4-star stage. It has a high profile within the university. Although Bai Yongfeng's main focus is on research. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to train a strong student. Today, Zheng'an came to talk to Bai Yofeng about the students. Hey old Bai, are you really comfortable letting your students go to Shadowkeep? This place is extremely dangerous. Aren't you afraid that the students we finally got here will perish inside? Of course I'm worried, Bai Yofeng replied, adjusting his glasses. Ships are perfectly safe just as well moored in harbors, but that's not what people build ships for, right? Zheng'an remained silent for a moment. That's absolutely true. The higher a student's potential, the more they should be given opportunities to gain experience. Overcoming crises amidst life-or-death trials. Only then can you achieve better improvement. This is the inevitable path they must take to become demon slayers. Clang, clang, clang. Xiaoqian gently knocked on the study door. Professor Bai, Sun-E has arrived. Oh? You're back. Bai Yongfeng's face lit up with a delighted smile. Perfect timing, Lao Zheng. Why don't you come and see my student too? Zheng'an had been curious about this for a long time. What kind of student did Bai Yofeng actually take in? It's only been less than a month. While I was chatting with Bai Yofeng, the other party brings it up every now and then. In addition, there was the previously widely publicized case of admitting special forces academies without examination. Zheng'an really wanted to see it. This person, who has always been at the center of public opinion, seems like a legendary figure. What does it actually look like? With Xiaochuan's help, Bai Yongfeng went downstairs in a wheelchair. Zheng'an followed behind. Professor, Sun-E greeted him. Thank you for your hard work, making the trip back from Shadow Castle. Bai Yongfeng, in his wheelchair, sat down on the sofa with Xiao Chuan's help. Zheng Yin carefully observed the boy in front of him from behind. His gaze was calm, yet there was a resolute determination within it. He's quite handsome. It at least aligns with Zheng Yin's definition of beauty. Haha, not bad at all. Quite the handsome young man. Now let's look at Sun Yi. Yes, all 4 limbs are intact. There were no particularly obvious wounds. This is the result of our return from exploring the Ghost Realm. That's already very good. Sun Yi noticed there was another guest who also appeared to be a professor. He also greeted her respectfully. Bai Yongfeng took this opportunity to introduce, this is Dean Zhengyin, the Dean of the Special Operations Academy. Old Zheng, this is Sun Yi, whom I've been telling you about. Once the two were seated, Bai Yongfeng asked Sun Yi first. So, how much did you gain from this trip into the Ghost Realm? Actually, before even asking the question, Bai Yongfeng had already anticipated this. Sun Yi has assessed his own combat capabilities. Before setting off, he possessed 3 female ghosts. As long as the cooperation is proper, defeat Nun Wu and successfully form a contract with her. It should be possible. It's this dream ghost. That's enough. They didn't even catch their own teacher. We can't expect too much from Sun Yi, can we? I'll say it again. Being able to return safely is already the greatest blessing. Not to mention, look at Sun Yi's mental state. He doesn't seem like someone who has accomplished nothing. In any case, she returned after making a contract with the martial arts nun. In this way, he would be in front of Zheng Yin. They managed to salvage some face. Moreover, Bai Yongfeng couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Hey old man, my student has contracted a mid-stage 4-star female ghost. Your eldest disciple, Nong Jingfu, only seems to have one early game 4-star swordsman ghost, right? He couldn't help but anticipate the stunned expression on his old friend's face. Professor, I've successfully completed the contract and returned. Sun Yi answered respectfully. Not bad. Bai Yongfeng nodded in satisfaction. It's Nun Wu, right? That's right. Listening to the conversation between the master and his apprentice, Zheng Yin couldn't sit still any longer. Martial arts nun. That's a mid-stage 4-star female ghost. Son, your inspiration level is at the late stage of 2 stars. It's definitely considered pretty good at Magic University. But how can this be? Zheng Yin was at a loss for words. He worked at the University of Magic University for so many years. This is the first time I've heard of this. There are demon tamers who can contract demons across 2 major levels. Moreover, she's even a female ghost. Zheng Yin was utterly at a loss for words. Sun Yi is only a freshman in college, right? All freshmen have contracted with 4-star female ghosts. When you're a senior in college, won't you have to argue with the Ghost Emperor? Seeing his old friend's shocked expression, Bai Yongfeng couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Alas, it's a pity that I couldn't fulfill all the requirements. While the martial nun is good, the dream demon possesses extremely domineering control skills. That's what makes it top tier. This experience was just so. Bai Yongfeng deliberately set up the Versailles racetrack. This left Zheng Yin, who was standing nearby, completely speechless. Hateful. That old man got away with it. What level is the dream demon? I went into the ghost realm with you to catch it, didn't you know? Those little feet running. Like a ghost. It seems like it was originally a ghost. It doesn't matter. In short, a female ghost as agile as this. A student was asked to retrieve the contract. Almost impossible. What do you mean by just so? Then, Bai Yongfeng nodded to Sun Yi. In short, it wasn't a wasted trip. Bai Yongfeng was aware of the specific strength of Sun Yi's 3 female ghosts. They should possess the strength to defeat Nun Wu. Looking at Sun Yi sitting opposite him, Bai Yongfeng is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Enter the Shadow Castle for training. Not only did it hone my skills, but it also raised my level slightly. It has become a 2-star late-game character. The female ghost has also been contracted. It's great to have a student like Sun Yi. This can be considered the luckiest thing that has ever happened to him since he became a professor. Now you have 1 more slot available for controlling ghosts. You can keep it 4. Bai Yongfeng was about to make a suggestion. Sun Yi shook his head. No, teacher, I caught the dream demon. Bai Yongfeng and Zheng Yin were both stunned, then shouted in unison. You You've made contracts with both the martial nun and the dream demon? Bai Yongfeng's mouth was wide open. Xiao Qian, who was nearby, saw this and quickly came over to remind them. Professor, be careful not to dislocate your shoulder. Your bones aren't strong. Unfortunately, it was too late. I might be asterisk 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 D, my old man. Bai Yongfeng's jaw can't close. This should also be one of the curses of the female ghosts that Bai Yongfeng contracted. The joints are particularly prone to dislocation. Xiao Qian stepped forward and skillfully helped Bai Yongfeng set his bones. Seeing my old friend in such a comical state, Dean Zhengin, who was standing next to him, burst into laughter. Ha ha, Lao Bai, that's just how you are. You get excited too easily. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. It was as if to prevent my old friend from suffering alone. Zhengin was laughing when he choked and started coughing violently. There was no other way but to stop laughing for now and quickly drink some water to soothe my throat. Sun E. These two veterans, can we only say they still have a childlike heart? After a while, the two of them recovered. Bai Yongfeng straightened up slightly and asked seriously, Sun E, did you really form a contract with the dream demon? Zhengin was also very curious. Back then, when I went into the ghost realm with Bai Yongfeng, we set traps and planned routes. Later, let alone chasing after him, they didn't even catch a glimpse of the ghost in the dream. Over the years, he had never actually seen the dream ghost even once. At most, I only see her portrait in the encyclopedia. And if what Sunny said is true, wouldn't that mean he has two 4-star contracted ghosts at the same time? Moreover, they were all female ghosts. Their combat power can be further enhanced. Sun E nodded. Shadow Dream, come out. As she spoke, the ethereal ghost, dressed in a black dress, emanated a faint blue aura of spiritual energy. It emerged from Sun Yi's body to prevent her from running around and messing up Professor Bai's house. Sun Yi picked her up with both hands, as if he were holding a large doll. Actually, the feel is quite similar. You could feel the warmth emanating from Yingmeng through your hands. Her petite figure was just the right size to sit on Sun Yi's lap. Hello, uncles. Yingmeng wondered why Sun Yi had called her out, but she still greeted him politely. Bai Yongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Back then, I spent so much effort, but I still couldn't get a contract with the female ghost. Right in front of me. The task that was not completed. It was accomplished by his own students. This feeling. Unbelievable shock. And I'm also relieved. Zhengin, sitting next to Bai Yongfeng, noticed Bai Yongfeng's appearance. I felt this was truly a rare opportunity. Bai Yongfeng, this old scholar who reads books every day. It's rare to see someone make such an exaggerated expression. Weren't you showing off in front of me like you were going to Versailles? How can you not even understand your own students' basic abilities? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but remind him. Hey Lao Bai, if you open your eyes any wider, they might pop out of their sockets. Xiao Qian, standing beside her, looked ready to pounce. She was holding a box in her hands. She took it from somewhere she didn't know. A new box of prosthetic eyes. No. Will it really fall out? Sun Yi thought to himself, this is what I'm thinking. Everyone knows that Bai Yongfeng has many prosthetic limbs because of his contract with a female ghost. Prosthetic hand, prosthetic leg. It's said that the hearts are all artificial. I thought this was already incredibly amazing. Surprisingly, even one of his eyes was fake. Bai Yongfeng's prosthetic eye has been authenticated as genuine. At least, based on his years of research on female ghosts. She was sitting in Sun Yi's lap. Without a doubt, it's the dream demon. Okay. It's really good. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bai Yongfeng was momentarily speechless. He said good several times in a row. In this way, I only have one regret left in Shadow Castle. Only one. Sun Yi frowned. Another regret. Could it be referring to? That's right, it's my student who went missing among them. His name is Chu Xian. Sun Yi. This cannot be blamed on Bai Yongfeng's lack of information. Chu Xian just arrived at Magic University last night. He went straight to the medical ward and lay down on a bed as soon as he arrived. Bai Yongfeng had a habit of spending almost all his time in his study. It's normal not to know her situation. Professor Bai, guess what? I'll put Chu Xian. Just as Sun Yi was about to reveal his hand. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at the main gate of the villa. Aokian went to open the door. Standing outside the door was none other than Chu Xian. She carried a large box of cake as she walked through the main gate of the villa. Seeing through Xiao Chen's shared vision, Bai Yongfeng was dumbfounded. Isn't this Xu Xian, who has been missing in Shadow Castle for over a year? How did I get here? And it even comes with desserts. Yes, she is one of the very few people who knows she likes sweets. Unfortunately, during the year she left, due to health reasons, Bai Yongfeng has given up sweets. However, the sentiment behind it. Of course, you can feel it. Professor Bai, it's been a long time. This is a gift for you. Xiao Qian led him to the living room, where Chu Xian warmly handed him a cake. Sun Yi saw Chu Xian arrive with these items. It turns out something suddenly came up. They've gone to prepare this. The senior student truly lives up to her reputation. That's so thoughtful. Bai Yongmeng saw this, and his excitement reached a new level. Xiao Qian took the cake and put it in the refrigerator. Chu Xian sat next to Sun Yi. I was able to return safely thanks to junior brother Sunday. Without him, I'm afraid I would never have been able to come back. Was it Sun Yi who rescued her? It wasn't a discovery. Or is it to save? Bai Yongfeng and Jing'an both understood the difference between the two. They also knew that the Magic University Mission Center had already issued a mission to find Chu Xian's whereabouts. Finding and discovering is a challenge. They were found in the Ghost Realm and successfully rescued. This is another level of difficulty. How exactly did Sun Yi manage to do that? He's only a late-stage 2-star. Bai Yongfeng felt that all of this was somewhat unreal. From this day forward, as Sun Yi walks through the gates of his villa, one surprise after another like a never-ending tide. Not only were they able to safely retreat from Shadow Castle, but they were also able to do so. He also made a contract with the martial arts nun and the dream demon. Even Chu Xian, who disappeared in the Shadow Castle. They were all brought along too. Am I dreaming? A strong sense of unreality welled up from the depths of Bai Yongfeng's heart. He subtly clenched his fist. It really hurts. Really, I'm not dreaming. All of this is true. Sun Yi is real, and the dream ghost sitting on his lap is real. Chu Xian, standing next to him, is also real. Bai Yongfeng stared wide-eyed at Sun Yi. He was at a loss for words. I don't know what words can describe his feelings at this moment. Suddenly, Jing'an, who was standing nearby, saw something fall from Bai Yongfeng's face and roll to the ground. Huh? Your eyeball really popped out. It was Xiao Qian who, with quick eyes and hands, picked up the prosthetic eye immediately. At the same time, she skillfully opened the box, took out another prosthetic eye from the maintenance solution, and gently installed it on Bai Yongfeng. Forehead. Xiao Qian must have had a tough time during that conversation. Busy with preparations. Jing'an witnessed all of this. Students like Sun Yi. No, or perhaps he should be called an apprentice. Today's performance. Jing'an was absolutely jealous of Bai Yongfeng. If we compare accepting apprentices to drawing cards, Sun Yi is definitely a top-tier SSR. What an amazing disciple. Not only is he strong, but he also has great potential. He can even help his master solve problems. This was the first time Jing'an had such a thought. I'm so envious. Although Jing'an had many apprentices under his command. Among them were geniuses who, not long after the Ghost Realm assessment ended, had already advanced to the early stage of the 2-star level through their own training. Even those with greater talent are included. In the public eye, they could say that these are all exceptional talents whom other professors are vying to take on as disciples. However, now, he dares to speak. Among his many disciples, you absolutely cannot find anyone as outstanding as Sun Yi. Indeed, the number of disciples is not important. It's not about the quality, it's about the product. Jing'an couldn't help but sigh. However, this does not mean that Sun Yi and Zheng'an have no connection whatsoever. He's already entered the Special Forces Academy. Perhaps soon, I'll be able to witness firsthand the surprises Sun Yi can bring, won't I? Sun Yi and Chu Xian, along with Bai Yongfeng and Zheng'an. We chatted for a while longer in a pleasant atmosphere. Bai Yongfeng had heard the general outline of what happened to Sun Yi in the Shadow Castle. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. Today, Dean Zheng from the Special Operations Academy happens to be here. Sun Yi, aren't you about to enter the Special Forces Academy? If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Bai Yongfeng laughed. Jing'an was happy to answer Sun Yi's question. It wasn't just because of his old friend Bai Yongfeng. It's also because of Sun Yi's own strength and the talent he has shown. Jungin was more than happy to spend his time on Sun Yi. Sun Yi didn't try to take advantage of this relationship to ask for any further preferential treatment. These preferential treatments don't mean much to him. They only asked some questions about studying at the Special Forces Academy, assessment methods, course content, and so on. After their initial conversation, they chatted briefly before Sun Yi took his leave. After leaving by Yongfeng's villa, I've accomplished everything I needed to do after leaving the ghost realm. Next, let's talk about the bond levels between the female ghosts. This is called bond value. It's good stuff. After being improved, the pain points required to upgrade the female ghost can be gradually reduced. Now that the female ghosts are leveling up more frequently, the energy consumption is also increasing. The Blood Lotus has been upgraded twice. The next upgrade using pain points will require 4,000 pain points. Ganging has been promoted 3 times and needs even more, 8,000 points. Tingxi is alright, she's only given birth once. 1,000 pain points will be enough for the next level up. But no matter what, the pain points consumed are all multiplied exponentially afterwards. If we don't raise the bond level sooner, pain points will soon be insufficient. Therefore, let's sell off the soul orbs we don't need right now. Soul orbs dropped by demons when exploring White Mist Town and Shadow Castle. I have a huge pile of them right now. In addition, there were some soul orbs scattered on the ground, dropped by the deceased demon slayers. The quantity is also considerable. Altogether, they could fetch a good price. Once I got the money, I used it to buy some things I needed and, incidentally, to satisfy the female ghost's needs as well. Sun Yi had this plan in mind. Arrive at the magic market. Here you can not only purchase goods at internal prices, they also offer a soul bead recycling service. As for the price, it will be slightly lower than the market price. However, in return, soul orbs recycled at the magic market can earn you academic credits. Upon arriving at the Magic University trading market, Sun Yi swiped his student card. Beep, highest level service. Please proceed to the VIP window to complete your transaction. That's what the machine at the door said. He was the top scorer in Guangxi province. Sun Yi possesses the highest authority to use public services. The value of these permissions is still increasing. Quite a lot of people inside the magic market. As the start of the new school year approaches, many returning students who have completed their training in the ghost realm come here to reclaim the soul beads they no longer need. Just for others, the recovered soul beads were taken out one by one. After all, their strength wasn't as monstrous and heaven-defying as Sun Yi's. 5 female ghosts squawking and killing indiscriminately. When encountering various evil spirits blocking the way, they were basically all pushed past. The more soul beads you accumulate, the more you'll accumulate. Furthermore, it is the most abundant source. It was those 3 groups of assassins who were instantly killed by Su Chengji and his group with a single shockwave. TSK, TSK, TSK. The ground is littered with 3-star and 4-star soul orbs. Sun Yi just thinks about it, and it feels wonderful. Hiss. Wrong. Su Qingji. Su Jiling. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Sun Yi shook his head. Perhaps it's just that they all happen to share the surname Su. So many people across the country. Just because someone shares the same surname doesn't mean they're from the same family, right? Otherwise, why was that when my parents passed away? When I was struggling to work and earn my tuition fees? Why isn't the Sun family here to lend a hand? Right? The topic has veered off course. The current focus is on recovering the soul beads. In conclusion, Sun Yi is different from the others. Let's not even talk about the 3-star soul orb anymore. It's just a 2-star soul bead. The others took them out one by one, afraid of accidentally dropping them. After all, these soul beads were dropped by evil spirits they killed in the ghost realm, risking their lives. But for Sun Yi, comparatively speaking, it's not as precious. There were so many in one bag, I was too lazy to count them myself. Just then, a group of people walked into the trading hall. Beep, highest level service. Please proceed to the VIP window to complete your transaction. After swiping his card, the machine's announcement made Sun Yi look over. It's also the highest level of access? He was very curious about who it was. He must be the top scorer in his province. Sun Yi recognized the person who walked in. It was Su Jiling, the one who spoke in the mission center just now. Luckily, Senior Su has the highest level of access, which saved a lot of queuing time. It's something that's been said by Su Jiling's teammates who are following behind her. It seems she's also here to reclaim soul beads. That makes sense. Her team emerged from the ghost realm and completed their mission. Later, they came to the magic market to recycle soul beads. That makes perfect sense. Moreover, the quality of soul beads varies greatly, with some being good and others bad. Moreover, the quantity may not necessarily be divided equally. Therefore, the loot obtained by the team after completing the mission. Unless something exceptionally good is leaked, it will be distributed internally. Other spoils of war, such as soul orbs of slightly lower quality, they simply recycle and sell the goods, then split the profits. This is much more convenient than using a simple soul dividing pearl. Su Jiling saw Sun Yi and nodded slightly in greeting. Sun Yi responded in the same way. Although she invited Sun Yi to join the team, he declined. But she doesn't hold a grudge against Sun Yi because of this. They're just classmates. It's unlikely that a classic among classics will appear. Enraged by the rejection of his invitation, he began to devise ways to get back at Sun Yi. What era are we living in? Dude, is her emotional intelligence really that low? The VIP counter service was indeed much faster. Soon, almost simultaneously, the two counters called out the numbers for Sun Yi and Su Jiling respectively. Su Jiling, representing her team, approached the counter. Hello, please put the soul beads you wish to recycle in this basket. After a brief assessment, we will calculate the buyback price for each item individually. The counter staff help with the soul bead recycling process. That's right. They are naturally students of Magic University. They're all here to work for the school and earn credits on the side. Su Jiling took out the soul beads from her spatial ring and began selecting the ones that needed to be recycled. Right in this gap, the students who were watching nearby started talking about it. Wow, Senior Su has really made a lot of progress this time. Judging by appearance, there are at least 50. Wow, that's impressive. To go to the Ghost Realm and get so many soul beads. As expected of one of the strongest mission teams. When I went into the Ghost Realm with a few buddies, we only managed to get a dozen or so soul beads at most. How can she be so fierce? The efficiency is incredible. The students praised it enthusiastically. I've never seen so many soul beads gathered together in my entire life. Sun Yi also looked over. Most are 1-star soul beads with a small number of 2-star soul beads. The most valuable items are the 2 3-star soul beads. Su Jiling kept the 2 3-star soul beads and several 2-star soul beads and retrieved the remaining soul beads. Her current inspiration level is at the late stage of 2 stars. I want to get a 3-star Demon Master. We're counting on this 3-star soul bead. Of course, you can choose to keep the soul orb. Her allotted share will naturally be deducted accordingly. Please wait a moment while the appraiser evaluates each of these soul beads. That's what the student doing at the recycling counter said. The students around her were still immersed in the shock brought by Su Jiling. It was Sun Yi's turn. I arrived at the counter. A small brownish-green basket was placed in front of Sun Yi. It's about the size of a wash basin. It's used to hold his soul bead. Excuse me, could you bring me a few more of these baskets? Sun Yi suddenly asked the student behind the counter. What happened? This basket can't hold everything. As he spoke, Sun Yi took out a large bag of soul beads that he had selected to be recycled the night before from his spatial ring. Whoosh! The bag was placed on the counter. The soul beads within collided with each other, producing a crisp sound. The surrounding classmates stared at the entire sack of soul beads. My face was contorted with fear. Holy crap, so many. This number, it's impossible to calculate. There's simply no way to calculate how many there are. How many demons must have been killed for this to drop? Su Jiling, who was standing nearby, looked at Sun Yi and exclaimed in surprise. Sun Yi, are all these soul beads yours alone? Sun Yi nodded, but didn't say anything more. He didn't deliberately show off anything. It's just being realistic. I get a lot of soul orbs. What's wrong? And it was this nod from Sun Yi. Su Jiling gasped in shock. Looks like the air conditioning at the magic market is on pretty high speed. In short, I gasped. These soul beads. It all belongs to Sun Yi alone. No one helped him. I typed all of it myself. Based on his individual combat strength. It's even more efficient than a small team with multiple members. That's not entirely wrong. because the soul orbs dropped by those assassins were of pretty good quality. Sunny stayed. The items in the sack were mostly obtained by killing ghosts themselves. Okay, some of it was obtained from helping exorcists in the community back then. However, to have such an opportunity is truly remarkable. Isn't it also based on the fact that Sunny defeated Sister Wu? Therefore, rounding. It was Sun-E who scored that. Sun-E watched as the staff inside the counter hurriedly grabbed baskets to collect the soul pearls. Or maybe shouldn't look for baskets at all. You can take this bag to be appraised. In the trading hall for about half an hour. The staff member then jogged over. An evaluation document was handed to Sun-E. This is our evaluation list, along with the total buyback price for all soul beads. Please take a look. Sun-E took it and glanced at it. Although the price for soul beads recycled within the Magic University is slightly lower. However, these are the parts that are below market price. All of these will be earned in the form of academic credits. Sun-E was carrying a large bag of soul pearls. After recycling, the total is forehead. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Forget it, I'm too lazy to count the digits. In short, it's a lot of money. In addition, there are 15 extra credits. In short, the money is in hand now. It's time to splurge a little. Sunny said this, then turned and left. Roche Group Building. Luo Yuanliang's office. The suicide squad hasn't returned yet? You must be lying to me. You actually dared to lie to me? You're asking for trouble. Luo Yuanliang sat in his seat and hysterically yelled at his secretary. As he rebuked her, a stack of documents was thrown at the face of the female secretary in front of her. Secretary, I'm sorry, I'll go ask again. After saying that, she fled the office as if she were escaping. I don't know why. Luo Yuanliang's personality changed drastically. He seems to have become quite irritable and paranoid. The document I just threw out forcefully. This triggered the side effects of the martial arts nun. Any exertion during movement can lead to muscle cramps. Therefore, an extremely intense pain shot through Luo Yuanliang's arm. Ouch, my hand! In an instant, a dent appeared on Luo Yuanliang's arm. The muscles were curled up into an unusual pattern. Venting his anger on his secretary did not alleviate Luo Yuanliang's pain. It actually increased the pain. The cramps weren't the end of it. Buzzing. Ugh, Luo Yuanliang wailed, clutching his head. It seemed as if some invisible electric drill was drilling a hole in his forehead. Ouch! Headache. I don't know what happened. From yesterday? Was it the day before yesterday? His mental state was already quite weak. I can't even remember when these symptoms started. In short, it's been a while recently. Every night when Luo Yuanliang sleeps, he dreams of all sorts of bizarre and strange things. Let's recall the content. In his dream, he seemed to be being chased by a naked pink banana wielding a stun gun, although I don't know what this means. However, in his dreams, Luo Yuanliang would unconsciously feel afraid. And it was extreme fear. These nightmares made it impossible for him to sleep properly. After a night, my mental state actually worsened. After waking up, I inexplicably developed a headache again. The kind that stings. He covered his head and slumped over the desk in front of him. Luo Yuanliang shouted at the healing-type demon slayers standing on either side of him. Damn it, it's flared up again. Please heal me, heal me. I paid you guys to come here. Are you just here to eat and do nothing? The demon tamer beside him quickly summoned the contracted demon. A wave of emerald green inspiration began to envelop Luo Yuanliang. However, these treatments are for healing physical wounds. Cramps can be relieved to some extent. But as for psychological harm, all I can say is, there's nothing I can do. At least at their level, there's nothing they can do. The Ice Cave Ghost Realm. The expedition team climbed to the summit of the snow-capped mountain, looking into the distance. At this point, the expedition team had far exceeded the scope of training for normal demon slayers. After all, their mission was to investigate the deepest part of the Ice Cave Ghost Realm. Legend has it that a small number of demon slayers, while training in the Ice Cave, I heard a word from the mouth of one of the evil spirits. Iceground Citadel. Many people have started to speculate. Perhaps, deep within the ice cave, there really is such a thing. But no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. After all, the deeper you go, the more powerful the evil spirits become. Chuan, the commander-in-chief of the expedition, stood on the edge of a cliff. You can see it, almost at the edge of your field of vision. Even from a great distance, it can still be seen clearly. It was a castle frozen in ice. Whether it's the city walls, the chains within them, the gates, and so on. It was all covered with a thick layer of frost. The cold wind was still howling. It's incredibly oppressive. Gao Ba is the leader of the Green Leaf Battle Group. She stood behind He Chuan, along with the leaders of the other battle groups. Of course, Gao Ba's mental state. It wouldn't be accurate to say he was radiant. It can only be described as half-dead. He is cursed by the ghost truck. He and his unit were unable to live with the main force. I'm terrified that while I'm sleeping at night, Gao Ba might get knocked down and accidentally hit someone else. Even more critically. Ouch! It hurts so much! Gao Ba casually picked up a piece of ice from the ground and applied it to his forehead. Getting it numbed by ice can alleviate the headache to some extent. That's right. On Gao Ba, the nightmare effect of the dream demon is working. Of course, because his strength speaks for itself. For Luo Yuanliang, it was an excruciating nightmare. When it came to Gao Ba, that's why I can't sleep soundly. I always feel like I wake up very easily. Moreover, people are gradually becoming more sensitive. The symptoms are not yet very obvious. But I do have a headache. As the saying goes, a headache is not a disease. It hurts terribly when it hurts. Unfortunately, in the realm of ghosts, where could he find treatment? No way. Just bear with it. Xiao Jianren carefully stood up and slowly walked to the water dispenser in the director's office. I poured myself a glass of water. Phew, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, as long as the movements aren't too intense. That way, it won't trigger cramps. Since a few days ago, a video of him performing as an epileptic patient at the Drama Academy has been circulating online. He gained a small amount of online popularity. Although some people questioned it, saying things like, it doesn't look like acting. But, in short, this is a trivial public opinion storm. It won't affect him at all. Honestly. As long as he doesn't provoke any officials of higher rank. This kind of thing is by no means insignificant. But, Xiao Jianren has been in politics for many years. What about interpersonal relationships and social norms? What about the rules of officialdom? They already knew everything about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be who I am today. Director, you are scheduled to attend the cultural performance at Ziwei Kindergarten tonight. It's time to get ready to leave. The assistant suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Ziwei Kindergarten in Shanghai. That was where the children of high-ranking officials and nobles went to school. The parents of those children. Even some high-ranking officials in Beijing. The national or provincial level. They all have children studying there. At this level, they want to take down Director Xiao Jianren. It's relatively simple. Therefore, what kind of event would you hold in a place like this? Even Xiao Qianzhen had to go and show his support. Sit back down at his desk and took a small sip of water. Since we're about to set off, let's take out the invitation letter that was sent to us. Okay, I'll get right away. Because you need to deliberately slow down your movements. As a result, Xiao Qianzhen's movements became considerably stiffer. He pulled the invitation out from a stack of documents beside him. I accidentally knocked over my water glass. But who is Xiao Qianzhen? A 5-star demon slayer. His physical condition required him to react quickly. So easy. So he quickly moved and steadied the water glass. Broken. Xiao Jianren had a bad feeling. Before my brain could process it, my hand had already moved. Cramps occurred. him.He. Xiao Jianren's pig-like screams echoed from the director's office. And looked at the invitation in his hand, which was now damp with tea. I was immediately filled with terror. Spicy balls. Such an important occasion. If others saw this, they would realize they had handed out a crumpled invitation. It's embarrassing, to say the least. The high-ranking officials and leaders who will be attending at that time. How will you view yourself? You can't even keep an invitation safe. How do you expect to manage the Ghost Control Bureau? Then, immediately afterwards, Xiao Jianren dared not even think about it. The deputy director is currently enjoying a strong rise in his career. Both his qualifications and his achievements are outstanding. At this critical juncture, I messed up. Wouldn't that give the leader an excuse to make trouble? Oh, right. Life hacks. Important documents were soaked. You can put it in the refrigerator and freeze it. This way, the water can be dried without damaging the paper. It won't cause wrinkles either. Since that's the case, Xiao Jianren quickly gave the order. I remember that Shaoli downstairs has an ice attribute contracted ghost, right? Take it over quickly and let him dry it. Okay, sure. As he spoke, the assistant quickly left with the soaking wet invitation. Sun Yi stood at the dormitory entrance, watching the workers carrying and moving fitness equipment. The equipment store is quite efficient. The order was shipped out in less than an hour after it was placed. Sun Yi nodded, very satisfied with the service efficiency. After learning that Sun Yi was a ghost master and a student at the Magic University, the merchants immediately transferred and shipped the goods from their warehouses. Incredibly fast. Orders placed by ordinary people may take 2 or 3 days to be shipped. It will be sent to Sun Yi's side that same day. And the order was placed in the afternoon, and it arrived in the evening. It looks like the gym equipment Ji-woo wanted will be installed in the second-floor training room tonight. Sun Yi could clearly sense Ji-woo's excitement upon witnessing the scene within the ghost control space. Just then, Ing-meng suddenly said to Sun Yi in her mind, "Master, Ing-meng wants one too." "Want to?" Sun Yi was somewhat puzzled. "I remember it was in the ghost realm. Ing-meng said she wants to go to an amusement park, right? In that case, we can try to find some time to go. Could you buy Meng an amusement park too?" Sun Yi. In a dreamlike, ghostly dream, Sun Yi was seen buying all the gym equipment. They assumed that amusement park facilities could be treated similarly. But let's put the money aside for now. I've actually bought it, but where should I put it? Sun Yi remained silent for a moment, then suddenly asked Ing-meng in his mind. The amusement park has many attractions and facilities. Which one do you most want to play? Ing-meng gave the place she most wanted to go without hesitation. I want to go to a haunted house. Sun Yi was speechless. No. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? What do female ghosts most want to do? Go to a haunted house? What's wrong? After going inside. Hey, this feels just like home. Yeah? Moreover, in this world's amusement park. Does this project really exist? Sun Yi said he didn't quite understand the reason for the existence of haunted houses. I really want to do something exciting. Why not just find a ghost town nearby and wander around for a bit? It's all about realism. A person in work clothes approached Sun Yi. Hello, the fitness equipment you purchased has been fully delivered. We've also cleaned up any debris and stains generated during installation. It's ready for immediate use. After saying that, he had Sun Yi sign the delivery document and then left with his men. The service is indeed very convenient. Sun Yi only needs to specify which items to buy, provide an address, and then pay. The rest, whether it's delivery or installation. Even the cleaning after installation. The merchant covered everything. Night. After dinner. Now it's a slightly more relaxed free time. Sun Yi sat on the sofa. Apart from Ji-woo, the other female ghosts were all besides Sun Yi. The gym equipment I've been longing for has arrived. Ji-woo couldn't wait to try it out. Martial arts cultivator Ji-woo's bond value +3, current value 9. Ing-meng sat obediently on Sun Yi's lap, watching television intently. I don't know why. After Sun Yi summoned Ing-meng from Professor Bai Yongfeng's side, she especially liked sitting on Sun Yi's lap and lying in his arms. Looking from afar, it looks a bit like Sun Yi watching TV while holding a giant doll. Sun Yi wasn't particularly opposed to it. After all, Ing-meng is quite light. Who wouldn't love a sweet, soft, and cuddly little girl? Moreover, it can increase affinity points. Dreamlike ghostly dreams bond value +1, currently 4. Not bad, not bad. Then, Sun Yi took out a 3-star soul bead from his spatial ring. Just pop it in your mouth as an after-dinner snack. As usual, the swelling sensation inside his body disappeared completely just as Sun Yi was about to reach his limit. Received 150 pain points from Luo Yuanliang. Received 100 pain points from Gao Ba. Received 70 points of pain from Xiao Qianzhen. At the same time, Sun Yi received the pain points from the 3 lucky winners. A powerful aura of inspiration erupted from Sun Yi's body. It seems there's still quite a distance to go before I can advance to a 3-star ghost master. Sun Yi sensed the intensity of his spiritual power, although it uses such an almost perverse absorption method. However, Sun Yi had only just advanced to the late stage of the 2nd-star level in the Shadow Castle. This level is actually quite extraordinary. Looking at the entire Magic University, Junior and senior students generally fall within this range. The news was playing on the television. The cultural performance at Ziwei Kindergarten is about to begin, and we can see that leaders from all over Shanghai have come here. The person appearing on camera now is Xiao Jianren, the director of the Shanghai Ghost Control Bureau. Xiao Jianren appeared on television. Tang-Shi. Sun Yi could clearly sense the emotional fluctuations emanating from her. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with intense hatred. I'd say it's a close call. It can only be said that Tang-Shi saw him on television on her own. Although Xiao Xiu, who replaced Tang-Shi at the time, had already died in the ghost realm. However, this does not mean that the revenge against Xiao Qianzhen will end here. Sun Yi pondered. Speaking of which, there's still an upgradable quest hanging on Tang-Shi's panel. That was a mission to avenge Xiao Jianren. As long as sufficient damage is inflicted on Xiao Jianren, the new phase of the mission can be completed. But now it seems. Does that seem a bit insufficient? After all, Sun Yi was able to transfer various side effects to others every day. Skin rot, fractures, being hit by a truck, nightmares, cramps, headaches, and so on. To say how much damage it caused to Xiao Qianzhen. That's obviously obvious. Sun Yi watched Xiao Jianren on TV. Although he tried his best to hide it, it was still not hard to see his weakness. Does this mean we need to seek revenge on him from other angles? Despite his severe discomfort, Xiao Qianzhen slowly walked into the venue. He knew. Miley Hongzhili Shaoan syndrome has flared up again, even though there was no change in the spiritual power within his body. However, one may inexplicably experience an overabundance of inspiration and a feeling of inflated ego. I feel terribly unwell. No, I absolutely cannot embarrass myself in a place like this. If he had fallen ill on the drama school stage before, it would have been a laughingstock at most. So, the illness occurred during an event attended by so many high-ranking officials. His political career was truly over. Having no other choice, he took out a suppressant pill from his bag. Throw it into your mouth and swallow it. He got this through connections. It's able to suppress this feeling of expansion within his body. His hand suddenly twitched. Damn, I almost got a hand cramp again. These symptoms have now developed into new ones. Any movement that is even slightly strenuous. Both can cause muscle cramps in the affected area. This has made Xiao Qianzhen hesitant to make any major moves. I was afraid of giving myself a muscle cramp. That feeling was truly unpleasant. On Sun Yi's side, a warm current flowed into Sun Yi's body. Sensing something was wrong, Sun Yi realized what was going on. Is this a result of the Jiwu movement upstairs? It seems that this is what the female ghosts did. For example, reading, exercising, or practicing swordsmanship. All the benefits gained will be passed on to Sun Yi in the same way. Sun Yi can now feel his physical fitness improving. Of course, this is a side effect of Jiwu's contract. The physical fatigue she experienced during exercise. It will be transferred to the Demon Slayer. However, guess what? Sun Yi has once again shifted the burden of his work to other areas. Moreover, it's not just a simple transfer. It's simply transferred the harmful parts. And what are the benefits of exercise for physical fitness? Then we'll keep everything. On television, director Xiao Qianzhen is shaking hands with each of the kindergarten children participating in the performance. Sun Yi suddenly had an idea. He manually activated Jiwu's third skill, Angry Face Breaker. Upstairs, Jiwu was practicing in front of a sandbag. Suddenly, her body went out of control. She crossed her arms and exerted force, then raised her fists to her waist and let out a delicate shout. At the same time, crimson-orange inspiration seemed to transform into bursts of flame, igniting within her. This is the state after activating the Wrathful Strike. Drink. Did my master unlock this skill for me? Jiwu was unaware of the situation. I clearly didn't intend to activate the skill. Jiwu, try practicing your strikes while in a state of rage. Receive. Although I don't know what happened. But since Sunny has said so, let's give it a try. Jiwu faced the specially made sandbag in front of him. Upon learning that Sun Yi was a ghost tamer, the equipment manufacturer specially sent over this custom-made sandbag. It's specially designed for training demon slayers with superhuman strength. Thump 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 thump. Jiwu's fist struck the sandbag in front of him with overwhelming force. When it was time for the fifth attack, Ji-woo unleashed even greater power. Boom! It unleashed a shockwave, causing the ground to shake slightly. Sun-E, watching TV downstairs. Holy crap, that's incredible. Ji-woo made quite a stir. Thump 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 thump. After delivering the finishing blow, Ji-woo began a new round of punches 1.5 seconds later. According to the description of Ji-woo's skills, even though the attack speed is extremely fast now, however, the damage caused by each punch was not reduced. Damage remains unchanged. Therefore, the approach remains unchanged. Sun-E could feel his arms becoming stronger. In addition, I felt an indescribable sense of comfort throughout my body. Yes, those are the effects. These are the benefits of exercise. As for the side effects of exercise, Sun-E looked at the television. Xiao Qianzhen is shaking hands with several of the children representing the performance team, one by one. He was extremely nervous at that moment. These children, both his parents are high-ranking government officials. In their eyes, the market was nothing compared to him, the bureau chief. We absolutely cannot afford to make a mistake in a place like this. He glanced around discreetly. That damned ghost truck didn't come. That's good. Next person. She is a little girl named Wang Zixin. This one is even more heavyweight. She is the only daughter of Minister Wang of the National Ghost Control Department. He's my absolute superior. Moreover, although he did not make a public appearance, but given Minister Wang's habit of being a doting father to his daughter, I bet they're just blending in with the other parents today, making their appearance. In other words, Minister Wang is watching my actions. You absolutely must perform well. You performed very well. With a friendly smile, Xiao Jianren shook hands with Wang Zixin. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, something bad is about to happen. Just then, Xiao Jianren suddenly felt incredibly exhausted. It was like a sudden 20-kilometer sprint. For a moment, Xiao Jianren's face turned red and his breathing became rapid. He was breathing heavily, completely unaware of what was happening. The surrounding leaders and reporters all noticed Xiao Jianren's situation. Holy crap! What's wrong with Director Xiao? Astute journalists quickly recognized the topicality involved. This is fun. Countless cameras were pointed at Xiao Qianzhen. Through the live broadcast, Sun-E also saw what was happening on Xiao Jianren's side. This was the first time he had ever seen the side effects of the transfer manifest in real time on his enemy. So this is how physical exhaustion is transferred to Xiao Jianren. Sun-E said to himself. If that's the case, perhaps it's due to accumulated fatigue in other parts of the body. Perhaps we could try transferring it? A bold idea suddenly popped into Sun-Yi's mind. He sent a message to Ji-woo remotely. Ji-woo, you have to do this first, then this, and finally this. Do you understand? Other female ghosts? I understand. Leave it to me, sister, Ji-woo replied. How did you figure that out? Gang In couldn't help but complain. Soon, Xiao Qianzhen, appearing on television, displayed a new reaction. Huh? Why do I suddenly feel like something's wrong with my body? Xiao Jianren suddenly felt his pants getting very tight. Well, how should I put it? Xiao Jianren was filled with excitement. Seeing the kindergarten children, I was filled with excitement. Everyone around panicked. Director Xiao, this is quite unbecoming. Director Xiao, it's best if we don't act too recklessly in this situation. That's indecent, Director Xiao. I'll cover it up for you. His colleagues rushed to his aid, taking off their own executive jackets and tying them around Xiao Jianren's waist in an attempt to block him. However, for some reason, Xiao Jianren even felt a surge of excitement about the clothes tied around his waist. Everyone, holy crap. One pillar supporting the sky. Xiao Jianren is numb. What's wrong with me? What happened? Why am I feeling this way all of a sudden? Although I really like this kind of food. But how could I dare to do anything to Minister Wang's daughter? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from below the stage. Xiao Jianren, how dare you assault my daughter? And the crowd, a burly, middle-aged man let out a thunderous roar. People looked in the direction of the sound. Take off the mask and sunglasses you're wearing. The kindergarten principal recognized the person's face. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Minister Wang of the Ghost Control Department. Why didn't you inform us of your arrival? Upon hearing this, the many powerful and influential parents present began to whisper among themselves. Minister Wang. Why isn't he in Beijing? Don't you know? He has always doted on his only daughter. He definitely won't miss Wang Zixin's performance today. My goodness, I never imagined that the person sitting next to me just now was actually a high-ranking national official. Luckily, I didn't do anything out of line. One parent from a privileged background felt a chill run down their spine upon thinking about it. Ziwei Kindergarten is a renowned kindergarten in Shanghai and even throughout Daxia. Its facilities, faculty, and other resources are all top-notch. Those who can afford to study here must have parents who are either very wealthy or influential. However, even among the powerful and wealthy, there are different levels. Someone of Minister Wang's rank. That's the ceiling among the powerful and wealthy. It's practically at the highest level of the entire national government. If you dare to mess with him. As a result of, well, actually, up to now, no one knows exactly what the consequences will be. Isn't that a coincidence? Today, there happens to be a lucky one. You have to personally demonstrate to others what happens when you offend a high-ranking national official. You agree, right, Xia Qianzhen? Hearing the angry roar behind him, Xiao Jianren felt as if his soul had been scared out of his wits. Holy crap! Minister Wang was indeed watching from within the crowd. He quickly turned around to check the situation. No, please let me explain. Ugh. However, when Xia Qianzhen turned around, he accidentally made a movement that was too large, triggering the side effect of martial arts Nun Ji Wu, muscle cramps. In addition, he was already on edge, and his body was inexplicably fatigued and weak. Then, Xiao Jianren began to convulse and let out incomprehensible shouts. Then, his convulsing body fell forward. It landed on Wang Zixin, who was still in kindergarten. Where had Wang Zixin ever seen anything like this before? The person who was smiling just moments ago suddenly became agitated, then gripped their own hand tightly, convulsing and going into a frenzy. Therefore, he was so frightened that he burst into tears. Wah! Even after he collapsed, Xia Qianzhen was still sobbing. Reporters, armed with their cameras and microphones, were naturally not going to let such a big story slip by. Click, click, click. Camera flashes went off one after another, capturing this breathtaking scene. At this moment, Xiao Jianren was filled with despair. It's over, it's all over. He also wanted to move away. But I don't know why. My body became extremely tired. In addition, there was severe muscle cramping. I simply didn't have the strength to move my body even an inch. He could just stand there and watch himself like that, facing his boss's most beloved daughter. Upon hearing his daughter's cries, Minister Wang disregarded all regulations. A 7-star evil spirit was released, carrying him directly onto the stage. Bang! With a powerful kick, he sent Xiao Jianren flying, then helped his daughter up and comforted her. Zixin is all right, her father is here, and that pervert is gone. Cut off the signal and stop the F***K from filming. As he spoke, Minister Wang looked at the numerous live-streaming devices beside him. And in the very next instant, the television in front of Sun Yi went into signal loss mode. Received 150 points of pain points from Xia Qianzhen. Sun Yi's mind flashed with the notification that pain points had been credited to his account. Haha, it seems that what happened just now was quite exciting. Sun Yi thought to himself with delight. Moreover, Sun Yi also discovered a new pattern. Gaining pain points. It doesn't necessarily have to cause physical pain. Other forms of suffering. You can also get a relatively high amount of pain points. Take the incident we just discussed, for example. Sun Yi's condition was due to physical exhaustion, a tendency to cramp, and a surge of excitement. Compared to before, things like organ removal, skin ulceration, and fractures. They're practically not even in the same league. However, the transfer caused Xiao Jianren even greater pain. Therefore, the amount of pain points earned is also considerable. Received 100 points of pain from Xia Qianzhen. Received 100 points of pain from Xia Qianzhen. Received 120 points of pain from Xia Qianzhen. Huh? It's still sending messages. 3 more notifications of Xiao Jianren's pain points arriving appeared in Sun Yi's mind. Needless to say, after the signal is turned off. At this very moment, in Ziwei Kindergarten, I'm afraid Xia Qianzhen is being promoted. That's right, let's get to work. Complete the revenge mission against Xiao Jianren, Stage 2. Sacrifice reward, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood upgraded. The radius of the blood sword aura has been increased. The corpse mountain and blood sea now have additional attack effects. The sharp blood sword aura will now increase the bleeding status on enemies. When the enemy accumulates enough bleeding, their blood will spurt out, causing them to suffer significant bleeding damage. Sure, Tingxi's passive skill has been enhanced. Not bad, not bad. It's just unknown what Xiao Qianzhen would say when he learned about his daughter. They had long since died in the ghost realm. Could this also allow me to complete my revenge mission? Sun Yi is looking forward to it. But now, with the trouble Xiao Jianren has gotten himself into, he probably won't be thinking about his daughter for a while. Having thought this through, Sun Yi went back to his room to rest, feeling quite satisfied. Even when sleeping, new prompts kept coming into Sun Yi's mind. Received 100 points of pain from Xiao Qianzhen. Received 80 points of pain from Xiao Qianzhen. Received 110 points of pain from Xiao Qianzhen. TSK. Looks like he got a pretty rough time with them. The next day, early in the morning, when Sun Yi was washing up, I heard the news coming from the television. Breaking news. Xiao Jianren, director of the Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Exorcism, is suspected of child molestation and has been suspended from his duties pending investigation. Oh? Sun Yi curiously peeked at the television. A photo of Xiao Qianzhen with a bruised and swollen face was displayed on the television. It looks like it was filmed in an interrogation room. It seems so. Xiao Jianren won't be able to bother Sun Yi for the time being. Today is the day of the freshman competition. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Sun Yi. He has been directly admitted to the Special Forces Academy. But he still wanted to join in the fun. I've at least gotten a general idea of who the other freshmen at Magic University are currently in the same cohort as me. What level is it roughly? After a summer of adventure and exploration, unbeknownst to Sun Yi, its combat power is almost on par with a mid to late stage 4-star Oni master. We're about to leave. Double-check the water and electricity. Make sure they're turned off properly, Sun Yi asked the female ghosts inside the house, standing at the door. I certainly don't want to come back to find the training room lights still on. Or perhaps there's a pot that's burned dry and smoking in the kitchen, or something like that. After the female ghosts repeatedly confirmed that nothing was missing, Sun Yi retrieved them. I remember, the freshman competition was held at the Magic University Arena, right? Sun Yi arrived at the Magic University Arena. This is a spacious arena. If there are any tournaments between demon slayers at the Magic University, they will basically all take place in this location. Of course, this year's freshman competition was no exception. Sun Yi could only see the arena from afar. There were already quite a few people around. Actually, the competition that Sun Yi came to watch was already considered a high-level competition for freshmen. For the past few days, this year's freshmen at Magic University, apart from Sun Yi, most of the matches took place in the training ground, where multiple rounds of competition began. Basically, the rankings for most people have been determined. Only a dozen or so of the more outstanding students remain, vying for the top spot in this freshman competition. We haven't even entered the arena yet. Sun Yi had already heard several names from passers-by. One of the more familiar names is Sun Yi. Han Qianyun. Oh? She actually made it to the championship round. Sun Yi was somewhat surprised. I met Han Qianyun in Baiwu Town. To be more precise about the location. Forehead. In White Mist Town, beside Gang Ying's feet. This did indeed surprise Sun Yi. Han Qianyun, who was nearly wiped out, was beaten to a pulp by the ghost Gang Ying, who was hit and killed in the accident. Surprisingly, among this year's freshmen. Is it possible to rank so high? What Sun Yi didn't know was, not everyone can be like him. He swallowed 3 soul beads every day. The speed at which this soul orb is consumed. You can advance 1 level in 3 to 5 days. The speed is comparable to riding a rocket. In fact, the intensity of inspiration among freshmen. None of them were much better than during the Ghost Realm assessment. I slowly walked into the Magic University arena. Most of the people sitting around watching were freshmen. This doesn't mean these people are just looking for a spectacle or have nothing better to do. Watch other Oni masters battle. It's also a way to improve oneself. Just like when Sun Yi was sparring with senior Jia Chengye in the Magic University training hall. There were many second- and third-year students watching from the surrounding area. This was also the first time they had ever seen a demon tamer controlling a female ghost. Driven by intense curiosity, passersby almost always stopped to watch. This is what it looked like back then. So what about now? Sun-E formally took his seat. Close your eyes and sense the strength of the people around you. They're all around one-star ghost masters. There wasn't much improvement compared to when I took the ghost domain assessment. You can get into Magic University. A mid-stage one-star ghost master is the minimum requirement. Of course, there are also some extremely special students. I don't know how, but someone with only one-star early-stage inspiration was able to enter the Magic University. And those who work harder and are more capable. Just like Han Qianyan, who relied on training in the ghost realm during summer vacation. There might be some family resources involved behind this. His strength can reach the late stage of 1 star. Those who can reach the early stage of level 2 in terms of inspiration level are extremely rare. And all of these new students advanced to the championship round without exception. Sun-E took out a flyer from the roadside and started reading it. The information above records the players' information for this championship competition. Apart from Han Qianyan, there are a few other people who deserve attention. He, a 2-star early game ghost master. Then the contracted spirit I possess is a late stage, 1-star sword spirit. Huh? Nanjing? Sun-E felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before. Oh, right. Zheng En's eldest disciple, isn't he a senior student named Nong Jingfu? Their names are so similar. Moreover, the contracted spirits they possess all seem to be of the same type. Could these two be related? This time it must be related, right? They must be brothers. The information says. Nong Jinghe is known for his exceptional micromanagement skills against contract ghosts. It seems that he himself also studied swordsmanship and applied the skill to controlling the sword demon. Therefore, even if the sword demon is only a 1-star late-stage character, its combat prowess is still comparable to that of other contestants' 2-star contracted demons. In addition, there is another contestant who is said to be very popular. His name is Yu Yongji, and he is a 2-star early game character. With his exceptional talent, he became a demon slayer not long after. He then successfully mastered the technique of multi-line control. Currently, I can control 2 contracted demons simultaneously with ease. Moreover, this is not something that can be forced or controlled. Instead, it allows the 2 contracted spirits to coordinate their attacks during battle, even achieving a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Therefore, Lu Yongji is considered by many freshmen to be a champion candidate this year. Sun-E looked at the information on these players. Not bad, you're all quite impressive, he commented. Of course, this is from the perspective of a normal person. Perhaps, for the average freshman. These exceptional talents are generally high above others, beings who need to be looked up to and admire. However, for Sun-E, it's nothing special. However, I'm just here to watch the fun today. There's practically no chance of ever getting to fight these people. The female ghosts inside Sun Yi's body also joined in the evaluation. Gang Ying was the first to scoff. Hey, what are all these things? It felt like the owner just randomly sent one of us to appear. They could easily defeat them. That's true. Currently in Sun Yi's team of female ghosts. Even the weakest. It is also a blood lotus in the late stage of the 2nd-star level. In addition, she is a female ghost, so her skills are naturally far superior to those of ordinary evil spirits. If they really are sent to the position like this, beat up a 2-star early game on Myoji. There shouldn't be any major problems. In fact, to put it more dramatically, Sun-E sent the martial arts nun Ji-Woo to challenge them. Refer to Ji-Woo's battle record in the square in front of the central church at that time. Who knows, it might really be a female ghost who single-handedly defeated all the freshmen. Never mind. There's no need to argue with these people. Sun-E dismissed these unrealistic ideas. They're not even in the same league anymore. Why insist on going up there to compete? This is like people with healthy hands and feet would go to hospital wards specifically to laugh at others. Haha, look, all 4 of my limbs are still intact. Aren't you envious? Forehead. This seems a bit too deliberate. And it's really stupid. The crowd suddenly became noisy. Sun-E then looked toward the center of the arena. Is the match about to begin? Sun-E, along with the other freshmen, began watching the competition among the top talents on the field. Luo Yuanliang was practically carried to the hospital. There's really no other way. The nightmares tormented him so much that he could barely sleep. Luo Yuanliang hasn't closed his eyes for several days. Actually, after my previous experience, Luo Yuanliang has lost all trust in hospitals. After all, it's my own illness. He was hospitalized for a long time. Almost none of them managed to alleviate the problem even slightly. Even the ghost hospital is the same. He even gave his strange illness an even more absurd name. But there's nothing we can do. In utter desperation, even if he distrusts doctors, his physical weakness left him with no choice. I sat down opposite the doctor again. Luo Yuanliang recounted all the strange symptoms he had recently been suffering from. It's an old problem that I've had for a while. There are also newly emerging symptoms. For example, nightmares increase and the body suddenly becomes extremely tired. Even last night, when he was resting with his 300-pound wife. After so many years, I'm finally feeling this thrill again. He didn't even know why he felt that way. The most damn dangerous thing is, his wife found out. Well, they almost crushed Luo Yuanliang to death on the bed. But he dared not resist. After all, he owes his success today primarily to the resources provided by his wife's family. Luo Yuanliang was so weak that his voice was almost inaudible. Doctor, how should I treat this illness? Who is Luo Yuanliang? A powerful and influential figure in Shanghai's business world. He stomped his foot. The entire financial sector in Shanghai will tremble. Therefore, the doctor he sought out was someone like him. Naturally, he is also a renowned doctor. The doctor in front of him took out Luo Yuanliang's medical record and looked at it again and again. They then made Luo Yuanliang undergo all sorts of tests. Finally, he took out a small medicine bottle. Mr. Luo, it seems you'll have to take one of these pills every day for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this news, Luo Yuanliang's heart tightened. Damn it, if this happens, won't I become a walking pharmacy? However, upon further reflection, compared to skin that inexplicably ulcerates and bones that ache for no apparent reason, this is a different story. Or rather, an endless nightmare. Take one pill at the same time every day. It's better than all of this, isn't it? Thinking about this, Luo Yuanliang felt much relieved. But when I took the bottle and opened it, I saw. Doctor, you must be mistaken. There are only 5 pills in the bottle. Couldn't you have given me more at once? However, the doctor sitting opposite Luo Yuanliang nodded, seemingly not in a joking manner. I'm not mistaken. Luo Yuanliang. Something feels off. These are the pills I'll have to take every day for the rest of my life. There were only 5 pieces. Doesn't this mean? Are you G cursing me? Are you saying I won't live past 5 days? Suddenly realizing where the problem lay, Luo Yuanliang shouted angrily. I wonder if he was angry out of embarrassment? However, the doctor was someone Luo Yuanliang had hired at a high price. There's not much I can do to him. After taking the medicine bottle, Luo Yuanliang left reluctantly. No, I refuse to believe it. My symptoms definitely cannot be a terminal illness. I, Luo Yuanliang, have lived my entire life from childhood to the present. I've always been lucky. This must be a test from fate. Sure enough, these idiots in Western medicine are unreliable. Who else can I turn to? Forehead. Or perhaps we should go to the mountains and visit that old traditional Huxia medicine doctor. Having been in business for many years, Luo Yuanliang has naturally accumulated a large network of contacts. I've also heard of many extraordinary people and events. Legend has it that there was an old traditional Huxia medicine doctor who lived in the mountains of southern Daxia. His miraculous healing skills have saved countless lives. In the past, Luo Yuanliang, who was obsessed with foreign things, never considered traditional Huxia medicine. But now, there's no other way. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Go check it out. Magic Arena. Right in the center of the arena, Lu Yongji's 2 contracted ghosts, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously attacked Nong Jinghe's sword ghost. Despite the agricultural scenery and the ultimate micromanagement skills, the sword demon wielded his sword with impenetrable skill. However, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Moreover, Lu Yongji's control over 2 ghosts simultaneously is not much worse than Nong Jinghe's. The shouts and cheers from the students at the scene rose and fell. Sun Yi was also excited by what he saw. The atmosphere here is really quite nice. He couldn't help but sigh. In the end, Nong Jinghe's last contracted demon was also defeated. The champion of this year's freshman competition has been decided. Let's congratulate Lu Yongji. The host introduced the topic with great enthusiasm. Lu Yongji faced the audience, raising his right arm as if to declare his victory. They were able to win first place in the freshman competition. He was overjoyed. Finally, my abilities have been proven. Lu Yongji sighed inwardly. In that case, I'll be standing at the top among all the freshmen at Magic University this year. Wrong. Not a vertex. I don't think I'm the strongest yet. There is one person left. It's said that he was so talented that he was admitted to the Special Forces Academy without taking the entrance exam. But it doesn't really matter. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Lu Yongji imagined it to himself. Lu Yongji has always been like this. It's not that he dislikes Sun-E or is jealous of him. It's just my personality. Lu Yongji was born with a competitive spirit. Whatever you do, if you're going to do it, you must do it to the best of your ability. From childhood to adulthood, nothing is an exception. He would be upset for a long time if he came in second place in an exam. Then I studied even harder. Even when rushing to the cafeteria after class, he would insist on being the first one to rush in and order food. Even more so. Even taking the bus. He won't sit in any seat that isn't in the first row. That's it. It's almost a pathological personality. With him by my side, we have been diligently cultivating and training until now. Now that he has become the #1 in the freshman competition. Then he surpasses Sun-E. Naturally, that became his next target. After entering the Special Forces Academy, I should finally have a chance to have a proper match with that guy named Sun-E, right? Lu Yongji said to himself. In addition to the theoretical knowledge of demon control, the Special Forces Academy's curriculum also includes. There is also a lot of combat and physical training. If we can find opportunities during these training sessions, it should work. Luo Yuanliang is very efficient. I had just mentioned during the day that I wanted to visit that old traditional Huxia medicine doctor. The car was arranged by noon. By the afternoon, they had already arrived at the destination. Why don't you take a plane? Man. This explanation might not be very clear. Actually, Luo Yuanliang wanted to take a plane. However, while he was arranging for his men to prepare a private jet, suddenly, a melody came from someone's phone nearby. It's "See you again" at double speed. Thinking it was unlucky, Luo Yuanliang decided to take a car instead. However, he is, after all, a big shot in the business world. The efficiency is still quite high. Soon, he met the old traditional Huxia medicine doctor who lived in seclusion in the mountains. The location is quite remote. The closest village to here is a small village of about a few hundred people at the foot of the mountain. You must be Mr. Luo, who suffers from a strange illness. Please sit here first. An aged, yet resonant voice came from the consultation room. The elderly traditional Huxia medicine doctor looked to be in his 60s, with an entire bookshelf behind him. Inside were medical books that had been read so many times they were yellowed and worn out. The old Huxia medicine doctor smiled kindly and asked Luo Yuanliang to sit down. This wasn't out of flattery, or because they valued Luo Yuanliang's status, or anything like that. Even before Luo Yuanliang arrived, the old Huxia medicine doctor had already heard some things about him. He was also eager to understand what was causing his strange illness. Luo Yuanliang extended his hand, allowing the traditional Huxia medicine doctor to take his pulse. However, after feeling Luo Yuanliang's pulse, the smile on the old Huxia medicine doctor's face, it's gone. Instead, there was unparalleled seriousness. What's wrong with my condition? Luo Yuanliang panicked. I've seen quite a few Western doctors and even some ghost hospitals. Now only traditional Huxia medicine is left. Let's see if we can find an opportunity. Just look at his increasingly serious and earnest expression. He would shake his head and sigh softly from time to time. The most frightening thing about seeing a traditional Huxia medicine doctor has happened. He shook his head while taking the pulse. Although the old Huxia medicine doctor didn't say anything. But it also seems like I've said everything. A medicine doctor frowned. Mr. Luo, how old are you this year? 30, 37, I'm 37 years old this year. Seeing this situation, Luo Yuanliang panicked. This doesn't look good at all. The illness I have. What is going on? This was the best traditional Huxia medicine doctor he could find out from all the connections he had. However, the old Huxia medicine doctor simply got up without saying a word. He started searching through the bookshelves behind him. Finally, they took out an ancient medical book, buried deep inside and covered in dust. With trembling hands, he took his glasses out of his pocket and slowly turned them upside down. Luo Yuanliang became even more panicked. Holy crap! I've started flipping through medical books. It's still those books that are kept at the very back of the cabinet. Doesn't this mean that my illness is a rare and intractable disease? That's not all. The old Huxia medicine doctor shook his head as he read the book. Finally, it seemed they were exhausted from shaking their heads. So they started calling for more players. He got up, went to the backyard, took a carrier pigeon out of the cage, and released it. Approximately 2 hours. 2 even older men emerged from deeper in the mountains. He must be in his 80s or 90s. Senior brother. The old Huxia medicine doctor bowed respectfully. Mr. Luo, please come outside the consultation room first. We'd like to discuss your condition. As they spoke, the old men began to whisper among themselves. About 2 hours later, the group of experienced traditional Huxia medicine doctors walked out of the consultation room. The discussion appears to have reached a conclusion. How is it? Is there any hope for me? Luo Yuanliang's eyes lit up, filled with hope. It's like this, Mr. Luo, regarding your illness. One of the old men, trembling, held a book and pointed to a page. Seeing this, Luo Yuanliang was overjoyed. They actually found a case? That's great. I knew it. Traditional Huxia medicine from our great daxia is truly amazing. As long as there are past medical records. In any case, at least we've found a clue. This gave Luo Yuanliang a glimmer of hope amidst his despair. He leaned closer and examined the yellowed, old book more closely. However, there was nothing on the pages. Luo Yuanliang was quite puzzled. What's going on? No words? I see. It must be an ancient book that has undergone some special treatment to conceal the main text. Do I need to use any special paint to make the text show up? But why did they do that? Numerous thoughts and speculations arose in Luo Yuanliang's mind. Just then, the old Huxia medicine doctor spoke. Mr. Luo, after our discussion, we've made our decision. Write your name on this page. Passed down from generation to generation. Luo Yuanliang, huh? Several days have passed. Sun Yi took advantage of the last moment before the Special Forces Academy was compiling the list. They then had Bai Yofeng practice the coordinated combat techniques of the 5 female ghosts. Not bad, not bad. Even the female ghost you recently contracted with, you've reached intermediate autonomy. Bai Yofeng nodded repeatedly. Once you raise your autonomy level to advanced, you can try practicing possession by a contracted spirit. Possession? Sun Yi had also witnessed such abilities. That's a power that allows a contracted spirit to possess a demon tamer. When the demon slayer has an extremely high degree of control over the contracted demon. Furthermore, the demon slayer possesses a sufficiently powerful intuition. This allows for the execution of such complex operations. The demon slayer and the contracted demon have become one. This allows demon tamers to also possess combat abilities, preventing situations where the contracted demon is very strong, resulting in the weak demon tamer being ambushed and killed by the enemy. Besides, the skills of the possessed contracted spirit will also be greatly enhanced. Both power and range will be increased. Most importantly, no longer limited by cooldown time. Use it however you feel inspired. However, in this situation, the inspiration consumed by skills is greatly enhanced. Furthermore, during the possession period, inspiration cannot be replenished, and the possession state will automatically end when it is depleted. In addition, possession itself requires cooling down and can only be done once a day. Any more than that, and your body might not be able to handle it. However, the benefits are also considerable. Skill activation will no longer rigidly follow the description on the skill panel. It can make various minor adjustments based on the demon slayer's own ideas. Therefore, they can be more agile in combat. But Professor, isn't this a technique only a 5-star demon slayer can use? Sun Yi was somewhat puzzled. A 5-star demon slayer. Even with Sun Yi's current abnormal cultivation speed, this is still true. It still feels somewhat distant. That's right. Normally, this is a skill that only a 5-star ghost master can activate. Bai Yofeng nodded. However, this is not the case for female ghosts. Sun Yi became interested. If the contracted ghost is a female ghost, Could the possession ability be used earlier? As if guessing Sun Yi's thoughts, Bai Feng continued. Given a high level of autonomy, and with the right methods, the spiritual requirement for possession by the contracted spirit can be reduced to 3 stars. Samsung is fine? This news was so surprising that even Sun Yi could hardly believe it. Possession allows one to unleash the full power of a contracted spirit. This is also the reason for the precipitous difference in strength between a 5-star Ghost Master and a 4-star Ghost Master. However, it is such a powerful force. Sun Yi, you can learn it as long as you reach 3 stars. He made his decision. I'll make a few more soul beads when I get back tonight. Strive to reach 3 stars as soon as possible. Let's get started. When Sun Yi returned home that evening, he ate an extra 3-star soul bead during dinner. But before that, we need to think about it first. Whose level of autonomy should be raised to a high level first? Sun Yi glanced around at the female ghosts. First, let's be clear. Possession grants the demon tamer themselves extremely strong combat abilities. This ensures that demon slayers are no longer a burden in battle. Therefore, the ability to possess another body inherently possesses a certain degree of defensiveness. Let's take a look at the female ghosts that Sun Yi currently owns. They all seem pretty impressive. But if Sun Yi had to choose the most powerful one, Tang-Shi. No way. The invincible slash is absolutely invincible. If one could unleash the invincible slash while in possession form, its power will definitely be even greater. In that case, once we break through to Samsung, let's upgrade Tang-Shi's autonomy level to advanced. Speaking of which, Sun Yi had already noticed this before. That is, the upper limit of bond value. Sun Yi brought up the bonds panel. Demon bond panel. Blood sacrifice demon blood lotus. Bond value 6. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Sona and Hideaki. Bond value 9. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Tang-Shi/Beast-like demon. Bond value 10. Maximum reached. Awaiting breakthrough. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Martial arts cultivator Jiwoo. Bond value 9. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Dreamlike ghostly dream. Bond value 4. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Tang-Shi's current affinity value is stuck at 10 points. However, this is something that needs to be overcome. What does it mean? Are you looking for some kind of breakthrough material or something? Breakthrough requires triggering a special event. Special event? Sun Yi pondered for a moment. Oh, I understand. This is somewhat similar to the personal storylines in mobile games, right? To increase the bond level, you need to watch a certain part of the story. Only then can the next stage be unlocked. But how should this be applied in real-world situations? Regardless, one thing is certain. Just spend more time chatting and interacting with Tang-Shi. That should trigger the bond breakthrough event, right? Sun Yi glanced at the time. It's already late today, and I have to attend the opening ceremony of the Special Forces Academy tomorrow. Let's talk to her after the ceremony. At the venue for the opening ceremony of the Special Forces Academy early. This is the usual practice at the Magic University. The school will not organize an opening ceremony. The process begins with freshmen entering the university, undergoing a freshman competition, and being assigned to a college. Each college then organizes its own opening ceremony. Today is the day of the opening ceremonies for all colleges and universities. College allocation within Magic University is based on a combination of ranking and preference. It's similar to the college selection process Sun Yi went through in his previous life. Among the many colleges of Magic University, the hottest and most sought after. Nowhere else but the Special Forces Academy could it be. Why? Putting everything else aside, let's just talk about the job prospects. Students of the Special Forces Academy. Those are all elites. His reputation is excellent throughout Shanghai and even throughout Daxia. As long as I can graduate normally. To join a large warband or the exorcism department within the government. It's as easy as turning your hand. There were even some very talented students. After graduating from the Special Forces Academy, he went straight to create his own combat group. No matter which path you choose. In terms of future prospects, it's something other colleges wouldn't even dare to dream of. In addition, there is another very important point. It's all about resources. Every month, the Magic University distributes cultivation supplies to its students. For example, the soul bead. or other potions or items that can cultivate contracted spirits, etc. Or sometimes, students are organized to enter the ghost realm together for training. Such benefits are available at the Special Forces Academy. You can get more. After all, the Special Forces Academy trains only special ghost masters who can enter the ghost realm alone to carry out combat missions. Therefore, the resources allocated to them are naturally all top tier. Based on the above reasons, almost everyone, given the opportunity, everyone wants to join the Special Forces Academy. Along the way, you can see many senior students responsible for guiding visitors to the venue. Students from the Auxiliary Arts Academy, please come this way. This is the Battle Academy. As for the Special Forces Academy, Chen-Hui had already found a location in advance. We went inside the venue and sat down, waiting for the agreed-upon meeting time to end. The dean of the Special Forces Academy, Zheng, who had met Chen-Hui once before, walked up to the high platform at the front of the auditorium. Taking the microphone from his assistant, Zheng gave a brief opening speech. Dear students, first of all, congratulations on successfully joining the Magic University Special Forces Academy. Chen-Hui glanced around briefly. Students who can join the Special Forces Academy. There really aren't many. There were only about 200 people. Goodness. Magic University is such a large institution. Each year, it recruits nearly 10,000 new students from across the country. Among tens of thousands of people. Special Forces Academy, only 200 of them. This shows how fierce the competition is. Next, Zheng briefly explained some key points to note at the Special Forces Academy. He emphasized the potentially arduous training that would follow. However, those who can sit here are all the elite of the elite. Naturally, they wouldn't be bothered by these few difficulties. Just as the opening ceremony was proceeding, Zheng then changed the subject. Next, we invite several outstanding graduates from the Special Operations Academy who graduated a few years ago. I'd like to come up on stage and share my learning experiences at the college with all the new students. Let's give them a round of applause. As he spoke, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. They were also very curious. What are these alumni like who graduated from the Special Forces Academy? Amid applause, Wang Xingfeng, who had arrived in Shanghai several days in advance, and others went on stage together. The group's glamorous appearance drew envious glances from the freshmen below the stage. Han Qianyun stood below the stage, watching the senior students above. They're also confident. Is this the confidence that comes with real ability? It is said that a life-or-death crisis can transform a person. She was fortunate enough to experience it once in White Mist Town. That experience deepened her desire for strength. Without thinking, she turned her head and searched the surrounding seats. Seeing that Chen-Hui was also sitting in the meeting room, I finally felt relieved. In the future, I should have more opportunities to get to know him, right? Thinking about this, Han Qianyun felt a sense of anticipation for some reason. The other freshmen watched the radiant graduating seniors on stage. Everyone has their own thoughts. For example, the winner of this year's freshman competition, Liu Yongji. His gaze was fixed on Wang Xingfeng, the senior student standing in the center of the stage. A fighting spirit is rising. One day, I'll be that strong too. Then stand in this position. He's definitely fallen back into his old habits. Liu Yongji's pursuit of being number one is almost pathological. So much so that anyone who is more outstanding or more eye-catching than him becomes irrelevant. He would subconsciously feel oppressed and uncomfortable. Of course, they won't turn evil, and they certainly won't resort to any underhanded tactics. That's something only a stupid villain would do. It's highly unlikely to happen. Rather, it's more accurate to say, people like Liu Yongji have a relatively normal, excellent mindset. Driven by this pressure, Liu Yongji will work even harder to meet his own standards. However, before that, Liu Yongji turned his head and searched around the venue. Found it. Liu Yongji's gaze finally found the person he was looking for. Chen-Hui. First, I must become the strongest in the entire Special Forces Academy. Therefore, Chen-Hui is a goal I must surpass. Speaking of which, he noticed where Chen-Hui was sitting. They actually sat in such a back spot? This won't do. Liu Yongji adheres to his habit of always striving to be number one in everything. At this very moment, he was also sitting in the first row of seats in the auditorium. He couldn't understand. His eyes were full of confusion. Chen-Hui. I just felt 3 gazes directed at me. Am I really that popular? That's right, it's 3. Besides Han Qianyun and Lo Yongji. There's one more. I'm afraid that if we make eye contact, even bigger trouble will follow. Therefore, Sun-E was only able to see it out of the corner of his eye. I could barely see the seats in the front row. Nong Jinghe stared at Sun-E with fervent eyes. No, is he crazy? Why are you looking at me like that? Sun-E thought to himself, this is what I'm thinking. Nong Jinghe's family has practiced swordsmanship for generations. Moreover, this kind of swordsmanship can be used to control contracted spirits. This also explains why Nong Jinghe and his older brother Nong Jingfu both possess the strongest contracted spirits, both wielding swords. Nong Jinghe, on the other hand, was obsessed with swordsmanship and practiced every day in his dormitory training room when he had nothing to do. Not only does it control the sword demon's training, but sometimes it even spars with the sword demon itself. He was originally uninterested in anything other than cultivation and sword practice, until someone showed him a video. That was a video of Sun-E practicing with senior student Jia Chengya in the training hall. After watching it, Nong Jinghe was surprised to discover the female ghost that Sun-E possessed wielding a long sword. She seems to have been born with a talent for swordsmanship. Moreover, this swordsmanship is extraordinary. Why would she use a sword technique that has been lost to time? Do you really like to have a proper match with Sun-E's female ghost? Nong Jinghe's eyes held an undisguised fervor. Sun-E had no idea what Nong Jinghe was thinking. Sun-E felt goosebumps rise on his skin from being stared at like that. Holy crap, this guy. That look in his eyes. Could it be male ketones? We need to be careful going forward. Don't get betrayed. Several prodigies in the audience, for various reasons. Everyone had various thoughts about Sun-E. The senior student on stage shared his learning experience. Suddenly, the conversation shifted. Next, in order to benefit our junior students, I made a bet with Dean Zheng'an. That's right. Wang Xingfeng suddenly summoned one of his contracted ghosts. That was a giant axe demon. His body was bright red, and his upper body was naked. Its most classic feature is the huge axe in its hand. It is a fairly common type of frontline warrior type contract ghost. Its strength is at the late stage of 2 stars. Judging from this level of inspiration, he shouldn't be Wang Xingfeng's main force. The freshmen below the stage looked at each other in bewilderment. I have no idea what they're up to. Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Wang Xingfeng nodded in satisfaction and then continued to announce the rules. 5 challenge opportunities, 1 person each time. I will only send out this giant axe demon. As long as you can defeat it, you've succeeded. If the challenge is successful. He didn't mention the reward, but instead looked at Zheng'an beside him. Zheng'an nodded slightly and took over the conversation. Whoever successfully completes the challenge will receive 1 3-star item exchange voucher and 10 3-star soul orbs. In addition, they will have the opportunity to make a request to the college. Any requirements related to college life are acceptable. Furthermore, if someone succeeds in the challenge, the cultivation resources distributed to the entire academy this year will be increased by 50%. Upon hearing this statement, the breathing of everyone in the audience quickened involuntarily. 50%. You should know that this is the Special Operations Academy they belong to. It is the college with the most abundant resources. Just consider the fixed monthly distribution of soul beads. If given to students who absorb information slowly, even if you absorb it continuously for 24 hours, you might not be able to finish using it all. Of course, this applies to the elites who can join the Special Forces Academy. These soul beads are still not enough. Those with money might choose to buy soul beads on the market to absorb them. Of course, the choice for most people, naturally, is to enter the ghost realm for training. While acquiring more soul orbs, you can also hone your combat abilities. But if this amount is increased by another 50%. So, within the Special Forces Academy, the vast majority of freshmen, you basically no longer need to worry about soul beads. There might even be some left over. As for the rewards for successfully defeating the giant axe demon, it's even more thought-provoking. Joke. So many rewards. Who wouldn't be envious? Samsung equipment. Goodness. For them who are 1-star or even 2-star demon tamers. I got a 3-star item. The improvement gained is enormous. With such high-level equipment, you could almost challenge even stronger demons that are several levels higher. In addition, you can obtain 10 3-star soul orbs. If it could be used for a late game, 1-star Oni master to absorb. You can easily break through to 2 stars. Wang Xingfeng looked down at the freshman whose gazes were gradually becoming more and more enthusiastic. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Hee. A few years ago, I was one of those eager people in the audience. But what was the result? I want to get Dean Zheng and gold coins. It's not that easy. Today is the first day of school. Let me teach these new students. Let me show you just how high the sky is. The prodigies below the stage all had their own experiences of training in the ghost realm. Among them, there are those who can defeat evil spirits despite being of higher levels. Not a small number either. Even many. Therefore, defeat a late-game 2-star giant axe demon. In their view, it wasn't something that couldn't be accomplished. How about it? If you're interested, you can come up on stage and take on the challenge anytime. Don't worry, everyone. There's nothing to worry about. If the stage is damaged, Dean Zheng will compensate for it. Wang Xingfeng said jokingly. Haha, of course, Zheng'an laughed. But the giant axe demon defeated Wang Xingfeng. For almost everyone present. That's impossible, he thought to himself. Unless, of course, Sunny plays. His original plan was to lure people in with a high reward. Let these outstanding students, who just emerged victorious from the freshman competition, come up on stage. I'll have to see how impressive my senior is. Let them know how high the sky is. Otherwise, the subsequent training will inevitably become superficial. The effect won't be good. But now, Zheng'an has a new idea. If Sun Yi is really willing to take the stage, maybe we can use this opportunity to find out what's going on with him? He definitely couldn't beat Wang Xingfeng. Let Wang Xingfeng gradually increase the difficulty. Let's see where Sun Yi's limits really are. After that meeting at Bai Yongfeng's villa, Zheng'an also became interested in this new apprentice of his old friend. As for those rewards, oh well, it was assigned by the school anyway. Every year there's so much that we can't use it all. It mostly ends up in the warehouse. What difference would it make if we sent more? Sunny sat at the very back of the audience. I was scrolling through my phone, feeling utterly bored. Master, we only need to defeat 1 giant axe demon to win. Should I go up and give it a try? Gang Ying volunteered for the battle. him.He was also eager to get started. I've been hitting the punching bag for days. I've almost forgotten what it feels like to be hit on the body. Sun Yi wasn't entirely uninterested. But it's not for those rewards. Samsung voucher. Who are you trying to embarrass? The task of searching for Chu Xian was exceeded. I still have 2 4-star exchange coupons that I haven't used yet. What is Sunny interested in? That's the requirement. This provides an opportunity to make requests to the college. There are quite a few things that can be utilized here. In conclusion, in Sun Yi's view, that request had value. It is probably far more valuable than other rewards. So, what do we do now? Should we go straight up? So, anyone want to volunteer to come up? Our grade has about 200 students. You will be given a total of 5 chances. That means 5 people can come up to take on the challenge. Don't miss this opportunity. Wang Xingfeng is also trying to motivate his classmates. At that moment, someone in the audience raised their hand. I'll do it. Look in the direction of the sound. He is a slightly overweight boy. As he spoke, he strode towards the stage. As long as we can defeat this giant axe demon, that's all that matters, right? The fat man continued to confirm the rules. Wang Xingfeng explained kindly. That's right, as long as we can defeat them. You can use all your contracted spirits. If you're not afraid of getting hurt, you can do it yourself. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony, senior. The fat guy's level is late stage 1 star. He released 3 contracted ghosts at the same time. The fat man's thoughts were very simple. Although it's impossible to perfectly control all the ghosts. However, if it's just a short period of time, they are asked to complete actions they have already planned in advance. It's still acceptable. 3 against 1. In a short time, they defeated this giant axe demon in one fell swoop. It can work. Superior. Regarding the fat man who was the first to go on stage to take the challenge, Sun Yi had also seen him on the promotional flyer for the freshman competition. I think it's called something like that. Bang! A loud explosion came from ahead. Ouch! Came the fat man's scream. Sun Yi glanced at the stage. Forehead. No way, they lost already? Okay, then it seems the name doesn't need an introduction. Let's leave. Wang Xingfeng's voice came from the stage. Who's next? Eyes of the freshmen below the stage were filled with disbelief and shock. This is how we lost? The outcome was decided almost in an instant. Many people even just glanced down at their phones. Look up again. The fat man from earlier is already lying on the ground. This is way too fast. Not to mention, he summoned 5 ghosts at the same time. It's amazing that, just as their eyes were filled with seriousness, Wang Xingfeng, who was on stage, spoke. The goal is to summon multiple contracted ghosts simultaneously and win by sheer numbers. But you never thought about that. If these contracted spirits are all harmed at the same time, will the backlash against you be even greater? Just now, in the blink of an eye. In fact, what Wang Xingfeng asked the giant axe ghost to do was very simple. It's like slashing horizontally with an axe at lightning speed. Each of the 5 contracted ghosts suffered considerable damage. After accumulating, it backfired on the demon slayer. That would be huge. That's why the fat guy lost. Greedy. Wang Xingfeng told the giant axe demon to put away its fighting stance and then spoke kindly to all the new students again. There are 4 more chances. Anyone want to give it a try? After the battle just now, the students' enthusiasm in the audience had largely subsided. Those who just came on stage were the top performers in the freshman competition. If he can't even beat them, then there are those lower-ranking henchmen. It's best not to go up there and humiliate yourself, to waste this precious opportunity. The current situation seems to be gradually becoming clear. The quest to challenge this giant axe demon. It fell to those top-ranked geniuses in the freshman competition. They're not stupid. That's all I've seen so far. I guess they understand now. This is a trial designed to test their strength. In that case, I'll go. He stepped onto the stage. He summoned his most prized sword demon. In the freshman competition, his score was second only to the first place. Moreover, the failure was also due to the limited number of contracted spirits. If we're only talking about one-on-one battles between contracted spirits, it can work. He thought to himself. This is not blind confidence. It's not arrogance or conceit at all. There is precedent for this. In the Ghost Realm, he successfully used his sword demon to slay several late-stage 2-star evil ghosts. They overcame a challenge beyond their level and successfully defeated the evil spirit. He can do it. More importantly, this is the first time I've ever used a sword to fight against a giant axe. That's right. He was very excited. He enjoys this kind of fighting. This will allow him to hone his skills. And so, carrying the hopes of all the new students, He walked onto the stage. The students were all speculating about the outcome of the battle. I feel like there's a chance. I'd heard before that He had single-handedly defeated a late-game 2-star demon. He even came in second place in the freshman competition. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to move up to Yongji, who's currently in first place. It's okay. Even if you lose, you still have 3 chances. Winning would be ideal, but even if we lose, it will still allow others to see the fighting style of this giant axe demon. This allows for targeted selection of performers. Various analyses came from the audience. Sun Yi sighed. I have a feeling that the giant axe demon on the stage, it seems a bit different. Sun Yi said with some doubt. The giant axe demon is a frontline warrior type demon. Their fighting style is characterized by wide, sweeping attacks, relying on overwhelming power to achieve victory. But how could such a giant axe demon move with such speed just now? There should be some additional enhancements on the giant axe demon. Its actual strength as demonstrated in real combat. It's probably not a late-stage 2-star character. Sun Yi concluded. On stage. After both sides had completed their preparations, the battle begins. The giant axe demon was incredibly fast, moving like a ghost. What's going on? How could it be so fast? He panicked and hurriedly ordered Jian Gui to parry with his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the stadium. However, He lived up to his reputation as the second-place winner. They quickly calmed down and skillfully controlled the sword demon, deftly dodging the giant axe demon's attacks. They can even retaliate from time to time. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate for a time. Is He capable of putting up a fight against this giant axe-wielding demon? No, it's not possible. The sensations felt in the body through the feedback from the sword demon. The scenery and the farmers could clearly feel it. The power emanating from the giant axe demon's axe. It's getting bigger and bigger. But the speed did not decrease at all. On several occasions, it struck down with tremendous force. It almost made the sword demon lose his grip on his sword. What exactly happened? Could it be that this giant axe demon hasn't used its full power yet? He felt looked down upon. At this very moment, he was already fighting with all his might. However, no matter how you look at it, the giant axe demon still seemed to be handling the situation with ease. In the end, the sword demon could no longer withstand the heavy attacks unleashed by the giant axe demon. The sword slipped from his hand, just as the giant axe demon's axe was about to strike the sword demon's neck. It stopped instantly. Okay, that's enough. Wang Xingfeng didn't let the giant axe ghost do anything further. Thus, He's sword demon escaped danger. However, everyone knew that He had lost. He himself, of course, knew this. If this were a real battlefield, his own sword demon would have had its neck severed in that very moment. Although the damage I experience is not enough to break my neck, but the intense pain is definitely enough to cause shock. That's practically equivalent to losing their fighting ability. He's ability to control contracted spirits is limited to only one. Even the strongest sword demon has lost. Further competition would only be a waste of time. I'm sorry, everyone, I haven't lived up to your expectations. He bowed and apologized to all the freshmen in the college behind him. In his view, such an opportunity was wasted. I'm so sorry. After saying that, he returned to his seat without saying another word. No way, we lost. As expected, the extra 50% of soul beads distributed aren't so easy to obtain. Although both are late-stage 2-star, this giant axe demon is being controlled by senior Wang Xingfeng, who is a 4-star. Could it be a problem with combat experience? There are still 3 chances, so it should still be possible, right? No, that won't work. I've asked other senior students in the college. In fact, similar activities have been held at the opening ceremony of every freshman class at the Special Forces Academy. And the result? No freshman class has ever succeeded in this challenge. In the audience, some people even started making discouraging remarks. No, this is unacceptable. How can we diminish our own prestige while boosting the morale of others? Our top student in the grade hasn't even taken the stage yet. That's right. We haven't lost yet. Lu Yongji hasn't even been on the field. On stage. Wang Xingfeng continued to look around the venue. Anyone else want to take on the challenge? We still have 3 chances. It doesn't necessarily have to be a top-ranked freshman. Each of our contracted spirits has a different style. Perhaps one of them could counter my giant axe spirit? Wang Xingfeng continued to encourage them. It seemed as if she was responding to the students' expectations. Just then, Lu Yongji got up. I'll do it. P.S. Lu Yongji walked onto the stage. He himself was also aware of this. As the top student in the grade, I have to prove myself. I'm better than everyone else. He knew that Sun-E was also in the meeting room at that moment. And that is precisely why. He was eager to go on stage first. Get ahead of Sun-E. Now, I'll use this victory to declare my existence to him. What was Lu Yongji thinking, trying to get Sun-E's attention? Is it competitiveness? Or perhaps it's something else entirely. It's hard to say. In short, he went. Facing such a powerful opponent. It's pointless to bring out those ghosts that have already been contracted, but haven't had time to be nurtured. The only option is to summon your strongest demon right from the start. Lu Yongji also understood this principle. Therefore, he summoned his 2 strongest contracted spirits at the same time. Gargoyles and Minotaurs. Both of them are close-quarters combat types. This is roughly what Lu Yongji's fighting style is like. 2 muscular men charged straight at him and attacked. It's extremely lethal against those back-row-type demons. But regarding the current situation, it's not that it's impossible. After all, Lu Yongji is perfectly capable of multitasking. Both contracted demons under his control were able to fully unleash their combat power. Moreover, they can cooperate perfectly with each other. Therefore, although both involve using numbers to defeat fewer opponents, but Lu Yongji was very clear about it. I'm not like that fat guy who blindly summoned 5 contracted ghosts. 2 against 1 and a 2 against 1 with extremely strong teamwork. It can work. With that in mind, Lu Yongji stepped forward. Sun-E calmly observed the battle on the stage. The female ghosts inside her body were also enjoying the show. Wow, this sounds amazing. It's like watching a live TV broadcast. Ingming stayed in the ghost control space, observing the situation on the field through Sun Yi's gaze. It's a pity there's no commentary. Brother Sun Yi, would you like to tell us about it? She continued. Gang Ing remained as competitive as ever. That guy named Yu Yongji, he can control 2 ghosts at the same time, and he's this arrogant? If all 5 of us appeared together, wouldn't we scare him to death? Sun Yi observed very carefully. To be honest, Lu Yongji truly has the capital to be arrogant, or rather, proud. Just then, a classmate sitting next to me suddenly shouted, "Go, Luga! Give our class of 2024 freshmen a boost." The sound was so loud that it made Sun Yi, who was sitting next to him, hear a ringing in his ears. He covered his ears and looked to the side. Goodness! She was a girl who looked very excited. Encouraged by her, more and more voices cheered for Lu Yongji. Go, Lu Yongji. Take down this giant axe demon. It's all up to you. I trust you. The competition has progressed to this point and is no longer just about the 50% resource reward. More than anything, it's about saving face. What is the purpose of setting up such a competition? Anyone with eyes to see can see that. Isn't it just to curb the arrogance of us new students? Everyone knows this. Since that's the case, we're determined to win and show you. Sun Yi glanced at the girl next to him. She was as fanatical as a believer. Seeing the shouts rising and falling around her, she seemed quite satisfied. Suddenly, she turned to look at Sun Yi. Sun Yi, what? Why aren't you cheering? Don't you like my Yongji brother? Sun Yi was speechless upon hearing this. Not my younger sister. You've even gotten involved with the fandom. Goodness. Sun Yi exclaimed, wow. Then, can you tell me what makes him so good? I feel like if I don't speak in a way that goes her way, it might cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, Sun Yi could only ask this question. Upon hearing that someone else was also a fan of Rak Yongji, the young woman immediately became interested. She took out a small notebook and began to share with Sun Yi word by word. Then you'd better listen carefully. My brother Yongji is a powerful 2-star early game ghost master with outstanding strength. He's the best in the entire grade. Not to mention his looks, you absolutely can't find anyone more handsome than him. The girl looked at Sun Yi's face. As he spoke, he began to feel guilty. She glanced at Sun Yi, then turned to look at Lu Yongji on the stage. After hesitating for a moment, she felt that she still couldn't go against her conscience. So he took out a pen. In the notebook, write down the advantages of Lu Yongji. The coolest one in the whole grade? Crossed out. Sun Yi. The female ghosts inside. Just as the battle was raging on stage. Below the stage, in the VIP section. Next to Zheng'en, a beautiful and charming figure sat down. Vice Principal Xinghe? What brings you here? Zheng'en suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Xinghe is the youngest vice principal in the history of Magic University. She is also the first female vice principal in history. She has an exceptional talent for controlling ghosts, and she rose to this position at a young age. She herself is a 7-star ghost master. It's said that the Special Forces Academy of Magic University has a tradition of freshmen challenging graduating seniors. I'm just here to join in the fun today. Xinghe parted her red lips slightly and answered. Recently, she has been busy with the National Ghost Exorcism University League. For such major events, the person in charge rotates every year. She'll be in charge this year. Xinghe understood that this was likely a test the school was giving her. As the youngest vice principal in the history of Magic University, he had no idea how many eyes were watching him from the shadows. This is only part of the preparation work that has been completed, and I am truly exhausted. Why not come here, see the adorable freshmen of Magic University fighting spirit, and relax? On Sun Yi's side, after chatting for a bit, he learned the name of this fangirl. Zhang Xiaoxi. During their brief conversation, Sun Yi had a fairly good understanding of this girl. She likes to idolize her talented peers as if they were celebrities. It's like being a fan of a celebrity. But she doesn't just chase after anyone. Zhang Xiaoxi would take them as her goals to strive for. Use this to motivate yourself. That's acceptable. If I had to ask Sun Yi for a comment, that is, traditional methods of idol worship. I want to grow together with my idol. That's not bad. However, the Lu Yongji stories she kept sharing seemed a bit outrageous. You know, back then, when my brother Yongji was training in the ghost realm, several 3-star demons suddenly appeared. With just one glance from him, the evil spirits were all so frightened that they couldn't move and all knelt down in surrender. And there's more. She went on to say many more things that would probably seem incredible even if written into a novel. Sun-E had no idea where she had gathered this information. In short, people like us can only look up to him. But we must strive in this direction. Zhang Xiaoxi spoke in a lecturing tone. Just then, the freshmen suddenly became restless. The battle on stage seems to have reached a conclusion. Zhang Xiaoxi then realized. Busy explaining to Sun-E, I completely forgot to watch the battle scenes with Lu Yongji. Engzi looked troubled. His two contracted ghosts were also seriously injured. Where's the glamorous look on his face when he went on stage just now? He had already used every card he had to the best of his ability. Includes various combination techniques. This includes taking secret potions that increase endurance, etc. However, in any case, in this battle, whenever Yu Yongji's side unleashes new power, aiming to defeat the giant axe demon in one fell swoop, the giant axe demon always manages to unleash a higher level of power. Moreover, he always manages to get just a little bit stronger than Lu Yongji. This forced Lu Yongji to fight with all his might. However, in the end, he was still unable to defeat the giant axe demon. At this very moment, his two contracted ghosts, the bull-headed demon, had already broken off one of its horns in the battle. Where are the gargoyles? A gargoyle with hardened skin all over its body, like a rock. Its body was also hacked to pieces in the battle. Small stones can be seen falling off it from time to time. The situation seems quite clear. Lu Yongji probably has no way to defeat this giant axe demon. But he is still trying to find a way to persevere. No, there must be a way. There must be something I didn't do well. Lu Yongji was facing an increasingly unfavorable battle situation. He was anxious inside and muttered to himself. However, such thinking yielded no results. Finally, with another swing from the giant axe demon, Lu Yongji's gargoyle was the first to be knocked away. They have lost their ability to fight. Cough cough. The gargoyle was severely injured, and Lu Yongji's face suddenly turned pale. It was already a tough fight with 2 against 1. Now, one of the contracted spirits has been defeated. Then there's no chance of winning. Soon, the bull-headed demon was also defeated. All right, the battle is over. Senior Wang Xingfeng called to stop the giant axe demon, making it cease its attack. You have 2 more chances. Anyone want to come up and try? He continued to greet the new students in the audience. The students in the audience looked even more incredulous. Really? We lost. Even Yu Yongji, the strongest student in our grade, lost. How can we fight like this? Hey, why don't you go up and give it a try? Huh? I hit my senior? Really? An atmosphere of insecurity quickly spread among the students. After all, the strongest first and second place winners from the freshman competition have already made it to the next round. No one could beat him. I won't say I've already fought with them. Even suppressing the giant axe demon was impossible. There's absolutely no hope of winning. Is this really the only way? Even Yu Yongji's little fangirls. The person sitting next to Sun-E is Zhang Xiaoxi. At this moment, they all looked dejected. A cover-up. It must be a cover-up. It was the dean and the senior student who tricked my brother. She spoke without much conviction. She knew it herself. The truth is as simple as a single word. Vegetable. However, getting her to admit that her idol is terrible is difficult. This is worse than killing her. The atmosphere is getting increasingly oppressive. Vice Principal Xing-He, seated in the VIP section, turned to look at Dean Zheng'an beside him. It seems I've arrived at the wrong time. This is an event where you challenge your senior classmates. It seems like it's about to end. She could clearly tell. The students sitting in the back. They're all so depressed. With such low morale, it's unlikely anyone will step forward to challenge them. What a pity. Coming here, you'll only see a fairly standard competition. The child from earlier, named Lu Yongji. Not bad. He was able to perfectly control 2 contracted ghosts simultaneously while still a freshman in college. But apart from that, there are basically no other highlights. Xing-He stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "In that case, I shall take my leave." Just then, suddenly, a new name appeared in the crowd. Sun-E. I remember, didn't our Special Forces Academy have a student who was admitted without taking the entrance exam this year? Yes, everyone says his skills are unmatched, which is why he was exempt from the exam. Suddenly someone remembered Sun-E, the controversial figure who had caused quite a stir on the forum. However, in such a pessimistic environment, it's inevitable that some people will lose hope. You guys don't actually believe Sun-E will attend, do you? Does being admitted to a Special Forces Academy without examination necessarily mean exceptional strength? What if he got in through connections, by using back channels and avoiding the exam? Don't go up there and get beaten to a pulp by your senior, will you? Many people had only heard about Sun-Yi's performance in the training hall at that time. It wasn't investigated thoroughly. If I had to say, to date, Sun-E has never demonstrated his abilities in any major official setting. Those photos in the training hall. Who can be sure if this was a deliberate publicity stunt? After all, if it really was someone who got in through connections. These are just some basic tricks. They're pretty standard practice. Who cares if it works or not? The winners of the freshman competition have all made it to the top. I've never played it. If Sun-E won't go up, are you going up? However, many people are taking a nothing-to-lose approach. At this moment, no one else can go up. They could only believe that Sun-Yi's strength was genuine. The female ghosts inside Sun-Yi's body are also volunteering for battle. Master, shall we go? Watch me in 5 rounds. No, watch me in 3 rounds, and I'll beat it to a pulp. Ganging was extremely agitated. Their belligerent nature was on full display. If the master really goes into battle, I suspect the senior students will also increase the difficulty accordingly. It won't be that simple. They won't just send their master to fight a giant axe demon. Blood Lotus calmly offered her analysis. Unfortunately, the freshman in the college. All I know is that there is a person named Sun-E. However, most of them did not know what Sun-E looked like. Looking back at the photos taken by others in the Magic University training hall at that time. Forehead. They've all gone to film female ghosts. They have all sorts of characters, from Gang and Shuel Yan to Tang Shi, in various angles and poses. There was even a popularity poll for Sun-Yi's female ghosts. Tang Shi won first place. As for their ghost-controlling master Sun-E, there are almost no photos showing the full frontal view. Most of them are of people's backs or something similar. Aside from those who genuinely want to understand Sun-E. For example, Lu Yongji and Nong Jinghe. His information can be found through more detailed data retrieval. It was through this method that I learned the name Sun-E and who it specifically referred to. Besides, as for the others, they basically only knew that Sun-E was a person. At this moment, all the students looked around, trying to find Sun-E. Lu Yongji and Nong Jinghe were defeated. There's also Han Qianyan, who's looking forward to Sun-E showcasing his abilities once again. Their gazes once again fell upon Sun-E. Even Zheng'en. They were also looking at him. The meaning is self-evident. We're just waiting for Sun-E to take the stage. Is anyone else coming up? 2 chances. Such a reward, once missed, will be hard to come by again. On stage, Wang Xingfeng continued to encourage his classmates to come up. But for some reason, his gaze. They also seemed to be looking at Sun-E. Good grief, so they were after me all along. Sun-E couldn't help but mutter. Dean Zheng'en and senior student Wang Xingfeng. They probably all want to find out what I'm capable of, right? Well then, since that's how it is, there's no need to hide it anymore. Moreover, if the challenge is successful, one can make a request to the academy for this reward. Sun-E had some ideas. So he stood up. I want to take on the challenge. S shout resounded throughout the entire venue. For a moment, all the discussion fell silent. All eyes turned to Sun-E. Zhang Xiaoxi, who was standing next to Sun-E, was clearly frightened by his actions. She quickly whispered to Sun-E. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone wants Sun-E to play. Why are you trying to be a hero? Don't waste this precious opportunity. Is there any possibility? Am I Sun-E? After smiling and responding to Zhang Xiaoxi in a low voice, Sun-E walked straight onto the stage. As Zheng'en passed the VIP section, he smiled and nodded at Sun-E. Vice Principal Xinghe saw Sun-E pass by. Is this the Sun-E that the students are talking about? His inspiration is so strong. Sun-E did not actively unleash his inspiration. Therefore, to ascertain his strength, one needs to actively sense it. Unless the other party is deliberately hiding it, it's not difficult to find out this information. Moreover, this is especially true for a 7-star demon master like Hashikawa. Sensing Sun Yi's level of inspiration, A look of horror appeared in Xinghe's eyes. 2-star late game. This boy's inspiration level is at the late stage of the 2nd star. He's only a freshman. What incredible talent must one possess to have such strength? Xinghe felt that his worldview had been shaken by this boy. Even though she herself was a cultivation genius with almost monstrous talent. Even so, back when she first entered Magic University, only mid-stage 2-star. This Sun-E is even more formidable than she was back then. This kid is interesting, Hashizuru remarked. They came up on the stage. Sun-E looked at the giant axe demon in front of him. Unleash your inspiration without reservation. Boom. A surge of inspiration erupted around Sun-E. It was as if a deep blue flame had ignited on his body. In this way, everyone now knows his true strength. 2-star late game. My god. 2-star late game. It's only the beginning of the semester, right? Is this the cultivation speed a human can achieve? Goodness, it's stable now. The giant axe demon's strength is only at the late stage of the 2nd star level. In addition, Sun-E also has a female ghost, whose skills are stronger than those of ordinary evil spirits. Sure, it's hot. Indeed, strength is the best way to refute rumors and gossip. After unleashing the power of a late-stage 2-star character. After that, no one questions Sun-E anymore. After all, public opinion can be fabricated, and so can academic achievements. The only problem is their lack of ability. Only strength can prove its worth. Sun-E knew this very well. If it's my turn to play, the opponent won't be just a simple giant axe demon. Sure enough, Jing'an suddenly spoke at this moment. If it's you who's taking on the challenge, we can give you a higher level of difficulty. If the challenge is successful, the reward has been upgraded to 1 4-star exchange coupon and 10 4-star soul orbs. Meanwhile, resource allocation this year has increased by 70%. How? Of course, if you don't want to, you can challenge it at the normal difficulty level. Upon hearing what Jung'an said, almost all the students doubted their ears. Am I right? 70%. They've posted even more. However, some people also have concerns. The dean is willing to give such a generous reward. It's definitely going to be quite difficult. Wouldn't it be better to play it safe? That's right, after all, Senior Wang is a late-stage 4-star ghost master. If the difficulty is increased, nobody knows if Sun-E can win. I'm telling you, you'd better straighten out your attitude. What rewards we get depends entirely on Sun-E. You even picked one? Whatever difficulty level he chooses is acceptable. Do you have the right to point fingers? Suddenly someone said that. Those who had been discussing Sun-Yi's choice were immediately silenced. That's right. They all hoped Sun-E would win. After all, defeating the senior student would benefit everyone in the Special Forces Academy. But they have no right to comment on or criticize Sun-Yi's choices. Because, apart from him, there is probably no one else who can go up and take on the challenge. If you don't like it, then come at me. Therefore, regardless of whether Sun-E chooses to be more aggressive and take on greater challenges, or, to be on the safe side, let's choose to keep things unchanged. They have no right to point fingers. Thinking about this. And then no one dared to say another word. The only voice was support for Sun-E. So, Sun-E, what's your choice? Wang Xingfeng looked at the young man standing in front of him and asked a question. Sun-E also reevaluated his opponent. 4-star late stage. Moreover, it's a late-stage 4-star Oni master, not a late-stage 4-star demon. Their combat strength will definitely be stronger. I just don't know. Are you stronger than me? Wang Xingfeng looked at Sun-E, who seemed deep in thought. I thought he was hesitating about what to choose. The old dean told him that he needed to find a way to test Sun-Yi's full strength. So why not change the rules a little? How about this? Sun-E, you can start with the easier difficulty level. If you succeed, you can move on to an even more challenging task. Even if you lose, you can still receive the rewards for successfully completing the previous challenges. How? As Wang Xingfeng spoke, he looked in Zheng An's direction. The latter nodded. Permission granted. As expected, whether there's a reward or not doesn't matter. The extra supplies distributed each year can be used as investment funds for talent development. The key point is Sun-E. If this can truly confirm his talent and strength, that's something that no amount of resources can buy. In this way, Sun-E can take on challenges step by step without any burden. Just keep hitting. Furthermore, There's no need to worry about the giant axe demon causing Wang Xingfeng to be unable to fight due to backlash from the damage. The rules governing the backlash from contracted spirits are roughly as follows. When a contracted spirit receives damage, a certain percentage of that damage will be reflected back onto the spirit master. The stronger the contracted ghost, the greater the proportion of this backlash. For example, a powerful 7-star ghost master. He has many powerful contracted ghosts of 6 and 7 stars under his command. Then, he made a contract with a near-evil spirit. Even if this near-demon is caught by the enemy, it will be crushed to pieces. The damage inflicted on the 7-star demon master was negligible. Compared to other powerful contracted spirits, its strength is far too low. Therefore, the damage from the backlash is naturally very low. The same applies to Wang Xingfeng's side. He also has other, even more powerful contracted spirits. An injured giant axe demon at the late stage of the second tier will not have much impact on him. That's about it. For demon slayers, the more important the contracted ghost is when it gets injured, the greater the backlash damage will be. The lower the percentage of the total strength of all contracted spirits, the lower the backlash damage. In that case, I'll start my challenge with the giant axe demon, right? Sun-Yi asked. Wang Xingfeng gave an affirmative answer. The students below the stage all looked at Sun-Yi with expectant eyes. The current rules are very favorable to them. They couldn't help but wonder. Sun-Yi, just how far can he go? Un-Yi was also troubled. With so many female ghosts, which one should we send out? Of these, Gang Ying was the most proactive. Master, I. She couldn't wait any longer. Sun-Yi thought for a moment. Of the female ghosts I currently possess, Blood Lotus is the weakest, a late-stage 2-star. Although it's already at the same level as the giant axe demon. However, since she was positioned in the back row, it wasn't convenient for her to pull others on stage. If the giant axe demon gets close, there's still a chance of losing. If they mess things up at such a crucial moment, then I'd become the clown. Gang Ying is currently at the mid-stage of the 3-star inspiration level. In terms of combat, the ghost truck is not very convenient to summon. If you rely solely on the blade mail's damage reflection ability in combat, it still doesn't feel enough. Due to the location, it's best not to summon Suna and Hayu in this place. Tangxi seems like a good choice. The noise level is relatively low. At least it won't be like Gang Ying's situation, where a large truck smashed the entire auditorium to pieces. As for the 2 female ghosts in the new contract, Ji Wu and Ying Meng. Not considering it for now. Ji Wu is actually not bad either. It's just a feeling. Sending her onto the field now would be a waste of her talent. Forget about Shadow Dream. Her crowd control skills are strong, but she's ultimately a support character. After using both skills, it seems to have no other use besides running around in place and acting cute. Since that's the case, Tangxi, come out. Sun-Yi called out. After saying that, a girl dressed in a blue and white Lolita dress appeared beside Sun-Yi. Her exquisitely beautiful face, almost unreal, was truly impressive. Shall we begin? Wang Xingfeng asked. Bring it on. The next instant, the giant axe demon moved. It wielded a huge axe and chopped at Tangxi. Tangxi lowered her body, placing her slender hand on the hilt of the sword. Don't use the invincible slash on these lowly minions. Sun-Yi suddenly gave the order. The cooldown time for invincible slash is still a bit long. It's better to save it for dealing with Wang Xingfeng's main contracted ghosts later. The same applies to refresh balls. Sun-Yi's strongest attack at present still relies on the refresh ball to unleash Tangxi's invincible slash twice in a row. In a place like this, use the invincible slash. Not a very reliable option. Even without the invincible slash, Tangxi is already very skilled at swordsmanship. This was something Sun-Yi experienced when he first met her in White Mist Town. It was already obvious. At that time, it was only because they were outnumbered that they were able to exploit an opening in the attack by the other female ghosts in the horde. But if it's just a simple one-on-one, Tangxi is just as good. It's even very strong. Even without the invincible slash, she still has her second skill, Fatal Strike. Every 4th attack deals additional critical damage. In addition, she held the soul-chasing sword she had obtained from the Shadow Castle. It can also inflict additional magic damage. At the same time, Activate her passive skill to unleash the effect of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. With numerous blessings, Tang-Shi nimbly dodged the giant axe and unleashed 3 consecutive sword strikes. Each sword strike inflicted considerable damage on the giant axe demon. Wang Xingfeng sensed that the giant axe demon was taking damage. That won't work. I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress the power of Sun Yi's female ghost. Let's unleash the full power of the giant axe demon. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the giant axe demon's speed and strength were greatly enhanced. That's right, Wang Xingfeng's giant axe demon has been specially enhanced. It's basically just equipping a 3-star agility gem, similar to the flame gem that Sun Yi gave to Jiwu. After consuming the agility gem, the contract ghost's agility will be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, the giant axe demon is itself a power-type contracted demon. It is fast and powerful. This is the hidden power within the giant axe demon. Wang Xingfeng activated the giant axe demon's first skill: dominate the entire battlefield. The giant axe demon swung its axe, preparing to unleash a wide-ranging attack. Just then, Tang-Shi slipped into the inner circle and unleashed her 4th sword strike towards the giant axe demon's enormous forehead. Critical hit. Pfft. During this attack, a bright white light clearly flashed across the soul-chasing sword as it slashed. The additional magic damage from the Soul Chaser sword also triggers. Furthermore, due to the blood-draining effect of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, during the 4th attack, the abnormal accumulation of bleeding on the giant axe demon has reached a threshold, triggering bleeding. All that could be seen was a large amount of dark red blood gushing out from the giant axe demon's forehead, as if a water pipe had burst. It splattered all over the floor. Some of it even splashed onto the faces of students in the front rows of the audience. The giant axe demon suffered massive damage to its head. Wang Xingfeng also felt a bit of a headache. Of course, it only hurts a little. After all, the giant axe demon doesn't make up a large portion of his total contracted demon strength. The resulting backlash damage is not as strong. Such a severe backlash, my giant axe demon must be seriously injured. As Wang Xingfeng spoke, he looked towards the battle ahead. The giant axe demon's massive body crashed to the ground. Die. Dead. The giant axe demon was instantly killed. He was killed instantly by Tang-Shi's 4th sword strike. When a contracted spirit dies, it requires the spirit master to spend a considerable amount of time recuperating before it can be reborn within the body. The students in the audience stared wide-eyed, almost unable to believe it was real. Among them, Lu Yongji was the most affected. You won so easily? He felt completely unwell. That giant axe demon that made him fight so hard, using all sorts of tricks. In the hands of Sun Yi's female ghost, it's as easy as casually taking care of a small fry in a ghost realm. What incredible, godlike power. I actually thought of comparing myself to someone like that. Thinking of this, Lu Yongji laughed at himself. I was even thinking about how to surpass Sun Yi. Looking at it now, it turns out the clown was actually myself. That's true. Sun Yi was able to enter the Special Forces Academy without taking the entrance exam. There must be a reason for that. So, I really overestimated myself? Lu Yongji was on the verge of losing his Dao heart. This was the first time he had ever felt this way. In the past, no matter how many people he encountered were more outstanding than him, he never gave up. Because he firmly believed that he would eventually surpass his opponent. Until I met Sun Yi. The other students also recognized Tang-Shi at this moment. It's her. I saw this female ghost that Sun Yi summoned before in the Magic University training hall. There were still some later Samsung models back then. It's already reached the early stage of 4 stars. This is a 4-star early game female ghost. Gasps of surprise came from the audience. Goodness, a 4-star early game, but a 2-star late game. No wonder. Sun Yi already owns a 4-star female ghost. This is outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that this 4-star contracted ghost is a female ghost. Their combat power is probably approaching that of a mid-stage 4-star or even a late-stage one. The students exclaimed in amazement. It was only at this point that Wang Xingfeng slowly recovered from the shock. In that case, let's prepare for an even more difficult challenge. No need, senior. Sun Yi suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned by these words. No? What's the meaning? Is Sun Yi no longer playing? Putting aside other things, With just the female ghost that has been summoned so far, it already possessed the strength to instantly kill the giant axe demon. Why not attack downwards? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Sun-E slowly spoke. I hope that you won't hold back any of your strength, senior. Come on, give it your all. Very simple. That concludes the formalities. It's definitely more convenient to just go straight to the point. Sun-E is now eager to know. What level of combat strength have I reached so far? First of all, within the university, there's probably no one left who can rival him. Since that's the case, Senior Wang Xingfeng, you're the one. Bring it on. Everyone was stunned when they heard Sun Yi's request. Below the stage, Xinghe, who had sat down to watch again, now showed a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. This freshman named Sun-E is truly unfathomable. Realizing his lapse in composure, Xinghe straightened his posture and smiled. The other students were equally shocked. First is Nong Jinghe, the sword fanatic. He observed Tang Xi's fighting technique from just now. I was almost completely engrossed in it. The greatest beauty in the world. Seeing Tang Xi wield the sword with his own eyes left him speechless with excitement. And that's what excites him. It turned out to be just a female ghost that Sun-E had contracted. I really don't know how much effort Sun-E put in to successfully contract such a ghost. Nong Jinghe couldn't help but sigh. It's probably going to involve going through 81 tribulations. Han Qianyan, while equally shocked, was not too badly off. After all, she had seen Sun-E in the ghost realm before. One can roughly guess at Sun-Yi's style of doing things. That is, higher, faster, stronger. It feels like they're going to participate in the Olympics. Anyway, in her opinion, Sun-E is someone who will always choose the most difficult path. And they will always move forward on that path to becoming the strongest, a path they could hardly have imagined. After all, he actually challenged the senior student directly. Furthermore, they demanded that the other party not hold back any of their strength, even if you call it arrogance or recklessness. She asked herself honestly and realized she wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. This has far exceeded my expectations. Wang Xingfeng looked at Zheng En with a questioning gaze. Ultimately, the decision rests with the dean. In a sense, he's just a laborer. After obtaining Zheng En's consent, Wang Xingfeng stopped pretending. All right then, in the battle to come, I won't hold back at all. Sun-E Jr., please be careful. That's all. Wang Xingfeng unleashed his inspiration without reservation. Boom. The release of inspiration and the resulting powerful aura created an invisible but intense pressure on the many freshmen in the auditorium. It almost suffocated them. Wow, that's amazing. Senior's getting serious now. Isn't Sun-E being a bit too arrogant? That's a late-stage 4-star Ghost Master after all. You can't just say you instantly killed a 2-star late-game giant axe demon. Are you really that confident? That's right, even a 4-star female ghost is probably not enough to deal with the senior's contracted ghost's attack. Sun-E is being a bit too arrogant. Whatever, I've already secured the guaranteed reward, so I'm already pretty good at this. In my opinion, Sun-E never intended to win. He just wanted to take this opportunity to spar with a senior who was a late-stage 4-star player. After all, sparring with opponents of this caliber would greatly improve one's skills. Yes, he probably just wanted to practice with his senior, not to win. That's enough though. Let's think about how to use these extra 50% of resources. The students chimed in, each offering their own opinion. In short, they didn't believe Sun-E was aiming to defeat Wang Xingfeng. They believed that Sun-E simply wanted to see what it was like to fight against a strong opponent. After all, they were following behind Sun-E and receiving rewards. These freshmen also realized that they were not qualified to advise Sun-E on his choices. With a wave of his hand, Wang Xingfeng summoned his 3 main contracted ghosts, which simultaneously appeared on the stage. A 4-star early-game treant. A male vampire, a 4-star early-game character. There's another one, a late-game Samsung wolf demon. Multitasking. Zheng En, sitting in the VIP section, looked startled. Good lad, you can actually control 3 contracted ghosts at the same time. He laughed. There aren't many demon tamers who can control 3 contracted demons simultaneously. Even Zheng En himself found it very difficult. This has nothing to do with the level of inspiration. It depends on the demon slayer's own talent. Talent alone is not enough. You also need a lot of practice. Those freshmen who had witnessed Sun Yi's battles in the Magic University training hall were now secretly worried for him. They know. When Sun Yi was fighting with senior Jia Chengya in the Magic University training hall, he can now control 3 female ghosts simultaneously. This is beyond question. But if we're talking about the quality of the contracted ghosts, no need to even think about it. Wang Xingfeng is definitely taller. 2 4-star early game units and 1 3-star late game unit were deployed. How can you even compare these? If Sun Yi's side relies solely on that early stage 4-star female ghost, this battle will likely be a crushing victory for Wang Xingfeng's side. Wang Xingfeng closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on controlling the contracted ghost. The 3 contracted ghosts that appeared with him also skillfully formed a battle formation. The thick-skinned tree-man demon was at the very front. The vampires, who possess blood magic, were at the rear. The agile and nimble wolf ghosts stood on the flanks, always looking for an opportunity to attack. As expected, he came from a Special Forces Academy. The contracted ghosts were complete, and the battle formation they displayed was quite systematic. Sun Yi looked at the 3 ghosts in front of him. He nodded. Not bad, not bad. They're indeed a worthy opponent. This was also the first time he had faced a demon master capable of organizing a systematic attack. Since that's the case, then I no longer need to keep it. Summon all the female ghosts. Come out, everyone. In an instant. Blood Lotus, dressed in a JK uniform. Gang Ing, wielding a shield and clad in armor. Jiwu, dressed in a nun's habit, has a stunning figure. There's also the petite and delicate little girl, Ing Meng, who looks like a doll. They appeared next to Sun Yi at the same time. In addition, Tang Shi has already been summoned. There are 5 female ghosts in total. WH. What? Sun Yi has made contracts with 2 new female ghosts? 2-star late stage, 3-star mid-stage, and... Holy crap, one's an early game 4-star and the other's a mid-game 4-star. Some people experience the spiritual power of the female ghost summoned by Sun Yi. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This is outrageous. Having made contracts with so many female ghosts, just how much did Sun Yi sacrifice? One student broke out in a cold sweat. The fact that Sun Yi made a contract with a female ghost has indeed spread. But no one expected this. Dude, are you really only going to contract with female ghosts? Aren't you afraid of the side effects at all? Even those demon tamers with high levels of spiritual insight. Everyone was wary of the side effects of the female ghost. What about them? Another student then stepped forward to explain. Don't you know? What Sun Yi sacrificed was his innate talent for inspiration. Therefore, his cultivation speed was originally incredibly fast. Now all we have are E-rank talents. He sacrificed his talent. That is indeed a bit. After someone explained it to me like this, no one envied Sun Yi anymore. So, what if his female ghost is strong? It's all temporary. Sun Yi chose to sacrifice his talent. The speed of cultivation in the future will inevitably be greatly reduced. I'm afraid, in this lifetime. That means I can only keep my cultivation level at the late stage of the 2nd star. No further improvement is possible. All I can do is hang out with the female ghosts every day. Forehead. This seems pretty good. No. Everyone here is an elite from Magic University. They're all pillars of the future human race. How could one possibly stop their cultivation because of such sentimental attachments to personal matters? In conclusion, now let's include the female ghost with the sword. Sun Yi already has 3 4-star female ghosts, and one of them is even a mid 4-star. In terms of the quality of the contracted ghosts, they are even higher than those of senior students who graduated several years ago. How did Sun Yi manage to do that? Xing He no longer cared about his image. His eyes were wide open. She looked at Zheng beside her, intending to ask him what was going on. Why would there be a freshman possessing so many powerful female ghosts? Moreover, being strong is one thing. They even summon 5 at the same time. 5? Is that enough? Can he manage it? Are 5 of them even feasible? On stage, Sun Yi slowly opened his mouth. Just follow the usual training. Stand in formation. As soon as he finished speaking, his female ghosts sprang into action, forming a battle formation. Pay attention to keywords. Let's get moving. That's right. In other words, 5 of them? That's really good. Sun Yi really can control 5 female ghosts at the same time. This Xinghe was completely dumbfounded. A strange feeling arose in her mind. Really, for a long time. Especially after she became a 7-star ghost master. This was the first time she had ever felt this way. Envy. Jealousy of genius. She is a genius among geniuses. However, in front of Sun Yi. Ask yourself honestly. She was a freshman in college back then. It's absolutely impossible for him to have even half of Sun Yi's strength. In terms of talent, Sun Yi can directly control 5 female ghosts. 5 demons working together. Terrifying. That's a level of control that only the strongest ghost master in Daxia, and even the entire human race, can achieve. However, even so, it is an ability that exists almost exclusively in legends. At this very moment, completely exposed before Xinghe. How exactly did Sun Yi manage to do all that? Xinghe straightened her body and sat up straight. He began to watch intently as Sun Yi manipulated the female ghost. Jing'an, who was standing nearby, was shocked when he saw this. Originally, Vice Principal Xinghe always had a lazy, spectator-like demeanor. Why did you suddenly sit up? And you're watching it so intently? Why was she so concerned about such a low-level, low-skill battle? Nonsense. 5 ghosts operating together. She couldn't do it. Sun Yi can do it. Of course, I'll watch it carefully and study it diligently. Learning has no end. Who says a 7-star demon slayer can't learn from a 2-star demon slayer? Unfortunately. Even if you watch a crane for a lifetime, you could never learn it. Because this is practically a benefit enjoyed exclusively by Sun Yi. Apart from Bai Yofeng and his students, modern exorcists still have a very superficial understanding of female ghosts. I don't know, but for a female ghost, it's only after she increases her level of autonomy. This would allow for more convenient and efficient control over the female ghosts. By leveraging the female ghost's own initiative, the mental effort required by the demon tamer is significantly reduced. It's a pity. This method can only be used on female ghosts. In this world, there are truly those who can completely contract with female ghosts, live well, and skillfully control them. There's only Sun Yi. On stage. Sun Yi gestured for him to proceed. Senior, let's begin. Wang Xingfeng was on high alert, instantly becoming extremely focused. Judging from the strength that Sun Yi has shown so far, a comprehensive judgment. It was definitely not something Wang Xingfeng could easily defeat. Needless to say, we must give it our all. In this respect, the junior student isn't arrogant at all. Wang Xingfeng sighed inwardly. He initially thought that Sun Yi was just young and impetuous, wanting to challenge himself. If you lose, you lose. Just consider it a lesson learned. This is actually quite reasonable. What's more important than the experience of sparring with a stronger opponent? Try to put yourself in their shoes. If he were Sun Yi, he would also challenge himself in order to obtain a priceless opportunity for skillful competition. I never expected this. Sun Yi, you're really here to beat me. Just as Wang Xingfeng nodded, Sun Yi gave the order. Blood Lotus, Gang Ying, Ting Shi, Jiwu, Yingming. 5 female ghosts simultaneously unleash their spiritual power. A violent surge of inspiration swept through the hall, whipping up a fierce wind that blinded everyone. Wow, what a powerful pressure. Some students were so overwhelmed that they couldn't lift their heads. None of Sun Yi's female ghosts are pushovers. How terrifying, I have a premonition. Maybe Sun Yi really can win. The combined pressure from the female ghosts who were of one mind with Sun Yi shocked all the new students present. Even Jung'an, who was deep in thought in the audience, was startled by this sudden burst of inspiration. This is... His expression was horrified, his eyes fixed on the female ghosts on the stage, who seemed ready to explode at any moment. Did you feel threatened? These female ghosts, their power gathered together. Does it make me feel threatened? Zheng Ank is a 6-star ghost master. Normally, the students below would practice and exchange ideas. Even the bursts of inspiration wouldn't cause Zheng'an to change in the slightest. After all, they are all too weak compared to Zheng'an. However, just now, Sun Yi's female ghosts. It actually triggered Zheng An's instincts. Of course, it's just a threat. No matter how outrageous Sun Yi's cheat codes are, it's also impossible for them to possess the power to overcome 4 major stages and defeat Zheng'an. Even Xiaoyan wasn't this outrageous. If a real fight breaks out. At present, Sun Yi only has the potential of injuring Zheng'an. However, it's merely a possibility. This is already a huge recognition of Sun Yi's current strength. On stage. Although the battle has already begun. However, Sun Yi did not make any further moves. They still maintained a state of high alert. Wang Xingfeng was the first to lose his composure. No, my junior has more contracted ghosts than I do. We need to attack first and reduce their numbers. He quickly thought and analyzed the current situation on the battlefield. So, the goal is to reduce their numbers. We have to start with the easy targets. In a complete contracted ghost formation, which ghost is the weakest? That's definitely the support role. That's right, it's that contracted ghost that looks like a nun. They look weak. Sorry, but what can you do when you're playing support? Even after being deeply shocked by Sun Yi, Wang Xingfeng did not lose his confidence because of this. On the contrary, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Okay, then let me do it. Wait, something's not right. Why does it feel like it's become me challenging junior Sun Yi? Wang Xingfeng's current goal is to reduce the number of members in Sun Yi's female ghost team. At his command, his 3 contracted ghosts moved simultaneously. The tree spirit, also a frontline tank, was responsible for engaging Tsuna and Ying. Then the vampire and werewolf broke through the defenses and attacked Jiwu, the martial arts nun who was standing next to Gang Ying. The students in the audience couldn't help but start to worry about Sun Yi. Not good. That female ghost dressed in a nun's habit is probably going to be defeated first. Such a basic mistake caused Zhong'an and Xing-He, who were in the VIP seats, to frown. Sigh, I still lack experience. Although Sun Yi's side has an advantage in both the number and quality of female ghosts. But, in such a battle, such a huge flaw was revealed. He actually let Jiwu, who was clearly a support character, stand in such a prominent position. Isn't this blatantly letting the opponent attack first? The importance of support demons in battle goes without saying. Often, support heroes are the ones who need to be protected first in the team. After all, as long as the support ghost survives, it can still use its skills to heal other contracted ghosts. In a sense, support characters are the foundation for maintaining the entire team. But Sun Yi. Oh no, Sun Yi's nun ghost is in danger. A student exclaimed in surprise. The nun ghost and the martial nun look almost identical. If I had to point out the difference between the two. A keen-eyed student suddenly spoke up. By the way, have you guys noticed that the nun ghost Sun Yi contracted seems to have much larger breasts than depicted in the illustrations? The students around him. Hey, no, it's really not just because I'm a womanizer. It really does look different from the illustrated guide. Look, not only are her breasts bigger, but her nun's habit is different too. The slit in her dress was so high it almost reached her armpits. Seemingly to prove himself, the student pulled out a book of ghost-controlling illustrations and pointed to the nun ghost in it, explaining. The group checked the information back and forth. It seems, that really is? A normal female ghost wears a very formal black long dress as a nun's habit. But on the field, this is the one Sun Yi is contracted with. Her nun's long dress, like a cheongsam, was split at a rather daring location. Her plump, white legs were thus fully on display. This design was likely implemented to facilitate the activity. But why would a nun ghost need such mobility? Unfortunately, if they had been at the Magic University Mission Center at the time, they would have known. Sun Yi's contract was not with any nun ghost. It was a martial arts nun. A sigh rang out from the VIP section. Sigh, the child is still too arrogant. Jing'an shook his head. Although he had heard about Sun Yi's contracted martial arts nun from Bai Youfeng at the time. However, there isn't much of a concept regarding her actual combat capabilities. It's understandable that they didn't know that Sister Wu possessed combat power comparable to the front row. So, what if you're a mid-stage 4-star? With the limited combat power of a support-type demon. Once an opponent gets close, the odds are against you. Sun Yi overestimated himself this time. The crane standing nearby chimed in. It's okay. This is a necessary part of his growth. Fortunately, he made this mistake during a friendly competition, rather than in real combat where lives are at stake. Otherwise, she didn't finish her sentence, but continued to watch the duel between the two on stage with focused attention. Wang Xingfeng couldn't help but smile as he saw that he was about to succeed. He, Junior, you still need more practice. I broke through your defense so easily. It wasn't mockery, but a well-intentioned reminder. After all, the two were just having a friendly spar. However, Wang Xingfeng's champagne was not yet finished. The treant was instantly trapped in another dimension, its form turning into a black mass, unable to connect with reality anymore. And that vampire was chanting a blood spell. He closed his eyes and collapsed on the spot. Asleep. Being young is great. You can fall asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow. The sudden turn of events surprised everyone. What's going on? Holy crap! How come both of Senior Wang's contracted ghosts are under his control? The students in the audience exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's eyes searched the stage. Finally, through the surge of inspiration caused by releasing the skill, everyone realized that it was that petite and adorable little girl who had done it. The Dream of Ghosts and Shadows has two skills, Banishment and Nightmare. Release them towards the treant and the vampire respectively. Without any warning, he immediately rendered Wang Xingfeng temporarily unable to move his two contracted ghosts. Finally seeing the situation clearly, the freshman below the stage couldn't help but gasp. What's wrong? Is the air conditioning set too low here? Such terrifying control. The little ghost girl didn't even raise her hand. The skill seemed to be released instantly. Isn't that outrageous? No crowd control skills with any casting animation? There's simply no way to counter it. As expected of a female ghost, her skills are top-notch. Finally, someone sighed. Really? Since the female ghost needed to offer so many sacrifices. In terms of skills, she definitely needs to be top tier. However, for them, the exact number of supermodels is a different matter. In my mind, I have no concept of it. Today, this is also the first time they have witnessed the terror of female ghosts. Wang Xingfeng became anxious. Currently, neither of his two contracted ghosts can move for the time being. The situation changed instantly to 5 against 1. Honestly, Wang Xingfeng had no way of letting Wolf Ghost fight 5 people at once. However, it's still possible to take advantage of this moment and kill that support character in the nun's habit. Let's get started. No matter what, we have to replace that support character. Wang Xingfeng continued to issue orders to Wolf Ghost. The wolf demon brandished its enormous claws and charged towards the martial arts practitioner, Jiwu. Let me explain. The appearance of the wolf ghost. It actually looks like a werewolf. Well, here's where a very handsome reader might ask. Why not just call it the werewolf ghost? This is a problem that many experts in exorcism have also considered. If it were called a werewolf ghost, the characters for human and ghost are linked together. Was it a person or a ghost? So, after more than a dozen meetings, they applied for tens of millions of yuan in research funding. After numerous experts visited, inspected many famous historical sites and ghost towns, a significant research finding has been achieved. They should be called wolf demons. Therefore, although its name is wolf demon, it looks like a werewolf. However, contrary to expectations, the other female ghosts rushed over to protect the auxiliary ghost. Facing the wolf demon's attack, the female ghosts, except for Jiwu, all jumped aside to make room. Wang Xingfeng was stunned. What is this going on? Did they give up their spot so I could attack that nun ghost? Sun Yi Jr., what exactly are you doing? Just as he was wondering, Jiwu finally moved. She activated the flame gem within her body and simultaneously unleashed her third skill, Rage Strike. Boom. Drink. Accompanied by a delicate shout. An even stronger crimson-orange inspiration, like flames, burned within Jiwu. Wang Xingfeng was dumbfounded. Holy crap? Such terrifying pressure. This is supposed to be support? Fang's intuition told him that the situation was extremely bad. I tried to call back the wolf demon, but it was too late. Jiwu grabbed Wolf Demon's arm, aimed at his joint lock, and punched down. With the help of the flame gem, even the wolf fur on the part of the body that Jiwu had grabbed was scorched. Click! The sound of joints cracking. The hall was suddenly filled with the piercing screams of the wolf ghosts. Oh whoa. The attack is certainly not over yet. After abolishing the wolf demon's claws, Jiwu launched a relentless and furious attack on its massive wolf head. Thump 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 thump. 5 punches landed on the wolf ghost's head in quick succession. It's quite obvious that the wolf fangs were shattered and scattered all over the ground. With his final, decisive punch, Jiwu unleashed even greater force, delivering a powerful blow that shook the wooden floor of the stage, causing slight cracks. Now Wang Xingfeng understood why the female ghosts had moved aside earlier. So it was all to make room for this nun ghost to do her thing. Off stage, there were students in the audience. It was Zhenghan and Xinghe, still in the VIP seats. Everyone was completely overwhelmed with unparalleled awe. 5 punches crippled the wolf demon. You're telling me this thing is a support item? After throwing 5 punches, Jiwoo entered a 1.5-second waiting period. There's a chance. As a ghost domain investigator, Wang Xingfeng's long-term training allowed him to seize this precious window of opportunity. He's no pushover. Now they're going all out in this match. He wouldn't let any opportunity slip by. Moreover, based on the strength that Sun Yi's female ghosts have shown so far, don't admit you let them get away with it. He almost seemed to be letting Sun Yi go easy on him. Try to save some face for yourself. Otherwise, when others see it. Well, when you first enrolled, you, Wang Xingfeng, couldn't beat the senior students. Years later, he returned to the university, but he couldn't beat the younger students again. Using a simple method of controlling variables, let's make a slight deduction. Conclusion. You, Wang Xingfeng, Taifeiwu. This won't do. At least it should be a draw. Don't make it look too bad. Facing an opponent like Sun Yi, Wang Xingfeng had lowered his expectations to the point that a draw would be considered a win. Where's the memory of when I first met Zhenghan? That kind of impressive feeling of wanting to show off in front of younger students? Don't let this opportunity slip by. Quick, bloodthirsty bite. Wang Xingfeng forcibly suppressed the intense headache that was coming from the backlash and gave the order. The wolf demon opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Jiwoo. Bloodthirsty bite can heal the werewolf while inflicting damage. In other words, as long as I can get that one bite out of the box, the wolf demon's current low health will be restored. Faced with the wolf-like creature's bite, Jiwoo merely turned slightly to the side. Whoosh! In the brief moment she gave up her position, a bone spike shot out from the narrow space she had given up. It's Blood Lotus's third skill, bone spikes. The timing is perfect. This is the effect of multiple female ghosts working together. All the female ghosts acted simultaneously, and their coordination was as perfect as a single unit. The powerful impact of the bone spurs after striking the wolf demon was felt. It also knocked it back several meters, negating the distance it had traveled to lunge forward and bite. He missed biting Jiwoo. Sun Yi was very satisfied with the female ghost's cooperation. With increased autonomy, they no longer need to personally command their battles. A general direction is given, and then the female ghosts will cooperate to carry out their actions based on their own understanding. Well done. The next step is to drive back the wolf demon and prevent it from continuing to disrupt our formation in the center. Sun Yi gave the order. Upon receiving the message, Jiwoo rushed forward and delivered a beautiful spinning kick, sending the wolf demon flying. This isn't a skill, it's purely physical combat. However, with the help of the flame gem, this kick actually produced a flame effect. To outsiders, it looks as flashy as a skill. With a spinning kick, Jiwoo's fair thighs, tinged with a hint of red, were displayed without reservation. The boys in the audience, wow. She blushed. Many people are even speculating. I mean, does Sun Yi sleep with his head on this at night? Dude, how incredibly powerful do you have to be? I also want to sleep with my head on the nun's lap, he. The girl next to him, upon hearing this, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Shrimp head. After being kicked away, the wolf ghost struggled to get up. But how could Sun Yi possibly give him another chance? 3 soul arrows were fired, triggering the 3-ring true damage effect. Cling. The sound of metal breaking. The wolf demon howled again, finally collapsing to the ground, unable to fight any longer. The banishment effect on the treant has ended. Upon returning to the real world, a severe headache rendered it almost unable to move. Take this opportunity. Jiwoo activated her first skill, Instant Step, and arrived in front of the treant ghost. Thump 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 thump. 5 punches, accompanied by flame effects, were thrown out. As is widely known, fire is effective against wood. Therefore, after 5 punches, the treant's tough bark was burned into something as brittle as charcoal. The treant demon truly lives up to its reputation as a meat shield. It can still move even after taking such a beating. Just as it took advantage of Jiwoo's 1.5-second attack interval to retaliate, Tangxi made her move. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood opened, and crimson sword energy struck the treant demon. Pfft. The cumulative bleeding condition has reached the threshold. A large amount of bright red blood inexplicably burst from the withered body of the tree demon. As for the treant, where did all that blood come from? All I can say is, a ghost's body, isn't that amazing? In short, under the combined attack of Ji Woo and Tang Shi, the treant quickly lost its ability to fight. On the vampire side, it's still sleeping. My teammate is getting beaten up. How do you manage to fall asleep? At your age, can you even sleep well? Have you no self-respect? Finally, the 10-second nightmare ended. The vampire opened his eyes sleepily. The vampires still retain their fighting ability. Quick, come back. I'll release the other contracted spirits to reorganize the formation. Wang Xingfeng quickly issued instructions. The two main contracted demons were defeated. His body was severely weakened by the backlash. But who is Wang Xingfeng? A ghost domain investigator. They underwent extensive training, including training in controlling demons under extreme conditions. The purpose was to ensure that he could still act and control the other contracted spirits even after the main contracted spirit was defeated. However, the words that came out of the vampire's mouth after he woke up were quite strange. No, master, I think pasta should be mixed with number 42 concrete because the length of the screws directly affects the excavator's torque. When it hammers in, it produces a large amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFOs, which will seriously affect economic development. It will even cause some nuclear pollution to the Pacific Ocean and the charging station. Furthermore, according to the Pythagorean theorem, artificially bred Tojo Hideki chickens can indeed capture wild trigonometric functions. Therefore, regardless of whether Qin Shi Huang's cross-section is radioactive or whether Trump's nth power contains sediment, it will not affect Walmart and Wilcomb's meeting in Antarctica. Wang Xingfeng, what the hell are you talking about? Am I still half asleep? However, it was during the vampire's rambling that the female ghosts surrounding it, a type of female ghost, as also the first time Sun-E had witnessed Ingmeng's passive skill, Sleepyhead, in battle. In terms of appearance, it's probably just like the vampire from before. He appeared lucid, but he was talking complete nonsense. What they did probably had that kind of innocent, foolish feeling, right? In short, the results are outstanding. While the vampire was rambling on, the female ghosts had already surrounded it. What's there to say about being ganged up on? There was absolutely no chance for the vampires to resist. Jiwoo's long, white legs slammed down on the vampire's head. Ganging also brandished her avatar's shield, striking the vampire. Even if it's just a dream. Although all her skills are on cooldown, it doesn't stop her from punching vampires with her little fists. The damage is irrelevant. At least in terms of attitude, they did a good job, right? And so, Wang Xingfeng's last hope was the vampire. They were also defeated under the siege of the female ghosts. Wang Xingfeng's three main contracted ghosts were all defeated by Sun-E, due to the backlash effect. At this moment, even standing was extremely difficult for Wang Xingfeng. Even now, he still has contracted ghosts ready to take the stage. I cannot withstand any more backlash. The entire venue fell silent. After all, in their view, it could be a rather intense, even very close battle. In just over 10 seconds, it's over. That's right. In other words, Zheng'an snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but swallow hard. Sun-E wins, he announced. Dean Zheng'an's words were like water being poured into a pot of oil. This immediately caused all the freshmen in the room to erupt in excitement. We really won. Sun-E is awesome. He won that game. He skipped 2 levels. Sun-E skipped 2 levels and beat senior Wang Xingfeng. Moreover, the senior student went all out and didn't hold back. Side effects aside, the female ghost's fighting power is just too amazing. The students were extremely excited. Everyone was happy for Sun-Yi's victory. Han Qianyun's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. She was worried about Sun-E the whole time. After all, the challenge is against a late-stage 4-star opponent and also against a senior student with extensive experience in Ghost Realm battles. Regardless of the circumstances, Sun-E will likely have some shortcomings, at least in terms of combat experience. But that's not the case. So, what if I lack experience? One force can overcome 10 techniques. If the female ghost is strong enough, there's no need to worry about these problems. I knew Sun-E wouldn't lose. Before she knew it, she seemed to be becoming a fan of Sun-E as well. Li Yongji, who was obsessed with winning first place, underwent a slight change in mindset. After all, it seems that a mountain has indeed appeared that he cannot overcome no matter what. Sun E. If Sun E also fails the challenge, then Lu Yongji won't be too upset. But what about now? Sun E defeated the giant axe demon, whom Yu Yongji had never fought. And it's sold out in seconds. And this is just the appetizer. Sun E immediately took on a senior who had graduated 3 years prior. Moreover, they defeated their opponent with an almost overwhelming advantage. You want me to compare this to a market fair? Their actual combat capabilities are clearly inferior. Further discussion on levels of inspiration. Sun E is 2 short heights taller than me. As for the quality of the contracted ghosts, goodness, Sun E is only a freshman, and he already has 3 4-star contracted ghosts, and they're all female ghosts. It really doesn't matter which dimension you compare it from. Even Lu Yongji felt he couldn't compare to Sun E anymore. Moreover, it's not the kind of level that can be surpassed through hard work. Rather, it was that enormous chasm, like an insurmountable barrier. From a young age, Lu Yongji has never allowed himself to fail to achieve first place. But after meeting Sun E, at this moment, he shook his head as if mocking himself. I'm afraid I need to change this habit of mine. With a slightly bitter smile, Lu Yongji said. On stage. You flatter me, Senior Wang. Sun E recalled the female ghosts and spoke to Wang Xingfeng. No, I can't even beat a junior like me. From now on, just call me Xiao Wang. Wang Xingfeng waved his hand and said, Senior, you can't do that. How could I call you a B****************************? D? Sun E quickly tried to dissuade him. Wang Xingfeng. Having suffered various backlashes, he no longer had the strength to respond to Sun Yi's complaints. At this moment, he held the soul bead in his hand, absorbing it to replenish his lost spiritual energy. But deep down I felt incredibly ashamed. No. Are all the freshmen at our magic university this amazing now? I graduated 3 years ago, and today I was actually being chased and beaten. All those extra years of cultivation I had compared to him, did they all go to waste? This match made even Wang Xingfeng a little unsure of himself. Sun E exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. Does this seem a bit too much? Did this shatter the seniors' resolve? Of course, Wang Xingfeng, who graduated 3 years ago, is referred to as Xiao Wang. Sun E couldn't do something like that. Even calling him Xiao Wang wouldn't work. In the VIP section, Xing-He pondered for a long time. She saw the immense potential that Sun E displayed in battle. He's only a freshman. He could achieve a record that no one else in the entire Magic University could match. Just then, suddenly, a bold idea popped into Xing-He's mind. Perhaps, could Sun E also serve as our university's league representative this year? When Xing-He said those words, even he was startled. Let a freshman who has just entered the school directly represent the school in the league. This is not only a precedent in the history of Magic University. This probably applies to the entire country of Daxia. You can't find another thing this outrageous. The annual National Ghost Exorcism University League. Each school needs to go through several rounds of selection to send one representative to compete. In previous years, participating in such leagues was basically the privilege of senior students. After all, the accumulation of cultivation experience is there. A very small number of top-tier students from the 3rd year of university will participate. Sending freshmen to participate in the competition is absolutely unprecedented. However, the league is a competition of strength. It's not about seniority. Since Sun E has demonstrated such formidable combat prowess. Faced with power, how can such conventions be considered such inconvenient things? With that thought in mind, Hashizuro had almost made up his mind. I just don't know what those stubborn old guys will think after they find out about this decision. How will they obstruct it? Xing-He smiled mysteriously. Regardless, Sun Yi's raw talent is undeniable. Those little tricks will all fall apart on their own. In short, Sun Yi won. An impeccable victory. So, as a reward, Jing'an walked onto the stage and took out the microphone. A very good match. I hope that all of you will emulate Sun E, diligently cultivate your skills, and become pillars of society protecting humanity and fighting against evil spirits. Now, as a reward for successfully defeating Senior Wang. In my capacity as the Dean of the Special Forces Academy, I hereby award Sun E 2 4-star item exchange coupons and 24-star soul beads. And, regarding studies at the college, have the opportunity to make a request. Furthermore, this is based on Sun Yi's amazing performance. This year, all training resources for first-year students at the Special Forces Academy will be increased by 100%. Jung-in finished his announcement. The entire auditorium erupted in thunderous cheers. That's great. Sun-E is awesome. Thanks to Sun-E. Now who would dare question his admission to the Special Forces Academy without examination? 10%. A full 10% more resources. Good heavens, we can't use it all. We simply can't use it all. These awards are all thanks to Sun-E. The Special Operations Academy freshmen in the audience expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Sun-E, regardless of their previous differing opinions about Sun-E. After today, there will only be one opinion. Sun-E is undoubtedly the strongest member of the Special Forces Academy. There is none other than this. Not only did they win the trial, they even defeated the senior student. This gave the entire Special Forces Academy a boost. In addition, there are even more important material rewards. If it weren't for Sun-E, they simply cannot enjoy such benefits. The Special Operations Academy already distributed abundant resources. Because of Sun-E, it even doubled. Their gratitude towards Sun-E was extremely strong. From now on, no one can speak ill of Sun-E in my presence. Absolutely. He's practically the face of our Special Forces Academy now. I hereby declare that, from this day forward, Sun-E is my father. Some students even shouted excitedly. The others. Dude, it's not that serious, it really isn't. Starting the father step right away seems a bit too hasty. Jing'an then looked at Sun-E on the stage. At this moment, he stood in the very center of the stage. Even after the battle just now, Sun-E remained completely calm and composed. It was as if the previous battle had never happened. So, Sun-E, how do you intend to use this opportunity to request something? Jing'an asked. Asking the question publicly like this allows everyone present to bear witness. Whether you want to gain any additional training or guidance. Or perhaps they hope to reduce your coursework so you have more time to train in the Ghost Realm. It will be all right. Jing'an spoke slowly. In essence, it means, going forward, the Special Forces Academy will basically cooperate with Sun-E to adjust his curriculum. If Sun-E wants to learn more knowledge and skills at the academy, then Jung-in could arrange for instructors to give Sun-E some extra training, letting him practice whatever he wanted. If Sun-E is the type who prefers practical combat and enjoys training in the Ghost Realm, of course, you can just cancel Sun-Yi's course assessment and let everyone play Ghost Domain however they want. None of these things matter. After all, Sun-Yi's strength is undeniable. He believes that the best learning and training method is the one that suits him best. Just do as Sun-E says. The assessment system in the college is designed to ensure that students don't slack off or become lazy. With a top genius like him, there's naturally no need to worry about him slacking off. Just do as he says. Sun-E pondered for a moment. I hope that I can study at the Special Forces Academy. Let my contracted spirits attend the class too. Upon hearing this statement, everyone was stunned for a moment. No one has ever heard of such a strange request. One can only say, as expected of Sun-E, it always manages to surprise people. Even after the victory, there were still higher requirements for the Special Forces Academy. They're all so unconventional. This, of course. As long as your contracted spirits don't disrupt class discipline, getting them to attend the class is no problem. This was the first time Jung-in had encountered such a situation. No way. Why would anyone want a contracted ghost to attend class with them? Even if they look like humans, they're still ghosts. Therefore, Jung-in was actually somewhat worried. Although he is not the kind of stubborn, conservative, old-fashioned person. However, Sun-Yi's request, that's a bit too ahead of its time. Sun-Yi's behavior. Just like in martial arts novels. When staying at an inn, I would book an extra room just so that my sword could rest. It's not that it's impossible. It just feels really strange. But then again, since we agreed to let Sun-E make this request, going back on your word now is definitely not acceptable. I had no choice but to agree. The students found Sun-Yi's request quite novel. Goodness, this is the first time in my life I've gone to school with a female ghost. Huh? Does that mean we can still see them during class? Someone suddenly realized this. Compare it to other evil spirits. Those evil spirits were either covered in putrid pus and rotten flesh, or had peeling skin, blue faces, and fangs. It wouldn't be accurate to describe her as having delicate features. It can only be described as repulsive. I feel like I'll have nightmares if I watch too much of this. But Sun Yi's female ghosts are different. In terms of appearance, it almost completely surpasses all other evil spirits with sharp teeth and claws. He dared not have any other thoughts. But it's pleasing to the eye. They seem like they could live several years longer than others. In addition, Jungin also said that as long as it doesn't disrupt classroom order, it's fine. Given Sun Yi's ability to control them, there's no need to worry about anything going wrong. Thinking of this and considering the reward Sun Yi had previously secured for everyone, none of the new students had any objections. Of course, even if there are objections. Dude, who do you think you are? Do you think the college will listen to you or Sun Yi? Sun Yi did not regret using this opportunity to read to the female ghosts. Forehead. Why does this feel like a donation to help poor children in remote mountain areas go to school? Never mind. In short, regardless of the method of cultivation. For Sun Yi, actually, there's not much difference. Whether it's gaining experience or learning knowledge at the academy, none of that is the point. The focus is on the female ghosts. I never expected to have such an opportunity. Sun Yi was, of course, meant to satisfy the demands of the female ghosts in the Shadow Castle. It seems that Shui Lian and Tang Shi were the ones who made this request at the time. The request to significantly increase their bond level is quite reasonable. The ghost control space within Sun Yi's body. Hearing Sun Yi offer this precious opportunity to give them the right to attend classes together, they were delighted. Tang Shi and Shui Lian were both moved. Sun Yi, is he really capable? Let us take your opportunity to get better training. Tang Shi could hardly believe that Sun Yi was willing to make such a sacrifice. It's okay, your becoming stronger is my becoming stronger. Just study hard when the time comes. Just don't waste this opportunity. Sun Yi responded to her in his heart. Of course. They study, and knowledge automatically flows into Sun Yi's mind. That would save a lot of trouble. Blood Lotus of the Blood Sacrifice Demon's Affinity +3, currently 9. Tang Shi's bond value +3, currently 10, reached the limit, awaiting breakthrough. Current bond value overflow of 4 points will be gained after breakthrough. Once we get back, it's time to start preparing to break through Tang Shi's bond value cap. Sun Yi thought to himself. The bond value has been stuck at 10 points for quite a while now. Once you break through, you'll receive a higher pain value discount. Then we'll first raise Tang Shi's autonomy level to advanced. That's one of the requirements to unlock the possession ability. Sun Yi is looking forward to it. If they really succeed in getting Tang Shi to possess them, what will it look like? If that's really the case. So, I hope that Lolita dress she's wearing doesn't end up on me. Holy crap, do I have to wear women's clothes? This is a bit. Let everyone decide what form Sun Yi takes after being possessed. If you'd like to see women's clothing in the comments, please type 1. If you wish to keep the style and design unchanged, but convert it to the corresponding menswear, please type 2. Those who wish to be completely naked after being possessed, please gouge out your eyes. Why opening ceremony finally came to a close. According to Jungin, those rewards will be sent to your dorm room email address later. Just as he was about to leave, Jungin then sought out Sun Yi. What's wrong, Dean Jung? Sun Yi asked. He's eager to go back and try to break through Tang Shi's bond value limit. It wasn't me who came to see you, Vice Principal Xinghe, but it seems I have something to say to you. As Zhengyan spoke, he looked at Xinghe beside him. She was a woman wearing a dark red cheongsam with long hair reaching her waist. Sun Yi used to browse the campus forum when he had nothing to do. I learned some information about Vice Principal Xinghe. For example, she is in her early 30s, but for some reason, she doesn't look any different at all. She still looks like an 18-year-old girl. Some even suspected that she used some special secret technique. Furthermore, much of the discussion has focused on her abilities. In his early 30s, he had already risen to the rank of 7-star Demon Master. What exactly is the concept of a 7-star Demon Slayer? Within Daxia, the number of 7-star Ghost Masters in each region is extremely limited. He could almost be considered a powerful figure capable of protecting the peace of a region. They have that kind of strength. Its influence should not be underestimated. Even some decisions within the Shanghai municipal government require her input. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's move to my office for a chat. It's a crane, Xinghe said slowly. So, Sun Yi and Jungin both followed him to Xinghe's office. Her office was decorated in a classic style, with wooden carvings appearing everywhere. Stepping inside, you'll be greeted by a soothing, incense-like aroma. After Sun-E and Jungin were seated, Xinghe gets straight to the point. Sun-E, I hope you can participate in this year's National College League. Sun-E was taken aback. This doesn't make sense, does it? Such activities shouldn't be led by more accomplished upperclassmen. Forehead. It seems I really should be the one to go. The strength I just displayed is probably unmatched by most students at Magic University. In that case, the task of representing the school in the competition naturally fell to Sun-E. Jungin, who was standing nearby, was surprised by this decision. This star vice president, isn't it a bit too early for Sun-E? He's only a freshman. Shouldn't he take 2 years to focus on his studies and then compete in his junior year? In the past, there were some exceptionally gifted students. Indeed, he was able to rely on his talent to train at a fast pace, allowing him to compete in the National League as early as his junior year of college. Even just doing this is considered somewhat risky. After all, each person can only participate in one league. If you participate in your junior year, you won't have the chance in your senior year. Therefore, most schools will arrange for senior students to participate, to unleash their full potential. Jing'an knew that, based on the strength Sun-E had demonstrated, although his talent was sacrificed. However, with proper training, reaching the 3-star Demon Master level before graduation shouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't it be more reliable to participate in the league then? Why is the vice principal in such a hurry to send Sun-E this year? Thinking about this, Jungin understood. I see. Vice Principal Xinghe needs to have the necessary qualifications. She is in full charge of this year's National League. Moreover, in the past few years, our school has repeatedly lost in such competitions. Now, the Ghost Control University in Beijing is almost overshadowing us. Under such circumstances, they should be able to achieve good results in the National League. Those questions that troubled Xinghe were about his qualifications. It can solve many problems. However, now there is a problem. A league is not a fighting ring. If it's simply a matter of comparing arena battles, we can basically open the champagne now. Even a senior alumnus who graduated 3 years ago, Sun-E could still chase and beat him up. What about students currently enrolled in school? Unfortunately, the league is not a simple one-on-one battle. In order to comprehensively assess students' qualities, the National League has always adopted a battle royale format. Everyone was thrown into the cleaned-up Ghost Realm. The battlefield was quite vast. In this environment, if someone targets us, we can unite in advance to defeat them first. The outcome is still uncertain. Moreover, Sun-E currently lacks the necessary contract ghost to participate in the league. 2 types are missing. There are information reconnaissance type ghosts and also mobile type ghosts. Information reconnaissance is easy to understand. At that time, Yan Xuelin summoned the Sniff Ghost and the Bloodseeker Ghost that the mercenaries in Shadow Castle used to track Sun-E. They're all of this type. These are contract ghosts that can easily obtain battlefield information. In the vast and competitive landscape of the League, it is difficult to maintain a high level of concentration at all times. Therefore, reconnaissance becomes extremely important. That's a fair statement. The sooner you spot your opponent, the better your chances. In addition, regarding the mobile-capable ghost, simply put, it's a demon that can enhance the demon slayer's own abilities. When navigating large ghost realms, it is sometimes necessary to use such contracted ghosts to aid in movement. The methods are varied, including those that rely on self-acceleration, flight, or teleportation. However, the most common and prevalent use is still similar to that of a mount. Riding a contracted ghost saves the demon tamer's energy. However, now Sun-E has a female ghost setup. None of them could perform the tasks mentioned above. Insufficient information gathering and reconnaissance capabilities. To improve mobility. You can't exactly ride a female ghost, can you? Jungin glanced at Sun-E. In the battle just now, Sun-E summoned 5 female ghosts. This means that he has used up all his contract slots. Unless Sun-E can be promoted to 3 stars before the league starts, which would free up 2 more open positions. Then you have to go to the Ghost Realm to contract with information type and mobile ghosts. This is for Sun-E. Is the task a bit too heavy? Sun-E is currently lacking 2 types of contracted ghosts. Moreover, one needs to be promoted to a 3-star Ghost Master. Vice President Xing, I'm afraid sending him now might be a bit. Jing'an was still a little worried. It's not that this is targeting Hashizuru. Participating in the National League, however, carries risks. It's said to cleanse the ghost realm. But in reality, they only killed the evil spirits whose strength was clearly beyond the capabilities of college students. That's all. All other arrangements, such as the traps in the ghost realm, everything remains the same. If Sun-E were to enter the game under such unprepared circumstances, I know all of this. So, these are the things I prepared. Xing-He seemed to have anticipated Zhang An's response. The spatial ring on her hand flashed. A large bag of soul beads, along with cultivation resources such as potions and supplements, appeared in front of Sun-E in an instant. Sun-E took a look. At least 34-star soul beads. Then the medicine next to it is Talent Cultivation Solution? A rare potion that can enhance one's inspirational talent after consumption. The value of this thing cannot be measured in money. The vice principal took these things out. What do you want to do? This is not something I, as the vice principal, am required to do. It's not a collaboration, but a partnership. Sun-E, as long as you agree to participate in the league, I will do my best to help you raise your inspiration level to 3 stars. And hearing Hashizuru's suggestion, Sun-E couldn't help but gasp. After shocking everyone else so many times, this time it was finally his turn to gasp in astonishment. Congratulations. It all feels a little unreal. Sun-E confirmed it again and again. If I agree, all these resources are mine? Leaving aside those soul beads. Just this bottle of talent cultivation solution. Leave it outside. At the very least, they could spark a bidding war among 5-star ghost masters. Everyone wants to improve their innate talent for inspiration. Potions like these can enhance one's inspiration talent level. It's no longer about money. It requires an extremely large quantity of rare materials, which can only be obtained from the most dangerous ghost realm. Xing-He seemed to know that Sun-E had sacrificed his talent to reach the E level due to the sacrifice. Therefore, it's clear that her taking out this medicine this time is specifically aimed at this point. That's a really big investment. Of course, Xing-He's talent for inspiration is S. I've scrolled to the very top. Such a thing was naturally useless to her. This is just the first batch. As long as you use it all, you can always ask me for more if you need more. It's a crane, Xing-He replied. In short, her meaning can be summarized in 2 words. Plenty. Good heavens. What kind of extravagant statement is this? Although for a 7-star ghost master, these 4-star soul beads are like trash. Absorbing it is a complete waste of time. But that doesn't mean these soul beads are worthless. It can be given to Sun-E as a cultivation resource. From Xing-He's perspective, this kind of cooperation, that's a really generous offer. Sun-E thought for a moment. It seems that the cooperation the vice principal mentioned is real. She really wanted to lead this National League team well. And I need these resources to break through to Samsung. Moreover, her goal is for me to win the National League. Since that's the case, if you ask me, a female ghost is essential for getting into the Ghost Domain Contract League. She would definitely be willing to provide more assistance. Just then, Sun-E was troubled about what kind of female ghost he should contract with next. With the help of the Star Crane, it will definitely be much more convenient. Thinking about this, Sun-E had no reason to refuse Xing-He's suggestion. The rewards are generous, and it also helps the female ghost you contracted. Putting aside other things, as long as you participate in the league, there's no need to even discuss the rankings. By participating, you can obtain resources to break through to Samsung. Furthermore, it's almost certain that Sun-E would later want to enter the ghost realm and form a contract with a female ghost in order to participate in the competition. Xing-He will definitely help. After all, their interests are aligned. If Sun-E can contract a better ghost, his chances of winning will naturally be higher. We'll see if they actually achieve good results in the league later on. But at the same time, it's bringing glory to Magic University and even the entire Magic City. Both the league's official website and the official website of the university. And then there's Shanghai. How could the rewards be any less? Moreover, by agreeing, one can at least gain the backing of Xing-He, a 7-star ghost master. He was the person she had finally found after a lot of trouble. Resources were wasted. What danger did you encounter? Xing-He will definitely protect himself. It just so happens that I've made quite a few enemies right now. A decision that achieves multiple benefits. With that in mind, Sun-E no longer hesitated. Okay, I will participate in the National League. Okay, very good. After receiving Sun-Yi's affirmative reply, Xing-He nodded in satisfaction. Then you can take these things for now. I hope to advance to the 3-star Demon Slayer rank as soon as possible. There will be difficulties in both cultivation and contracting with ghosts. Despite mentioning, she continued. The chat ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Sun-E and Dean Jung also took their leave. On the way back, since we need to contract a new ghost, why don't we go talk to Professor Bayofeng? Sun-E said to himself. The time I spent learning from Bayofeng, Sun-Yi's understanding of female ghosts also gradually improved. But that's not enough, especially for some rare female ghosts that don't exist in mainstream encyclopedias. These female ghosts would probably be considered elite monsters by other people. If it gets in my way, I'll kill it. If it doesn't, I won't even glance at it. Nobody will try to take advantage of them. Unless they are one of the very few Oni masters who want to use the female ghost orb to craft equipment. That would create a need to kill the female ghost. On his way back to the dormitory, Sun-E stopped by Yongfeng's villa. As usual, it was Xiao Qian who opened the door. Sun-E explained the situation to Bayofeng. He talked about everything from beating up Wang Xingfeng to obeying Xing-He's request to participate in the National League. Even Wang Xingfeng isn't your match? Bayofeng said, his beard twitching. Haha, you little rascal, you've really made me proud. He laughed heartily. Wang Xingfeng and Bayofeng certainly knew each other. It's not just outstanding graduates from the Special Operations Academy. He was also Zhang An's most prized disciple back then. He thought of his newly accepted apprentice. He actually beat his old rival Zhang An, a disciple who graduated many years ago. Bayofeng felt extremely relieved. He felt that, at least for the next 4 years. Every time I meet Zhang An, I can make fun of him about this. That's so prestigious. Let's get back to the matter of you participating in the National League. Bayofeng straightened up slightly and continued. I was a little worried that it might be too early for you to participate in your freshman year. But the situation is different now. You are already very capable. In addition, there was the support of Vice Principal Xing-He. There shouldn't be any major problems. If you're looking for a female ghost that suits you. As Bayofeng spoke, he gave Xiao Qian a look. The latter immediately understood and went upstairs to get the documents. Goodness, this time we don't even need to say a word. Did you already know what to take? Sun-E muttered to himself. At the time, he was preparing to become a support ghost, a necessary skill for joining the Special Forces Academy. That's how I came to consult Bayofeng. Yingming and Ji Wu were both listening in the ghost control space. It turns out that Sun-E did so on the advice of this professor, after making a contract with them in the ghost realm. Uncle is so kind. I never expected that he was the one who sent brother Sun-E to visit me, Yingming said excitedly. Ji Wu also agreed. Without my master, I would never have known about this wonderful world outside. They had no complaints whatsoever about Sun Yi's contract. On the contrary, I am very grateful. After all, I wander aimlessly through the dirty streets of Shadow Castle every day. Nowhere is as wonderful as the outside world. Soon, Xiao Qian came downstairs with a stack of documents. There are 2 types of ghosts you need to contract with this time. Ghostly chosen ones do exist, but they reside in different ghostly realms. One at a time. Start with informational tools. Here is the information. Bayofeng asked Xiao Qian to hand the documents to Sun-E. I took it and looked at it. Book ghost? Wait a minute, the picture in the encyclopedia looks familiar. Sun-E glanced at it. Among the several female ghosts meditating next to the living room, there's one exactly the same. Sun-E looked over there. They're exactly the same. It was a female ghost dressed in a black academic gown and wearing large, round eyes. In terms of demeanor, he has the air of an old scholar. At Bayongfeng's signal, the book ghost opened its eyes and walked over. That's right, I also used her as an information position. This is a contract I made when I was young. Compared to other mainstream information-based demons, her advantages are obvious. Moyun, open the map. The book ghost named Moyun obediently summoned a large book from its hand. Inspiration flows, the pages turn. Patterns quickly appeared on the previously blank pages. Sun-E leaned closer to take a closer look. Is this a map of the area? He said in surprise. Bayofeng nodded. To be precise, it's a map of the surrounding 500 meters. Furthermore, the map uses varying shades of color to roughly delineate clusters of life forms in the vicinity. That's a pretty powerful skill. Sun-E couldn't help but admire it. Compared to other information-based evil spirits, sniffers need to smell and describe the characteristics of a specific target. While the Bloodhunter's scan can penetrate walls, its range is limited. It's most useful when checking for any potential attacks. And what about the book ghost? I've drawn the map for you. Furthermore, the map is divided into dozens of small areas using a large number of grids. Although it's not yet possible to mark people on the map in real time. However, one can roughly determine whether an area has life by observing the depth of color. If there are no other people or evil spirits, the corresponding area on the map will be displayed in white. Once someone is present, the screen will turn green. The more quantity, the darker the color becomes. Sun-E looked at the map. The surrounding dormitory buildings are either green or white. Needless to say, dorm rooms marked in green are occupied. This is so convenient. As expected, it has to be a professor. Insightful perspective. The female ghosts they chose are all ridiculously powerful. Sun-E couldn't help but feel glad that he had chosen to study under Baofeng. It all comes down to how much we know about female ghosts. Sun-E felt that he had received tremendous guidance from Baofeng. As for her second and third skills, it's not that powerful. The key feature is its map function. For that reason alone, I think it's worth the trip. However, the space-time folding in the ghost realm where she resided was quite severe. Make sure to bring a space beacon. Baofeng added further. Sun-E said he understood. Previously, when Sun-E was training in the ghost realm, they were quite lucky. I haven't encountered many situations involving spatial folding. That's an extremely dangerous characteristic of the ghost realm. They often appear in confined spaces. To put it more academically, it means that space becomes a non-Euclidean space. To put it simply, it is within the area where space is folded. The surrounding roads may change at any time. In this world, everyone is directionally challenged, and relying on conventional methods will inevitably lead to getting lost. That's roughly the feeling. The location of the book ghost is the ghost realm of the Great Library. It belongs to the ghost realm where spatial overlap is extremely severe. To explore such a place, Sun-E needed to obtain a space beacon. This prop can stabilize the path Sun-E walks on, although the road ahead remains random and uncertain. This should at least stabilize the area Sun-E passed through. If you want to return, simply go back the way you came. You won't get lost. And then there's the mobile female ghost. You could try your luck in the Stormwind Mountains. I can't give specific recommendations. There were many ghosts there, including those that could be ridden and female ghosts that could fly. Baofeng continued to give directions. This time, he couldn't give the specific name of the female ghost. After all, the ghost realm is different. The ghosts in the Storm Mountains are highly mobile, flying and running around everywhere. What kind of ghost you can contract with depends entirely on luck. Having understood the situation, Sun-E prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said goodbye. Master, I, old Sun, am off. Baofeng. The female ghosts in Sun-Yi's ghost control space. Haha, here's the #1 line I most want to say to Professor Baofeng. Today, Sun-E finally got the chance to say it. Is the master obsessed with playing with the black monkey? The ghost Suna ending complained. Back in the dorm. Release the female ghosts from inside your body and let them roam freely. This was arranged beforehand. Once Sun-E returns to the dormitory, they can do whatever they want. Sun-E sat on the sofa in the living room. I'm finally back. Today's trip was quite fruitful. The tasks to be done gradually increased. Since we have accepted Vice Principal Xinghe's proposal. Therefore, Sun-E naturally needed to start preparing for the National League. There are many things you need to do to participate in the league. The contract requires a female ghost, but that's only part of it. According to Hashizuru, after Sun-E completes the contract, there may be specialized training later. But in any case, the contract with the female ghost is the first step. Before setting off into the ghost realm, Sun-E took out the soul bead from his spatial ring, including the resources provided by Vice Principal Xinghe. I now have dozens of 4-star soul beads. In subsequent daily supplementary meals, the soul beads you need to consume can be replaced with 4-star soul beads. But if you begin consuming 4-star soul beads, that means Luo Yuanliang is pretty much finished. After all, his strength was only that of a 4-star ghost master. The severe side effects from consuming the 3-star soul orb had already caused him considerable pain. When it's the turn of the 4-star soul beads of the same rank as him, it's only a matter of time before they die from the side effects. To be honest, I was originally planning to go find Luo Yuanliang and extort a good amount of money from him. Sun Yi suddenly remembered the time when he first discovered clues about the Luo group causing the ghost tide in White Mist Town. They wanted to use this to get money from Luo Yuanliang. But now, a single 4-star soul bead is worth millions. Is Sun Yi short of money? What's lacking is resources. Compared to that little bit of money they might get from extortion, it would be more practical to make him contribute more pain points. Moreover, if we were to actually bring this matter up directly, God knows how much trouble this will cause. Thinking about this, Sun Yi ultimately gave up on the idea of going to see Luo Yuanlian. The secret of the White Mist Town tragedy, that's it. And then, equipment exchange coupon, including the rewards that haven't been sent to your mailbox yet. Sun Yi now has a total of 4 4-star exchange coupons. We can give the female ghost some new equipment. Be prepared before venturing into the ghost realm. Speaking of the lower ghost realm, Sun Yi wasn't in a hurry to enter now. My level hasn't increased yet. From now on, I'll just focus on attending classes and cultivating my skills, Sun Yi decided. Taking Tang Shi and Shuai Yan to class while we're at it will increase our bond points, right? Just then, Tang Shi suddenly walked over. Sun Yi, could you practice swordsmanship with me for a little while? Yuan in Sun Yi's dormitory. His fair skin was flushed slightly from exercising. Ji was voluptuous and beautiful body rose and fell rhythmically. Her wild movements, accompanied by her soft breathing, stirred the imagination. Beside her, Meng blinked her big eyes, curiously watching the bustling scene before her. To explain why children are shown such scenes. Naturally because. Go, Jiwoo. Just 20 more push-ups to reach 1,000. Meng cheered for Jiwoo. Jiwoo is definitely doing push-ups. After being contracted by Sun Yi, whenever she has free time, she exercises at the training ground. This is her hobby. However, no matter how much she exercised, their appearance will not change at all. It's unlikely that she'll end up as a muscular tycoon. So, where did all that muscle gained through exercise go? Besides, Sun Yi picked up the blunt iron sword he used for training. It's gotten lighter again. He couldn't help but sigh, waving it around a couple of times. The solid, blunt sword, made entirely of iron, feels as light as a wooden sword when held in the hand. Jiwoo, standing next to him, was doing push-ups. All the muscles went to Sun Yi. He could clearly feel his forearms and lower abdomen getting hot and burning. And there's an indescribable feeling of comfort. This must be what muscle growth feels like. Just now, Sun Yi was downstairs in the living room summarizing his gains. I was just thinking of chatting with Tang Shi to see how to break through the maximum bond value I'm stuck on. Unexpectedly, she came to find Sun Yi herself. The Demon Slayer, in his true form, also trains in some basic martial arts techniques. This is especially true in the early stages, when the contracted demons are not yet strong and the demon tamer needs to participate in the battle. It's still somewhat useful. This is accompanied by an increase in the intensity of inspiration. The intensity and severity of direct combat are both increasing. The Demon Slayer himself usually operates from behind the contracted spirit, except for a very few onmyoji who focus on the main body. Sun Yi originally did not know how to use a sword, but Tang Shi does. Through constant practice, she improved her sword-wielding skills and developed muscle memory in various parts of her body. They were all inexplicably taken over by Sun Yi. Therefore, theoretically, Sun Yi could also use Tang Shi's swordsmanship. The tingling sensation from the muscle growth continued to radiate through my body. Sun Yi couldn't help but glance at Jiwoo's exercise routine. Wow! They've changed their moves. He's doing a one-handed handstand split right now. No wonder. Just then, Sun Yi felt his hand being gently grasped. At least for now, please keep an eye on me, Tang Shi said gently. She seemed to be really looking forward to practicing swordsmanship with Sun Yi. Sun Yi came to his senses. Okay, let's begin. That was close to ruining it. This is clearly a special event that exceeds the bond value cap. We need to take this seriously. With that in mind, Sun Yi followed Tang Shi to the other end of the training field. Well then, I'll begin. Tang-Shi bowed slightly and then assumed a starting stance. Sun-E also adopted the same starting stance, which was ingrained in his muscle memory. Soon, the sparring began. The movement wasn't very fast. It's just practice, after all. Sun-E couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It doesn't seem too difficult. Many of the movements were performed involuntarily. Almost all of them were instinctive reactions. Some clever and agile movements. Sometimes even Sun-E himself doesn't know how he did it. Sun-E and Tang-Shi practiced silently like this. Wait, really? Is that all? Sun-E sensed something was wrong. That shouldn't be the case. Can you unlock the maximum bond value just by practicing swordsmanship? A few minutes later, Tang-Shi finally broke her silence. Sun-E, what am I in your eyes? Sun-E is numb. Holy crap. Why ask such a question right off the bat? How am I supposed to answer that? Seeing that Sun-E hadn't answered for a long time, Tang-Shi spoke up first. Do you know why I've never called you master, but instead addressed you as Sun-E? Sun-E thought back for a moment. He doesn't really care about that kind of title. As long as the reference is clear, that's fine. But now that I think about it more carefully, it seems that's really the case. Other female ghosts, such as Gang Ying and Shui Lian, when they address me, they always seem to call me master. Jiwoo seems to use both master and Sun-E interchangeably. Only Tang-Shi always calls me by my name. Why is that? Tang-Shi continued. Even if it's just self-deception or wishful thinking, I want to preserve the marks of those who were once human. Memories of my past life in Baiwu Town are gradually fading away. What am I? I am Tang-Shi. Or was it a wandering ghost that stole her memories and appearance? After listening, Sun-E roughly understood Tang-Shi's situation. It turns out she was still struggling with this kind of thing. There are some issues with self-awareness. The human girl named Tang-Shi is indeed dead. She died in White Mist Town in her home. Then, out of nowhere, a female ghost appeared who looked like her and also called herself Tang-Shi. But, whatever the evidence, it can certainly prove it. Is there a necessary causal relationship between the two? Based on this idea, it's understandable that Tang-Shi would feel confused. Since that's the case, once you guide her and help her resolve her inner conflicts, you can break through the bond threshold. Sun-E thought to himself. But where should we begin? While Sun-E was thinking, Tang-Shi asked the same question again. Sun-E, I'm very confused. What am I anyway? What am I in your eyes? Sun-E. The topic has come full circle, and we've come back to it. How should I answer this? Ding, host in trouble detected, dialogue assistance mode activated. Based on the current context, 3 possible answer options will be extracted. Wow, system, you have this function too? This has truly become a text-based adventure game. 3 options quickly came to Sun-Yi's mind. Option 1, you are my star Wrath, born to serve me. Option 2, you're the humorous healer, all you need to do is insert the healer to heal your teammates. Option 3, you are you, there's nothing to worry about. No, these are all such weird options. Sun-E couldn't help but complain to himself. Well, since I can't think of an answer anyway, let's take a look at these options. Forehead. Although I really wanted to play a prank and choose one. But in that case, it might trigger some kind of divine restriction, potentially causing the entire world to be annihilated. The second one is a bit too derogatory towards ghosts. Although Tang-Shi was given the Sword Saint template, her combat prowess was anything but humorous. On the contrary, they are terrifyingly strong. As for the third one, oh well, so be it, it's old-fashioned. But at least they don't make mistakes. Therefore, considering the above points, Sun-E stopped practicing his swordplay and came to Tang-Shi. Take a deep breath. You are my star fury. Tang-Shi was genuinely surprised by Sun-Yi's answer. I don't know why Sun-E said that. You're even starting to lose sight of who you are. Why can't we say you're a slave? Sun-E continued. I feel like my thinking is gradually opening up. Although the way the question was answered was somewhat outrageous. But as long as we can get past that hurdle, Sun-E found the subsequent explanations much simpler. It seems to make some sense, but it's actually utter nonsense. This made Tang-Shi fall into deep thought. Yes, why should we consider things from a human perspective? These things for someone who is already a ghost. Is this helpful? Thinking about these things will only add to your troubles. If we continue to be caught up in this dilemma, haven't I also become a slave to those past memories? Looking at Tang-Shi's eyes, which seemed to be gradually understanding everything, Tang-Shi's bond value cap has exceeded 30 points, current bond value, 14. The system notification sounded in my mind. Sun-E breathed a sigh of relief. When breaking through the bond value cap of other female ghosts later. I hope this round doesn't have to happen every time. Am I the homeroom teacher or the counselor? Do you seek solace from female ghosts every day? Couldn't we make breaking through bond levels a little easier? For example, sticking things on. Just stick close to the female ghost a little, and then increase your bond level. Won't that work? This is so troublesome. In short, we have now successfully broken through Tang-Shi's bond value cap. Spend more time chatting with her afterward to raise your bond level to 30. When using pain points to upgrade Tang-Shi later, you can then enjoy a 30% discount. There's something else I want to ask. Tang-Shi called out to Sun-E from behind. Huh? What is it? You just said that I am your star fury. Is it really possible? For some reason, Tang-Shi looked at Sun-E strangely. That's of course. Boom. Without warning, a violent clap of thunder sounded outside the window. A bolt of lightning struck a tree outside the window of the indoor training field. Huh? There's not a single cloud tonight. Where did the lightning come from? Ingmang jumped up and looked out the window, a big question mark on her little head. Sun-E felt ashamed. It feels like this is some kind of threat to the natural order. Damn it, one day we'll expose this injustice. If it really exists in this world. Let's return to the conversation with Tang-Shi. Ahem, of course, it's just a metaphor. If you can understand the reasoning behind this, that's enough. Sun-E spoke slowly. Okay. Tang-Shi concealed the slight disappointment in her heart. She silently picked up her sword again and continued practicing. They say time heals all wounds. However, some things do not diminish with time. Instead, it will gradually accumulate. In the evening, after washing up, Sun-E prepared to rest. Tang-Shi and Blood Lotus. Aren't you two supposed to attend class together? Prepare all the necessary materials and notebooks. Put everything you need away. I'll bring it with me tomorrow. Okay. Tang-Shi and Shuai-Lian nodded in unison and then went to the study to prepare. I should probably go to sleep too. Let's all keep to the same old routine and try not to make too much of a commotion. After saying that, Sun-E returned to his dormitory to rest. He has always had a good quality of sleep. Unless you sense an obvious murderous intent. Otherwise, once you fall asleep, you'll always wake up the next morning. During this time, Sun-E was essentially caught off guard. Just in case, Sun-E wouldn't recall the female ghost while he was asleep. It's also for their own safety. But tonight. What, you seem to have been staring into the master's room the whole time? Shuai-Lian stopped writing and said to Tang-Shi beside her. The two female ghosts are preparing for tomorrow's class. That is, previewing. But for some reason, Tang-Shi seemed somewhat distracted. Tang-Shi hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Sun-Yi's bedroom door seems to be never closed. That's right, he's always had this habit. The owner always feels a bit stuffy when sleeping with the door closed. Blood Lotus recalled. After all, he followed Sun-E from Greentown to Shanghai. It was also Sun-Yi's first contracted ghost. Shuai-Lian has a fairly deep understanding of Sun-E. Focus your attention and don't waste the opportunity our master gave us. After saying this, Shuai-Lian continued to bury herself in her studies. When it comes to exam papers, it has to be Shuai-Lian from Hongshui High School. Tang-Shi didn't say anything more and joined in reading. The next day. Did you bring everything? Don't come to the classroom and say you forgot your textbooks. Sun-E asked the final question. They're in college now. Do people really forget their textbooks for class? At the opportune moment, the Tsukomi complaint, actor, Sina, launched into his own Tsukomi. Tang-Shi and Shuai-Lian also checked their belongings repeatedly. Confirmed. All right, let's go to school. After saying that, Sun-E retrieved all the female ghosts. At the same time, they picked up 3 sets of textbooks and notes and rushed to the classroom at the Special Forces Academy. Huh? You're asking why I brought 3 sets of textbooks? Sun-E should learn from this. You can't say that just because the female ghosts are paying attention in class doesn't mean you can skip it, right? Besides, what's the point of Sun-E attending class if he's not paying attention? They couldn't just leave Tang-Shi and Shuai-Lian, those 2 ghosts, in the classroom and then sneak off somewhere else, could they? Furthermore, everyone learns and thinks from different perspectives. Sun-E can have 3 different ways of understanding the same knowledge point. This will affect the level of understanding of the exorcism techniques taught in class. It is naturally extremely profound. They can apply what they've learned to other situations with ease. And so, Sun-E, Ting-Shi, and Shuelian's campus life began. Arriving at the classroom where class was to begin. The students here are all freshmen from the Special Forces Academy. It was a battle as exciting as yesterday's. In addition, an extra 100% reward of cultivation resources was secured for everyone. Sun-Yi's reputation naturally resounded throughout the entire Special Forces Academy. And so, along the way, almost everyone who meets Sun-E greets him and pays his respects. Hey, good morning, Brother Sun. Brother Sun-E looks great today. Sun-E looks just as handsome today. Sun-E felt a little embarrassed by the greetings from everyone. I've never been treated like this before. I entered the classroom. There was still some time before class started. Sun-E was having trouble choosing a seat. How about we sit in the front row? Ting-Shi suggested. It's better to sit in the middle. The view is wider and you can see everything on the blackboard at a glance. Blood Lotus, however, held a different opinion. I don't know why. It was as if some kind of attraction was drawing Sun-E in. He should sit in the back row by the window. As the saying goes, the back row by the window is the hometown of the king. Sun-E was also eager to experience this feeling. But, I'd like to ask, what are you doing? Sun-E looked behind him. There were supposed to be hundreds of students having classes here. They all stood behind Sun-E. No one entered the classroom first. Us? We're waiting for Brother Sun to sit down. If you don't sit, how dare we sit? Hey, isn't that a bit outrageous? It makes me sound like some kind of school bully. Sun-E couldn't help but complain. I never expected this. After yesterday's battle, his reputation at the Special Forces Academy, it has reached a level that even Sun-E himself could not have imagined. It has already arrived. Upon arriving at the classroom, Sun-E didn't sit down, and no one else dared to sit down either. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Sun-E could only hurry up and choose a seat. In the end, I chose a window seat in the back. Ting-Shi and Shuelian sat on either side of Sun-E. They acted as the left and right protectors. If you ignore the faint, ethereal glow emanating from them, judging solely by appearance. Both of them are exceptionally beautiful girls. Shuelian is taciturn and indifferent, a classic ice-cold type of girl. In comparison, Ting-Shi is much gentler. She always had a faint, sweet smile on her face. If someone looks over, they will wave and greet them kindly. The students around him stared in disbelief. They really look just like living people. Someone exclaimed. Yes, she just greeted me. It can only be said that this applies to the entire Magic University and even the entire country of Daxia. We still know too little about female ghosts. In the public's conventional understanding, there is no such thing as a female ghost. It is even more unclear whether the female ghost can gradually increase her level of autonomy after the contract is made. In turn, they will possess a higher level of intelligence. But, although I don't understand it, however, this did not prevent Sun-Yi's many fans from being greatly shocked. I can only say that he truly lives up to his reputation as Sun-Yi. It's amazing how they managed to train the female ghosts to be so sensible and well-mannered. If I release my contracted ghost, if the controls are relaxed even slightly, it might just smash up a wall for fun. Isn't your brother's son amazing? The school bell rang. The pre-class banter and jokes came to an end. The students quickly took their seats and prepared for class. This is the first lesson at the Special Forces Academy. It is a history of exorcising ghosts worldwide. It tells the story of the changes in the world since the emergence of evil spirits. Although humans now control most of the ghost realms. However, the parade of 100 demons still occurs from time to time. The last time this happened was 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of evil spirits stormed the city, attacking the living. A large number of low-level evil spirits without any intelligence, as if commanded by something. Organized and disciplined attacks on major cities. Shanghai is one of them. Although the city center of Shanghai was successfully defended. However, some surrounding counties and towns suffered significant losses. Some even turned into ghost realms. White Mist Town is one of them. The professor on the podium slowly explained the concepts. Sun-E listened from below the stage, constantly thinking. White Mist Town. In other words, 3 years ago, the night parade of 100 demons did not only attack that area, and they even attacked Shanghai? Or vice versa. Their original intention was to attack the city center of Shanghai. It's just that because Luo Yuanliang placed the ghost-attracting bait, some of the ghosts were drawn there. The truth will never be known. But Sun-E possesses a skill to control ghosts. I will definitely encounter a parade of 100 demons someday. I want to protect myself in that kind of disaster. Strength is essential. For the next period of time, Sun-E basically lived a life consisting of going between his dormitory, classroom, and training ground. Why do you ask me to go to the training ground? Of course I'm going to beat up, to spar with senior Jia Chengye. However, Sun-Yi's combat power now far surpasses Jia Chengye's. Therefore, during the exchange of skills, Sun-E will only send one female ghost onto the field. Besides Shadow Dream, the other female ghosts faced either easy or difficult situations. They all successfully soloed Jia Chengye's 3 main contracted ghosts. Also, Sun-E also made the best use of the soul beads given to him by Vice Principal Xinghe. After taking the talent-enhancing potion, Sun-Yi's inspiration talent was upgraded to sea level. He's been promoted 2 major ranks. After the talent was improved, the benefits of the soul-devouring bead increased significantly. Sun-E granted Tang Shi and Shualian's request to attend the class. Therefore, their respective bond values also increased. Tang Shi's affinity value increased by 5, currently 19. Blood Sacrifice Demon Blood Lotus's affinity value increased by 5, currently 10, awaiting breakthrough, currently overflowing by 3 points. All preparations are progressing steadily. Only inside by Yongfeng's villa. Professor, I have a feeling that lately, the way the female ghosts were looking at me was a little strange. Sun-E asked with a puzzled look. I could sense that they were inexplicably restless. I have some difficulty concentrating. Is this an illness or some other characteristic? I don't know why. Besides Shadow Dream, Sun-Yi's other female ghosts, when moving around in the dormitory, they all seemed a little restless. In addition, there are frequent instances where people try to chat with Sun-E even when there's nothing to say. Something must be wrong. But Sun-E didn't know how to solve it either. Bai Yofeng listened to Sun-Yi's story. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Well, how should I put it? First and foremost, safety must be a priority. On this basis, have more physical contact with your female ghosts. This should be able to alleviate the situation, Bai Yofeng said. In fact, Bai Yongfeng's hints were already quite obvious. But this is an interaction between a human and a ghost, a love that seems to have an unfinished story. Ultimately, it was inconvenient for him to say it outright. But Bai Yongfeng believed it. With Sun-Yi's genius-level comprehension, you'll understand naturally. I see. Okay, I'll try it when I get back. Sun-E thanked him and left. Back in the dorm, Sun-E called Tang Shi over. She sat down gently next to Sun-E. Sun-E, what's the matter? Although she tried her best to hide it, she wanted to show the same gentle smile as usual. However, Sun-E could still easily tell that Tang Shi was acting strangely at this moment. The movements were awkward and hesitant. Her face was redder than usual, and his breathing was slightly rapid, especially when someone is sitting right in front of you. The symptoms seem to have worsened. She's been the most restless these past few days. Most seriously, her affinity level has stopped increasing. I don't know why, but lately no matter how Sun-E tries to chat with Tang Shi, the bond level hasn't increased at all. This can't go on. Sun-E already had a vague feeling that he was about to break through to the level of a 3-star ghost master. Once the breakthrough is complete, Tang Shi's autonomy level can also be raised to the advanced level. Then, you need to start practicing possession. Once you've mastered possession techniques, now you can start preparing to enter the Great Library, the contract book demon. That's the plan. However, the situation with the female ghosts has recently slowed down the pace. Following Professor Bai Yongfeng's method, treating these symptoms requires physical contact. Sun-E knew perfectly well what Bai Yongfeng wanted him to do. I know you're not doing well right now, so that you can get better sooner. Please turn around and lie face down on the sofa. Eh? Sun-E, isn't it inappropriate for him to be here? Tang Shi said with some surprise, although she had that idea. But this is perhaps a bit too open. Yingmeng is still watching TV next to her. Could it be that Sun-E has a particular taste for this? Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it. Thinking of this, Tang-Shi cooperated quite well and lay down on the sofa. Okay, it might hurt a little later, Sunny said. It's okay, it's okay. Tang-Shi repeated herself, as if trying to encourage herself. Then I'll begin. This is my first time doing something like this, so I'm not very skilled. Sun-E rummaged through his backpack, saying casually. As long as it's Sun-E, it doesn't matter. Tang-Shi's face turned so red it was almost bleeding. Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. As Sunny said this, he took out a book titled 3-Minute Ghost Controlling Massage Tutorial. NG. Why did my symptoms worsen after I pressed the massage button? Sun-E is numb. He did indeed teach according to the book. Take every part of Tang-Shi's body that can loosen her muscles and bones. From the palms, arms, shoulders, neck, and waist. Then move on to the thighs and calves. They all had a massage. There shouldn't be any parts missed, right? But what happened? Tang-Shi's symptoms have clearly become more severe. Her breathing became noticeably rapid. Even the way they looked at Sun-E was filled with a deeper longing. Oh no, I messed up. Sun-E scratched his head. I've grown up like this. This was the first time he had ever heard of it either. So even contracted spirits can get sick. But what exactly is this illness? Isn't it said that physical contact can alleviate and treat the condition? Through the massage, I truly did touch almost Tang-Shi's entire body. Is that not enough? How did the treatment turn out like this? Take a look at the time. It's getting late. Sun-E shook his head. If that doesn't work, let's go see Professor Bai Yofeng again tomorrow. Something must have gone wrong. Tang-Shi, should I take you back first and let you rest in the ghost control space for a while? No need, I want to stay outside. Alright, if you really feel something's wrong, just use your intuition to wake me up. I need to go to sleep now. After saying that, Sun-E got up, intending to go upstairs to wash up and rest. No matter what happens, it won't affect Sun-Yi's healthy lifestyle. He's so disciplined, I'm so moved. Tang-Shi sat up straight, trying to calm her breathing. No, we can't do that. At the very least, we should get his permission, right? By the way, Tang-Shi, if you want to try sleeping and resting, the adjacent secondary bedroom is available anytime. Before dawn, do something to distract yourself. Sun-E suddenly thought of this while on the stairs, turned around and said, Anything is fine? Of course, just do it your way. However, you must do a good job of protecting me. Sun-E thought for a moment, then added another sentence. After a quick wash, Sun-E went back to his bedroom and fell asleep. Being young is great. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Tang-Shi stared silently at Sun-Yi's open bedroom door. He agreed. You can do whatever you want. As long as we can, protect Sun-E. A strange warmth surged into her brain. My thoughts gradually became blurred and reason was overwhelmed by emotion. Final. I'm sorry, Sun-E. I couldn't hold back anymore. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She stood up. Where are you going, sister? Watching Tang-Shi's resolute departure, Yingming asked curiously. Turning back, Tang-Shi still had the gentle, girl-next-door demeanor. I'm worried about Sun-E. Tonight I want. Protect him closely. Oh, I see. Good luck, sister. Yes, I'll do my best. After saying that, Tang-Shi went upstairs. Sun-E really doesn't like closing the door when he sleeps. Moreover, he slept very soundly. As long as they don't feel threatened, they can sleep soundly until dawn. She quietly entered the room and closed the door. A short while later. Tang-Shi's affinity value +1. Tang-Shi's affinity value +1. Tang-Shi's affinity value +1. Tang-Shi's affinity value +1. Tang-Shi's affinity value +5. The next day, Sun-E opened his eyes. I sensed something was wrong. Why is my blanket still on me? Sun-E is a restless sleeper. They especially like to kick off the blankets. When you wake up, the blanket might be found in any corner of the room. But it's the one thing that could never happen to me. What's going on today? Sun-E was very puzzled. Oh, by the way, Tang-Shi. How is she? She seemed really unwell last night. If things don't improve today, the only option is to go find Bai Yofeng again. I never expected such a strange illness to disrupt our plans. If the bond value doesn't increase soon, the only option is to spend more pain points and grit your teeth to increase her autonomy. But in Tang-Shi's current state, is it really possible for her to possess someone? A series of thoughts emerged. Now is not the time to be lazy. As he spoke, Sun-E got out of bed. I glanced at the bond value panel. Blood Sacrifice Demon Blood Lotus. Bond value 10. Maximum reached. 3 points overflow. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Sona and Hideaki. Bond value 9. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Asterisk Tangshi asterisk slash Beast Like Ghost. Bond value 30. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Martial Arts Cultivator Jiwoo. Bond value 9. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Dreamlike Ghostly Dream. Bond value 4. Autonomy level. Intermediate. Sun-E doubted his own eyes. I rubbed it. Let's look again. Holy crap. Tangshi's affinity value. Full? What exactly happened? Also, those 2 marks next to her name. What does it mean? What does it represent? Sun-E noticed the unusual activity on his affinity value panel. I'm completely baffled. Is Tangshi alright? Sun-E hurriedly left the bedroom. But then I smelled the aroma of food. I went downstairs and took a look. Tangshi is in the kitchen, skillfully preparing breakfast. Wow, I never knew you had this skill, sister. Meng exclaimed as she watched from the sidelines. Holding the spatula, it moved like a sword blade, swirling and flipping within the wok. She no longer looked sick. On the contrary, Tangshi looked to be in very good health. What is this? Sun-E was dumbfounded. She turned around, saw Sun-E, and explained with a smile. These past few days, I feel like I've caused Sun-E a lot of trouble. I want to do something in return. After all, she had lived alone for a long time. Her cooking skills are naturally quite good. Breakfast is ready. After tidying up the kitchen a bit, Tangshi brought out several steaming hot egg and scallion pancakes. Surprisingly, it's quite down to earth. Next to it, under the bar counter, which is specifically used to store alcohol, Gang-ing got up from the ground, kicking over several empty wine bottles in the process. It smells so good. Is it done already? She drank all night, but somehow managed not to get drunk. He was so sleepy from drinking that he fell asleep. Upstairs, Jiwoo and Shuelian also emerged from their respective training grounds and studies. A new day has officially begun. Sun-E still didn't understand what was going on with Tangshi. But now that her bond level has increased, her strange illness has also been cured. Let's proceed according to the plan then. Break through to 3 stars as soon as possible, then practice possession with her. With that in mind, Sun-E sat down and decided to try Tangshi's cooking. The latter also looked at Sun-E with an expectant gaze. Put the pancake in your mouth. It tastes good. It has elasticity and chewiness, and is very springy to eat. Wow, that's amazing! I never knew Tangshi had this trick up her sleeve. Sun-E couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's great. Tangshi was overjoyed to receive Sun-Yi's approval. In that case, please let me help you with the cooking from now on. Sun-E, having finished a day of studying, sat on the sofa. He swallowed a 4-star soul bead. A surge of intense inspiration exploded within him. Every part of my body was filled with boundless inspiration. As this tide of inspiration gradually intensifies, just as the swelling was about to turn into pain, that pain vanished in an instant. At the same time, Sun-E received a notification that pain points had been added to his account. Received 150 pain points from Luo Yuanliang. Received 100 points of pain from Xiao Qianzhen. Received 100 pain points from Gao Ba. Goodness, Luo Yuanliang is really tough. I've been taking the 4-star soul orb for almost a week now. Can it hold on? Seeing that Luo Yuanliang was still on the transfer list, Sun-E couldn't help but sigh. Luo Yuanliang is a 4-star ghost master. In theory, after Sun-E consumed the 4-star soul bead, the severe side effects were something he absolutely could not resist. It's unknown what rare and precious herbs Luo Yuanliang consumed, or what advanced medical techniques he used. He miraculously survived. He really worked hard. I helped Sun-E endure the side effects for so long. Absorption complete. Sun-E exuded an even stronger sense of inspiration. The entire villa trembled. Huh? Brother Sun-E, your aura has gotten stronger. Meng, who was sitting to the side, noticed it immediately. Congratulations on your promotion. Tangshi, who was watching Sun-E from the side, clapped her hands in celebration. Congratulations. How about a beer to celebrate? Gang-ing handed her a bottle of iced beer. The female ghosts who were of one mind with Sun-E were all genuinely happy for him becoming stronger. Feel the inspiration in your current state. Finally, Samsung. I've been stuck at this late game 2-star level for quite a while now. It's been about half a month. We've finally made a breakthrough. If other people knew about this idea, I'm afraid I'll vomit blood. Most people want to overcome this hurdle. It would be impossible in less than 6 months. But Sun-E felt that even half a month was too much. How monstrous must this be? However, Sun-E is not actually a genius. Even after enhancing one's talent for inspiration, the efficiency of absorbing inspiration increases. However, Sun-E still only has a C-level talent. Compared to other top talents of the Magic University, inspirational talent that is often rated B, A, or even S. That's definitely not enough. But Sun-E absorbed it directly using the soul-devouring pearl. If you can handle it, why don't you swallow one too? Great. Tang-Shi, come upstairs with me. Sun-E couldn't wait to try and get her to possess him. Sun-E had already learned the key techniques of possession from Baofeng. They have a firm grasp on the theoretical aspects. We've been waiting for this kind of practice. Sun-E takes this matter very seriously. Because, after possession, combat power can be instantly and significantly increased. Sun-E and Tang-Shi, two sources of inspiration, share one body. Their combat strength will naturally be much greater. Moreover, it can enhance the possessed contracted ghost skills in many ways. These reinforcements vary from person to person. What exactly will happen, you'll only know after possession. But one thing is certain. Possession will be the most powerful trump card Sun-E currently possesses. It will also be a trump card that no one else would expect. After all, a regular Oni master can only unlock the possession ability at 5 stars. Sun-E, accompanied by the female ghost, only needs 3 stars. On the way upstairs, the system has raised Tang-Shi's level of autonomy to an advanced level. Raising Tang-Shi's autonomy level to advanced consumes 10,000 pain points, reduced to 7,000 pain points after a 30-point bond point reduction. Confirm. Sure. Upgrade complete. As the message came from the system, Tang-Shi's gaze inexplicably became clearer. She felt as if something had changed about her. But I can't put it into words. After the level of autonomy is raised to an advanced level, Tang-Shi's maximum range of movement reached 100 meters. In other words, she can now move within a 100-meter radius of Sun-E. It's no longer the 50 meters of the past. Furthermore, with her increased autonomy, all her words and actions are now no different from those of an ordinary person. This person is no different from an ordinary person. They have obvious characteristics. Sun-E looked over. On Tang-Shi's body. That faint, unique spiritual membrane belonging to the contract ghost. It's gone. This is the most important way to distinguish between humans and ghosts. Just like when Sun-E first visited Baofeng. When you see Xiaoqian, if you don't carefully use your spiritual sense to perceive her, Sun-E would definitely believe that Xiaoqian is human. Tang-Shi is the same now. As long as she doesn't say anything, no one else will investigate further. It's almost impossible to tell she's a ghost. Now, she goes straight out and walks on the street. No one would doubt Tang-Shi's identity, although the symbol representing the contract has disappeared. However, Sun-E could clearly sense it. My connection with Tang-Shi through inspiration remains very strong. Huh? Strange, it seems even more secure than before. My connection with her has deepened. Why is that? Despite many questions. But, regardless, this should be a good thing. We arrived at the training ground. Sun-E and Tang-Shi prepare to practice possession. The principle behind possession is as follows. When the contracted spirit leaves the demon tamer's body, there will be a period where the body becomes ethereal and transparent. It will only take on a physical form when it completely leaves the demon tamer. The contracted spirit possesses the demon tamer. It's when the contracted spirit needs to materialize and enter/exit the demon tamer's body. It was timed at an extremely delicate point in time. The intangibility is dispelled, allowing the bodies of the contracted demon and the demon tamer to overlap simultaneously. The greater the degree of overlap, the better the possession effect. And after the possession is complete, the appearance of the demon slayer will change. They usually possess some characteristics of contracted spirits. Such transformations usually cannot be maintained for long. For a 5-star ghost master, 5 minutes is already the limit. After all, It involves forcibly merging the bodies of a human and a ghost together, and the issue of synchronization rate must also be considered. But Sunyi's situation is much better. This is only the current strength of a 3-star on Myoji. That will allow you to maintain possession for 10 minutes. However, this kind of possession also has a cooldown period. Once a day. To be precise, the possession ability can be used once every 24 hours. Any more than that would damage the body due to the compatibility issues between human and ghost bodies. Furthermore, this physical limitation cannot be transferred. Sun-E could only take it easy. However, the damage from multiple possessions cannot be transferred. But there is another side effect that can be transferred, and it's even more severe than this one. If a female ghost's possession is so powerful, there must be side effects to balance it out. After learning about this from Bayofeng, Sun-E became even more determined to prioritize learning the possession ability. The effect is, after being possessed by a female ghost, the side effects of the contract with that ghost are triggered again. RD right. Each time it possesses someone. This will trigger the female ghost's sacrifice side effect of the contract again. Tingxi's contractual side effect was being stabbed through the chest with a sword. In this way, during the battle, by changing the bound object, it can also make the one-time side effect that the female ghosts exert during the contract come into play. Let's take a closer look. The Blood Lotus's contractual side effect is the sacrifice of random organs. Ganging was immediately hit by the ghost truck. Jiwoo triggered intense cramps throughout her body. The symptoms of nightmares are relatively mild. They only indicate that you will definitely have nightmares every night, along with headaches. If these side effects can be triggered repeatedly through possession in the future. The most ruthless. As expected, the old hero, Blood Lotus, is still the best. It can directly cause an enemy to lose an organ. Moreover, both Shuelian and Sun Yi's spiritual abilities have improved. Due to the difference in spiritual power, the diminishing effect of sacrifice will be less. That's how it happened. The soul arrow that caused Sun Yi's skin to fester was transferred to Li Hongji. It turned into a Qing. But if it were now, both are 3-star on Myoji. Let it fester, remove the bone if necessary. No doubt about it. In addition, when mentioning Blood Lotus, there is another skill that must be mentioned. That's her second skill, a burst of inspiration. In the early stages, this skill did indeed provide Sun-E with considerable assistance. But now the level has been increased. However, the effect of the burst of inspiration remained unchanged. Therefore, although inspiration continues to surge every day, constantly increasing one's creative power. However, the effect was relatively slower than Sun Yi's direct use of the soul-devouring pearl. Unless we upgrade this skill later, we can see if it can regain its key role. In short, it's decided. The next target for possession practice will be the Blood Lotus. Sun-E made his decision. However, let's not think about things that far ahead for now. Let's practice together with Tingxi, who's currently with us. And here it comes. First, to practice possession abilities, you need to improve the synchronization rate between the human and the spirit. Sun-E explained according to the techniques taught to him by Bayofeng at the time, and ways to improve synchronization rate. Extensive physical contact between the demon slayer and the contracted demon is necessary for them to exchange spiritual energy more easily. To allow the demon slayer's body to become accustomed to the spiritual power of the contracted demon. Just like you need to test the water before swimming, otherwise you might get a cramp. The exchange of inspiration after physical contact forms the basis for successful possession. Tingxi was very obedient and did as Sun-E asked. Her delicate, boneless hand was extended in front of Sun-E. Let's start with something simple, Tingxi. Give me your hand. The most basic movements are naturally those that demon slayers have performed countless times. A contractual gesture, fingers intertwined. Sun Yi's idea was very simple. Gradually increase the contact area. Then, in the process of exchanging inspirations, find that fleeting feeling of possession. If you can catch it once, things should get much better afterwards. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. It was just a fleeting moment when their fingertips touched. An unprecedented feeling instantly flooded Sun Yi's mind. The next moment, Tingxi's body turned into a phantom and attached itself to Sun-E. Huh? Sun-E was dumbfounded. No, it's that simple? That shouldn't be happening. I don't recall ever exchanging inspirational ideas with Tingxi, right? How could the synchronization rate be so high? However, that is the truth. Sun-E and Tang-Shi's synchronization rate is ridiculously high. It's as if they've undergone extensive fitting training. Sun-E could clearly feel the power emanating from Tang-Shi flowing into his body. There wasn't the long period of adjustment and practice that I had imagined. After a dazzling flash of light, possession completes the task. Two things happened at almost the same time. First thing, a longsword formed from spiritual energy condensed and pierced towards Sun Yi's chest. But it's the same as before. The moment the longsword pierced Sun Yi's chest, it vanished. Following this, you'll receive notifications of increased pain points. Received 150 pain points from Luo Yuanliang. Received 100 points of pain from Xiao Qianzhen. Received 100 pain points from Gao Ba. Needless to say, after possessing her, Tang Shi's contract side effects were triggered. A longsword pierced his chest. However, because of the system's existence, this side effect was transferred to these three lucky ones. In addition, the second thing. Sizzle. As the possession was completed, a sound of clothes ripping suddenly came from Sun Yi's body. Huh? What's going on? Sun Yi looked down. Sure enough, after Tang Shi possessed the body, the clothes she was wearing did indeed follow. However, as you know, clothing has sizing issues. Therefore, the clothes were originally intended for Tang Shi, who has a slim and slender figure. It was forced onto the sturdy Sun Yi. Wouldn't the wires burst from being stretched so much? My clothes. Tang Shi's mournful cry echoed in Sun Yi's mind. He dressed as a woman, but not completely. That blue and white Lolita dress was simply too small for Sun Yi's physique. The wire snapped and broke, falling to the ground. After possessing Sun Yi, all that remained on his body were a few pitifully small pieces of cloth to cover his private parts. Forehead. The most useful episode of Heaven's Way. Perhaps after being possessed by Tang Shi, her habits were also transferred to Sun Yi. Seeing myself almost completely naked, Sun Yi instinctively covered his chest. Huh? It didn't get bigger. He secretly glanced at his crotch. As expected, it's still male even after possession. After gradually getting used to the possession, Sun Yi began to feel his own state after being possessed. Sun Yi, could you find something to cover yourself with? Tang Shi asked somewhat shyly, although she had already been completely honest with Sun Yi. But walking around naked like that, no matter how you look at it, it made her feel bad. Sun Yi took out a large cloak from his spatial ring and put it on. That's right, it's the same style that senior sister Chu Xian wore inside Shadow Castle. When Sun Yi made a pact with Empress Wu, he ransacked the central church in front of her and found many identical items. Thinking they might be useful later, Sun Yi took a few items. I never thought it would actually come in handy. This thing can be used very conveniently for covering up. In short, the main focus is still on testing the body's performance after possession, Sun Yi said to himself. As he said this, he took out his practice iron sword. After being possessed, Sun Yi did indeed feel much lighter. Moreover, Tang Shi's skills were also very clearly imprinted in Sun Yi's mind. Try out the invincible slash now. Sun Yi had been curious about this for a long time. When unleashing the invincible slash, Tang Shi's entire body almost transformed into a streak of slashing light as she attacked the enemy. Such actions. What does it look like from a first-person perspective? Also, while possessed, the already incredibly powerful invincible slash. What new changes can we expect? Let's get started. However, even though it was an unsharpened iron sword, but if you cut directly at the sandbag, there's no guarantee it won't get damaged. Since that's the case, let's find something that can't be cut. Thinking this way, Sun Yi called out in his heart. Gang Ing, come upstairs to the training ground. What's up? Gang Ing walked into the training ground. Hold the avatar shield, stand there, and don't move, Sun Yi ordered. Gang Ing did as instructed. That's right. Since sandbags are easy to break, at times like this, it's only natural to bring out Gang Ing, the indestructible punching bag. Once she had raised her shield, Sun Yi immediately unleashed his invincible slash. From Sun Yi's first-person perspective, the movement speed is extremely fast. Moreover, with just the first attack, Gang Ing was so badly cut that she couldn't even hold onto her shield. The damage of each strike has indeed been significantly increased. Also, Sun Yi could clearly sense it. Invincible Slash is no longer a skill that needs to be cast. Rather, it is a normalized attack method that can be activated at any time, no longer confined to the skill descriptions. It can only last for 3 seconds. When he released it, Sun-E could feel his spiritual energy plummeting. Theoretically speaking, as long as you have enough inspiration, this Invincible Slash can continue indefinitely. On Gang Ying's side, normally speaking, Gang Ying's defensive capabilities are almost enough to withstand attacks from a late-stage 4-star demon without retreating even a single step. But now, facing the Invincible Slash unleashed by Sun-E after he possessed her. However, they were cut down and forced to retreat. Gang Ying clearly felt that the immense force emanating from the shield was beyond her ability to withstand. "Master, please be gentle. I can't take it anymore," she screamed. Sun-E also stopped at the right time. The stream of sword intent that surrounded Gang Ying transformed back into Sun-Yi's body. "I feel like I'm going to get slashed a few more times. The shield is about to shatter." Gang Ying felt a pang of heartache as she took out a small cloth and wiped her avatar's shield. This demonstrates their combat strength. Sun-E was quite satisfied. "I'm afraid those attacks just now. They're already capable of threatening a 5-star Oni master, aren't they? Excellent, very good. With that, the possession test is basically over. Its level has also been upgraded to 3 stars. Alright, time to get ready to go to the main library." Sun-E started making plans. One morning, ring ring ring. Luo Yuanliang opened his eyes wearily. Finally, morning has arrived again. He climbed down from his 5-meter-long bed. "During this period, I was tormented by nightmares and various strange illnesses." Luo Yuanliang was on the verge of collapse. "Ugh, my head hurts so much. But I have an appointment at 10 a.m. this morning. Forget it, let's cancel it. I'll just say I'm not feeling well." With that, Luo Yuanliang instructed his secretary to cancel the appointment. Chairman Luo, are you really going to cancel?" The secretary was somewhat surprised when she heard Luo Yuanliang's request. "Just do what I tell you to do. Stop talking nonsense." "Good." After the secretary finished speaking, she made a phone call to the Shanghai Ghost Control Center Hospital. Dr. Chen, Chairman Luo isn't feeling well today, so he won't be able to attend the 10 a.m. surgery." Dr. Chen on the other end of the phone? Humor analysis. The story suggests that Luo Yuanliang needs to have surgery because he is not feeling well, but he uses this as an excuse to refuse the surgery, creating a humorous contrast. The office of the Vice President of Magic University. Xinghe rubbed his forehead, trying to sort out his recent busy thoughts. "I had that dream again," she whispered. From a very young age, she frequently dreamed of the same thing. It was a city floating in a sea of azure stars. Whenever she dreamt of these things, a strange sense of familiarity would well up in her heart. But no matter what, I couldn't recall any information about it. Strange. Xinghe shook his head, dismissing those pointless fantasies. Just then, Deputy Director Xing, a student named Sun-E wants to see you. The internal phone rang, and the teacher on duty reported to Xinghe. "Sun-E? Let him in." Upon hearing Sun-Yi's name, Xinghe naturally understood why he had come to see him. This kid truly deserves to be called a genius among geniuses. "I didn't expect that the resources I sent over would be used up so quickly. They've come here this time, probably to request the second batch of cultivation resources, right? For these prodigies who are breaking through the limits of their inspiration. The amount of resources consumed is terrifying. However, for Xinghe, this is all good news. The more Sun-E uses it, the faster he progresses. That way, you can reach Samsung sooner. At this speed, it seems that in another 2 months, Sun-E will be able to break through to the 3-star Ghost Master level." Xinghe smiled as he retrieved new supplies from his spatial ring. Based on this calculation, it took 2.5 months to break through to 3 stars. Even I couldn't have achieved that speed back then. Xinghe remembers that she broke through to the 3-star Ghost Master level in the 2nd semester of her freshman year. It took 3 months in total. That speed caused a sensation throughout the entire Magic University at the time. The former principal was so shocked that he came to visit him personally. Xinghe recalled his time as a student. However, as the saying goes, new talents emerge in every generation. This is the record I set myself back then. It seems Sun-E will be the one to break the record. They can be half a month faster than me. This is commendable. When he gets to the office, I need to give Sun-E a good pep talk. Don't slack off on your cultivation, or your breakthrough speed will slow down. The National League will start next spring, after the start of the new school year. All things considered, 5 months from now. The time frame is probably a bit tight. Should we start training Sun-E specifically for the competition earlier? Chen Hui was in a dilemma. Moreover, this is based on the premise that Sun-E can be promoted to 3 stars in 2.5 months. In case anything goes wrong, the plan may be disrupted. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It's Sun-E. Please come in. Vice Principal Xing, I've broken through to 3 stars. I've seen your hard work. Here are some resources. Strive for a breakthrough as soon as possible. You've broken through to Samsung? Chen Hui didn't hear what Sunny said when he came in. He was still stuck in his previous train of thought. After you've heard it clearly. She looked astonished. Wait. Sun-E came to see me. It's not about needing a second batch of resources. Instead, it's a notification to oneself to break through Samsung's dominance? Chen Hui could hardly believe his ears. Unleash your inspiration and feel the aura emanating from Sun-E. That's really true. It really is a Samsung Ghost Master. Only half a month has passed. Only half a month. How incredibly powerful must this be? I never expected this. Sun-Yi's breakthrough and promotion speed has far exceeded Chen Hui's expectations. In her estimate, 2.5 months was already an extremely optimistic estimate. However, Sun-E completed this task in just half a month. I doubt you'd find another being this extraordinary in the world. How did you do that? The fact was so extraordinary that Chen Hui couldn't help but stammer. Sun-E naturally wouldn't reveal the matter of the soul-devouring pearl. I haven't let the soul beads out of my sight these past few days. I've been holding one in each hand. Then I put a few in the socks too. Use both palms and soles. She doesn't even take it off when she sleeps. Sun-E rambled on. Saikaka. Fine, you must have your own special methods. Since that's the case, you've come to see me because you've already decided to go to the Ghost Realm? And to go to the main library. Sun-E came to see Chen Hui this time. I mainly wanted to inform her about my current situation. Since Chen Hui has provided such great help and is very concerned about my progress. If there are any results, Sun-E can come over and inform me in person. That's perfectly reasonable. The same applies to this trip to the Great Library. I learned a bit about your situation from Professor by Yo phone. I don't know much about the female ghost. However, the space inside the large library is severely fragmented. If you want to go. As Chen Hui spoke, she took out a white bracelet from her spatial ring. It appears to be some kind of sophisticated instrument, designed with a strong sense of technology. This is a space beacon. Since you're going to the main library, you can take this spatial beacon. Chen Hui handed the bracelet to Sun-E. Unexpectedly, there was an additional benefit. Sun-E happily accepted the bracelet. He had originally planned to do so after reporting the matter. Go to the magic market and see if anyone buys this thing. After all, space beacons are still quite rare. If all else fails, you'll have to collect the materials yourself and make it. It will take a lot of effort. With Chen Hui's help, all these troublesome things are avoided. It's definitely a good thing to latch onto a powerful figure. Although it's perfectly fine to do it yourself. But since it can save time, why wouldn't Sun-E be happy to do it? Thank you, Vice Principal Xing. I'll accept it then. Sun-E took the space beacon. This is a 5-star space beacon, which can stabilize your path for about 7 days. That should be enough for exploring the Great Library, Hashizuru added. Space beacons, naturally, also have different levels of classification. The more advanced the beacon, the longer its stable path time. For low-level beacons, a stable path can only last up to 12 hours. When the time comes, space will begin to change and fold again. Including travel time, the time available for exploring the Ghost Realm is only 6 hours. Once this time has passed, the path you came from will gradually begin to change. Ultimately, it leads people astray into a ghostly realm. Unless you're incredibly lucky and encounter other demon tamers training in the Ghost Realm, you'll have to retrace their steps to return. Otherwise, they'll basically be left to die. The beacon provided by Chen Hui can remain stable for 7 days, including round-trip time, 3.5 days. This amount of time for exploration should be sufficient for Sun-E, even if it's not enough. After returning the way we came, can we enter another exploration round? All in all, The help Xinghe provided to Sun Yi this time was considerable. Just make good use of it. This beacon is something I had left over from when I was young. It's for you, Xinghe said. After chatting for a few more minutes, Sun Yi said goodbye and left. He still needed to go to the Magic University warehouse to use up those 4-star exchange coupons. Let's give the female ghosts a good makeover. A wave of pre-war upgrades is underway. Then, it's about time to head to the main library. Shadowy Castle, Royal City Study. Yushika sat in the chair with her head down. On the table in front of her lay the cell phone she had taken from the human. At this very moment, the phone is displaying the chat history between Yushika and Sun Yi. A ghost resembling a middle-aged woman stood to one side. How dare you, Your Majesty? This is utterly unbecoming. This ghost is the tutor in charge of etiquette. They were specifically responsible for educating Yushika about etiquette. Yes, Yushika couldn't lift her head at all when facing her tutor. Although she possesses innate great power. In name, he is also the owner of the entire Shadow Castle. But even for her, we cannot disobey the teachers. After all, this was the dying wish of her mother, the previous Shadow Queen, before she entered the Central Forge. The etiquette instructor pointed to the message sent by Yushika on the screen. Look at this. Is this something a queen should do? Your Majesty, this is utterly inappropriate. I know I was wrong. Yushika has repeated this countless times. However, over the years, she had long since gotten used to it. Asking means you know you were wrong. It's impossible to change it. Hey, what did you do wrong? The etiquette teacher asked this age-old question. I shouldn't have contacted or communicated with people from the outside world without permission. Upon hearing Yushika's answer, the etiquette teacher looked at her with surprise. Sensing something was wrong, Yushika looked up. Forehead. What, did I say something wrong? The etiquette teacher explained slowly. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Communicating with friends is a perfectly normal thing. How could I possibly stop you? Yushika was stunned. What were you scolding me about just now, you old woman? What I find unacceptable is the way you talk to your friends. That's too informal. Huh? Yushika was confused. After saying that, the etiquette instructor took out a thick book titled The Complete Guide to Royal Etiquette in Foreign Affairs. From today onwards, you must carefully study the vocabulary used in this. Making friends with humans from the outside world, is that possible? Yushika asked, realizing her mistake. Inside the palace, there were countless complex rules and regulations, too many for her to remember. Of course, your father was a human whom the late king brought back from the outside world, the etiquette instructor said. Yushika felt that her worldview had been greatly shaken in just a few words of conversation. In short, you need to start learning vocabulary first. The etiquette teacher has not forgotten her original intention. Sun Yi was walking back to his dormitory. It's finally finished. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in the 4-star warehouse. However, if it's a 4-star rarity item and also has side effects, it's going to be so hard to find. Sun Yi was in the warehouse, but it took quite a while to find him. I finally got 4 pieces of equipment I wanted in return. Tonight, after I get home, I'll distribute all this equipment to the female ghosts. We're leaving tomorrow for the Grand Library. Sun Yi was making this plan. Suddenly, ding dong. A message was received on my phone. Sun Yi took out his phone, puzzled. Who would message me at a time like this? Could it be that Vice Principal Xinghe has forgotten something? Or does Professor Bai Yofeng have any additional information to add? Suddenly, I realized that I seem to be far behind my peers. Those who come to me are mostly elders or teachers. There are simply no friends of the same age. But none of that matters anymore. She doesn't seem as reliable as a female ghost. Even partners might betray you for personal gain. But his own female ghosts wouldn't. Never. Let's find out whose message it is first. Open your social media app. Upon seeing the sender's name, Sun Yi couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Yushika? Elated. This is the girl Sun Yi met in the Shadow Castle. He is probably the only person of the same age among Sun Yi's mobile phone contacts. It's actually quite funny. The two actually met by getting a free meal in the ghost realm. In Sun Yi's view, she must be a top-tier prodigy protected and nurtured by a powerful family. They found me during a break from my training in the ghost realm. Such guesses are mostly correct. However, the mistakes might be so egregious that they would leave Sun Yi speechless. Open your social media app. Yushika, my friend, please bear witness. Yushika, friendship precedes us, so it's time to pray. Sun-E? Is this something a human would say? Sun-E, what are you talking about? Yushika, you need not be afraid. Sun-E pondered for a moment. Wait a minute. This way of speaking. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Sure enough, it had a lingering, soul-like quality. Even the Shadow Queen can't escape the setting of the ghost realm. Sun-E, were you required to speak in this specific format? Yushika, yes indeed. Sun-E then chatted with Yuxika for a few more minutes. I roughly understand the situation on the other side. All in all, although subsequent conversations will likely continue in this riddle-like manner. But after that, we were able to stay in touch for longer periods. That's a good thing, I suppose. Sun-E returned to his dormitory. Just like before, a meeting was held before entering the ghost realm. Night. Dormitory meeting room. The 5 female ghosts sat around the conference table in their own unique ways. The title of this meeting was projected onto the large screen in front. The Great Library Ghost Domain Pre-Battle Mobilization and Equipment Distribution Conference. Master, your meeting skills are getting better and better. Gang Ing commented as usual. Alright everyone, let's skip the chit-chat and get straight to distributing the equipment. Sun-E took out the equipment he had exchanged from his spatial ring. First, there's a knuckle duster with scarlet stripes. Abyss Knuckle Duster. When equipped, each attack has a 25% chance to stun the target for 1.2 seconds and deal additional physical damage. Each time a stun is triggered, the wearer's armor will be partially destroyed. Needless to say, this equipment is definitely for Jiwoo. Among Sun-Yi's group of female ghosts, she was the one who used her fists the most. Sun-E called Jiwoo over. In this equipment effect, the so-called protective gear is partially damaged. Before the equipment was put into storage, the testing personnel at the university had already conducted experiments. Simply put, it's about clothes ripping off. However, this is a side effect. Therefore, the effect of the clothes ripping off will be transferred elsewhere. Forehead. Why do I feel a little disappointed? This is the first time I've encountered a side effect that I don't really want to be transferred. It seemed that he had noticed Sun-Yi's hesitation. Jiwoo stated frankly and openly. If the owner wants to see, it's actually not that complicated. As she spoke, she began to tear open her clothes. Forget it, now's not the time, Sun-E quickly stopped him. It seems that the scene of Jiwoo's nun's robes gradually bursting apart after a flurry of punches was quite sensual. It can only exist in our imagination now. Jiwoo, put your hand out, Sun-E commanded. Jiwoo did as instructed. Old tradition. All the equipment had to be put on the female ghosts by Sun-E himself. Since you're going to wear brass knuckles, you should take off these straps. As Sun-E spoke, he slowly removed the bandages wrapped around Jiwoo's hands. Beneath the straps were a pair of fair, delicate hands. It is these hands, clenched into fists, that have shattered countless skulls. Jiwoo's hands appear delicate. However, you can clearly feel the toughness from the bones when you touch it. Sun-E grabbed her wrist with one hand. With his other hand, he slowly picked up the Abyss Knuckle Duster and put it on her. Sun-E, put your ring finger down. This is a brass knuckle duster, not a ring. Jiwoo couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. In short, Jiwoo equipped the Abyss Tiger. Thank you, Master. She nodded in thanks. Martial Arts Cultivator Jiwoo's bond value +3, currently 10, awaiting breakthrough, already reached the limit, currently overflowing by 2 points. Then there's a piece of equipment for self-defense. It was a gray-blue cloak, speckled with fragments of soul beads. Glimmering cloak passively increases magic resistance. Grants invisibility upon use, concealing the wearer's presence. Lasts 15 seconds, 20-second cooldown. Casting a skill or actively attacking will break invisibility. Activating the active effect significantly slows the user. This piece of equipment is quite good for survival. Sun-E plans to give this cloak to Ying-Ming. In the entire team, the true back row, there are only 2. Blood Lotus and Shadow Dream. Blood Lotus already has the Void uniform, which grants her complete immunity to physical attacks. But Ying-Ming did not. This shimmering cloak, when worn by her, perfectly compensates for this. Next, Shadow Dream. Sun-E called roll. Ying-Ming nimbly skipped to Sun-Yi's side. Turn around, and I'll help you put on your cloak. Sun-E said. The dream continues. Then Sun-E took out the shimmering cloak and put it on her himself. Sun-E did not forget to remind him. If you encounter danger in the future, activate this cloak to protect yourself. Okay, I'll use Shadow Dream properly. Having acquired new equipment, Ingmang stood with her hands on her hips, as if she were a hero on TV wearing a cape. After showing off her power for a while, she returned to her own seat. Then, there were 2 gemstones. Gems can have a significant impact on the performance of contracted spirits. Sometimes, equipping a good gem can completely change the way a contracted demon fights. Tangxi, Shuelian, you two come up here together. Sun-E shouted. The 2 students, who were attending the lecture together, came to Sun-E. First is Tangxi. Sun-E took out a dark red, semi-transparent gemstone that reeked of blood. This is a blood gem, which can greatly increase the rate at which the bleeding status accumulates. This is most suitable for someone like you, capable of unleashing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Sun-E looked at her and said, Then, please open your mouth. I can probably guess what will happen next. Tang Shui obediently cooperated with Sun-Yi's requests. Suddenly, a thunderclap that transcended space and dimension came from the sky. A violent surge of lightning energy descended from the heavens. It struck the spot. The terrifying pressure from another dimension even erased all cause and effect. The space-time around Sun-E was distorted. This caused the few words that were originally located here to vanish into nothingness. Tang Shi did as instructed. However, in this process, there was quite a bit of noise coming from her mouth. The lightning of divine punishment struck the same spot described here. It transcends causal logic and all the cognitive limits that Sun-E could reach. Even he himself was unaware that reality and his memories had been erased. Sun-E gave a brief evaluation. Ahem, next up is the Blood Lotus. Sun-E took out another gemstone. Accumulated gems can store a total of 3 minutes of skill uses after the cooldown period.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.